We've also got this fantastic light box as well. Now, if you want to buy anything, hop onto the website straight away, hochanda.com. You can, of course, give us a call. Our lovely call centre operatives are not here. They're all at home working on phones. I still don't know how that works. How does that work? But it does. So they are there ready to take your calls if you need to. But let's have a look at our very first item on the show here today. So we are looking at this lovely light box, a light panel actually, and it actually is a light panel in terms of it's very light, it's very portable. You do have to plug it in, so it does have to be plugged into the mains when you are using it, but these are fantastic. One thing they do is they give you this brilliant light. Now, in terms of just a light in your craft room, I think that's a really good thing, because if you are straining with your eyes, that's not a good position to be in. And so actually, if you can just illuminate your workspace a little bit more, if you can bring some more light into the room, then that's a good thing. But obviously, this is all about stenciling. This is about tracing. This is about doing things like that. And you can see how you can literally put your drawing over and then you can create these fantastic pieces of art. And of course, nobody will know what you've done. Nobody will know that you have traced it. So it's clever. It's a very clever thing to do. And these are great as well in terms of if you're using colours, if you're just using line drawings, and if you want to, for example, trace over patterns. If you've been, if you bought a pattern like a quilting pattern or something, and you want to replicate that, you could do that as well. Or you want to change it slightly. So really, great ways to use these light boxes. They're very useful indeed. Problem with light boxes is that they usually, or they used to be, like really thick and really heavy. And the problem is then that you would have to sort of lean your hands onto them, which would hurt here, and also they'd be really big and cumbersome in your rooms, and they were also very expensive. This is fantastic because, as you can see, it's just so, look at that, it's so lightweight and so thin, and so you can just move it anywhere you want to. It's a very sleek light panel. Now today you are also getting some other things as well, because you get your bag, so you can carry it around in the bag if you want to, if you go into a class or something like that. And then you have got 4 metal stencils as well, and an embossing board. Let's show you the pictures because we haven't got them live on the set. But there you are. The stencils may vary, but you do get 4 of those metal stencils. And then, as we say, you get your embossing board as well. So that's your goodies. It is £39.99. 784249 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that. Now, it should be £60 near enough, that price, but that price coming down to £39.99. And I've also just heard as well, newsflash, that it is on flexi payments. 2 payments, £19.99 is what you will pay today if you would like to get hold of that. Fabulous. Should we move along? Now, these projects are just great and easy to do. Anybody can do these, because all you've got to do is get your beads and push them into where the colours are on the picture. And then you can create these lovely diamond art creations. Now, you can pick and mix with this, so you can choose any 2 for £19.98 instead of £30. And what you do is simply take your pins, push them in, and then you get lovely, lovely pictures. And if you can see, there might be a little bit of sparkle as well. Yeah, look at that. So if you do put this on your wall or in your craft room or wherever, that bit of sparkle will brighten your day every single day. So it's very lovely. Look at that. Now, it's so easy as well. I will say to you, you might look at these tiny little pins, which are here, by the way, and think to yourself, that is going to take you forever. It is amazingly quick. It is very quick and easy to do these, and it is incredible how quickly these, pins come together on here. You also get your little stylus as well, so you can push them all in nice and easily. So they're just sticky, like that. You don't have to do the sound effect. You could if you wanted. Or other sound effects. I can't do that one, they just do it in my ear. Oh, I did it! So, if you would like to look at the pictures, let's see. Do you want some beautiful flowers in your crafty room? Do you? Do you? I think it's a very nice bloom. And you know something with those flowers? They won't go off, they won't die, they won't smell. I mean, smell bad. Flowers do smell bad, don't they, when they go off? They do. You whiff them, go, oof, ready to go in the bin. No, so those are lovely. Then you've got that, is that a kingfisher, do you think? Or is it a hummingbird? I don't know, because I don't know. I don't know because I don't know. That's the best bit of editorial I've ever said on television. I don't know because I don't know. So that's that one. Let's move along to the beach now. Oh, if you're so lucky to live next to a beach right now, you're so lucky. Otherwise, we can't go to the beach, can we? Because it's too far to drive. But this is a lovely seashell component. Is that the right word? No, that's just one item, isn't it? I don't know. It's a lovely seashell composition. That's the word I was looking for in my brain, and then a voice just gave it to me. So that's that one, the voice of the director. And then we have got lovely butterflies. People love butterflies. This is a rather large chap, but just imagine the fun that you're going to have sticking those little beads on there. Yeah, and let's have a look. This whole thing is covered. Look, every single bit you're seeing is a bead, all stuck on. But believe me, it doesn't take long. It doesn't take that long. So they are very doable, these projects, and very easy to create. So that's that one. Let's move along to our next one, which is this lovely sort of forest tree. It's what tree? A summer tree. It's a summer tree on the turn, I think. Look. Bit of autumnal coming in there. Oh, don't even say it. We've not even got a summer yet. Are we going to get a summer this year? Yeah, last couple of weeks in a row, what I'm saying is we'll be able to experience the summer other than being in our gardens. Right, if we're lucky. So that's your lovely trees. And then shall we move along to our next one? Oh, the lovely princess. This, by the way, is your tool. Look at this. Oh, it's a very complicated thing, this. It's a very complicated thing to use. No, it's not. You just literally pick and beep. Beep. And do you know what's really clever about these as well? I've used these before. You think that these little beads are all going to be the wrong way around and everything. They're really easy to pop on. It's amazing how it works, but it does. So you can see if you want to have a go at your princess. So if you've got a little princess and you want to use something like that to put into her room, you could. Maybe you think you're a princess yourself. By the way, if you're thinking, how will I know how all these are going to go in there? They are all colour-coded and numbered. So no confusion to be had. They're all in the right bits and they're ready for you to use. So you will know what you do. And we think you get more than you need as well, which means if you want to use them for other things in your crafting life, that doesn't look very attractive, then you can. Just type, they're like sweets. Don't eat them. No. There we are, your little tray. And of course you get full instructions with those as well. Should we move on? Let's. Now, would you like to make some cards that I think go a little bit further? Just a little bit further, these ones, because they are, once again, beaded. And these are the kits. So you get them all, and you get all the beads to make these cards. Now, I think they are great fun. If you think about, you know, going to a shop and buying a card, probably, you know, when you get a nice card, they're about £3, aren't they? Maybe even £4, depends which shop you go to. But I think this is in one of those, this is kind of in that bracket really. But here, don't forget, you are getting so many of your cards. So you can see 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6 kits. 6 kits there. So I think that is very, very good value. I think they're great fun to make, and I think then you can just literally keep them you know, in a pile, ready to go out. You could make them into a picture if you wanted. They don't have to be just a card. So you could put them into little white frames, put them on someone's wall, you know, if you wanted to. It's totally up to you. So 111859 is your item number if you would like to get the kits. And it's exactly the same principle. You get your little gems, and you get your little tray and your pickup tool, and then you get your card ready for you to put thing there. And it's sticky, so you just literally peel off the top layer and then you start sticking your gems on. It is as simple as that. And then when you've done that, it ends up looking like this one, as you can see. So that's what I was saying, you can make it into a picture if you don't want to just have the card. So yeah, lots of options there. I think that's great. 111859 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that collection for £14.98. Well, we've been down our counter. We're now going to head back up to our light box, and our John is going to show us exactly how he would use his.
Hi. In this demo, I'm going to go through the fantastic light box from Crafts 2 and a couple of ideas of how to use it apart from using it with the crystal art. It's perfect with your crystal art, with your diamond pictures, all of that sort of thing. But it's also a really, really useful tool. I've been using mine for nearly sort of good 18 months now. So the space that you actually get, this isn't lit up at the moment, is 13 inches square. So if I bring in a 12-inch ruler, you can see you've actually got the extra inch on the end. So you're actually talking about a 13-inch space that you can use, which lights up, and it's extremely lightweight and flexible. So you can easily sit with this on your lap, on a tray, or placed on a desk like this. It charges up with a simple plug-in charger, which comes with a USB connection, and you have one control, which makes it easy. So turn it to switch it on, press it up to take the volume down, press it again to take it up. So you can get it extremely bright, or you can take it down to whichever level that you want to go to. So depending on what you're going to be doing and what light source you want, and one button and it turns off and it just closes itself down. And it's an LED light, so it's a clean light source, and it's clean across the whole of the panel, which works beautifully. So I'm just going to turn this one on. There we go, let's get it nice and intense. So I want it bright. So what I'm going to do is use a standard stencil. So this is just one of my standard stencils that we would use for stenciling through, for colouring and inking. But of course you can use this with your parchment or with your card, and you can see through perfectly because of the light coming through. So I've just stuck down my stencil, this is A5, and I've got a piece of parchment or vellum here, and I'm just going to tape that on top really simply. And I'm using a ball tool, and this is from the Crafts 2 Blossom kits. This is ball tool size sort of 1 and 2, the smallest and the next one up. And again, you can almost see the stencil completely. It doesn't look as if you've got any paper on top. And all I'm going to do is just trace the lines. So this is great for taking those stencils that you've already got, or for using in your parchment craft or anything like that. And I'm just drawing around the outside lines. So I'm just going to do this flower. So we'll go around there, take it around. Really simply, let's do this little flower here. We'll follow it round. We've got the little dots, so I'm just going to press into those and this little flower here, and we'll finish it there. And what we'll find is when I peel that off, you can see I have the raised image. So if I bring in a little piece of white card, you can see there, hopefully I've got that raised image on that. I'm actually going to bring in a piece that I did a little bit earlier. So I did the whole of the section, so I did the whole of the stencil, and then I've just framed it with a little die cut here to give me a really simple look. So that's doing a stencil. You can do that with normal stencils, metal stencils, anything that you want to, and it just makes it so much easier. And of course what you can do is you can trace off certain bits, so you can choose the design you want. So here, let's go through. I've got that flower. I'd like to add that to this little bunch here, so let's move that in a little bit. So I can use this larger flower, and you can create your own design. You don't have to follow the stencil exactly, because you can see exactly where you're going. So really simple, follow the lines around, and bring that down, and then I've got my flower leading to a second flower. I hope that's coming across okay. So, one of the ways I love to use my light box is when I've been sketching and I want to turn it into a stamp or a line art, or move it onto the computer. So what I've got here is a very quick sketch of a sort of rough flower that I've done. But obviously what I've got is a lot of these sort of sketchy lines around here and things that wouldn't actually register when I came to put it onto a computer. So what I would do is I take a piece of vellum or parchment, pop it over the top, and the light box means that I can see all the lines that I've actually drawn, which lets me then use a pen, and this is a micron pen, quite a fine line pen. It gives me a dark line, which is what I would need for a stamp or something like that. And what it allows me to do is just trace the actual line that is the best line on the stamp. So I'm going to trace around some of these flower petals. So we'll just probably do 3 or 4 of these. But if you can see, what I'm actually doing is tracing the line. That's the final line I want. And then in the centre here, I'm going to pop the centre in. I put a sort of set of like sort of circles, and I can trace those off, fill the space, but I can see through underneath. So if I want to correct anything, I can do that as I'm going along. And I would do more work on this, obviously, once I've actually moved it. It allows me to put those lines in, and let's put some sort of the shading lines in. So what I've done is I've sketched a lot from the side, so those would need to be a lot more definite lines. So we'll put some of those in, following those lines that are going along. Do this other petal here, very simply, and then again we've got that centre line, and they are flicking out. Trace that line in, but you can see there, I can actually then see exactly where I'm going, put definitive lines in for the darker lines, and it allows me to get that image across. So I've gone from that sketchy image there to that more definitive line there, which would work perfectly as a stamp, and I would carry on with that and move it into the computer and work. And I love working this way. This tends to be one of the ways that I sketch. But it's just a different idea that you can do using the light box, and the large area really makes it worthwhile.
It certainly does, doesn't it? The thing is as well, watching John there, it's a very relaxing thing to do, isn't it? You know, if you think about, you know, sitting in your living room and you're trying to draw something, I mean, it's hard anyway if you're not a great artist to try and, you know, do a lovely petal or a lovely flower. But now you know that when you sit down and do a project, you are, I know it's a little bit cheaty, isn't it? But you are going to get a perfect result at the end of it. It's going to be lovely. You can always add to those flourishes as well. And of course, you could combine designs. So you could start with a flower, and then you could bring in another flower and another flower. You could add to it, certainly. So it is, I think, a fantastic tool to use. And as I say, it's very relaxing, because if you think about sitting in your living room trying to do it, and you've got an overhead light, you've got shadows, you can't really see what you're doing. This is brilliant, because it's giving you that illumination underneath and taking the strain away from you, you know, peering into your work to see what you can do, but also giving you that extra tool as well to play with, because you've got that transferable skill there. So I think it's a really nice thing to use. I love the fact that it is so thin. I mean, you know, if you think about things like iPads and stuff, you know, why we like them is because they are a thing of beauty, aren't they? They are sort of lovely and thin and portable. I'm not saying this is an iPad. Clearly it's not. But it is very stylish, and it is very, very portable and lightweight. Now remember, you do have to plug it in. So it's not going to work without being plugged into the mains. But of course, if you need an extension cable or something, just pop that in, and then you can put this wherever you want to put it. You could be resting it on your knee and working on it. You could be putting it on a tray. You could put it on a table. It could be, if you're lucky enough to have a sort of easel, you know, you could pop it onto an easel, plug it in, and then be sitting there and doing it that way. So it's very, very versatile. Now, don't forget that with this, you're getting some other bits and pieces as well. You are going to get yourself 4 metal stencils, also an embossing board. We will show you a picture. There you are, photographic evidence. Now, contents may vary on the stencils, but you will definitely get 4 metal stencils there. 784249 is your item number. Now, this should be nearly £60, but not today. It's £39.99, and it is on 2 lovely FlexiPays. So today it is just £19.99. That's 784249 if you would like to get hold of this fantastic light panel. There you are. You see, you could be drawing flamingos, as she is I was going to say pelicans there because it's very early and my brain wasn't working. But then flamingo suddenly just came upon me there. Right, should we head down the counter? Let's tiptoe down the counter. Right, so these are so easy. Do you know, I'm feeling the need. I'm feeling the urge. No, to have a go. Not to sneeze, to have a go. It's a bit short space though, isn't it? If I open these up, they're going to fly everywhere as well, aren't they? The producer's going, yeah, like, no, don't do it, Rach. And then I've got somebody whispering going, do it. That's the devil in my... Well, which cards? At the end. When I get down there to the cards, we'll have a go. So, these are really easy. You get your tool and you get your little tray. And you get all of your beads that will go on your pattern. And all you do is you simply pick, and they stick. And it is as simple as that. Now, the great thing is that you can create these pictures in not too long a time. This is a very kind of, I think, mindful thing to do. It's a very nice thing to do. It's very calming. It's very relaxing. It's a project that you can start and you can finish. And then you could put this wherever you wanted to put it, or you could give it away as a gift if you wanted to. So £19.99. Now, these as well, they are canvas. So if you think about how much it is to just buy a canvas, I think this is a cracking deal. And then you also, of course, get all of the lovely, lovely pictures printed on there. Comes with instructions as well, all your colour codes with your beads. And then you just literally pop them on, and then you can create these fantastic flowers. So 040923 is your item number. And then what you do is you just pick and mix any two of those. So, oh, by the way, I've been told, just to clarify, these have just been put on canvas. So they come, yeah, they're the sheet, and then we've put them on canvas. But they just come as a sheet. Thank you very much, Jack, our lovely floor manager. Investigating there. Investigative journalism right there, Jack. Right there. There he is, look. He was in there, he heard the question, he thought, I've got to respond, we need an answer for the nation. So if you would like to get hold of any of these, you just put in the item number 040923, and then you just choose any two. So which one are you going to go for? I'm going to go for roses. Oh, hydrangeas rather. This one is the most popular, the hydrangeas, yeah. So that one. Or you have the bird next to it, which we're not sure what it is. Hummingbird. It is a hummingbird. Yes, hummingbird. Then you've got your lovely seashell, scape. Then you have got your lovely butterfly. We all like working with butterflies, don't we? And if you look at this one, look, it's all done. It's all beaded, not just the butterfly. The whole thing is beaded. Beautiful. And then we've got onto our trees, which we think are summer trees, but definitely with a bit of an autumnal thing going on, I think. They're on the turn. And then we have got the princess. So do you have a little princess in your life? Do you know, I think as well, obviously with supervision, because these are very small parts, but I think that if you had a child in your life, you know, I'm thinking if your child was kind of like 7 upwards, something like that, they could be doing this as long as, I say, you were with them and explained not to eat the beads. But I think they could easily do this. So if you would like to get hold of any of those, it's 040923, pick any two for £19.98 today instead of nearly £30. Could be a lovely project to do. And then we move on to our cards. And it's the same idea. Can we? You didn't open one, did you, Jack? No. Ooh. Right, hang on. All right. Just choose one colour. Don't do it all, she says in my ear. No, it's all right. I'm trying to get in at the wrong end. Can't even get in the bag. Come on, Rach. Get it together. But it sounds lovely, doesn't it? It's like when you're in the cinema, someone's next to you eating popcorn, you're like, right, which one do I open? That one. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Okay, cool. Right. No, I didn't look at the number on it. I'm not going that into detail. I'm not going that into depth. Right, so all we do, can we see what I'm doing? We just literally peel that off. Ah, they just do a bit of time, do they? They do a bit of time. Right, okay, do you know what? I'll put that there. Right. Just lower the line, caller. I've just realised I haven't got my glasses. I know. Don't panic. No one panic. I've got some glasses. Oh, right, okay, it's all going so well. Here we go. So, yeah, number 3 it said, by the way. So on the bag it will say, I think I've just picked the wrong colour, but never mind. Anyway, I'm just gonna pop them on. I'm just gonna go with it. The what? Oh, the little, yeah, little bit, yeah, little pot of wax there. Right, so you just pick them up like this. See? Oh, missed it. Like that. That's it. Oh. Don't knock the tray. Don't knock the tray. Sorry. Oh, come on. The what? No. I haven't peeled the top of the wax. I didn't think it was very sticky. Right, okay. Now we're cooking on wax or gas. Okay, fine. Here we are. Here we are. Right, here we are, look. You just literally pop them on. Hang on. Here we are. We could stay here for the whole hour. Oh look, I've got it now. No, we're not doing John's video. I'm sure people would rather see me. Look, can I just tell you I'm on a roll now? Look at that. I'm on a roll. Look at that. See? Whoa, this is exciting stuff. Let me just show you my masterpiece. Can you see? Look, you see? Once I got into it, I got the hang of it. So there you are. It's beautiful. I might just carry on. Okay, so that's how rude. They've just said, now we can see the master at work. What was wrong with my work? I think it was fabulous. There's a sigh. Okay, I admit, probably not quite as good as John. Let's have a look at what John is doing with his creation.
In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we put together one of the card kits that come with the diamond art and what you actually get inside. So I'm just going to open this one up, and this is the Unicorn Magical, or the Magical Unicorn. What you actually receive in the kit, you get your gloss printed card, which has this adhesive carrier sheet there. So all of these areas are sticky where we're going to add the gems to it. You get your tool, a block of wax, and the tray for your gems, and I'll show you how to use that in a minute. And then you get all the colours that you actually need. And these are actually listed. So if we actually look on here, we have number 1, which is in these 4 places. And there are the gems for number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. So we would take a colour at a time and use it. I'm going to bring one of the other card kits in that we've already nearly finished, and I've got to say, to be honest, Sam finished this one for me. So as you can see here, we've got all the beautiful gems. You get that really lovely 3D feel. We've got all those beautiful gems on there, but we've got one area that's not been completed, and this is actually using A. So what I've done, I've taken a packet that matches, and I've put them into the green tray. When you put them in, you give it a little shake, and you'll see that a lot of them just fall automatically flat on their back, really easy for pickup. There's even little lines in the tray to make sure that they're all lined up for you really easily. So you take your tool and you get this little block of wax, and this is again sort of almost reusable. You keep going into it. So you take your tool and you push down into the wax, and what that does is places a block of wax inside the tool, which means you can easily pick up the gem. So I would peel back just a little section and use this carrier sheet to help you to stop you touching the sticky bit. Pick up the gem and just drop it into place. And as you can see, it's really simple. It's very, very therapeutic actually. And you just keep picking up the gems and dropping them into the right place. If you get one like that, which is incorrect, it's gone the wrong way around, it's really easy to take it off and drop it back in. And they do invariably tend to fall flat on their base. So we just go and you're making sure that you're covering each of the little numbers and the circles. It's very, very hard to get this wrong. And if you find that your tool starts to not stick to the gems any longer, you just go back into the wax and add some more. So we'll come back in a second and I'll show you when I've finished this. So I've filled in most of the spaces. I've just got these little sort of 4 or 5 left to do. So I'm just going to bring in, again, just pick up the tool, pick up a gem and drop it into place. If you find that they actually aren't on the back, they sort of get a little bit mixed up, give the tray a little shake. You can move them all over the place, which I'm terrible for doing, but you'll see they've all laid back on their backs again, so really easy to pick up. So we'll just slot these last pieces in. And what you'll see here is we've got a lot more gems than we actually need. Then make sure that in these craft artist kits, you've actually got more gems than you need. So if you do drop any or lose any, then you don't have a problem. Let's just take that one away. And it means that you've got a really nice collection. This is actually the collection that we've got left from one of the large paintings. So you've got all those gems to use for different projects, great for shaker cards and things like that. So I'm now going to take that away and we'll just sweep off our excess little gems, pop them all back in the tray, and we pop those into a jar or into a little bag, and there's our card completed. So you've got that beautiful design, but you've got that 3D element with all those beautiful gems across it. Really nice high quality card. It's got the thank you on the back and finished. So easy, and it really takes about an hour to an hour and a half to complete, and it's a really mindful thing to do.
Yes, you seem mindful. Now, what did you say, Chris, in my ear? That was an Italian. Okay, I won't bother repeating it then. No, but anyway, I thought he was talking about the painting because it. Anyway, never mind, doesn't matter. The flowers look lovely, didn't they? As John was saying there, it is a mindful thing to do. Do you know, I was doing that card there at the end when I left you and to watch John. I actually carried on for a little while longer. It is a very therapeutic thing to do. It's very calming. It's very lovely. It's very soft, very tranquil. And at the end, you've created a little masterpiece of your own. But it's helpful, of course, to have a light panel because this will give you that extra illumination. There is nothing worse than squinting and straining your eyes and trying to see what you're doing. So it's great to have that extra bit of illumination in your home. So, do you know, it's a shame we can't plug this in, isn't it, and see it really. Can we? Should we plug it in? Yeah, I've got a plug here. So let's give it a go. Is that a plug? Yeah. Hang on, let's plug that in. Health and safety. I'm using electrics. Right, where is the? And there's some. Yeah, here. That's it. Ta-da! Bring the lights down. Let's show the people. There we are. So there is your button. And you can see, look, ooh, that's what you do. So you just literally touch that, and then that will, like that. Yeah, hold it, gets brighter, and that's it. Now, you can see that is a really, I mean, we are now almost in the dark in this studio. And you can see that is actually it's kind of like having a TV on at night, isn't it? So that is a good look. You see that is bright. It's like Halloween now. I suppose it's like Halloween on the morning when I wake up without makeup. Oh no, that's not an attractive light. But now you see, if you're in a darker room, So say, for example, you know, your partner or whatever is watching the TV and you want to craft, they don't want the big TV on. You can now craft by just literally having this here in front of you, because you can see perfectly what you are doing. So it is actually a really nice light. Can I just say as well that it's not too bright. It's getting dimmer there, look. So if you hold it down, yeah. So that's fantastic, because when you hold it and it goes down, so you can decide, look at that. That's amazing. You can decide how low you want it to go, like that. So if you don't want it on full brightness, you don't have to. But that's brilliant, because a lot of them, it is either 1, 2 or 3. Whereas this, you can see that it's at your brightest. Hold it, stop, go. You see, you can really decide what you want it to be, which is fantastic. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. That's excellent. Also as well, can I just say, it's a good size to play with. It's a nice big square. There's plenty of, so if you are putting like a 12 by 12 on there, that's going to be fine. A4 as well. Jack, could you just grab me a piece of, I don't know, I just want to look at how thick the paper would be to go on it. Is there a 12 by 12? Because we've got a show coming up, haven't we, today? One of Anna's shows. That's going to be at 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock, yes, because we've got a one-day special next. So I'm thinking that, you know, if you put a big 12 by 12 on there, that would be okay. Is that plain? Because I was just going to say, have you got something that's got a pattern on it? I just wondered how thick things have to be. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, not too close. So if that's on there, and then another piece. Thank you. Right. So. No, you'd have, yeah, do you know what? Right, this is amazing. Live on television, folks. So what I've done is, I've taken a very thick piece of card there, thanks to our Jack. So you can see, that is a good 300, 350 GSM. So that is now on there. Now, what you do, obviously, is put some plain paper over there and trace. Now, this one, Jack gave me this, and I thought, no, that's not going to work, is it? I'm not going to see through that, 350 GSM to be able to trace. But if I put that on there, oh, is it the other side of the sheet? Oh no, it is the other side of the sheet. But look, well, hang on. Right, so here's another use. Do it that way. So now, if you wanted to go over and create that, yeah, you see, so you could create it yourself. So if you don't like the colours on that sheet, you could now do this and colour it in your own colourways. Oh! So, have you got a plain piece, Jack, that's a bit thinner? Of paper or anything, just to see what we can.
Not thinner, but
it's not thin. So look, it's plain. Let's see how. Thank you. Let's see how thick it has to go up. Yeah, you can. Is that on the? That's the lowest. Let's go back to the highest setting. Yeah, you can just about see through that. Now that is a very thick piece of card, so. I know you can't see it there, but I can. I can just about see the pattern. So if you had a thinner piece of card, obviously it would be a lot easier, but you don't have to go too thin. That's what I'm saying. You can actually go to a thicker piece of card. I think that's interesting. Interesting experiment for the day. Thank you very much, Jack. I was going to do my Titanic impression then. Jack! Don't leave me, Jack! Don't leave me, Jack! Come back! And then she lets him go off the raft. Don't leave me, Jack! I want to live. Anyway, so that is your light board. I think that is a very, very good buy myself. Wrong way in the plastic. Because it's got great size, great portability, great flexibility in terms of the light going all the way down. So from dim to, you know, full on. So you can decide for your own sort of eyes and comfort what you want. As we were saying, if you're in a room, it's a dark room, you know, and someone's watching the TV and you don't want to put a big light on, you could happily, you know, use it. Also as well, hands on there, it's been on for a while, not heating up, LED. So it's not going to get too warm. So if you're working on it, you're not going to get sweaty hands or hot hands from working on it. And as we were saying with the tracing, brilliant. Brings your, you know, pictures to life. You can now create things from a picture underneath. And as you saw with that card there, it doesn't have to be too thin as well. The light is powerful enough to go through it. You also get your 4 metal stencils, don't forget, and your embossing board, and you get your bag as well. So there you are. That is your kit of parts today. Should be nearly £60, £39.99, and on FlexiPay. So £19.99 today is all you will pay. Lovely. Okay, so we're back now to our diamond art. Just to say as well, this is what they come to you like. So they come in a box like that. And then you just literally unravel and take out all of your beads, and you'll also have your little tool as well. And then you just use a bit of wax, which is in the packet, and then you can pick up those beads nice and easily and pop them onto your pictures. Very, very simple indeed. Now, if you want to create any of these, I don't think it's going to be too long a time. I think it's going to be a very mindful project for you to do. Very relaxing, very calming. And you can pick any 2 of these. So which 2 would you go for £19.98? Would it be the hydrangeas, which is the most popular one at the moment? Would it be the hummingbird? I like the hummingbird because I like the colours. I like the colours. Would it be the lovely beachscape, the seashells? Would it be the lovely butterfly? Or perhaps the lovely summer tree that we think is turning a little bit to autumn? And then you've got your lovely princess. Now, we were saying about these being children's projects, as long as you are supervising your children, as long as you make sure they are not eating the beads, tell them they can't eat the beads, and I think probably 7 upwards, they could do these. They could really have a go with these. So which would you go for? 040923 is your item number, 1998 for any 2 of those. Lovely. Now, isn't that funny? I said that I liked the hummingbird because I like the colours. Turns out so does John, because that exactly is what he's playing with next.
In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to add the gems on to one of these beautiful diamond paintings. And I want to go through the basics of it. Most of this one has been done, and Sam has done most of this one for me. He really enjoys doing these. So as with the card kit, you're going to receive all of the gems that you need. So you're going to get a strip with all of the gems that you actually need, colour coded. You're going to get a tray, a pickup tool, and again, the wax. So what we're going to do is just start the pickup tool first. So I'm going to take the wax, peel back the paper, and I'm just going to push it into it so that it picks up the wax inside. And this was what makes the tool actually sticky to pick up the gems. Now, if you can see down the side here, you've actually got comparison table, and it's actually listed on each individual one. And this tells you what the actual gem colours are and what actually matches in there with it. So this is the hummingbird, and we can see here the bit that's not been done has got the J's and the E's and the A's, so it's all coded actually onto the canvas. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start with, let's have a look here, let's start with the J. Now I'm finding it quite difficult to see, and that's where the light box comes in really, really handy. If I turn the light box on and I keep the button pressed, then it gets the intensity of the light to the maximum. And that way all of these little white letters are far more visible. I hope that comes across, but to me here these are a lot more visible. I can actually see what I'm doing. So I'm going to take, here we go, we're looking for J. So we've already sorted these ones out, and this is J, 22J as marked on the packet. So this is the one I'm going to use. And you'll actually find as well, you've got a colour code by the side of this. It tells you, so 22 is J, and it would be 939 in colours. So I'm going to add them all into here, give the tray a shake. As you can see, as I shake it, a lot of the actual gems fall flat on their back, so they're easy for pickup. So we simply take the tool, I'm going to peel back a little bit of the adhesive sheet, keeping some in place. And we're just going to pick up the gem, and I'm going to place it against the J mark. So if you've seen the card kit has numbers. This has letters. So you can see there, I've got 3 in the J. The next line is J, 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 and J. Then it moves to E. So I want to stop. I don't want to add any more J's to that. And I find it easier to add all of one colour first. So rather than changing colours in the middle, I'm going to add all of the J's on, and then we will move on to the E, which we'll see in a second. Right, so I've put all of the J's in. So now I'm going to move to the next colour, which is E, which again is marked down here. So we have a look down and find out E, which is number 12, 12E. So again, I'm going to add these to the tray. And again, give it a shake and you'll see most of them will fall flat. The more you shake it, the flatter they go. Peel back the paper. And we're just going to then pick up an E. And you'll see what happens is the way these have been made is that the colour subtly changes. So we had a very dark blue, which was J. This E colour is a slightly lighter colour. I think there must be thousands of shades in this because they really pick up all the beautiful colours that you get in the original pictures. But I'm just going down now and putting all of the E's in. It really is very easy. So we'll go in, I'll do another row of E. So we get E, E, and then we run to an A, so I leave that. We'll go and pick up another one. So I've got an E, an E, an E. Then we go to A, but check the row because there's another E there. There's another E there. So it's easier to do each colour at a time, and I find easier to do a row. I know that's what Sam does when he's doing them. Then we go to an E, and there's another E there. And I'll carry on with the E's and we'll come back in a few minutes and we'll add the next colour in. So I've got all of the next colour in, which was the E, and now we're on to the A, which again is a lighter colour. The chart at the side tells you which one it is. It's on the packet, so I'm just going to tip these all out. And again, give the tray a shake to flatten the gems off, peel it off. And you can see here, I've got a really nice section where it goes lighter. So the first colour that I put on was a very dark blue. The next colour was a sort of mid to dark. This one is quite a nice sort of cobalty blue colour. And this is how the images are made up, of actual different colours, different shades in different areas. Very similar to how pictures are made with pixels. These are just made with slightly larger pixels. So we'll drop in the A's. Let's give that a shake just to get them flat on their back again. So anytime that happens, just give the tray a really light shake. So we'll pop the A's in, and I will then just finish this one off and show you the finished product. So I've added the last colour into this one. So the last colour on this one was 7B. So again, 7 and marked there as B. And you can see that I've got that all go through, and the tail section that I've actually finished, just lost one off there. Let's pop that back on. The tail section that I finished is all in the blue. So all you need to do is make sure you give it a good press down. Use the actual carrier sheet and make sure that you've got all your gems well pressed down. You can seal it when it's finished. And I'm just going to turn the light box off so that hopefully we can see the colour come through and you can there see all the gems. So how beautiful that hummingbird looks all completed. And a picture like this without the backing, with a beautiful photography backing, should only take you a few hours. It's not a full painting. This is a great one to start on. The hummingbird is a beautiful image and it's a great one to get started with.
Well, I'm glad that John absolutely agreed with me, because that was my favourite as well, that hummingbird. So if you want to get any of those, all you have to do is pick and mix 2 of those images. The item number is the same, 040923, and then you will be able to get them home and start playing. And it really is easy. But let's finish on this light panel, because it has been a really popular thing to buy today on the show. Lots of people going for it. I mean, first of all, the pricing, it should be £60. It's down to £39.99, and then you're dividing the cost into 2. So for, just under £20 today, plus of course your postage, you are going to get this home, and it is really clever. One of the things is, I've seen a lot of these panels out there. Just to point out, this is on the mains, so you do have to be plugged in when you're using it. But one of the things is, with the light panels I've seen, normally you have 3 settings. So you click the button and you go, it's dim, it's a little bit brighter, it's really bright. With this is so clever, because you just hold on to this, and then literally the light, I mean, you can't see because it's, should bring them down again, because it's really good. So if we if we look at this here, so that's quite bright, dim, 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 and then it goes back up again. Right, and then you click it off, and it, oh, there you are. So you can choose exactly how you want it to be, which is really clever, by literally increments as you're going down. So if you, and you can see it's going to give you a really good light. If you are in a room where somebody's perhaps watching TV or something like that, and you know they don't want the big lights on and you want to craft, brilliant. Get this, pop it on your knee, pop it on a tray, sit there and craft. Maybe you're in a room that is just not really very well lit. Pop it on your knee. I mean, one of the things that we like to do, I'm not saying at all, I'm clarifying now that this is not replicating daylight, but you know, we do always sort of go towards the window, go towards the light, don't we, when we want to try and see what we're doing. And this is great because this will, you know, give you that kind of extra illumination that you need. So fantastic to have around the house, really thin, very, very portable, great space as well, a good 12 by 12 of it on there. As we were saying, in terms of the traceability, really fantastic because we've got some thick card here, and we're saying, you know, you could easily pop that on, pop some card over and start tracing. But if you look at that side as well, look, you can see that pattern is coming through. So if you wanted to create your own 12 by 12s and you want to trace through and then use your own colorways, you could do that. And this is very thick card, so it's absolutely brilliant. It does come with its bag, and it also comes with 4 metal stencils. Contents will vary, but you will get 4 metal stencils, and you will also get your embossing board as well. It's LED, so it doesn't heat up. Your hands are not going to get really hot and sweaty working on it. It's not going to be uncomfortable at all. And because it's got that lovely thin edge as well to it, that means it is very comfortable to work with. So definitely have a think about that one. 784249, your item number, just $19.99 today if you're paying with your Flexi buy option there. Hochanda.com is where you need to pop on to buy, or of course you can pick up the phone and give us a call. Also as well in our show we had these lovely creations. These are so easy to do. You literally just, it's beading by numbers. So you get the beads, you get the tray, bit of wax, and you get your tool, and then you get your picture, and you just pop the beads on the pictures, and that's it. They just stick. They just stick on there. The hummingbird, we really love him. This is a pick and mix, so you can choose any two. So it's 040923, your item number, and then you just choose 2 of the images that you would like to choose. And they are all beaded, so what you're looking at is a cover. Every single bead is covering that canvas. It's not on canvas, we put them on canvas, but you can. Lovely princess there, so in terms of an item for a child to play with, as long as you're supervising them, explain they must not eat the beads, but I think age 6, 7 upwards would be able to do this. And because what? Yes, because the little beads are faceted, they will sparkle. So if I just show you this and show you that, you see, look at that. Oh, that is like a lovely sunny day when you look across the sea and you see all that lovely sparkle. So there you are, and they're very easy to do. Very mindful projects, very relaxing, and I think, you know, not too difficult a project to do as well. So you could certainly get those done in the next few weeks. $19.98 is the price that you will pay today instead of nearly £30. 040923 is your item number. The most popular now has changed from the hydrangeas to the butterfly. A lot of people going for that one. I'm not surprised. It's lovely colours, lovely flowers, lovely butterfly to play with there. So 040923, $19.98 today. That gets you 2 of these lovely projects. So which 2 would I buy? I would go for the hummingbird, definitely. I like him. And then, you see, if my daughter had been younger, I would have gone for the princess. But she's now 15, so she ain't going to be interested in that. Princess. Oh, the drama, the histrionics. Well, I think I'd probably go for the trees. The trees. I'd go for the trees. Yep, those are my 2, but it's up to you. 040923 is your item number. Do you know what? That butterfly is like a magnification of what's going on in the tree. Because in the trees, there's probably a butterfly, and then you do the butterfly big style. Well, it's your storytelling, isn't it? Whatever you want to do, go to the website hochanda.com, pick up the phone, give us a call, 040923, pick 2, get them home and play and enjoy yourself. Well, this has been a lovely 7 o'clock. It's been a nice way to ease you in, hasn't it? Nice way to ease you in. Plenty more on the way here, of course, including our one-day special coming up from All and Create. So I do hope that you'll keep with me here for the next 3 hours live on Hochanda. So All and Create, the one-day special, as I mentioned, lots of lovely demonstrations coming from Tracy, because all the things are designed by Tracy in that show. We've got Every Day by Anna Hersham, and then picture this. See you in a bit.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Well, hello, a very good morning to you. How are you? If this is your first time here today at Hochanda, welcome. It is lovely to have your company. My name is Rachel, and this is our one-day special hour. Now, our one-day special is always in the same destination hours. So basically, every single day of the week, we launch a one-day special at 6 o'clock. We then have it on at 8 o'clock that night. Is it 8 o'clock? Yep. And then it's 8 o'clock the next morning, and then it's at 12, and then 4. And then what happens is the price goes back up at the end of the 6 o'clock. Or is it 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock, isn't it? Yes, because the next one is launched at 6. So the price goes up at 6 o'clock. So you have 24 hours to get yourself a one-day special. And this has been a very, very busy one. It was launched last night. All and Create, which we'll talk about in just a second. And this is a lovely collection of brand new stamps. Now, they're designed by Tracy. She is a brilliant artist. You can kind of spot a Tracy stamp because you always have this multi-layering thing going on, but you've got lovely combination here because you've got the flowers, you've kind of got the grid for the background. I love that sort of drooping tulip style flower as well, and of course script in there. Script, that's what you need. Now, if you don't know about All and Create, let me just explain what it's all about. Basically, a lovely chap that we call Abs, he is the one who has started All and Create. And what he does is he works with a team of designers from around the world. So he's got people in America, I think he's got Australians, I think he's got people in the UK. And he gives them an idea, gives them a theme, and then they all design, and then they come back with designs, and then they are made. I did say to him, are you a taskmaster? He said, I am a bit of a taskmaster. I do send things back and go, no, we need to change that. But that's for the better, because what he really believes is, you know, let's not do something that's been done before. Let's try and create something new. So it is All and Create. And that's what these guys do. What's amazing is that whenever the stamps come back from the different designers, and they are very different designers, they somehow work with other elements in the collection. And it is all about layering. It's about multi-layering, multifaceted designs. It's about putting things on top of things and with things. And as I say, somehow all the elements work together and you create these absolutely amazing artworks. Let me just show you some of the things. There is a set style. When you look at something from All and Create, you know it's theirs. But it's this kind of thing here. So Joe Rice has created this masterpiece, put it the right way for you. But you can see really lovely that use of colour. There's lovely crisp lines. But what's nice is it looks very hand-drawn, doesn't it? Which is very good. And the same here for this one. And then if you want to use them not just for cards, of course, you could make something like that, which is really clever. It is a chopping board. I love this. So you could make something like that, which, you know, you could hang that over a door if you wanted to. And you've got another version there. And then you've got boards. We've got cards. But you can see how also as well, these stamps really lend themselves, I think, to different mediums. So, you know, you can watercolour with them, you can colour with them, you can use your texture pastes and really layer them up. You could use glossy accents if you wanted to. You can use all sorts of different colours. So you can go for kind of vibrant colours like this, or you can tone it down and do something like that. That's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Yeah, it's a wedding ring. Best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. And you've got your wedding ring in there. That is fabulous. So, all sorts of things. And then, I mean, look at this. How fantastic is that? That is absolutely brilliant. So, Lots and lots of options with these stamps. Let's look at them individually. We'll look at them they're obviously as a whole, but let's look at what you are getting. So if you start with this one first of all, as I say, you've got that lovely drooping flower. Now, the one thing that Abs always does when he comes in, and Tracy would do the same, you know, you can mask off these stamps. You don't have to use the whole stamp. So don't look at that and think, oh, I'd have to use the whole thing together, so I've got to use the type with the flower. No, if you wanted to just use the flower, you could. If you wanted to take extracts of the text, you could. You've got different types of text in there as well. As you can see, you've got, you know, different fonts, different sizes. So that is the first one. We're going to the middle one, which is the flowers, which we've just been seeing mostly on those cards. As I say, they've got a lovely hand-drawn quality to them. And then you've got some sentiments on there as well. Best wishes today, hugs, tomorrow, and always, kisses, etc. And those lovely flowers just reaching up to the sun there. Very sort of whimsical. And then we've got the next one, which is, this is what All and Create really do well. They give you texture. They give you a sort of grid to go into the background. So this is almost like a kind of vintage postcard. Looks like something has been resting on it and has left its kind of, you know, indentation in there. And that lovely sort of grid that is over the top of that text there. So that as a 3, I think, is a great, great combination. Now, we're approaching 60% of the stock has gone. The one thing with these stamps as well, fantastic quality. You get really very, very good results every time you use them. So 489055 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those. Should be nearly £33, but down to £27.97 today if you would like to get hold of those. They've been very, very busy, so do jump on board and get them as soon as you can so that you don't miss out. Other popular items on the show as well. Every time we do an All and Create show, you can guarantee that everything on the counter is going to sell. This is a lovely bundle. Now, £37.97. I would like to just draw your attention to how much you are getting for your money, because these stamps are absolutely huge. And as I say, you can just use elements of them if you wish. There's that flower, and when you see that flower coming to life, that is what it looks like. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I love the power, the punch, you know, these stamps give you. That's what I really like about the designs. There is a kind of grunginess about them, but without being too grunge, without being too Nirvana. And look, you've got things like that. Fabulous. Then if you want to colour it up and really make that flower come to life, you absolutely can. Other elements like that, but you can also, if you don't want to go down the grungy route and make things quite pretty, do something like that. So you can create little pretty pieces. Don't forget as well, stamps not just for cards or pieces of art. You can make gifts, because you can make little boxes, or you could even make a little memory book, which is really very sweet indeed. Like that. Look, little journal, put all your little bits and pieces in. So that's very nice. Give you one more. Traditional kind of colouring there. And I want to show you the size of the stamps as well. So when you get them, this is what we're talking about here. This is a lot for your money. Look at those. And that's just one of the set, because of course you're getting the other bits and pieces as well. Remember, you can mask off whatever you want to use. That's what Abs does whenever he is creating and designing. He will just literally mask off bits. You know, he will just use elements. So he might just use the bottles, or he might just use the flowers, or he might just use that bit of text. So, I mean, they're so great. And if you look on our website as well, you will find big blocks that you can use with these acrylic blocks to press them down and really be able to create them as a whole if you want to. But those are those two. And then if I show you the next ones there, so that's your next set of stamps. I think it's always nice to see them, isn't it, the stamps, because otherwise you can be like, what do they actually look like? This one has been very, you can't really see this one because it's been well loved and well used. But that's a lot of stampage for your money, as they say. Now, if you want to get hold of all of those, it is 508. Great news as well is a Freedom members price. So if you want to get a bit of a saving and you want to get your free P&P, it's £34.17 today. We're approaching 3/4 of the stock gone, so this has also been very, very popular today. 811505 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those. Let's go to the next one. Love these, also busy as well. So you're getting, once again, you're getting 2 elements in here. So if we have a look, you've got your bubbles, which I'll show you in a second, and then you have got your bubble stamps there. So the way these work is that you can combine the 2 together. I just want to show you this stencil here. So if you imagine getting your little daubers and you get your inks and you're just literally going over the top, you could use texture paste with these as well. They are very, very versatile, very flexible. And these are limited stock now, so you're going to have to be very quick if you want to get hold of them. I love the fact that you've got circles there that are different thicknesses, different sizes, and I also like the grid pattern. But of course, if you just want to use, you know, a couple of elements, you can. You don't have to use the whole thing. That's what ABS does. So you might just take a little tiny section and use it on a corner and use it in the middle somewhere or to the side. So these are fantastic stencils to use. This bubble block, and as I say, that is your stamp there, so you can then use that definitely with your bubble stencils, as we were talking about there. So that is 623281, your item number, £9.98 for the 2, but limited stock there, so that's going to go very quickly. We'll do another one as well. Once again, stencil and stamp, but we're using the same kind of stencil in terms of that flexibility. I mean, this to me is just crying out for texture paste, you know, some kind of crackle paste, because obviously it looks like it's a kind of crackled surface. Once again, you don't have to use all of it. You can just use elements of it. You can just use bits if you want, you know, whatever you see in there. If you see leaves, if you see circles, you know, if you're seeing the whole kind of piece as a background. And there is your stamp that goes with it. So you can imagine how you could layer the 2 up those together. Under £10 today, £9.98, 347373 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those 2 elements together. There are lots of other things on our show, so please hop over to the website, hochanda.com, where you can find all these lovely goodies waiting for you to take, and they are really great prices. Now, we've got lots of demonstrations on this show, which is fantastic. As we mentioned, our one-day special is designed by the very talented Tracy, and Tracy is actually demonstrating them for us. Let's have a look at what she gets up to in her first demo.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I'm going to be using the Fritillaria again this time around, because I want to use it in a little bit of a different way, just to show that you don't have to use the whole stamp. In one of our previous demos we used the whole stamp, and this shows the previous demo, but this time I want to shorten the image, so I just want to use this section of the stamp, just this section here, and leave this area out, just to show that you can use it in many different ways. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to use our acrylic block. We're going to use our All and Create acrylic block. Not that you can see it, because it's obviously, I hope you're not getting too much glare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some colours to my acrylic block, and I'm using Distress Oxides, and I'm going to use those oxides all across my acrylic block. And I'm moving the acrylic block so that I don't get too many squares, because you don't want to just go like this and then you get some straight square edges. We don't want that. So we're just moving the acrylic block, the ink pad, around the acrylic block. We've got Squeezed Lemonade, Ripe Persimmon, and just move that around so it just doesn't create too many straight lines. You could swipe it, but I don't just want straight lines of colour, so I'm trying to add it in different ways. So now I'm adding picked raspberry, and don't worry, the colours won't become contaminated. If you did contaminate one of your ink pads, you can just swipe it across your card. It's not a problem. So that's our 3 colours of ink. I think I'll just add a touch more pink just on the edges here, like so. Just a touch more pink. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these Infusions crystals. I'll just move this along a bit, and I've added some of these infusion crystals to this palette, And these are just like brushos, apart from these have got a vintage element to them. They have walnut crystals in there. And what I'm going to do is spritz that with water to activate those wonderful colours. And I can leave this in the palette because I can reactivate it again. So I've now got some lovely crystallised colours in there, as you can see. Beautiful crystallised colours. So I'm just going to move that on one side so you can see. Bring this back in so you can see that. And then I'm going to dip my fan brush into the mixture. And then I'm going to lightly dab my fan brush, just so that it adds some splatters to the background. Just to pick up a bit more. I've got the biggest fan brush here that you could imagine. So just flick those onto your background. Okay, and then I can get some water for that later. Just move that out of the way. And what I'm going to do is just get a little bit more kitchen oil just to clean up that touch of mess. Just so that we don't get in a mess with our card. Just pick that up. And then what I'm going to do is lightly spritz that acrylic block. Because those distress oxides are reactive with water. So this will give us a lovely background. So all you've used is your acrylic block and a background and a piece of card. So I'm going to move my card onto the side just to make it easier for me to handle. I've still got some moisture underneath the card. And then what I'm going to do is place my acrylic block onto the background. And as you can see, that's all activating. I love this. I love looking at this bit here and watching it all activate. You can press down if you want, so that it spreads further, but I like it when I don't do that, and I just lift it up like that, and you get a beautiful background. And if some of it isn't covered for you, you can place this back down again and press and add some colour to the edges like so. But you want to keep some of those white areas. If you want to, you can press this down and you can press like so, and you've still got a second generation that you can create another card with. So you then get that. Can you see the difference in the two pieces? I love this one as well, where you get the white spaces, but this one I wanted more intensity of colour. That one I've got more white space, but I'll still use that for a card as well. And you could probably get away with another third generation print, but we'll wipe that up. And then what you could do with these pieces is machine stitch these onto a book cover, these kitchen roll pieces. Also, you can spritz again with water, because the oxides will still react with the water. They'll still react with that. So you can still spritz with water. And I just love the colours on there, the richness of the colours. We do need to dry that. So we'll give that a dry. What I like to do when I'm at home is I allow this to dry naturally, because you get these dark areas, these nice dark areas on the edge of the card, which I love. And can you see it's reactivating the distress oxides where I've splattered the water? It's reactivating again. Now if you let that dry naturally, you'd get a better effect. I don't have the time to let that dry naturally, but if I wasn't doing a video, I would allow that to dry naturally, and you'd get these lovely dark patches, and you'd also get more splatters. You need to make sure this is dry, as with everything. If you don't make sure it's dry, then you won't get a good impression with your stamp. So you just need to make sure that you get a good impression. So I'm drying the reverse of the card and then back around the front again. I have to say I'm really pleased with those colours. I think the colours are beautiful. And it's just a different colour scheme as well. It gives a nice different colour. And then what we need to do is bring in our Fritillaria stamp. And if I just bring in the image again, what we're doing is we're not using this top part. We're just shortening the image. We're going to use this part, not the whole of it. It's just nice to split your stamps up and break them up in a different way. I love doing that. And then what I'm going to do is again give that a good inking, missing that top area here. So give that a good inking, like so. And just a good even layer of ink to make sure that you get a good crisp image. Sometimes if you don't have enough ink and you're stamping onto a wet, damp surface area, it doesn't work very well. I'm going to place that down, and I can judge now exactly where I want it, and I think there is about right. And I allow that ink to sit. There will still be some moisture in that card, so you do need to allow that ink to sit. I'm using a VersaFine Clair, so that's got a good open time, and it's a nice wet ink pad, so that means that I will get a good image. I'm just reaching over to move my palette out of the way.
You see, that's what I think is amazing with All and Create stamps, is that you can just keep going and going and going, and it becomes a project. It becomes something really creative. Part 2, by the way, is coming up in just a few moments, so you can see how that ends up. But we thought we'd just show you what's on the rest of the show as well for you to pop into your shopping baskets. This is great. More stamps and stencils again. Let me just show you this one here. So I love this because you've got your little spheres there, but all totally different. You know, even when you look at that one and that one, you think, oh, they're the same. No, they're not. That's actually like a little smiley face, isn't it? Look. Oh, there he is. Yeah, little bug. A friendly bug. But yeah, they're fantastic. This is a bit sort of spidery web. Look a bit sort of like flowers. They could be eyeballs. You could actually have those as monsters' eyeballs, couldn't you? Yes. So that is your stencil. And then you've also got your stamps to go with as well. Knobbly bobbles. Knobbly bobbles, this is what they're called. So if you would like that, do you know what that reminds me of? Ooh, you know the inner of an Aero, you know, chocolate bar. Oh, our producer was thinking crumpet. Yes, buttered. Oh, with lashings. Ooh. Yes. Well, anyway, if you would like to get hold of those, it is 586145. That's your item number there. And that is only £9.98 today. So under £10 today. Fabulous. Let's move on to the next one next. And these are more stencils and stamps. Stencils and stamps. And we'll show you the two together there. Again, under £10, 680011 is your item number. And you can see how lovely they are. And you could layer these, you could just use one at a time. This is the most uniform stencil I think I've seen from All and Create, I have to say. It's very similar, isn't it? In fact, is it the same design replicated by 6? I don't know, but it looks very uniform, which is unusual for them, but I think that's nice. Gives you a bit of variety. So you've got dahlias and pom-pom flowers there. 680011 your item number, under £10 if you would like to get hold of those. Fabulous, fabulous. And then we'll go on to some stamps. Now, once again, when you get All and Create stamps, you have to kind of look at it as you are getting, you know, 20 stamps. You're not. Well, actually it says 20 stamps there, doesn't it? That was so funny how I just picked a number out of my head and it says 20. Yeah, but the thing is that they're generally sort of big stamps. Oh, these are little ones, aren't they? I see. I thought these were those big ones. Because what I was going to say was, when you get a big stamp from All and Create, it is like you are getting separate individual stamps, because you can mask off. These are individual stamps, which I did not realise. But if we have a look here, you can see what you could be making here. So you've got lovely flowers. And you've got some sentiments in there as well, which is fabulous. These are a good size, as you can see, so a great starting piece. By the way, these are designed by Tracy, and you can tell. And I think they'd go very well with your one-day special, which is the first item on our show. Let's show you the next one. So you can see another collection of stamps for you there. As I say, 20 in total. Now, I love these. They're the sort of nibs, aren't they? And I think that you could do some really clever things on here. So if you were using the nibs, you could sort of draw lines off them or write with them like calligraphy, as if you were doing something. And you know, our director just said you could put them on top of houses to be like chimney pots. Do you know, I reckon you could make that work. Yes, and a kind of utopian society or something. Then you've got your toadstools, very sort of Alice in Wonderland, magical garden. So that's those. And then you have got your next ones. Let's have a look at those close up and see what you could do with those. There you are. I dream of painting, and then I paint my dream. And you've got lovely sort of, you know, things to frame the edges if you wanted to. Creativity is allowing yourself to make mistakes. Art is knowing which ones to keep. That is such a good phrase. I might have to steal that phrase. That's such a good phrase, because I think people do get a bit stressed, don't they, about, you know, oh, I'm not sure if I can do that, and what if I make a mistake? Make a mistake. Make a mistake. We all make mistakes. So just, you know, keep the good ones. So that's a lovely collection of stamps for you there. And pop that one back. Shall we see what you can make with those? Shall we? Because oh, now that's lovely. I do love a glossy accent. And you can see there, look at that. That is fabulous. Really like that. Heartfelt thanks. And then this one. And if you want to just keep it quite, I say simple, but it's not really. But all you're doing is layering. That's the thing. When you look at something like that, people will go, how have you done that? It's just layering the stamps. That's all it is. You just need to grab them. Lovely. Create with passion. This is very nice. I love it when you put little elements like that. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, that's very sweet. And then you can make pieces of art for your wall, because this is like an actual board. You've got gift tags. You've got things like that. Best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. You see, once again, keep it simple. Little simple. That's lovely, isn't it? And then there. There you go. So that's what you could be making with these stamps. 847137 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those for £34.17 if you are in the Freedom Club there. Free packaging and posting as well. Perfect. Let's move on to some stencils for you now. And once again, for me, when I see a stencil, I just think of texture paste, but you can use stencils with a whole variety of mediums, and these really lend themselves to all sorts of different things. And you could also emboss with these as well. Let me just show you. This is one of my favourite ones, actually. I've seen Abs working with this in real life, this compass. And he just uses elements of it. You don't have to use the whole thing, but I think that is such a striking stencil. We have another one here, and this is, you know, sort of lots of splatters and bursts. These are like sort of little mini sort of coffee rings. And then you've got this one. Ooh, we like that. Sort of like, yeah, it's like fireworks. Or this is interesting. It's like that could be, what do we see when you look at that? I think that could be almost like when you're looking at a cityscape. And you're seeing windows, or you're seeing buildings, or you're seeing houses or something. Do you know what I mean? You could do interesting things with that. This, like I say, it could be anything. A barcode. Yes, it could be a barcode. 229714, your item number 1497, if you would like to get hold of all three of those. And then we have got one more for you to look at before we see the second part of that demonstration. And this is one of the most popular All and Create stencils, and you can see why. Now look at that. You're getting three here, don't forget. This is the first one though. I think this is fantastic value. Under £20 for these three. I'd pay £20 just for that. So you get two stencils and a stamp. And look at this. I love it. You've got all these different, I mean, there's so many things that you can play with here in terms of semicircles and big circles, little circles, tiny, tiny grid circles. I think that is absolutely fantastic. And as I say, when you just use elements of it, really very effective indeed. The next one is a smaller version of that one. So you can see lots of dots, this one is called. So even smaller tiny dots, which is really going to create a fantastic background for you. And then you have your stamps to go with. So now you can just literally use, I'll show you that there. You can just literally use those little tiny, tiny bubbles. This is one of my favourites. And in the Freedom Club, it is £17.07 and no packing and posting on top. That's my top tip for the show, apart from our one-day special, of course. but I love those three. So 208 713 item number. Did I mention the one-day special? Hopefully you saw the first part of the demonstration a few moments ago. Let's have a look at the second part now with Tracy as she continues using the stamps that she has designed for us.
And again, with all my acrylic blocks, I lift just so I can get this central area here. And if you notice, I never remove both of my hands so that I don't get any wobble on that acrylic block. It means that you get a good image and no wobble if you keep one of your hands still on the acrylic block. And that gives us a beautiful image. And I have to say, I'm really loving those colours. I think those colours are beautiful, really lovely colours. And what we can do is we can stamp our flower on here to give it some dimension on the second background that we created. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to take one of the stencils that we've got in the programme. I love these circles on this stencil, just think it's beautiful. So I'm going to add some stenciling to the background. And I'm going to use the same colours to give a tone-on-tone effect. Not the yellow colour because that won't show up, but I'm going to use these two colours. I'm going to use the picked raspberry and the ripe persimmon. And I'm going to pick up a good layer of ink. You need to make sure that that cut and dry foam is primed. What that means is make sure it's got a good layer of ink on there. If you don't have a good layer of ink, you won't have a good blend. So then hold your stencil in place. Now if you're a professional, you make sure that your stencil is held in place. Of course I don't, I'm winging it. So that's just me. I'm just holding it in place with my fingers. But I've got a good layer of ink on there and I'm just going over. I'm now adding the second colour, adding a second layer with the ripe persimmon, just to make sure I've got a two-toned kind of stenciling. And you can just lift that up and just check before you move the stencil away. And what that gives is a tone-on-tone effect with the stenciling, which is what I quite like. I'm going to do that again towards the top, just with the smaller circles. Just going to add some of that colour at the top. I don't want to cover every area up. There we go. Can you see there? We've got lovely stenciling area here. And that just gives a bit more detail. Really like just adding a touch of stenciling. I think that's important sometimes, just to add that touch. And then what I can do is add some dimension to the flower. So we're going to add some dimension to the flower, and we're now reaching out for the stamp because I put the stamp on one side like you do, and then you can't find it. That's normally what happens. So just move this over, and now I can stamp over some of these lighter areas here. I can stamp my flower over some of these lighter areas just so that my flower will stand up. It will stand out on the background with a touch of that colour. That's why I like doing a second generation. I like doing a second generation colour because it works so well. Because it makes everything else cohesive. So I'm just going to cut that out. And because I've used the same colours on that second generation print, it means that everything coordinates beautifully together. Just add that. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a touch of black to the background, just while I'm thinking now. I'm going to, before I add that flower, I'm going to bring this stencil back in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach for my black. I do apologise for the noise in the background, but I'm actually reaching for my black soot because I've decided to change my demo. I wanted to reach for the black soot Distress Oxide, and I'm going to apply that black soot directly to the stencil. I think touches of black will just lift that design a little bit. So I'm just going to spritz that with water. Move these out the way so you can see. I'm just going to spritz that with water. And I just want to add a touch of black. Hopefully you can see that in camera. I just think it'll give it a bit of life. It'll just give it a bit of oomph. Just allow that to sit. You see, that's just what I want, that is. And I can add a second generation. I'm going to add a second generation up here. Just another little spritz, not too much of a spritz, because you don't want it to be too watery. And just add a little touch to this top area as well. See, I love that. Just that little bit of black brings it to life. A little bit towards the bottom. That's it. I'll hold this up so you can actually see what we've done. What we've got here is, we've got the darker tone here on the stenciling. Then we've got a really light touch here, which I love. And then the second generation there. And that touch of black just lifts it for me. It just gives it a bit of oomph, a bit of life. So I'm now going to add my flower to the background. I do tidy my desk between each session, and I still find that I've got hundreds of things left on my desk. Funny that. So I'm just going to unclog my glue, which I also did before we went live, and now what I want to do is I want to add a different sentiment. We've got another stamp set in the show, and it's called Thankful Petals. And I absolutely love, not only do I love the flowers, but there's one of the sentiments on here that I adore. It says, in art, there are no mistakes, only opportunities for creativity. And I truly believe that as well. I absolutely believe that. Just use one of my acrylic blocks, because I've used that many acrylic blocks and I've just chucked them all on the floor, as you do. Let's make sure we've got our stamp the right way up. And we're going to add this sentiment to our stamp set, because I just think that'll work really nicely. I always end up with loads of space, and then by the time I've finished creating, I've got no space left at all. Strange how we can use so many things in one go. Again, I'm just going to turn this on the side, just because I can see it better when I'm stamping, that's all. And even when I'm stamping onto the white background, I'm still just allowing that ink to sit. I'm not in a rush to make sure that that sentiment is stamped. And just look at that, just a beautiful, beautiful text. And so you can see, in art, there are no mistakes, only opportunities for creativity. I think that's a beautiful sentiment. I know I'm biased because they're my stamps, but I do love that sentiment. And I'm just blotting that. And I want to cut the sentiment up, because I don't want to use it as is. I want to use it cut up. So in art there are, and I have to keep reading it to myself. Don't ask me why, it's just a habit of mine. I hope you've got some bad habits as well, like me. I'm giving away all my secrets here of my bad habits. Just cutting this up. If I was not on a video, I would use a guillotine to cut this, just to make sure we've got beautifully straight edges. But we haven't got that luxury, so we're doing this with our scissors. Just add this. And I want to add all these separately. Just now need to make sure I get the sentiment the right way, in the right order. There are no mistakes. That's it. I'm going to read it to myself again. I love that font as well. And what I like about the stamps is they all work together beautifully. You can use stamp sets, and that's why I always make sure that everything's cohesive. So even with the fonts and everything, just so that if you've bought stamps from the previous releases, they all work together. It means you don't have to worry or think about that. I've done that thinking for you. So what I want to add here is I want to decide where my sentiment's going, and I love that pop of white. In art there are no mistakes, only opportunities I'm just deciding now because I can't make my mind up. This is what I'm like when I'm at home. Only opportunities. I like it under that straight line for creativity. Yes, we like that, like that. Yeah, or do I want it lower down? Do you do this as well? Only opportunities for create. No, I think I prefer it further up. So I'm now going to add those to my card. And I'm just using a PVA glue. And with this sentiment, you could add this to any piece of work. So again, with the stamp, you could add it to a mixed media project. You could add it to a journal page. You could do a journal page all about your lockdown and what you've been creating during the lockdown period and how you've been inspired. So it could be in your journal pages. Could be mixed media. It could be cards, thank you cards, or little notes just to say I'm thinking about you. That's what I love about the stamps. There's so many opportunities just to create different projects. Just going to trim this a little bit. For creativity. I love that. And I like the whiteness of the sentiment, the stark whiteness of the sentiment. And you've guessed it, we've got to add white splatters. You've guessed that by now, haven't you? So we've just got to add some white splatters to that card, because it just lifts everything for me. That's why I like white splatters. If we add that to a black mat, I think the black mat just finishes it off nicely. And then I'd add that to a white card. And here you've got the stenciling. You've used two different stamp sets, but this time you've shortened the stamp. If we bring in the previous sample, can you see how much you've shortened it? You've actually shortened the design. Again, giving you a different way, a different concept to use the stamp. And I'll just bring that up a little bit more so you can see some of those details in the card. I just think it's nice to see some of those close-up details in the card so you can see the stenciling.
Beautiful. You see, the opportunities are absolutely endless. By the way, that stencil she was using, yep, and the stamp, gone, I'm afraid. Technically gone. We are trying to get some more stock, but at the moment they have gone, so you can't get that one anymore. But you could use the lots of dots instead if you wanted to, so that would work for you as well. But let's mention our one-day special. Oh no, sorry, 7-day saver. Yes, our 7-day saver is this, and it is Rainbow Card, cut and ready for you. And if you would like to get hold of this, the price will change on Sunday. It is A6 form, of course, 280 GSM, 200 sheets in total for a tenner. Now, this is absolutely perfect for your matting and layering. So if you do want to pop that underneath anything, absolutely brilliant, ready to go. But, you know, there's nothing worse when you buy A4 sheets of Rainbow Card. If you want to try and cut into A6s, that can be very expensive. So this is actually a really great way to go. Under £10, have it ready in your stash. That's it, but the price will disappear. It will go back up to £30 on Sunday, so do get that before then. 141593 is your item number if you would like to get hold of your Rainbow Card. But let's talk about our one-day special there, because you just saw Tracy using it. I say it's they, the stamps, because of course you are getting 3 of these sets together, which is 7 stamps in total. And what was interesting was how she showed you that you could shorten the design, because that's the whole point with All and Create stamps, is that you can just use elements, you can just use little tiny bits and pieces, or you can use the whole stamp. So if you looked at something like Tracy just did there, and you thought to yourself, oh, I couldn't get all that layering together, I couldn't make it work, I couldn't put it all together because I don't know what I'm doing. Well, actually, when you look at the stamp, it is all done for you. So all you have to do is one big stamp, if that's what you want to do. And then you can just add other elements and start colouring or watercolouring or whatever it is that you are going to do. But if you want to just take the flower head, for example, then you can. If you want to take the type, then you can. And the one thing I would say to you as well about All and Create stamps is that when you use them, I think it's kind of like an education. I think they teach you, I think that they inspire you and kind of help you work how to get things together. And then you've got your flowers, and you have got your little grid background as well. So if you want to get your Wonders special, it's 489055, your item number, £27.97 to be able to get hold of all of those. And the great news is that we're going to show you again some more examples. Have a look at this.
Hello everyone, welcome back. For this demo this time around, I thought I'd use one of the other stamp sets in the show, just to show how they work and use a different colour palette. So we're using Thankful Petals, and in this stamp set we've got some gorgeous florals and some fantastic sentiments. Create with passion, thanks, heartfelt thanks, and in art there are no mistakes, only opportunities for creativity. I love that stamp set, and it's quite a substantial size. It's an A5 size stamp set. So this time I'm going to use craft card just to make it a little bit different. Just trying to change it each time just so it looks a little bit different. And since I've been doing the shows, I'm in love with this stencil. I just love this stencil. So I'm going to use this stencil. And what I'm going to use this time is Distress Oxides, Vintage Photo and Ground Espresso. And I'm just going to blend in a simple way the colours over the stencil. I'm making sure I've got plenty of ink actually applied onto that cut and dry foam. Make sure you do the same whether you're using an ink blending tool or whether you're using a piece of cut and dry foam. Make sure that you've got a good layer of ink into that cut and dry foam. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply this colour directly over the stencil. And I'm not holding my stencil in place. I'm just winging it as usual. Living dangerously, living on the edge and holding it in place with my hands rather than holding it in place with low tack tape. If you want to make sure that you don't make any errors, then obviously use the low tack tape to hold your stencil in place. You can lift your stencil up just to see how your stencil is going, and that looks beautiful. And if you apply enough ink onto your stencil, then you make sure that you get a wonderful, wonderful blend over your stenciled area. I'm going to apply a touch of that darker colour now, just to add some shading to the stenciling. It's not going to matter too much really when we do the other technique, so it won't matter too much. It's just adding some depth of colour. And I can lift that stencil up and you can see there we've got some beautiful stenciling. So I love that. And if I just hold that, oh, I'm putting my lids on back to front, there we go. And if we just hold that up, you can see the depth that you've got, just a touch of shading here in that colour. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to use some gesso. I'm going to use gesso to apply over the top of the stenciling, but I only want to add a thin layer of that gesso, just to bring some whiteness in and just to add another layer of texture to my background. And I'm going to apply it in a random fashion. So I don't want to think about it too much. So I'm picking that gesso up onto my palette knife, just turn it to the side so I can see what I'm doing, and then just apply that down the side. And what you will see is the Distress Oxide reacts with the moisture in the gesso, and that will come through. What I can also do is just water that gesso down a little bit while this reacts. Just water that down a little bit, and then I can add, she says, some delicate splatters of the gesso to the background, just to lighten the whole background up a little bit. I love these vintage tones, but just want to lighten it up just a little touch. A few more splatters than are actually coming out would be nice. That's better. Maybe a bit more force was needed. That's much better. There we go. Just wash that brush just so that doesn't dry on solid. Just give that a wipe. And we're just allowing the gesso to react with those Distress Oxides. And I've added some splatters of that gesso just to lighten it up a touch. And what I'm going to do is dry that with the heat tool, just because I want to stamp onto this afterwards. And I will lift this up so you can see it. And it just gives a different look to your cards, just something a little bit different. Just turn that over, just so that the card bends both ways. You need to make sure that that layer is completely dry. You can't stamp onto a wet layer. Just test that. Yes, that's nice and dry. Just bend that card a little bit. If I hold that up, can you see that the gesso, the stenciling is still visible, but it's toned everything down? Just a slightly different look for you. So I'm going to be using the large stamp from the stamp set, and as you can see, mine is Well Loved. It's a Well Loved stamp set, that is. And can you see the size of the stamp? It doesn't do it any justice when you look at the packaging. When you look at the packaging, you've got no concept of the size. But if I put my hand there, you can see the size of the stamp. It's a good, substantial size, that is, for a flower stamp. So what I'm going to do now is bring in my background and just judge where I want this flower. So I want it slightly off centre like this. So I'll ink my stamp up, and I'm going to ink with VersaFine Clair. I love flowers that have got good open areas. I always like to design a flower with an open area. Sometimes I like to change it up a bit, as you might see with the next release, but I do like to have a flower with those open areas, and you'll see why shortly. So I'm just giving that a good inking. Just remove that bit of black ink there. And I've just picked up a baby white that's absolutely full of gesso. That was good. So bring in my card, and I normally hold it on the side so I can see exactly where I'm going. So I just want to judge, just looking at this, let's move it up so it's in camera for you. I just want to go off centre slightly so I don't cover up all that stenciling. There will be perfect. And I'm just going to allow that ink to sit as normal onto the background. Again, just lift that stamp, that acrylic block, I do beg your pardon, just lift that acrylic block just so that you can get that central area of that flower. This one's a nice easy one to stamp with. Not too much detail because it's got those nice open areas, but I still want to give it time to sit on that card, especially in this area here where we've got that wet gesso and that wet ink. So just make sure that we've got a good image, and we have there. The acrylic blocks really do help that. And as you can see, I've not covered up all this stenciling. Yes, I really like that. I've not covered all that stenciled area up. And this card's a little bit more absorbent with it being the craft card, so the ink doesn't stay as wet. But I still like to blot that ink. It still takes up a bit of that ink for me.
Brilliant. Now, just to point out, when she was using this stencil, Tracy, this has gone. So this stencil and stamp set, I'm afraid, has gone. You can't get that one anymore. But the other dotties that we have on the show, you could use. So that's an alternative if you wanted to use those dots in the background there. But the second part of that demonstration, by the way, is going to be shown today at 12 o'clock. So you need to be watching that show if you would like to see how that works out. But don't forget, our one-day special is here, designed by the fabulous Tracy herself. All three lovely stamps there. 489055, your item number. Should be nearly £33, but over 60% of the stock has gone. It's come down to £27.97, and you've got a lovely collection of the three items there together. As we've been saying with All and Create, it's all about using either elements or using the whole stamp. As I said as well, I think it's a kind of educational process, because when you look at how these bits are put together, if you think, how does text work with the flower? I don't quite know proportionally what to do. I don't know how to do it. I think these stamps can kind of educate you because they've been done for you. So you can look at how the proportions work and look at how the different elements work as well. So maybe that will take you on into your stamping journey as well. So very nice indeed. Let me show you some samples very quickly, because I think, think outside the box of how you can use these lovely elements. You could make something like that which I think is absolutely beautiful, very simple. Then, of course, you could be making lovely cards. I think that is an absolutely beautiful card with like a wedding ring on there. Best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. If you want to use the flowers in their simplest form, in bright colours, you can. You can see once again with those dots in the background and circles how they work. And you've got this, which is kind of like a resist has been used on there. And then, you know, they really work so well. That's Joe Rice. They work so well when they are bright colours. Things like that. So you could absolutely, the thing with All and Create is that you just play. It's about playing, a bit of layering there, a bit of glitter on there as well. But it is just about playing. But if you want to do something very simple, where you just use the whole stamp in one go, upside down, there you are, then you can. So that is your One Day Special. Price has changed tonight at 6 o'clock. If the stock lasts, over 60% has gone. If you want it, buy it now. 489055, your item number, $27.97 today. And that is a great deal for the amount of stampage that you are getting. It's available on the website right now, hochanda.com. You can also pick up the phone and give us a call as well, 01733 60 2000. Do stick around, though, because there is plenty more on the way. Some beautiful paper pads coming up next. And so that is by Every Day by Anna. Hopefully we'll be talking to Anna shortly as well. And then following that, picture this. And then, do you fancy crafting yourself silly? Well, you can, all with Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, a very good morning to you. How are you? This is Hochanda. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rachel. It is lovely to have your company here. We're having a very nice day here today. Got a very varied day here today. We've got stamping coming up in the next show. We've got some lovely fabric panels. We've had our one-day special, of course. And now we are talking about papers. Now, when it comes to crafting, of course, the one thing that you absolutely need is some wonderful papers in your life. It's great if you get a combination of them. It's great if you get different sizes of them. But it's great if you have a lovely theme running through, and we all love vintage, don't we? And I think there is definitely a vintage feel to this collection. So this is Every Day by Anna Hirsch, and we're hoping to speak to Anna shortly on the telephone, and it's called Get It All Bundle, and I tell you what, you do. Now this is on FlexiBuy, £28.44 today, your first of two payments. It should be just over £70, but it's actually £56.87 today for the lot. What are you getting? Well, literally, you are getting everything, because you have got your big 12 by 12 papers, you've got your smaller papers down there, as you can see, 6 by 6s, 8 by 8s, you have got your little rose and flower embellishments there, you've got your stickers that peel off, and I have to say as well, you've got some ephemera, and I love, love, love those gloss pads, which we'll come to in just a second. But, you know, think about those little packets of flowers. If you go into a craft shop, they can cost you £5, £6, £7, maybe even £10, depending on the size of the flowers. So it's great that you're getting some flowers thrown in as well. But it is a lovely all-round collection. If you are wanting to scrapbook, if you're wanting to use this and to fussy cut around some of the elements, you absolutely can't. If you want to do your journaling, then this will be fantastic for that. If you want to make some cards, if you want to make some lovely framed pieces for your home, I think this is a fantastic collection. One thing to say as well, the quality is wonderful. Anna always makes sure that she brings you really brilliant quality. So beautiful designs, a lovely theme running through, different elements, different sizes, and fantastic quality. I think it's time that we need to speak to the lady behind all of those elements, and it is the lovely Anna who's on the phone right now. Hello, Anna. Good morning to you.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yes, I am very well indeed. Lovely to hear you on the telephone. I don't know if you probably just had to have your sound turned down then, so you wouldn't hear I introduced your lovely collection today. And it is a new collection, isn't it? But it's just glorious how you've brought all the elements together, Anna. How do you get inspired? What inspires you?
Oh, thank you so much. Well, there's actually a story behind the collection, and it is just a little bit sloppy, so do forgive me.
No, go on.
So this is my second collection, and it's called Every Day. My first collection was called Come Home, and it was created because I really wanted to create my own collection, but secondly, my husband was working away from home, and I really wanted him to come home.
Aww.
And our house is like filled with teal and mint green, which is my favorite color. So that was the first collection. Now Mark, my husband, is home, So it is just a reflection of every day, really like everyday life. Little did I know that we're going to be in this random situation that we are in at the moment. So when I was finishing the collection, I've added some things like on one of the journaling cards, there's a quote saying everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. Just a little bit uplifting, positive. And then when I was creating the sentiments for this collection, the vinyl sticker sentiments, then they were just created with that kind of uplifting message. We will be all okay in the end. But so little did I know that we will be spending lots of time at home. But it is a reflection of like time at home, warm, peaceful, cozy, that kind of vibe.
Yes. Do you know what? That's a lovely vibe to have, and it's a lovely set of sentiments that you have arranged there as well, as you say, Anna. And hopefully, yes, we will be all okay in the end. That sounded like a dinner bell or something in your homes. Like somebody was saying breakfast is served or something. I think it's just a bit of feedback there. No, don't worry. So it is lovely. So in terms of the colourways, then, is this one of your favourite colours, Anna?
Yeah, so these are some of my favorite colors, and so the mauve specifically, so not really purple as such, and not pink, more the mixture of two, so that kind of plummy mauvey colors, and peach goes so beautifully with it. So I thought this will just go really beautifully together. I do really like two sets of colors together. So my first collection was a kind of off-white and teal, and this one is mauve and peach. So all the collection will kind of follow the same suit with two predominant colours.
Yes. And Anna, if you were to get this collection home, obviously, I mean, you've designed it, but pretend that you were just buying with us today. And if you were to get it home, where would you start and what would you do with it, do you think? What's your kind of thing that you would like to do?
Well, the thing is, this collection is super versatile. So you've got 3D elements of flowers. So for your mixed media, for scrapbooking, for card making, for those dimensional projects, that is perfect. And then if you are into journaling, then you're looking at stickers and ephemera and more, and journaling cards, of course, with more of those 2D products. And let's not forget, and I do show this in my demo, the gloss pad, and if you could at some point pick it up and show everyone to come up with
absolutely. Yes,
gloss.
no, absolutely, I will, Anna, because that they really struck me as well, those gloss pads. They're beautiful. So I'm going to go through every single element when I've got off the phone from you and show, because they're so beautiful, the papers, and the gloss ones are amazing. Yeah.
So with the collection, it is structured in a way where the first collection was actually smaller when it comes to the size of paper pads. So for very similar price, you get much more paper, because we doubled the number of pages you get in 8x8 and 6x6. And in 12x12 it remains the same. But the collection is designed a way where the designs actually frame the center. So I would say if you're designing something specifically, cards or scrapbooking pages, work in the center and then let the designs kind of frame it. Because you will see when you flick through the paper pads that a lot of designs kind of are designed like a frame to what you put inside, a picture or focal point, whatever that will be.
Fantastic. Yes, we shall have a good rummage through everything in just a matter of moments, Anna. So listen, Anna, can you give us any information about your next collection? Is there anything inspiring you? Can you tell us what's going to be going on in the next collection, or any ideas forming at the moment?
Well, I've got two. I've got all the collections planned out already, would you believe? I really want this to follow a life journey. So if you get any of the collection, you will be sure that they will actually work well together. So you had this come home collection, if you missed someone, that was the first collection. You've got this everyday collection, which really couldn't have come at better time. That time at home we have with our loved ones, hopefully soon, but generally time at home. And then the next one I'm thinking of, I'm dreaming of holidays, so I'm thinking of creating a sea collection.
Yes, that would be lovely. I tell you what, Anna, I always like to go away, in the summer, but I have to say at this point, I'm just dreaming of sitting and eating fish and chips by the local beach. I mean, that's how big my dreams are at the moment. It would just be so nice.
Yeah, I totally sympathise. I just want to go and grab a cup of coffee that is not from my home machine.
Yeah, I know. I just want to go out and someone cook me something. Anna, I'm intrigued as well. Your lovely husband that was working away, what does he do?
He's a systems engineer, so he works in the defence industry. So yeah, so he's now back, which is just lovely to have him back home.
Well, I was going to say, actually, Anna, in this lockdown situation, you might be designing a collection saying you can go back now. That might be
I am slowly considering that.
Well, look, Anna, thank you so much for joining us here today. It has been lovely to talk to you. I'm looking very much forward to you coming into the studio and meeting you here when everything returns back to normal, which, as you say on your sentiments, we will come back from this and we will get back to normal and everything will be fine in the world. So, yeah, thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Take care.
And you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Oh, she sounds lovely. And, yeah, it is a wonderful collection. Should we go through it? Do you want to go through it and then we can show a demonstration? So let's start with the 12 by 12 first of all. So can I just move over here rather than... I can stand here. It's up to you. I'll do it here. They say stay there. Look, I'll go make a decision. Right, we'll go here because what I can do is then just show both sides. Now, even the front page you can use. So, you know, look, you could take that section, you could make bookmarks or tags from here, so even the front page. But as I go through, just look at look at the lovely elements here. So we've got frames and we've got lights and shoes and flowers and postcards. We've got an old-fashioned camera down there as well. So that's one of the elements. And you'll see that these are all double-sided, which gives you even more fantastic value. Lovely kind of wood effect there, and that's beautiful on the back as well, because you are getting those kind of washed out vintage postcards there. And then once again, I mean, just the sort of, you know, the way, the colour graduation, because look at that, it's like there's a light that's just, you know, in the middle. It's a vignette. Beautiful. And then that's very nice, isn't it? I love that pink armchair in my house. This is like a lovely, if you go to someone's garden and they've just done it beautifully. Very nice indeed. I love it when you've got script in the background. It's just always something that is fabulous about script. And you've got the lovely camera there again. And as I turn around, look at that, a bit of wood. Do you know what? If I ran my fingers over there, my brain would be going, be careful, splinters, splinters. Of course, there is no texture. And then as we go through, we've got that lovely panelling, very Downton Abbey, gorgeous, gorgeous purples, really clever. What I like as well in this paper pad is the fact that you have got very sort of artistically drawn elements. You've got things like that, which look like it's a drawing, a visual representation. But then on the other side of that paper, that almost looks like a photograph, doesn't it? It looks sort of real. So it's quite interesting that you've got the sort of real elements as well as the representations, as we were just saying there. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Lovely bit of script there. And as we go through, I'll just sort of speed up and then we're back to where we were because, of course, you are getting 2 sheets of everything. Lovely. So that is your 12 by 12. Then you've obviously got the same papers, same designs, but in the different size, which is the 8 by 8. Yeah, and there is also, if I show you here, a 6 by 6. So once again, same designs, but smaller for you to work with. By the way, if you want to buy any of these things individually, add them into your shopping basket, you can. Because I was thinking with the 12 by 12s, you might want to get another one of those because you've got double sides. So, you know, you might want to use one side and then you're cutting into the other side. So there they are. Now I've got to show you these gloss, this gloss pad here because it is absolutely fabulous. I love these. I don't think I've seen a glossy pad like this. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, I know. Look, honestly, it is like photo paper. It really is. And there's such lovely designs like this marbling there. I was going to sort of separate this, but never mind. Look, oh, love that. I love these. Like when Anna pointed them out, I was like, yes, I spotted those. Look at that. I spotted them this morning. That's like a really beautiful, expensive piece of marble. These would be so effective in your crafting if you're using these. They really would. As I say, I've not seen kind of glossy pads like this, and I'm looking at my monitor. They're even nicer in real life. They're kind of, you know, a more 3D effect, and the golds really pop out in real life than they do on the screen. So that's a fantastic little glossy pad there. How many pages is that? 20 pages there in total, and that's a 225 GSM as well. So that's really nice to have that included. Then you've got your flowers. So go over to these here. Now, as I was saying, these can be quite expensive, these packs of flowers. So, you know, I mean, we're selling them for £11.98. Is that individually for the two? So £12, yeah, £6, which is what I said. If you go to a craft shop, and remember, in a craft shop, it might be a little bit more expensive, so maybe £7 or £8 each normally in a craft shop. So, you know, that's great to have those included. And you can see there with the size of my hand, they are a big flower. You know, there's some lovely decoration there. And then as we go across, we've got the vinyl stickers that Anna was talking about there, particularly with those lovely sentiments there, you know, kind of saying everything is going to be okay. And, you know, just keep going, whatever makes you smile, keep at it, because that's what we all need to do. So they are great. You just peel those off. And as you can see, you've got some lovely little designs. And then we've got some gorgeous ephemeras here. And if I just show you in my hand here, so 46 pieces here, but you've got flowers and you've got postcards, you've got the camera there. Of course, this is all working. You've got those lights there that were in that summer garden that I mentioned. And this is all working so well with your papers. So lovely little ephemeras there. Perfect. And then you also get your journal cards as well included in, obviously, all with that theme running through that you've got in your papers there. So 179409 is your item number. All of that, you are getting an awful lot, and it's called Get It All Bundle because you really have got all the elements there to play with. It is £28.44, your first of two flexible payments today. 179409 is your item number. 10% of that has now gone since we've been describing it and going through it. Lovely. Let's move on. So we've got your marble cards here, which, as I was saying, are absolutely amazing. Now, you get two of these here. If you just missed it a few moments ago, let me just show you again. I absolutely love these. It is like a photo paper. In real life, the colours and the golds really do step out of the pages. But these are so interesting and exciting to use in your crafting. They really are glorious. And you get both of those. They're both the same, but you are getting obviously two to play with there. So 6x6s, and in total 40 sheets there. £12.99. I think those, definitely put those in your basket. If you're buying with our main collection today, definitely add some of those in. Or if you're not buying the main collection and you want to treat yourself to something today, this is a really great thing to treat yourself to. £12.99 because they are lovely. 798900 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those. And something which is always popular on the show, these are your spray bottles, but these are really very clever. They're called Spray Always bottles. Now, when you have a bottle and you're wanting to spritz and spray whatever medium it is that you're using, the problem is that when the liquid starts to go down, you're in the middle of the project and you think, oh, okay, well, I'll just tip my bottle then. Well, the problem is when you start doing that, usually the straw is across here, and, you know, all the liquid is in the bottom, and that means it's not going through the straw. And then you sort of, oh, well, let's angle my paper. Oh, I can't. And you can't get everything out of the bottle. And also, if you want to sort of hold it like this, whatever angle, it can be very difficult. With these, it really doesn't matter. If you want to hold it straight, move it across, even working upside, if you're working around something, for example, it does not matter which way you use them, you will still get whatever you want out of that bottle. Very clever indeed. 5 30ml spray bottles there for £21.99. They are very handy to have indeed, and they're 30ml each. So 408380 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those 5 bottles. Perfect. Well, everything is available for you now on the website, of course, hochanda.com. You can pick up the phone and give us a call. Our call centre people are standing by, not in the call centre. They're all safely ensconced in their own homes with the phones that they've been given. I don't know how it works, but it does, and they're there ready to take your call. But if you would like to see our wonderful collection, which, as I say, 10% has already gone, let's have a look at Anna demonstrating it for us.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm going to show you 3 really simple cards with the Everyday collection. This collection is perfect for making cards, making really simple and quick cards. Everything goes together, especially if you're gonna get it all bundle, because everything coordinates beautifully. So I'm going to start from the simplest card you could imagine. And it's literally going to be super simple matting and layering, and I'm just going to add this this element from the journaling pack. So it's 24 journaling cards. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. I think during this time we really need as much encouragement as we can get, and I think it's one of those cards that you could send to someone who, you know, who's maybe a little struggling through this whole situation. And then all I'm going to do to this is I'm going to take a little bit of the dimensional adhesive and I'm going to pop this on one of the ephemera pieces. This is our close cut ephemera, and I'm going to pop this at the back, and I'm just going to pop it here, and literally that's it. So that is the card you can make with this collection. Super simple. Okay, moving on, because we're going to be graduating into more difficulty with the cards. Okay, gloss pad. Gloss pad is an absolute must-have when it comes to this collection. Have a look at this. It's just, the reason why it's amazing is because it's got this fantastic finish, and with a marble collection or marble gloss pad, it's even kind of more, I don't know, beautiful, relevant, however you want to call it. But this is perfect if you're a die cutter, either machine die cutter or, you know, hand machine or electric machine. This is absolutely perfect for all the die cutting, because have a look, I've die cut the butterfly and you can see how beautifully this picks up, and I've also die cut the thank you sentiment, and again it's gorgeous. So gloss pad is must have. We have it in duo pack for you. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do with this card. Again, this is a journaling card, one of the 24 journaling cards. It comes in the Get It All bundle, or it also comes in a separate bundle with all the stickers. So I'm just going to mat and layer this, nothing more too difficult. And I'm going to take my thank you sentiment, and which I've die cut, and I'm just going to pop this on here. Now if you wanted to run it through your kind of sticking machine, you can, with a little bit of glue, just so it's adhered all the way. And I'm also going to take, and that I'm just really into dimensionals at the moment, a little dimensional adhesive, so little foam pads, and just going to pop that somewhere here. But I'm going to finish this off with this gorgeous little butterfly, again from the gloss pad, and I've done this card to show you how beautiful and easy the gloss pad is, but also how easy it is to work with the journaling cards. So with the gloss pad, I've cut from one page, I've cut the bottom of the butterfly, from another page I've cut the top of the butterfly. I'm just going to stick them together, and I'm going to fluff up the wings, and that's all. And then I'm just going to grab some of that adhesive here and then just pop my butterfly here, and again, absolutely perfect. So simple to make as well. Okay, let's step it up a notch, and I'm going to use another one of the journaling cards. They are just a little bit bigger than the 6x6 base cards, so all you have to do is just trim about, you know, a few millimeters from the bottom, just so you've got this lovely nice edge on your card. I've got this lovely piece of lace, which again I've cut from the gloss pad. I'm going to try to catch the gloss. Here you go, on this one. And I'm just going to run my glue roller on it, and I'm just going to pop that, come on, play nicely. I'm just going to pop that on here. Okay, so that is adhered. Now we have a set of beautiful vinyl sentiments. So these are the sentiments, I mean these are half used by me, but you can see how loved they are in this house. And then they also have those fantastic vinyl panels, and they are brilliant to layer on your gloss, on your marble gloss, so basically on any paper from this pad. And this just gives this amazing contrast between matte print and then all that gloss around it. Okay, now you can make it, I am going to make it dimensional because that's my jam at the moment, so definitely going to do that. Just going to place it here, and then just going to pop it on top. So wherever I've got a little bit of a blank space, this is where my sentiment's going to go. So you've got hello friend there, again perfect card to send to friends. If you just have any stamps at home, this will work beautifully. Just pop it in the post box. Okay, so I've got this fussy cut. So at the back of every paper pad you've got the fussy cuts, and these are amazing. So no matter what size you're going to get, you are going to get the fussy cut. So I'm going to use this one, and I have to mention the beautiful flowers that we have, and we've got all those here, and I'm going to just use some of those, maybe 2 or 3, and then just take a little bit of the adhesive and then just dot them around the card, and that card is just going to be a little more dimensional. 1, 2, and probably 3 somewhere here. Here we go. Okay, and you've got a card ready again. So 1, 2, 3, super simple card in just over 6 minutes.
Exactly. All you need to do is make sure that you have the kit of parts. And this is the kit of parts. In fact, 20% of this stock is now gone. So a lot of you, I think, are looking at it thinking, yeah, I could do loads with that. I could journal, I could scrapbook, I could make cards, I could just use all the different elements. And, you know, home decor as well. You could just literally take something, put it in a frame. I think as well that when you look at the value of this, when you think about just using small elements from it, that's where you see the value. Because, as I say, even that front page there, you could use all those things at the bottom as tags. So the value is absolutely incredible. You can fussy cut out of these big pages. You could use them as background papers. You've got the double-sided elements. You've got the different sizes. You've got the ephemera. You've got the flowers. You've got the glossy papers as well. So I think it is a fantastic collection of parts. Everything working together, beautifully colour coordinated. You know, those 2 packs of flowers there, nearly £12 by themselves. So £28.44 is what you'll pay today. Your first of 2 flexi-buy payments. 179,409 is your item number. Should we look at the papers? I think we should. I'm going to move to the side again. We're now panning. Right, we're going to give you the papers by themselves as well, because I think a lot of you will want to buy a couple of these paper pads, because the thing is that they are double-sided, which means that if they're double-sided, you know, sometimes you use a paper and you go, oh no, I've lost the other side now. If you buy 2 of them, you won't. So that is the sort of elements that you could fussy cut. This is a front page, but I wanted to show you the front page so you could see you could use those elements there, and of course you could use the top section. And then as we go through, you get 2 of every page. So you've got your sort of postcards there, and that lovely kind of wood panelling, that frame in there, which is really interesting, and the flowers and script. Once again, that lovely pink chair there with the lights, and we've got ephemera. So you could actually be layering up the ephemera and making that quite an interesting combination. And then this, we were saying this was called a, what was it? A vignette, is that right? Yeah, not a vinaigrette, a vignette. So you can see how you kind of got that spotlight in the middle there and that lovely texture coming through. And then, as we were saying here, this looks like you'd be thinking into your head, splinters, splinters, but of course there's no texture, but very clever, and used with, you know, your other elements, it becomes a bit kind of shabby chic. There's almost like a sort of real photograph, I think, a real representation of a beautiful home. And then you have got on the other side your lovely kind of garlands of flowers and little packages, lovely bit of script there. And as we turn that one round, you have got those lovely planks there as well. I mean, look at that detail, it's fantastic. And as I say, I love all the gorgeous colourways. And then we're back to the beginning again because, as I say, you get 2 sheets of each. So that is your 12 by 12s. But we're saying you don't have to use it by 12 by 12s. You could cut into it. Of course, then you get it in your 8 by 8s here. And you get it in your 6 by 6s. And by the way, if you want to get those 3 just by themselves as a paper pad collection, you can. Oh no, the 6 by 6 and the 8 by 8, right. And the 12 by 12 by itself. So you can get the 12 by 12 by itself, and then you get the 6 by 6 and the 8 by 8 together as a combination. Also individually you can buy these as well. We have got 2 on the show, so a pack of 2. And these are your glossy papers here. Now it is like a photographic paper they've been produced on, but they're absolutely lovely in real life. Look, you can really see that gold is like a kind of mica or mica powder popping out there, and lovely colourways on these. I mean, look at that, beautiful. It's like the most expensive marble. And as you can see there, as you go through, lots of different designs. It's almost like a sort of wintry landscape, that one, like cracked ice or something. Lovely purples and golds. That's beautiful. Would love a kitchen work surface in that marble. Yeah, or that one. So these are very nice and very unusual and very interesting. I think what really makes a project interesting when you are paper crafting is when you use different textures. So I think if you are using, one of these papers with, I'm not saying these are the right colours and designed together, but when you add gloss to a project, it's like glossy accents. When you add different different textures and different feels, I think it makes a project even more interesting. So that is your paper collection there. Also as well, as we were saying, you get your flowers in there, and these are really sizable flowers. So we sell the 2 for $11.98. So that's coming in with your deal today. Really lovely sizable flowers, lovely beautiful colours, very detailed. They almost look real, those flowers. They look like sort of dried flowers. They're really impressive. And if you want to get those flowers by themselves for $11.98, you can. There are the details, 464132. And 20% individually of the flowers have gone. But they really are very pretty. I mean, you could put those onto a child's headband. You could put them onto shoes if you want to decorate items like that, onto handbags. But of course, in your paper crafting, you could use them, put them into a frame with a lovely image, and then you can create a lovely piece of home decor. So they are fantastic flowers to use, really pretty, so lifelike, gorgeous soft rounded petals there. $11.98 for the 2 bags there. Very good value. I think if you went to a craft shop, you'd be looking at £8, £9, £10 upwards per bag. So 464132 is your item number, £11.98. Then we have got the journaling cards, which are up here. And these are really useful to have because they are just ready to go. You can fussy cut them if you want. They're single-sided, by the way, just to let you know, so no double-sided here. But of course, they do match your collection beautifully well. And they by themselves, they come with the stickers and they come with the ephemera, and the details are on your screen, $21.96. The stickers are here, so you can see you just literally peel them off. You've got lovely little sentiments here as well, and Anna was saying that she designed them very much for these times that we find ourselves in. Everything will be fine, we'll get back to normal, just keep positive, just keep going. As they say in Dory, Finding Dory, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. So lovely little kind of sentiments there to peel off. And then down here, you have got your ephemera, as you can see here, and these are such great fun, these little items, because they're just ready to go and to pop onto your project sets. You've got postcards, you've got flowers, you've got cameras, you've got lanterns, the whole smorgasbord, as it were, there. So, perfect. If you want to get the entire collection, it's called Get It All, and we'll give you the details for that now on the screen, so you can get everything home and start crafting. And that is £179,409, £56.87 instead of £71 there. And it's an introductory price saving, that's £14 saving on that one. Let's go down to our marble papers. You do get the 2 pads together here, and they are really, there's something about, I saw them this morning and I was like, ooh, they just kind of stand out. And you can see there, look, beautiful marbles. They look so expensive and they're so glossy on this wonderful high gloss photo paper there. Absolutely beautiful. Love the colourways, love how you've got the blues and the pinks and the whites. I mean, that's like a gorgeous kind of ice wintry scape, isn't it? Now, you get 40 pages in total, 225 GSM they are, and I think they'd be very interesting to use in your project. So great to get 2 of those. 798-900 is your item number, $12.99 for the 2. Lovely. Right, well, Anna has provided us with more demonstrations, which is fantastic. So let's have a look at what she's getting up to in her studio next.
Okay, so for this demo, I'm going to work on a scrapbooking page, and I've already created a little stencil impression and a little bit of a shimmery stencil paste. So I'm not sure how much this is going to be visible on the end piece, but it's just going to add a little bit of a background. Okay, so I'm going to start working with my elements. So I have pre-cut fussy cuts from the 12x12 sheet, which is at the back of the cover of 12x12 paper, and in fact of 6x6 and 8x8 as well. And I have also cut from the gloss pad this clock, and I've got a little chipboard element. So I'm going to use those, and I'm going to start adhering them with some glossy accents. Okay, and just going to, I've got general layout in mind, so I'm just going to use this, and these are 2 separate parts, so just going to dot a little bit of the glossy accents around, and just want this here. And yes, I know this will cover majority of the texture paste, but I kind of half expected that. And then I'm going to take this this die cut from the gloss pad, and in fact I'm just going to lift this up a little bit because this was meant to go underneath. Just a little bit of layering. Okay, that's lovely. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the fussy cuts from the 12x12 page. So these are all the fussy cuts. So I sat down one evening and I have pre-cut them, and I'm going to start building a little scene around it. I also want to use the flowers because flowers are just beautiful, and I'm particularly in love with those, I think called peonies. I'm not sure how they're called. The paper flowers are always called something different than they actually are. Anyway, I'm just going to take some of those and decide on what colour I want to go for. I think some peach as well. And then I'm going to start arranging those. So these have quite thick little kind of stems at the back, but you've got to be careful not to cut it too short because that's what's holding all the little stamens inside. So if you cut it, just put a lot of glue just to make sure it will all adhere. So this is going to go there, and then I'm going to create a little arrangement with those smaller flowers, and then we will work with the ephemera or actually the fussy cuts. So this will go here. Okay, cute. I do like my flower arrangements to be quite tight, so I'm going to use this. So using ephemera or fussy cuts just adds another dimension because they're obviously 2D and your flowers are 3D, so it just adds like a little bit more interest and a background, so you can really play with those layers. And that's one of the things I adore about using ephemera, fussy cuts, etc., because you can really create that gorgeous scene, that kind of beautiful focal point. Okay, I'm going to add a couple more of those. So this one will go here, and then this one, so I'm just going to make it go on the side like this, and then I've got one more, so we're just going to connect with the edge like this. Okay, and I'm going to carry on with my flowers. Again, this one has a thick bit, so this will be cut off, and then I'm just going to place on the side here. And I have also decided to use this element, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it on the marble gloss like this, and I'm just going to kind of find myself a straight edge, and then you can use dry glue for this if you wanted to, and then I'm just going to cut around it. Marble gloss is particularly good for all your layering. Is an amazing paper pad, and I would really encourage you to get it, especially in a duo, because it's a fantastic price for the duo of this kind of finish. That's done, and I'm just going to take this one, a little bit of glossy accents as well, and then just pop that around here just to keep building it. And obviously you can carry on with this as much as you want. I've only got limited time to do this, but I'll just carry on with some more flowers around here. So just creating more arrangements, something like this. I think that would look beautiful. But I wanted to show you the sentiments I have, and these sentiments are from the vinyl sticker sheet, which I'd really think is just fantastic addition to this collection, because it's got all the sentiments you ever want, especially for times like this, and you have whatever makes you smile, keep it. So I'm going to use this one and just pop it here. And then I also have this kind of triple sentiment that I've cut into smaller pieces, and that is what we see depends mainly on what we look for. And I think this top here is a perfect space for this. So I'm just going to add this to the top of this page. And obviously you can use dimensional adhesive if you wanted to. You can use your glue roller, whatever you decide to use. It will probably stick better to what I've just done. Anyway, you get the gist of this page. I hope you enjoyed this.
Lovely, we certainly did. Thank you very much to Anna. If you want to get anything on the show, do hop to the website, won't you, Hochanda.com. When you go to the website, you will see our 7-day savers as well, and here is one of them. So if you would like to get the wooden board with primer and metallic cracking pastes, you get the whole lot there, the board and the paste there, for £24.08. That is 473934, your item number. Really great fun, those pastes. And of course, you could be using them with this collection that we've got here in front of us if you want to use those papers. So 473934 is your item number there for that collection. But remember, 7-day savers, their price finishes on Sunday, so get the price savings while you can. But let's come back to this collection. I just love the name of it, Get It All, and you do get it all. My goodness me, there is so much in this collection, because you have got your wonderful papers and you've got them in different sizes. So you've got your 12x12s, you have got your 8x8s, and you've got your 6x6s. Then you have got your glossy papers as well, which are amazing. You have got your ephemeras to go with, you've got your journaling pages, and you've got your stickers, and you've got your sentiments. So in terms of creating, you can sit down and create so many things from here. So if you want a scrapbook, perfect, because especially with those ephemeras. If you want to do some fussy cutting even of the elements, you can. Those flowers are amazing. So if you want to do some home decor projects, for example, put some things into frames, put the flowers around them, absolutely lovely. You could use the flowers to decorate things like hairbands, or you could put them onto shoes, you could put them onto things like that, bracelets, you know, whatever you want to use them with. So they are fantastic value, those flowers, and those are included in the collection here today. So it's got a lovely theme running through it, and Anna was saying, you know, especially in these times, about staying positive, keeping going, you know, everything will be okay. You've got some lovely sentiments there. But then, as she was saying, you can frame things, you can fussy cut, you can use the big pages as they are, or make them smaller. You've got double-sided papers there as well. You can buy the 12x12 separately. I would suggest perhaps thinking about that, because they're so beautiful, these papers, that you will want to use both sides of them. So you do get 2 pages, obviously, of each design in your paper pad, but I put another one in your basket there, particularly if you're using FlexiBuy as well. So £28.44 today, your first of 2 interest-free flexible payments there. It is 179,409 if you would like to get hold of that entire collection. Let's move down as well to our glossy marble pads here, because they are absolutely fantastic. Love them. Saw these this morning and was like, ooh, liking. It's like a magpie attracted to shiny things. Let's have a look at the marble pages, because in real life they do pop out even more. I love the colourways of them, because you have got some bright colours here as well as the paler colours. I mean, look at that. It really is like that gold is so effective, and it does really stand out. So that's that. You've got a kind of lovely blue tinge. nice. The pinks. The reason they're sounding stuck together, by the way, is because it actually is a pad, and I'm pulling the pad apart. I know. Whoops. Well, I want to show you them properly. And then you've got this lovely blues. Gorgeous. They're not going to stick together though because they're shiny. Absolutely lovely. So there you are. That is your paper pad there. Can't do it again. Ah, can't do it again. It was a one-off. Let me just show you that one because I think that is beautiful with the lovely blues and purples running through there. Perfect. So they are single-sided, yes, because they're like photographs. That's the paper that you've got to think about. So 798900 is your item number. You get 2 of those, brilliant value, and that is 225 GSM each as well, so nice to work with. 20, and that's 40 in total, so £12.99, 798900. And then the bottles. Now these are really clever. So when you're doing a project and you've got all of your inks or whatever it is in there, the problem is that when the ink starts to run down and you're using them like this, you can't get the ink out because the ink is laying in the bottom of the bottle, and quite often the straw bit is in the middle. So it's like, and then you're trying to hold it, and it just becomes a pain. Whereas here, it does not matter which angle you go with. So if you are working around something, if it is a 3D object, you can without having to move the object. Because obviously, if you've got something wet as well, you're holding it there and then it's going to, all your fingers are going to get all the paint or whatever it is that you've used. So you can just literally manipulate this around whatever it is that you are using. If you're using something flat, it doesn't matter if you want to go at a different angle, if you want to use it flat, if you want to use it upright, these absolutely work. So they always bottle set. £21.99 for the 5. 408380 is your item number. Remember, if you're opening any flexi basket today, you can pop all these things in and split the cost. It's all there for you, so you can do that on the website right now, which of course is hochanda.com. You can pick up the phone and give us a call as well. Right, I think it is time for the third and final VT. Videotape. Is it actually a videotape though? It's not, is it? It's all digital now, but we still call them VTs. Anyway, it's the final film from Anna. Here you go.
So in this demo, I'm going to create a kind of slimmer version of a DL card, and I just love matting and layering, and this is using the same page actually, so you're not wasting any page or not cutting into a new page. You're just going to be using one 8x8 sheet, and you've got 8x8 and 6x6 in the same bundle. So I've got my card base, which is a little bit of a textured card, that's all, and I'm going to use a roller, and I'm going to create my mat first. So just going to go through the center and just try to put this as straight as humanly possible, which, as you know, is always a challenge. Well, let's just say it is semi-straight. And then I've pre-cut this. Now you can obviously prop it up on some dimensionals if you wanted to, but I'm going just to put it straight. So you can see this is all made from the same page, which is just brilliant because it's just really cost effective and yeah, economical, which is the same thing as cost effective. So I should just carry on crafting. Right, okay, so nice and straight. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the fussy cuts. So you can either use ephemera or fussy cuts, and I'm going to create kind of a scene from a different page onto this page, because you can do that if your heart so desires, and mine desires this kind of layout. And then another thing I've done here, look, this is the actual tag from the last page of every paper pad. So this is from the 8x8, and you've got 12 of them, and you can just cut them, and you can mat and layer them. But look, you don't have to mat and layer on you know, the complete bit. You can just mat and layer a little bit, which just wherever you want it to stand out. So I want this to differentiate from this purple, so I can just put like a little mat just halfway through the page, and that uses some of the rest of the paper. So literally this is all I have left from that strip. And also it creates a different type of matting and layering and different effect as well. Okay, so here we go, and then I'm going to take some of those dried flowers. Now I really wanted to incorporate this because we all go for walks trying to get some fresh air at the moment while social distancing, and I have picked this up on my walk actually, and this is super cute, and just gave it a little time to dry, and I thought it's going to be absolutely perfect to be incorporated into my card. So I'm going to tack that behind this here. So I'm just going to use some wet glue. Oh, this is going to be interesting because the wet glue is going to go everywhere. Okay, here we go. Look how pretty this is. I'm just going to give it good press. Now this is glossy accents, so I'm just going to smear it round just to give it a little, give my card a little bit of a gloss. You can do that with glossy accents. And then I've got this beautiful butterfly. Again, I just wanted to remind you of the beauty of the gloss pad, which we have in a complete collection, or on its own as well in a duo pack for you. And I'm just going to pop that together, and again this butterfly has been die cut. The top has been die cut in one color, the bottom from another color, and then just going to add, oh yeah, look at this. Okay, so you've got this beautiful card. Now if you want to add a sentiment, by all means you can, and I'm just going to add the what do I have? What do I have here? I've got keep going. That's what I'm going to add. Just going to add keep going, and just going to pop it here, or not here, here. Perfect. Okay, so you've got a lovely little DL card there, and that is just still flat enough to pop through the post, and this doesn't matter if it's going to get squashed, but here you go. So that is your project.
There you are. All you need to do is get it all, as they say. 179409 is your item number if you would like to get it all. You don't have to pay for it all today, though. You don't have to pay for half of it because it's on FlexiBuy. So 28.44, your first of 2 interest-free flexible payments. And what you need is papers, you need flowers, you need ephemera, you need stickers, you need journaling cards, you need lovely quality and colours and inspiration and advice. Well, the advice kind of comes from the papers because it's just there. It's just there to put together. And it's a lovely collection. And Anna has really thought it through and thought about how it all works, so you don't have to do the hard work. She's done it for you. And just literally, when you get it home, just lay it out in front of you and have a look at it and go, ooh, where am I going to start? Because as we've said, you could be using it for your home decor. You could be just making lovely frames. You could be using it for your card making. You could be using it for your scrapbooking. You could be using it for your journaling. There are so many different ways that you could be using these collections. Remember that the cards, the papers rather, the 12x12s are double-sided, as are the 8x8s and 6x6s, and we do sell them individually. So if you are wanting to get hold of extra ones and pop them into your flexi basket today, you absolutely can. And they are so lovely. The glossy papers are my favourite. They are absolutely beautiful. Love the gloss papers. Let me just show you again. We do have those in sets of 2 on the show as well if you want to buy more of them, but these are just so different because they are printed on this lovely photo paper. And yeah, they're lovely sort of different coloured marbles and textures. And as we were saying, you know, as we were saying, me and my invisible friend, as I was saying, if you want to do some paper crafting and things and you use different textures, so gloss and matte finishes, I think it makes your paper crafting even more interesting. So I think it's really great to have these gloss finishes thrown in with your papers there. 179409 is your item number if you would like to get hold of those. At 28.44, your first of 2 interest-free flexible payments today. Just to finish off the show, let's just give you some more inspiration, just a minute of some finished samples by our lovely Anna.
So I wanted to take a moment to show you some of the projects that I've created with the Everyday collection that may not necessarily be on the set, just to give you a little bit more inspiration. So you have this beautiful mixed media piece with lots of flowers and ephemera from the collection. Then we have a card using 6x6 paper pad. Some of the gloss pad you can see, this was die cut with a gloss pad. Then we have more cards, and I love incorporating the gloss pad. You can see on here, and matching a layering with the gloss pad. And these are the fussy cuts. So I cut them with a white border. Then we have more gloss pad on those lovely little leaves, so you can see how fantastic this shine is. And then I also have this little tag. This is just mounted on a chipboard, and then the last piece I have is this lovely scrapbooking page, nice and busy project with some stenciling and the fussy cuts, ephemera and flowers, and of course the gloss pad.
Lovely. So what are you going to make? Have you decided? Have you been inspired today? Is it going to be a wonderful scrapbook piece? Is it going to be a piece of home decor that you're going to frame? Is it going to be some lovely cards? Are you just going to get these bits home and just stroke them until you work it out? Well, all you have to do is pick up the phone, give us a call, or go onto the website. There's your item number. It is 179409. I'm loving the name of it. Get it all, and you absolutely do. Remember, if you want to add to the collection, you can get any extra bits and pieces on the website, Hochanda.com. But you've got quality, you've got quantity, you've got beautiful designing, you've got those 3D elements in terms of those flowers, and then you've got the ephemera, you have got the sentiments, the vinyl stickers, you have got the gloss papers, you have got the 12x12s, you have got the 8x8s, you have got the 6x6s, you have got it all, basically. You've got it all, but only if you put it into your shopping basket right now. It is 179409. Great saving as well, and great with the flexible payments. So 28.44, your first of 2 interest-free flexible payments a day. Go to the website Hochanda.com, or you can pick up the phone, of course. Give us a call, 01733 26,000. 62,000. I can never get it the right way. 62,000. One thing I can get right is the time, and I know we've come to the end of this hour, and the next hour is almost upon us, so hopefully you will join us for that one. Which is Picture This, also a fantastic track by Debbie Harry. Craft yourself silly after that, and then we've got the All and Create One Day special. I will see you in a matter of moments.
Calling all the Hochanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one-day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one-day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Well, hello and very good morning. Welcome to Hochanda. I've been here for quite some time. This is my 4th live hour now. It's my last hour, but of course, Hochanda is continuing all the way through the day. It's rainy, it's miserable outside. Hopefully you'll stay with us throughout the day. Anyway, welcome. My name is Rachel, and we've got a lovely show for you now, and we're actually going to be talking to Andy in a matter of moments. But we have got a fantastic way to make you into a brilliant artist. Can you imagine being able to create works of art like that? If you are into your pencil drawing, you will know that that is actually really quite a difficult thing to do. To get the perspective right, to get the lines right, to get all the detail in there, that's very difficult. But how about if you stamp it? Now the problem is that when you get stamps, they can be quite small, and then you can't really kind of create the scene. Well, that's what Picture This do really well, because they give you the stamps so that you can just keep going and going and going and going and create these amazing masterpieces. Now on this show we've got so many stamps that all work together, which is fantastic, but these are brand new, and it is your Quayside collection. 15 stamps in total, as you can see, and you've got all the elements to really create these fantastic scenes and to start to play with them. I think if you leave them just in black and white as pencil drawings, they are beautiful, but if you want to colour wash with them, then you can really bring them to life. And when you use a little bit of watercolour with them, it makes you look like an amazing artist. Talking about amazing artists, we now have a Skype call. We're so down with the kids here with the lovely Andy. Hello, Andy. How are you?
Hello.
So, Andy, I can see you're in your kitchen there. Can I just say, Andy, I'm very impressed by your pan set in the background. You have a lot of pans.
Yeah, more for show than use.
Oh, really? Okay. So how are you today, Andy? Is it horrible and miserable where you are? Because it's pretty rainy and wet here.
Yeah, very much so. I'm surprised you can't hear. Well, it's not a conservatory; it's more of a lean-to. But yeah. The rain is crashing on the roof.
Is it that bad? Oh.
At the moment, we've got a squall passing over, I think.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's best that we stay indoors and do some lovely crafting, hey? So, Andy, you and I haven't met, so it is lovely to meet you. And you are the man who has created these wonderful stamps. Just give us a little bit of history, Andy, about what actually happened. How did you come up with this stamp idea? Because you are an artist?
Well, yeah, tried to be, wanted to be. But yes, it's fairly well known, I think, now. But I come from a fine art background, and I've had liaisons with the business partner, Nigel, for quite some time. He imported watercolour papers, posh papers from France and the continent, and that's how we got to know each other. And eventually we became, I don't know, sort of curry buddies, really. We got on quite well, and we go out for the odd glass of pop and a curry. And we started to work together, and he was the one that, the whole thing was brought about by one of my students, a watercolour student. And she said, you know, this particular image we were using would make a great stamp. And as the story goes, I replied with, "What's a stamp?" And so basically, we explored the whole process, and we actually came to see yourselves in the offices there, and we had a bit of a grilling, and eventually the people we're talking to sort of says, "Well, we've never seen anything like this before, we'll give it a go." All very panicky and confusing. Went on with our first show. It was an absolute raving success. Couldn't believe it.
I thought you were going to say that, Andy. It was an absolute disaster the way you were saying that. No, it was a raving success. Okay.
Yeah. So no, it went really well. It was very, you know, your audience, the crafters, really took it to heart straight away, and it was always my intention to work beyond just individual stamps. I've got semi-engineering background as well, and the notion of putting these images together to create a composition, it came very early on. It was all part and parcel of the original concept, but of course it's evolved and developed now to being really quite a sophisticated process. Or as simple as you want, you know, just 1, 2 stamps. But as you'll see, you've got lots of little sort of illustrations and designs in front of you, and if you sort of show them off, you can see how we've juxtaposed the images together. Not only which, Rachel, they're designed to work extensively and very well with pretty much most of the back catalogue.
Yes.
Not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, this is what I've heard, that not only are you able to kind of go along pages here, but you can also bring in other stamps, as you were saying, and add elements to whatever it is that you're making, which is fantastic. Andy, I have to ask, do you, like this scene here, are these sort of built on any, because whereabouts are you based in the country?
Midlands, Leicestershire.
Okay, so are these sort of based on any places that you've been to or that you've seen, or do you kind of go out and sketch, or is it just all from your imagination?
It's sort of semi-imagination, but it's all based on something or somewhere I've seen. It could be an image in a magazine or a book, to be quite honest. Something in the back of my head will pick up on it and log it. Other times, I'm not particularly well travelled, but when I do go, I tend to look and see.
Yes.
You know, I was going to recount a tale where I was studying a wall once, and people said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Look, these bricks are all from different eras, and they were put up by different people." And well, on camera, I can't say what they replied with. Wasn't complimentary.
No. Well, I do understand though, Andy, because my husband's a photographer, so whenever we go anywhere, he just takes random pictures constantly of things, and it will be like a brick wall. Because of that reason, I'm like, can you not put me in front of the brick wall? I'm not interested in you, I just want the brick wall. Anyway, so I do totally get what you're saying. Well, it's interesting, Andy, because when I said to you where you're based, your drawings are so fabulous and so realistic and so lifelike. I thought you were going to say you were in Cornwall or you were in Devon or something, because you really do bring these scenes to life, and I really felt like you were painting from your, you know, or drawing from your window in your bedroom or something. So that just shows you what a talented artist you are. I know. So, and how many stamps have you actually made in the collection? Do you know how many you've made for us?
Yes, we have actually got a back catalogue of 64 releases,
Wow.
which is probably means there's probably 100 odd stamps or something.
Yeah.
But definitely, when you see on the top of the packaging 06, whatever the number is, it's 064. And that is in less than 2 years.
Yeah, amazing, amazing.
Mhm.
So what other things can we expect from you in the future then, Andy? Because obviously today we've got these lovely scenes and these lovely quayside scenes and boats and things like that. What do you think will be the next thing that you'll be doing for us? Any ideas?
Well, can't really tell you. It's a dark and dangerous world out there. So yeah, but we have got an extension to what you have in front of you. So that's going a little bit further.
Oh, that's great.
We've got something else we want to introduce as well. So, and of course, once lockdown's over, which hopefully will be very soon,
Yes.
we want to extend into different areas.
Yes.
We've got a couple of projects in mind.
Oh, exciting! Well, listen, Andy, we're going to let you get back to your pans and maybe make some scrambled eggs or something this morning. I don't know. I could do that myself. And I'm going to head down the couch and show everybody all your lovely wares. But thank you so much for designing this amazing quayside collection. It is absolutely beautiful, and as you say, it will work with other elements. And I think if people want to add their watercolours and things, they can really create these amazing scenes. But actually, just as line drawings, they are stunning in themselves, aren't they?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they make a strong image, just on their own.
Yes.
And you can make some quite strong graphic images as well.
Yes.
You don't always have to rely on the accessories and all the trim. Just good, solid imagery. And that's what this promotes.
Yeah. Well, that's what you do. You give us good, solid imagery. Andy, thank you so much. Is this your first Skype call that you have done?
In my life, yes.
Hey! Well, that just shows
Yeah.
you, see, we can use technology. We have the power. Well,
It's
listen,
a bit Star Trek.
well, you don't look like you're on the ship Enterprise or whatever it's called. Anyway, but look, thank you
Well
so
done.
much, Andy. And I'm really looking forward to working with you when you actually come in the building and we get back to normal when all this craziness is over. So that would be lovely. But have a good day and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and nice to meet you.
Thank you, you too. Bye. Oh, what a lovely, lovely man he seems. I can't wait to work with him, actually. And what a talent. What a talent. So clever to be able to bring these things together. So if we have a look, that's what you can be doing. But these are they. These are the stamps. And this is what we are bringing you today. Brand new, lovely quayside images. 15 stamps in total there. And you've got all these wonderful boats. And they do really evoke memories from times gone by, don't they? Now, already 20% of the stock has gone. So you're obviously all aware of what picture this do, and you jump on it. And as Andy said, there is more in this collection to come. So get these now, and then you can add into this collection when he brings you the next bits. And there's a railway there as well as the boats, of course, because in a quayside, if you imagine a working quayside like a dock, you have got all sorts of different, transportations and different kind of elements to a quayside there. So I think you could really let your imagination go wild and create some fantastic scenes. Shall I just show you some of our lovely samples here, actually? And obviously we're saying there, if you want to just have them in black and white, you can. But I think if you want to add colours to them, then they are really very effective indeed. So there you are. If you want to cut out elements, of course, you can. So you could use them like that, decoupage them up. But you can just use them on a simple piece of card like that. They look absolutely beautiful. Or you can create a whole quayside by literally just stamping and going along a long piece. You could have the most amazing piece of art for your wall, actually, by, just creating a long scope, a long quayside scope there. But that's how you can use them in cards. So it is a Freedom members price today as well, which is fantastic. So £35 and 6 pence, and that's including your packaging and posting, of course. Or if you're not in the Freedom Club, it is £38.96, and that's 703565 as an item number. But all brand new today. Now, you might have seen these next ones before, but we do feel that they work well with that collection. So First of all, we have got this one. It is the Fisherman's Wharf. Obviously, this is going to work with your quayside. Maybe that's the brick wall that Andy was talking about there. Maybe, who knows? But you've got the brick there, that lovely sort of pooling of the water, and you've got all that shading, and it does almost sort of divert your attention into the middle, doesn't it? It's sort of drawing you in there with that shadow. And that, do you know, that our director just said that's like Dickensian London. It's like near the Thames, and he's absolutely right. Yes. So 235930 is your item number if you would like to get hold of that for £10.99. Let's move on to our next one, and this is called Little Boats for obvious reasons. And there you are, look, little boats out and about on the water there. £10.99, 978 856. Our director has just put in a little complaint though. He said if we could just tell Andy next time to do a pedalo. He's quite partial to a pedalo apparently. Andy will do it now. They'll be sitting there now starting to sketch a pedalo. I tell you what, I find I went on a pedalo in Turkey and went out into the water, went a bit too far, waves got a bit too big. They are quite frightening when you're out there. They don't seem very stable. Anyway, they're okay in a lake. 978 856, your item number if you'd like to get hold of those. Next is Little Beach Huts. Love a beach hut. Do you know how expensive they are though? In Whitstable, I'm sure they're like 90 grand or something crazy for a beach hut. A beach hut. Get the stamps instead. It's a far more cost-effective way to have a lovely beach hut there. So if you'd like to get those, £10.99 they are, and that is 851677. What's great as well about these stamps, you know, for £10.99, you've got different perspective and different angle and different beach hut representations there. So once again, you can create a lovely scene or a picture just from a set of stamps, which is fantastic. 851677, your item number. And then we've got a lovely bundle, and this is called the Victoria Terrace. And once again, in terms of scene setters, this is a great collection to have there. 462226, your item number, 38.96 for the lot instead of 43.96. And look at that. You can see those wonderful, wonderful windows and, you know, all these things. Like who lives behind those doors? Who lives behind those houses? So you can create these fantastic scenes with those archways, the corner of the buildings there, as you can see. And then you need to decorate your scene with some scene furniture. You've got shop fronts, you've got your lovely cars there and trams and your horse and cart as well. So the whole collection there, 38.96, 462226, your item number if you would like to get hold of those. Well, our lovely Andy has managed to send in some demonstrations for us, and we're going to be looking at some trains, I believe. Let's see what he creates.
Hello and welcome to another Picture This demonstration. A lot of you are really starting to and beginning to understand the whole idea of creating the imagery and the concept of linking the stamps together to your own ends. This is something it's along those lines, but with an added twist. A set being introduced today for you, the little trains, quite cute actually, if I say so myself. We're going to be concentrating on that, and what I want to do is to show you that we've already gone through the fact that a simple stamp becomes so much more when you use it in conjunction with others. But what I want to do is to show you this little trick, and with a bit of imagination you can use it along those lines to your own ends. Maybe doing ourselves a disservice here, but it's tweaking the stamps. It's actually making them more than they are. So yet again, these become so much more than what you think you're first investing in. What I'm going to do, so I'm just making a simple stamp like that, using a block this time. I like these little blocks actually, a lot faster than the platform, I will grant you. Now very quickly I'm going to whiz this out. Now I'm leaving a bit of extra on the top because I need that for strength, and what I'm going to do is to show you this. Look, what I'm going to do, see that line? Down that line, and then, oh, let's say about here, so just below that lamp bracket. We're going to cut that out. Now, nice and neat. Well, I'll say nice and neat as I can make it. Now, funnily enough, the important bit is not the wagon, it's the bit I'm cutting out. That bit. Okay, put the other one to the side. Just putting that safely. Now here, I'm tangled up in my flex and my wires that's dangling about hereabouts. I'm just going to draw myself a light line. And this is how I do it for myself, along the bottom. Oopsie. There you go, a bit too light. Now I'm using this to stamp on. Oops, there you go. Now I can't look directly over because my head gets in the way. So bear with, this might not be perfectly on the line, although I'm trying as hard as I can. Nice, modest pressure, firm but modest. And that's a strong, let's do another one. And this is where the line comes into its own. I'll try and do it again. Now, I'm going to ink this up. But this time, remember this? What I'm going to do is to actually, I can see through this, but if you're unsure and you can't, there's the end. I'm actually going to place this back into its original position on the stamp, using the wet ink to glue it down. And because, oops, that didn't help, obviously not wet enough, these things happen. Let's give it another go. Try again. And we stamp as normal. Now we've got a mask going on there, so it's not going to print naturally as well as it should. So I am, for the first time ever, really you can probably hear, giving it a bit of extra pressure. There, that's very good. I'm really impressed with that. Actually, that worked better than I thought it would. Because what we're going to do now, pencil, very, very simple. Put a bottom railing. You can even put a little bull nose on if you want. Put that one back in. There was the edge of the original door. Here, just a square. You can make a frame of it. And one of those groovy windows, that like a bay window that sticks out so they can look up and down the side of the train. Here, your brake handle. Let's put a bit of a, let's make it a bit more manly than that. Okay, a chimbley. And there you have, let's put the planking back in. Now obviously you're going to go over this with a pen. As such, I realise my time's, well, coming upon me rather quickly. So what I've done is there's some artwork which should be with you on the counter if the presenter wants to show you. Here. Here it is. Now in this instance I've actually cut out all of that and replace this bottom half, but just keep it simple to start off with. And you now have goods van, brake van. Proper railway stuff. A brake van. Okay, thanks ever so much. Cheers. Bye-bye.
I love that at the end. Proper railway stuff. Thank you so much. Goodbye. And I'll be back in a minute with another one for you. But if you want to get this collection and to be able to do that yourself, as Andy was saying there, it's about recreating. It's about being an artist. I mean, when you look at them, when you do the stamps, it is clever because these drawings, you know, these stamps are from pencil drawings. And so when you stamp them, it does look like you have just done a pencil drawing yourself. It's a really clever concept. And the whole idea of putting them together and making scenes and creating whatever images you want. But of course, if we're talking in straight terms about making cards for people, we always talk about, you know, some people out there being difficult to make for. Some people, you know, some people are not into sport. They're not into big pints of beer. They're not into, you know, other things like that that are perhaps seen as masculine. So it's great that you've got these sorts of things for those people. And so in terms of making those masculine cards, fantastic. But of course, ladies would like these cards as well because you have got these wonderful scenes. So I just think great fun to work with, great fun to play with, great fun to create and mix and match and just use your imagination. But in the end, you look like an incredible artist. So 703565 is your item number. 15 fabulous stamps, brand new today. Where over 30% of the stock has gone. They are £35.06 in our Freedom Club as well, which of course is including your packing and your posting. Just to mention about the Freedom Club, if you don't know what it is, if you do want to join it, you can join it right now and get your discounts. And you basically pay one payment a month for your Freedom Club. Is it £6.97? It is! So it's £6.97 a month, and what happens is that you can cancel that at any time, and when you join for the month you get a month's worth of discount, so you can look on the website and look at all the Freedom prices that will be on certain items, and that includes, as I say, it's your free packing and posting for the month. So it's a really great way to stock up and get some bargains. So that has got one of those prices, 703565. Let's have a look at the other items that go with this collection. So we've got this one next, a Fisherman's Wharf. As we were saying, this could be like a street next to the Thames, but lovely sort of brick walls there. And that scene really sort of taking you in. What's through that archway? You want to find out. You want to walk through. And I love the fact that because it's a pencil drawing, you know, the lines are slightly curved. You know, it's not all straight lines. Because I think if you are standing looking at a scene like that, it's not going to look straight in your mind. There are going to be curves. And old buildings, of course, they do have that curvature to them as well. So very realistic on that one. 60% of that stock has gone. 235930, your item number, £10.99 if you'd like to get hold of that. Let's move on to our little boats next. Great fun with these. If you want to create that seascape and put your boats on, you can work with perspective. You can work with some boats being nearer to the foreground and other ones being further away there. Different types of boats as well. So 978856 is your item number if you would like to be able to create some scenes with that for £10.99. And again, 60% of that stock has gone. Let's have a look at the next one. And once again, all these work together, and Andy did say that there is another collection coming which will tie in very nicely with the first collection that we've shown you today. This, though, are your beach huts, and we're saying how lovely these are. Such fun to play with these. And, you know, you've got the perspective, you've got different angles. So 851677 is your item number if you would like to be able to work with your beach huts there. £10.99 for all of those coming in together. And then the next collection is a lovely collection that we've put together, and this is your Victoria Terrace. Now, in terms of creating a long piece like that, you know, with a lovely frame around it, just in black and white, I think this is the one to go for, because as you can see, you've got all those houses and windows and doors. Who lives behind them? What's going on in that scene? And then how are you going to dress that street scene? Well, you need the accessories, and you have got them on these stamps as well. You've got shops on there. You've got a horse and cart on there. You've got your transport on there as well. So you really can go to town. You can layer up. You can have several of those. You've got chimneys to add on as well. What kind of shops are they going to be? So you have got all sorts of wonderful, wonderful things to play with in this collection. That is 462-226, your item number, £38.96 if you would like to get hold of those. Fabulous. Well, we did set our Andy to work. We said, come on, can you do lots of lovely things for us? Because we love watching him work. And of course, when he's in here, that's what he does. But he said, yes, of course I can. I can sit down and I can do some stamping for you. And that is what he's doing.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Yeti. Yeti, another picture of this demonstration. Right. What we're going to do is start today. Sorry, I just had a poke in the ribs. Just get my little guide rule down, and it's basically a ruler width. And just a gentle line, and you'll see what that's for in a moment. Our keynote stamp of this launch, which is the new Quayside, and it's designed that way up to fit perfectly, symbiotically with the venerable, almost a family retainer, Fisherman's Wharf. And I think the Fisherman's Wharf is 012 and the Quayside is 061. So 12 and 061, that's how long it's taken to actually get round to bring a sibling pair together. But we've done it, and it's already proving very popular, and most people are giving this a double thumbs up. So what we're going to do is just a proof of pudding, is we'll actually just get myself organised, which if you've seen any of the other demonstrations you'll realise have been a little bit of a hit and miss affair. I don't know why. I'll move those stamps in a moment. I'm going to do what I normally do, which is to pick this up into the middle. Now then, look, see, this is the problem using the full size. So I've got to come off and it's got to come down to the bottom. These are things. Now what I'm going to do is to actually have the bottom of the wall, see? The bottom of the wall along that guideline, and that'll give us plenty of room above and below. It's alright, you can tell this is not scripted or anything, nothing's slick. Oh, lost one, mummy. These are little wonderful things, these are. Look, even manages to clamp it down between the two. So, come on, let's have a bit of professionalism going. So, down there. I've often said I actually prefer the stamp here. It's you get the most power for the least effort. And if you, it is a little bit low, I'll grant you, but if you're working up under the hinge, we just say over and over again, it just ends up squashing the stamp so badly, it distorts it, which is not what you want. Right, as you can see, this is right on the ragged edge, but you know, that's the way we roll. Yeah, when it, I must admit, when it comes to stamping, it's been noticed I work without a safety net. Right. There you go. Watch that across. I'll just take this off. And this really is venerable and very old. This is probably one of the original ones from what is tantamount to 2 years ago now. I'm just lining up. You don't have to tighten up. We tried that with one of the others and it worked well, but we found out it's probably easier if you just sit back a touch. Just sit back a touch. Come over, pick it up. Now see that's off the edge? Don't like that at all. So what I'm going to do, and this is why we tend to use these blue ones, is I'm going to come right up and underneath. You can go over the frame. So let's start again. I mean, we know these things happen, and I suppose just reposition that. That's it. Much happier with that. Much happier with that now. See, I'm not a professional stamper. I just kind of work these things out as I go along. And if you can see my thinking, you can certainly outthink me when it comes to stuff like this. So you're going to be quids in, for want of a better phrase. You're always going to be better at this than me. I'm just going to spin this round, ink it up. Now I'm going to give this an extra dollop just because it's a bit old and dry, like me. Just a courtesy double check. I'm working at arm's length to actually get this in front of the camera, so bear with. Again, just moderate pressure. Firm, but moderate pressure. Check, see what we've got. Well, do you know what? I'm going to be relatively happy with that. Yeah, I think I am. Let's just get rid of these little darlings. Ooh. There's that bit of here. What I tend to do, for ease, when I've got my heads in place, just put that clear acetate on the back. And there, look. Now this is simplicity itself. Take these lines across the joint so it actually disguises here. And say we're using a pencil, so okay, now when it comes to this, these lines, now I'm not going to use the time up, I'm actually going to, what one have I got here? 2.5, let's go a little bit, it's a little bit heavier this, it's 3.5, look. Standard permanent marker, this one waterproof and Copic proof, oh I should mention that, but alcohol based proof. So if you're happy with your pencil marks, just go over the top and you will see as you work through the process. I'm going to go all the way down here, so bear with me. Both. I still don't know which one does the content on the video, whether it's the director or the producer, but bear with me whichever one it is that does that, because even though I did that quite quickly and a little clumsily, just see a double mark there. If you go back all the way across in a couple of places, it helps to disguise that. But what it does, you can see as I'm doing it there, it completes the illusion. That's what I was trying to say. And in a moment when I can do the next bit, I've just got to give it a second. I'm going to rattle a little bit. You'll be glad to hear, not. just double check, make sure I've got, there's a line there. Right, when I go back in a second, a little bit of a waft. And those pencil marks, don't worry about them. And it's just, I described it last time as a secretary's pencil, which it is. It's just a reasonable quality pencil, nothing fantastic. But what we do, just gently lift the pencil out from underneath the drawing, and it fully completes the illusion. Now before we go, that was simplicity itself. The stamps do all the work for you. I mean, it's seamless. It's seamless. We can have the boats down here in front of the key heading. We can have the train running along the top, which you'll see. I'm sure I'll get round to doing the illustrations for it. But something I get asked about a lot, and it's this. Watch. Pencil tip, wrist. Wrist, it describes a radius. Look, see? Now, starting here, those clouds I do, which everybody seems fascinated by and everybody wants a stamp for, and I can't, because an A6 is that, and you just end up with a continual repeat pattern, which is not at all A, descriptive, and B, convincing. But just practice that, using your fingers, your wrist as a radius, and again, pencil first, and you have a series of clouds. Kept it simple, nothing exciting, but not only the clouds, but watch. Dicky bird, tick, dot, tick, dot, tick, dot, little bit of extra wing, okay? Tick, dot, tail. Tick, dot, beak, tail. Simple itself. And it just brings it alive. Let me just get it. There you go. And there you go. A nice, well, Cornish, Devonian, Scottish, Hebridean, I don't know. It's a lovely, lovely little Fisherman's Wharf quayside stamp image. Have fun with that.
Perfect. Isn't it amazing that line there just sets it off? Now, do you remember, if you were watching earlier when Andy said that the next collection he's bringing out will work perfectly with this collection? So think about that as well. A lot of you are, I have to say, because so much of this stock has gone right now. 40% of these brand new stamps have gone. Andy's going to be a very happy man indeed. So if you want to get hold of your Quayside collection to make your own scenes, to create whatever it is that you want to create, then it's 703 565 38.96 is the price you'll pay. Should be nearly £44, but an introductory offer today, bringing it down to £38 and £35.06 if you are a Freedom member as well, because of course that's including your free postage and your packaging. So that is fabulous. Just a quick mention. 7-day savers if you want to get your rainbow cards. They are matting and layering ready to go, and you don't just get one. Remember, you are getting 200 fabulous sheets. Let's get rid of that one. Not let's get ready to rumble. 141593 is your item number. Look at all that. That is 280 GSM, 200 sheets there for £9.99 instead of £30, which is fantastic. So, think of a lovely little boat, perhaps a shiny boat. That would be great, wouldn't it? So that's from Pink Frog. If you'd like to get your 7-day saver, that card will go back up in price on Sunday. So grab it for under a tenner today. Fabulous. Should we watch another demonstration? I think we should. Andy, what you got?
Hello and welcome. Right, yet another little demonstration from Picture This. Pufferfish. I'm using the old stamp because, to be quite honest, we've already sent the nice pretty ones in the packets to you. You should have them. Perhaps the presenter's pointing at them now at this very moment. But, pufferfish. And this is because This one looks like a fishing boat, and that one looks like a Clyde puffer, an old coastal transport tramp steamer, I guess. Right, what we're going to do is a bit of folded card, and it's 300 grams per square metre or £140 per square foot, something along those lines anyway. It's the standard 300. A polished, or certainly a fine smooth card. Now I've folded this in the middle to give us an A4 panoramic picture. But having stripped off the puffer, what I'm going to do is to actually show you that this is not just the end of the stamp. We already know that the stamps can be used in conjunction with each other and brought together in various compositions, but this should give you a little bit something more too. Right, I'm just going to bring in my faithful and trusty I'm just laying that on there to pick that up, and then what I'm going to do is, you see what I'm up to. Right, I just saw me draw a little fine oh dear, that's not very good. This is going to be one of those days. We had a terrible day yesterday trying to film this. Everything went wrong. Let me just get these down. We'll carry on for the minute, see if we can. There, that's better. I should have found a clear bit of acetate to put on so I could slide this around, but it's dropped back. So I've just put the base, the keel of the boat on the line. I'm going to ink it up. I suppose really when these things don't go super slick smooth, it's just makes it the same as everybody else. Phone rings, doorbell goes, dog wants to go out. There's always something that gets in the way. That's obviously took a bit of a knot, but I can actually adjust it back. So there we go. Moderate pressure. It's a fine line between not putting too much pressure on so you don't spread the lines and risking not getting a stamp, but even with moderate pressure we've got quite a handsome stamp there. I'm pleased with that. That's okay. Now I should have somewhere a little bit of spare clean paper, and I'll show you. That's it, ably by my assistant. What we're going to do here is just arch this along. Now I've said this before, but you'll notice I'm doing this sort of just in the middle of the board. I'm using this edge here to keep it square, but I don't like to work tucked up under the hinge. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another stamp. Why is this all looking so awkward today? I'm stamping just off screen, I don't want to knock it again. This is what comes of being left-handed and trying to do everything with right-handed gear. I'm just going to adjust that again. Several times you've seen me do that now. Now I'm watching this mask, and it's just a blank mask, so that it runs to the left of that rigging and down between those two scuppers. They're the holes that basically lets the wash run off the deck in heavy weather. So we now should just be printing the back half, and I'm going to give it an extra little bit of something there, just because even though that mask is only microns thick, it will still hold the stamp away a touch. That's not too bad. You can see where I was chatting and it's actually ended up. Oh, little darlings. Just love them, don't you? This time I'm actually going to, as luck would have it, I don't know if you can see that, but this copy paper, which is all it is so fine that I can see straight through it. And I'm going to pull this down, finding that keel line, notch that out of the way. I suppose really this is possibly the most awkward, difficult way of doing it, but I'm surrounded by camera equipment and monitors, and I'm going to play out something with Melbourne in a minute, so that's why it all looks so awkward. Now, off screen, I just adjusted and I brought this again back to between the scuppers and again nice and firm. Now then, bit rough and ready, but you can see. Let's move that out of the way. And you have two disparate component parts of the boat. I can't think and do at the same time, which is becoming fairly obvious, isn't it? For easy's sake, what I'm going to do, you'll notice now that with a ruler I can just put lines through. If you're not very comfortable, it's like that, it just moves. But go back. I'm going to, for the sake of the demonstration, just rattle straight through now with pen. Did it again. More haste, less speed, as they say. And we're joining the boat together. And there, despite the lines wandering a bit where I've been working quite quick, we now have the same boat, same stamp, small one, long one. And of course, this can actually be as long and as short as you want to suit your composition. Hope you get the idea from that. Not as slick as it should have been, but all valid. Bye for now.
Oh, beautiful. What is it about boats and the sea and seascapes that we really like? There is just something about wanting to sail off, isn't there? Sail off into the sunset. Well, this is what you can be creating when you buy these lovely stamps. You can create your own dreams, your own imagination. You can bring it to life. You can create these amazing scenes. And as Andy was saying, he is establishing another collection which will tie in beautifully with this collection as well. So if you are one of the ones that have got this, well done to you, and you can buy the next collection, and then, my goodness me, you'll be able to create so many wonderful pictures and imagery. Now, of course, this is on two prices for you, because one is the Freedom members price, £35.06. The other one is the regular price, £38.96. If you are in the Freedom Members Club, you will not be paying your postage, so £35.06 is the price, including the postage. But if you're not in the Freedom Members Club, then you will pay £38.96 plus, of course, your packing and posting. And just to show you as well, we've been showing you lots of cards and things, but look, this is the sort of thing that you can create, and it really makes you look like the most amazing artist. Nobody would know. Nobody would know. If you stamped these onto a card, they would think that you had just literally drawn those with your pen, or with I suppose it is a pen rather than a pencil. But really very, very beautiful, aren't they? They're just lovely. I love the scale of them. I love the little details on there. like we say, on those brick walls. It was interesting that Andy was saying about that he was staring at a brick wall and people were saying, what are you doing? And it's because he was trying to get all the sort of minutiae and the detail. Here's another example for you here. So, I mean, if you were to just imagine, you could just go as long as you wanted and create these wonderful long framed pieces, just a lovely black frame around a piece of white card. There is nothing better. And Andy himself was saying that, you know, you don't need to colour these in, you don't need to watercolour them. But I think if you wanted to and you wanted to do a lovely wash, then you can. And if I just show you, when you colour them, these are the sorts of effects that you will be getting there, like that. So really very, very beautiful. Talking about masculine cards, this is a great way to go. Look at that, happy Father's Day with the trains there. Because remember, although it's a quayside, a busy quayside has got all sorts of vehicles. So you've got your trains as well as your boats on the sea, of course, and you've got your buildings. So those are the sorts of things that you could be doing. Now, over 40% has gone. If you want to do some decoupage, by the way, why not stamp, colour and cut out, of course, so you could be doing that. But over 40% of this stock has now gone, so lots of you absolutely love the Picture This collections, and this is a brand new collection today. And as Andy has said, the next collection, which will match perfectly with this collection, is already on the way. So which combination are you going to go for? Where are you going to put all your buildings? Where are you going to put your boats? Which part of the quayside are you going to create? Well, it's up to you. All you got to do is get the tools. Unless you're an amazing artist, then you don't need the stamps. Most of us aren't, so we need the stamps. So grab hold of them today. 703565 is your item number, and then you can stamp away and create to your heart's content. I love the perspective as well, and that means if you are wanting to mask and therefore have, you know, buildings in front of buildings and almost create, you know, kind of like going round a corner or down a street, you know, trains in front of trains. If you want to make it really bustling, you can. But if you want to just use a boat in the middle of the sea, then you've got the boat there. Why not? It's up to you. The options are endless. So pick up the phone, give us a call, or go onto the website, hochanda.com, and there you will find these wonderful stamps. Do have a look under the brand Picture This, because the great thing is that Andy designed stamps from various collections that all go with each other. As he said, there are 65 stamps in the range, and they do work wonderfully together. So do have a look under the brand, shop by brand, on the website, hochanda.com. I'm going to disappear now. I'm back on Thursday, so I'll see you bright and breezy then. The lovely Paola is here to take the reins now for the next few hours, so you have a lovely afternoon. And you will be crafting yourself silly with Selena Fenich. And then you've got All and Create, the one-day special, which is glorious. And Every Day by Anna Hersham. Those wonderful paper pads are on display in that show. See you later.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Coming up in the future with Hochanda, the Mill Shop Online are going to bring lots more collections of beautiful fabrics, all inspired for you crafters, for your upholsterers, soft furnishings, everything for every project. All our designs for Hochanda, all our crafting elements, always very unique and very exclusive for Hochanda. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Please join Hochanda and the rest of the UK as we observe a minute's silence in remembrance of all the NHS staff and key workers who have sadly lost their lives to the coronavirus. Please stay safe, everybody.
From all of us, thank you. And then today we have got here, of course, at Hochanda, crafting inspiration, and we try to cater for all sorts of tastes and all sorts of crafts. We have got from Selina Fennect, of course, Craft Yourself Silly, a combination of two fabulous companies, basically, the Craft Yourself Silly, wonderful crafting, and then we have got the delightful, incredible, mystical and magical drawings from Selina Fennect. Here we have got the brand new pick and mix. You can choose any 5 in here, which is from the Enchanted Garden. And I think we can all see different magical aspects from that Enchanted Garden. £14.99 is the price, of course. Then you choose whichever 5. If we are going to go through every single option that you have got in here, what we have got is the beautiful work of Selena Fenech. I'm going to just put them here so you can see them, starting with the dragonfly. Isn't that beautiful? And then, of course, these are panels. Now, they are fabric panels. This is I would say a medium weight cotton, and of course, it's I think it's polycotton. I think it is. No, oh, it's 100%. Well, we'll double check on that. But of course, these panels you can color them up. It's basically coloring into fabric panels. Then we have got the iris. So think about your fabric paints. Think about your embroidery. You think about your decorative stitches. Think about bringing you pieces of little organza to cut them to size and then creating those maybe French knots around those little dots. This one is water lily. You can, if you want, to do free motion embroidery with your sewing machine, whether it is a regular sewing machine or something like a free motion embroidery. This is the koi and lilies. Look how gorgeous. Look at that. This is the koi and lilies. Can you imagine they could be, maybe coloring in this with beautiful blues? You know that different techniques, maybe pink ink techniques that Kathy shows us, maybe the techniques that Indigo Kay from Indigo Blue shows us, but we do also have got pens that we have got in here for you to use. These ones are the swans. Oh, look at this one, and look at these ones are ugly ducklings, but then they become those beautiful swans in there. And there you have got the beautiful water lily. And then we have got, of course, the ducklings. This is so cute, and they're just beautiful in there. There. Look at them, and you can make them really fluffy if you wanted to. Maybe incorporating some thread. Oh, what about doing some decorative stitches? And then, you know this technique in which you secure the back off, and then you kind of cut into the thread to create like a proper fluff into the actual, you know, little ducklings. Then we have got here, this is the frog. Can you spot the frog? Will it turn into a prince? We will never know. And as our director says, it never does, never does, and they always stay frogs. And as he very well points out, I should know that by now. You know, he knows my age, so therefore he knows that at my old age, I should know that. Koi, here we have got, this is the koi, and I love this one. This one has got the central water lily and the koi facing each other. It has got like almost a yin-yang sort of element to this in a very decorative way. Think about bringing your favorite colors, whether it's with acrylic paints and diluting them a little bit to create that expansiveness of colors. Whether you are thinking of doing more vibrant colors, we do have fabric pens for you later. This one is the fantail. Look at that. I love framing that gorgeous, I was going to call it a bird, but it's actually, of course, it is a fish. Now, this is from the Enchanted Garden collection. Selena is a magnificent artist. I was reading about her on her website, and it's just fascinating. This one is, I think it's the Dutch ducklings again? Ducklings? Duck, just duck. But look at that with the pond. Look at the lilies as well. The water lily is there. And this is one of those projects that if you want something that crosses over from paper crafting to soft crafting, so you decorate them and then you want to incorporate them in other projects. Of course, if you are using fabric paints, you will be able to wash them at maybe say 30 degrees. Oh, this is a turtle. Oh, I have got a friend, my friend Alex. She always uses "hello turtle." She likes that this expression. And look at that. And always when I see a turtle, I think of her, or I think of my mom. My mom's pets. It's a family of turtles. She has got like mom, daddy, and so many little babies. They always have got babies in the tiniest. And then we have got a lily pad, which is a fabulous, beautiful lily pad. And remember, they all coordinate, and you choose whichever 5. All featuring Selena Fenech, beautiful work in there. And then we have got, let's see the last 3 ones. This one is Butterfly, again. Phenomenal artwork, clean lines as well, so it is easy to then, you know, where you're gonna stamp or color in. And of course, this is the finer weight of fabric, or I would say this is about a quilting weight sort of cotton. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's long, but I might be mistaken. Our Hayley is gonna be on the phone in a second, so we are gonna be able to chat. Oh, actually, Skype, we are gonna get to see her lovely face. So this is the bees, and look at the beautiful bees in here. There it is, gorgeous, beautiful flowers in there, stunning, absolutely beautiful in there. And then we have got finally this one, which is this one is Polynesian. That is the Polynesian one. So you can see there are big florals, and because you choose whichever 5. So for instance, if I was going for floral or like big bold flowers, I would go for Polynesian. I would go for this one as well, which is the bees one, so it has got big flowers. I would go for the butterfly, who also features a large flower. And then maybe I would go for the lily pod, and finally I would go for this one actually. So that one is water lily. So you can see there is a lot of different options. Whether you wanted to more the beautiful koi fish, you can do that. What can you do? Well, you can color them up, and of course you can see them here, how gorgeous. And now this is using the metallic pens that we have got on the show, and you can see the shimmer in here, and you can see the fine detail in there. And then we have got a couple more. Now this is actually, if you use, is it this interfacing that they call it? Because I always get confused. Interfacing, yeah. And then, of course, what probably Hayley has done here is just free motion embroidery with the machine to create that like the water ripples in here. Then the pens to color some areas. So can you imagine incorporating different elements? I have got a couple more samples that I want to show you. This is actually this is hand embroidery, I believe it is, and look how gorgeous that is. And that, I think, is that's the ducklings. Yeah, it is the ducklings. Now they're fluffy, and you can make them even fluffier if you wanted to. And then finally we have got this other sample that I want to show you. Again, I think that is hand embroidery. Yes, it is. But you can see the effects you can create. That looks so rich and ornate. Imagine to do that with metallic thread as well. Something a little bit more luxurious, something a bit more elaborate. What could you make after that? Of course, wall hangings. Then imagine to create maybe something like a cushion panels. You can frame them, you can hang them, you can maybe incorporate them as part of a quilt as well, like a garden theme for your summer house. You know, like if so you have got a summer or the patio, like a quilt in the summer evenings. You want to put it around you when you go outside. You can make a bag, of course, a tote bag. Of course, it depends what you want to do it. Now this one, because it has got that finer weave of the fabric, I think it would be really lovely to create something that you can touch and feel all the time. I love the idea of taking it because you are going to choose whichever 5 you want. You can color them. I'll say whatever you want. You can try different techniques. Now, if you wanted to do, like I think also would be lovely to create out a soft book. So you are doing these pages, the fabric, creating your own art journal, including, so you can maybe make some holes. And by the way, in fabric, if you want to make it into a hole, what I would do is do a tiny buttonhole with a sewing machine, and kind of, the ones that you can do. So that will create a really perfect ring binder kind of holes. Right, if you want to go for this brand new Enchanted Garden, the fabric panels, remember it's a pick and mix, pick any 5. Your item number is 658509. £14.99 is your price. Right, we are going to moving on to the next one. Now, of course, we have got here the inspirational panels. Now, these ones are printed, I believe, onto a canvas sort of fabric. I think it's definitely a heavier weight sort of fabric here, but it has got that natural sort of tone to it as well, which means that it's stunning. They are larger in size, hence the pick and mix is of any three. Now this is definitely for a canvas bag. That would be amazing. I am magical, and we have got some that have been decorated by the team. You can see the unicorns coming up because Selena Fenech loves that mystical, magical world. She is one of these people that has got a sort of a magical life. She has been a professional artist since she was 23 years old. And she has written books, she has illustrated books, work in magazine, so much in there. And then we have got here, just breathe, which is what I need to do. Just breathe. But by the way, we do have got Hayley, I think.
Hi.
Hello. How are you,
Sorry,
Hayley?
I sent a message.
How are you,
I must
Hayley?
just say, I'm in on my own, so if the door goes for deliveries or if the phone goes, there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, don't worry about it. How are you doing though?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well. Much happy to see your face. I miss you here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You too.
But we keep everybody as safe as we can by making sure that the guests are staying as safe at home or in their premises. Yeah. Anyway, now of course you have worked with Selena Fenech for a couple of releases. You have done a couple of releases with her.
This is the third release of her work, and the first one was all the kind of mythical and fairy ones, and that's the kind of thing that she really specialises in. The second release that we did was actually all her inspirational panels, so it's quite unusual to have a large panel with text on it, so that's why we did those ones, because they're just really kind of, and especially at the minute, there's things like to keep kind of keep you going, keep your spirits up. They're perfect for that.
Yeah.
And this is her third release, and what we've done with these ones is rather than put them on those large panels, which we generally tend to use for kind of cushions and bags and things, these ones we've actually put on a slightly smaller panel, still on 100% cotton. They're on a quilting weight cotton this time, which means that you can work them into other designs. So this is the second release one that you can see here now. So these are the inspirational ones. And the new ones, what I was texting for was to find out where the other samples are, because I know there are more samples of the new ones all finished off.
Well, so hopefully we will find them.
In the office to try and find them.
Yeah, well, I'm so pleased that you say quilting weight, because I think I mentioned that when I was talking about them, and I was thinking, I don't know if I'm sure, but that's a good point, because these one that I have got in front of me, which is Enjoy the Journey, the panels, the bigger panels, is onto a canvas, isn't it?
Yes,
Printed.
they're all still 100% cotton, but they're actually on what we call a half Panama, which is a canvas weight fabric. It's around the kind of 200 GSM mark, if you're thinking of it in kind of paperweight terms. And that's brilliant for any of your heavier work that you do. So if you're going to do any free motion embroidery, if you're going to do any hand stitching, you're not going to need to put a backing on it. You're not going to need to put a stabiliser on it to do those projects with that. It's a fantastic kind of weight for all of those kind of more involved techniques. And also if you're using it for mixed media, if you're going to put mediums and other things on it, then again, perfect for that, because it's that little bit heavier.
Now I'm thinking, because now that you mentioned mixed media, I'm thinking with this, especially with these ones, but also with the brand new ones, Enchanted Garden, maybe you can go for multiples of the same one and then put a stabilizer behind it and do like kind of fabric decoupage, so kind of do little elements and layer them up for a mixed media project.
Well, even a reverse applique technique would work really, really well with that. So you put the fabric that you want to see behind the image, stitch round it. So say, example, the one you had there, Enjoy the Journey with the unicorn on. So you would put the fabric that you want to see behind it, use the pattern on the front to stitch round that unicorn shape.
Yeah.
And then actually cut the unicorn out carefully from the front and allow that fabric you've stitched on the back to show through.
So you would use that on the reverse, basically, to guide you where you can, and that is absolutely fabulous. That makes a lot of sense. Now, of course, and we have got the pens as well on the show, which are, can you tell us more about them?
these pens, we kind of found them about a year ago now, and they are a really nice fabric pen because all you have to do to set them is just to heat fix them. By heat fix, what I mean is a dry iron. So just your normal iron without any water in, hot as you can get it, and straight over the top. Now, when I say hot as you can get it, that's fine if it's on the fabrics that we supply, which are 100% cotton. If you're using it on something like a polyester or a polycotton, then obviously heat to the level of the fabric. You may have to apply the heat for a little bit longer to be able to get it to fix. But we recommend using them on pure cotton fabrics.
Okay.
And there's two different sets. Well, there's two different sets, but they're all together in Hochanda land. And there's a glitter set and a neon set. Now, the glitter set, really, really good because they do actually still hold their glitter. Well, once it's kind of been, used a bit and worn a bit, they really hold their glitter ever so well. And then the neon set. Now, you've got a sample there in the studio, and initially the neon looks quite bright. But what I tend to use the neon set more for is actually blending them with those glitter ones. Sorry, that's my mum. I'm just going to tell her I'm on the telly.
Okay, do you say that? This is what happens in real life, and we love you for that. Yeah, we should show this as well, but you can see in there, of course, while Hayley is talking to her mom, we will keep her on the phone so we can go back to her in a second. But you can see what Hayley was, you can see in here the glitter and, of course, some of the neon. Is that Hayley?
Sorry.
That's okay. I love this. It's just,
I'm in on my own. My nan's not well at the minute, so they're trying to sort her out. So I kind of have to be available and here.
Yeah, of course. Now we appreciate that they're just taking the time to talk to us as well, and I hope your whole family stays well, and your nan stays recuperates as well. Now you can see in here that is this the sample you were talking?
Yes, so that one's got the just the kind of stock colours in, but if you start looking out further towards the leaves on the sides there, they've actually used the darker colours from the neon and those glitters to blend them through, and these pens blend so well. And I know we've got a little video doing some blending techniques, and I think I've done a video on how to frame them as well, because I mean it's all well and good colouring them in, but then what do you do with them once you've coloured them in? And I've showed a couple of technique for framing them, which is brilliant. So that could be used for cushions, for bags, for if you want to make a quilt, you can do a number of the smaller panels that we've introduced today and then join them all together.
Well, thank you so much, Hayley. That is a great information. And of course, we will be seeing the demos that you have sent in. Thank you so much, Hayley. Stay safe and lots of love to you and your family.
See you later.
See you later. Bye. Now, of course, there we have got the details for those pens that Hayley was talking about. But in front of us, we have got the inspirational panels. As Hayley was saying, is printed onto 100% cotton canvas weight that has got a bigger size. And of course, being 100% cotton means that you can use the techniques that Hayley was talking about. This one is, I believe in myself, and I think there is such empowering messages in this. And I think for these days to sit down and color a panel, whether it is with pens, whether it is with hand embroidery, whether it is with freehand embroidery, a free motion embroidery, whether it is just using your acrylic pens. Of course, you just make sure if you want to use them for, say, a canvas bag, or if you wanted to use them for a shopping bag, something that you want to wash, that you use a marker like the ones that we have got on the show that are washable. And look, watch me shine. Love this. This is nice with the kind of diamonds coming off it. Those jewels shining bright. And of course, the mystical animals, dragons, or, are they dragons on there at the top? Yeah, they are. And then we have got, the owl. Be who you want to be. And if you want to be an owl, so be it. Be an owl, wise. beautiful birds they are. And also I love the work from Selena Fennett because it's kind of both mystical and realistic. So you see properly the owl. It has got character. And finally, and when we have got a big dream big final here as well with dragon. So remember, you choose whichever 3 you want. And 956998 is your item number. £17.99. You're making a saving of £17.98, which is actually almost by 1 penny half price. Almost. Right, the next one we have got the final pick and mix of Selena Fennett. I think this one was the first release that she did. Now, again, printed onto a canvas white, 100% cotton, but this one is bright white. This one is the Toad Fairy. Look at that. It's stunning, isn't it? And you can see why. I was thinking, where is the toad? But you can see there in the toad. Then we have got, this one is the Seraphina. Then we have got here the Queen. Look at that. Then we have got here, this one is, I don't know how to pronounce this. Errol Sprite? I don't know. Please do please refer to the website for these ones, or give us a call to the call center and we'll try. This one is the Fairy Dragon. That one isn't easy. This one is the Bubble Fairy. Perfect for Christmas. And then we have got here, we have got the Unicorn Protector. Look at that. And then we have got here the Sleepy Spring. Look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful, the maternal one. And then we have got here the After Story Time. Oh, how gorgeous is that? Like the little child falling asleep after the story time. And finally here, Friends in Magic. How stunning that is. Imagine that into, hanging or a part of a, throw or something like that. 9188-219 is your item number. £17.99 is your price, making it almost half price by 1 penny because you are saving £17.98. And then we have got, let's put it back so good. And then we have got the pens. So now you are getting both sets, I believe. And you can see here that you're getting the neon, so you can see the colors in here, as well as the glitter ones. So you are getting 20 colors, beautiful colors in there. Now, one of the things I noticed when we were using them, and we have, I just made quickly this chart, but it's how fine they are, how detailed you can go into. And then, of course, you can do that if you wanted. Remember that they are heat set. So after you have colors, say, for instance, you take this beautiful panel and you color it all, you can then turn it over when necessary, and then heat set it to the temperature that your panel should be ironed at. Now that will mean that then you will be able to wash it at lower temperature. It means that the color will be color fast and it will stay there. It will keep the glitter as well, of course, that glistening detail in there. Let me see if I have got another one that is now, I wanted to show you another thing because it's just really nice to show this, because you can see it here that what the person has colored this one has made, sorry, the thread there, that happens, but has made, if you can see it in there, like a letter before coloring the main image on the side. Test those pens, because what happens is that you always want to know exactly what color you are going to achieve. And remember, you can do a sketchy lines if you wanted, like it looks like it has been embroidered, or you can blend them easily a little bit around. So if you want to go for this pens, £14.99, 015478. And here is Haley to demonstrate how you can use these panels. I believe she is in just a second. There is apparently a bit of a technical difficulties, but there she is, Haley, using the Enchanted Garden fabric panels.
Hi, it's Haley from Craft Yourself Silly,
And I'm going to take you through a couple of demonstrations that I've done on these fabulous Selena Fenwick panels. Now this time we've done them a little bit smaller so they'll fit for your quilting projects. And also we've done them on quilting cotton as well, which is again slightly different. So I'm going to take you through how to do a couple of the techniques on this one and how to do one of the techniques on this one too. So this is one of the fantastic Selena panels. This is the koi and the lilies, and we've done a number of different techniques on here. What I've got to do the water is I've done lots of just straight line stitching, following the direction of the water and just kind of taking it round, some closer together and then some just a little bit further apart around those outer edges, just to give it a bit more texture. And this is nothing more complicated than a straight line stitch. One of the other techniques I've used on here is I've used the zebra pens, both some kind of full colouring bits and then some different shaded bits. Now, the shaded bits, I've simply done one colour over the top and then a second colour in from the other side, just to add a little bit graduated colour to those. The lilies here, I'm actually going to show you how to do those, because you've got two different techniques on there. You've got a solid colour, but then you've also got those bits where I've just put odd lines in just to give it a little bit of texture. So we'll do that on this one here. So on some of the pieces, what would be the back of the leaf, I'm actually going to take a solid colour to those and make sure I've got a nice deep coverage. Now the zebra pens are fantastic, but you do need to heat fix them when you're done. And by heat fix, that means you need to iron them. And it needs to be a dry iron. So your normal iron is fine for that, but just no steam is all you need. So anything that looks like the back of a leaf, or the back of a petal, should I say, I'm just putting a solid colour on. And then those other petals, I'm just going to gently, from the centre, working my way out, put 3 or 4 little just streaks of colour on there. And you don't need to be massively accurate, because the overall effect is what you're going for on this. And this will work on all types of flowers and leaves. It's a really nice, quick technique to get quite a lot of colour in, but quite subtly. So there are 2 different types on here actually. You can see just there and there, and at the back there actually, you've got some striped ones. So the striped ones I would say were leaves rather than petals. So I'll come back at those a little bit later with some green. So that's really is the simplest technique to fill them in. Now we've done other techniques in the past with the Selena pens, and one of which is a blending technique, which I will show you a little bit later. The only other thing that I wanted to show you with this panel is what I've done in terms of framing it, because it does look very different if you spend a little time and you frame your panels. So this one's been framed with fabric, and what I've done is I've attached the 4 pieces on the side, so top, bottom, left and right, and I've just made sure I've got enough fabric to overlap those corners completely. I'm then going to take my scissors, take the excess off of here, because we don't want that bulky piece of fabric and batting there. So I'm just going to quickly snip that off. And then the next step is to put a line onto these corners. So now I've got both of those bits on and that excess taken off, I'm going to fold it diagonally. And by diagonally, I mean I'm going to line up the image on the inside, and also I'm going to line up those outer border pieces as well. And then when I get to the corner, I'm just going to give it a little wiggle, and get those nice and straight. And what that should give me is, from that corner point, I should get a nice flat straight line between the edge of where it's folded and where I need to continue that line on when I sew it. So if you've got one of the quilting rulers, they've often got a 45-degree line on there. So that 45-degree line will line up with the bottom of your border piece. And then what you need to do is get that lined up there, that straight edge along the top, and then just mark your line in. I'm just going to tweak that along a little bit because it's not quite straight at the top there. It's probably worth putting a pin in if it is giving you a little bit of problem. There we go, that's much better. So again, using that 45 degrees and sliding it up and along.
So the straight bits along there, your 45s along there, and then I'm just going to use the ruler to mark that in. Now I'll take that to the sewing machine, stitch that in, and what that will do is it will give you these lovely mitered corners that you can see here. So a really, really nice project, and I think really benefits from it being framed. So I'll take this to the sewing machine and I'll see you back in a second. So the last thing we need to do is finish these corners off. I've sewn them and I've pressed them on the ironing board, but what you'll notice is I've got still a little bit of excess fabric on the back there. So I just trim that excess off, and then sometimes you are left with these little kind of ears either side, so you just want to take those off as well. And working in this format, you've got a couple of advantages. You've got smaller pieces to work on, smaller individual pieces, and then you can join them together in a quilt as you go technique, or you can use them on different projects. You could put it into a bag, into a cushion, into even just as a mini wall hanging quilt.
And this is the beautiful, let me hold it about like that, panel that Hayley was doing. And I have to say, it's funny because I love our guests here at Hochanda because you learn so much from them. Even when Hayley was just coloring in this, she actually shows how to finish those panels in order to maybe incorporate it maybe for a cushion. I think a cushion cover would be absolutely stunning, or just frame it onto a picture. But of course, it's featuring that beautiful artwork from Selena Fenech. This one is, I believe, which one is this? I'm going to find out in a second. I think it's a koi and lilies, but we'll double check. In the meantime, also, I was coloring using the pens that we have got on the show and testing them into these beautiful panels. Now, as you know, the brand new Enchanted Garden is quilting weight, and look at that. And coloring in with the beautiful markers. Look at that. Can you see the glittery shimmering down? And how beautiful it blends it all together. Those sort of warmer colors in there as well, and I love how it combines with the embroidery, the hand embroidery. And this is what the panels will give you, is that possibility, that creative possibility to bring color and texture to them. Think about bringing your beads, bringing your organza, little bits of organza, to create that sort of, kind of techniques of three-dimensional. We have got so many beautiful panels in here. And we are going to go through the options. I need to tell you, however, some of the options have sold out in this immediate dispatch, but they are still available with extended delivery. So it will be 7 days. So if you want to make sure that you are getting the ones that are in immediate dispatch, please refer to the website or give us a call here at the call center. Right, so here we have got the first one, which is the dragonfly. And you can see it features that beautiful, delicate dragonfly. Look at that beautiful printing quality in which you can see every tiny element from those wings. Look at those beautiful petals in there. Remember, this is work by Selena Fenech that then our Hayley then transfers it into quilting weight 100% cotton fabric. So you can then do as you wish with these panels. This is the iris because it is quilting weight, so it means that you can color them and make a beautiful quilt with that hand color images, with featuring the art, the work of a true artist like Selena Fenech. This one is the water lily. Look, I love this one. This is one of my favorites. And I'm definitely thinking of that organza, kind of doing layers of texture in here. This one is the koi and lilies. And those beautiful kois, and it's kind of beautiful coming underneath the way the leaves. This one is the swans. I have a fondness for swans. The ugly duckling that turns into a beautiful, graceful, elegant swan. Then we have going into, this one is the ducklings, of course, the duck with the family in here, but of course that enchanted garden elements with the water lily and the pond is still features throughout, so everything coordinates beautifully, hence the idea of creating a quilt using the 5 of these panels. Here we have got the frog. And what I would do is maybe like the panel that Haley was showing, sashaying the panels with fabric that coordinates with the color that's more dominant into that you have chosen to color these beautiful images. This one is the koi, and then we have got down here, we have got the fantail, just references to the beautiful fish in there. Imagine it in golds and yellows and beautiful oranges, sunset colors, and then the water lilies, you can color them in whites or creams or even pinks if you wish to do so. Bring in those greens and blues. Can't you imagine the texture in there? That one I think is ducklings again. And then we have got in here the turtle. Of course, the water turtle in there with the beautiful flowers in there. And then we have got in here the lily pad, again one of my favorites. Can you see the frogs hidden away? Now I love this kind of just even I didn't see them the first time, and this is why the artwork from Selena is so magical, because even when it's realistic, like this beautiful enchanted garden, you see hidden things every time that you look at it. Here, of course, you have got the beautiful butterfly and this array of water lilies in there. And then finally, we have got here the bees as well, because bees, you know, it's a beautiful garden that has got bees. It's a garden that means that there is life to it, there's pollination, there is that real life to it. And of course you have got here the pollination panel with those beautiful dragonflies. You can see that they all relate, that you have got beautiful bull flowers which you can pick if you wanted to go for similar ones. You can go for more the wildlife into the pond with the ducklings, maybe the koi and lilies. You can choose, it is up to you. If you wanted to go for 5 identical ones and create little satchels, also, like, I think this would be really nice if you wanted to use 2 and create like a lavender pouch, but of course a big one for your maybe wardrobe, or maybe like our Natasha that does these beautiful buckwheat fillings. So you could do smelly, like she does it with lavender, and she does another one with sandalwood. And then of course they mean that you can have beautiful pillows and cushions that have got a beautiful smell, and of course they have got that amazing artwork by Selena that you have colored in. Now of course I'm going to show you some of the samples and different techniques that you can do. So this one has been hand stitched or hand embroidered, and of course you can be very creative or just do straight embroidery stitch in here, very simple. But what about not coloring in, but coloring just the lines, to use those lines, decorative lines, as decorative stitches? Think about those dots making French knots. Think about maybe putting a bead, a black bead, into the center of the eye to create that glossiness effect. Think about just using your markers. If you are one of like I know many of our viewers are a little bit like me, that are mostly paper crafters, that they are now getting into the soft crafting. If you wanted to do that, this is a perfect way to do that, because it's coloring. You know how to color onto paper. Fabric is very, 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 very similar, surprisingly similar in many ways. So don't be afraid to go for this one, and then just use your pens, use your acrylic pens. Remember, there is a lot of different techniques that you can incorporate. These panels are 100% cotton quilting weight, so it's a substantial weight, but it's not too thick that it's difficult to sew in. Now if you want to go, remember, you choose whichever 5 you want, 6, 5, 8, 5, 0, 9, £14.99 for all 5 of them. Now here we have got a short demo from Hayley.
This piece that I've done actually just uses really, really simple techniques of just straightforward colouring in. There's a little tiny bit of blending on the fins there just for a bit of definition, but I've used just 2 colours in this one. And the reason I'm going to use 2 colours is to keep it quite clean and to keep it quite simple. The only step that I would take that's slightly further on this is actually maybe just to put a little bit of shading into these ones here. Now the shading that we're going to put in is going to use a very, very simple technique where we take it out from the side in really small, gentle strokes, so we're getting a very gradual kind of shading from dark to light. And just take your time on this. You do need to have a little bit of patience, and you do need to have a fairly light touch with this one to get it to go dark to light. Now, if you did want to put additional colours in and create those blends, some of the best ones to use are the metallics, because if I take the gold from the other end and come the other way, you can see I'm actually getting quite a nice bright gold up this end, and then as I'm pulling it through, it's going all the way through to that black. And blending is really, really easy with this pen. The only thing I would recommend is, if you are going to work with them on fabric, like the Selena panels that we've got, if you just double it over like that, it just gives that pen a little bit more support on the fabric, and you'll find it much, much easier to work with them. And just keep an eye on these lines, because what you need to do is just think about how and where you want to cross them over, because she's actually drawn them as solid lines so that this isn't a crossover point. So you will actually need to decide which way you want it to go, and it just gives you far more flexibility. So all I've done with these is I've decided which way I wanted to go. I've used the black from the neon set just to put a line top and bottom there, and then coloured in the rest with just that solid colour. And the other advantage you've got is once you've heat pressed these, you can actually go back in with a lighter colour on top of some of the darker colours and add highlights if you want to as well. So say if I want to come back in on this one here and just put a little gold highlight around the edge of that black there. Let's see if I just take it slowly and put plenty on, you should be able to see that you can actually see that gold on top of the black. So they're fantastic for layering up.
I love that, isn't it? It's easy, but it's very, very effective. Now we have got another item from Craft Yourself, Celine. It is a 7-day savers, and it features cats, so I'm sold already. And of course it features cats and of course a little mouse, cheeky mouse in here. It is the Craft Yourself Silly MDF cat and mouse bundle, 9 pieces in total that you can pick, and you can mix and match. And I mean, look at how gorgeous that beautiful swirl it is. Now of course you can see the whiskers coming in. It's that beautiful scene of the cat happily looking out to the window. Look at that one. It's just like, it's one of those ones. What are you looking at? Oh, there is a mouse, or there is a treat there. What did you call me exactly? That's what the cat is thinking. And then we have got, of course, here we have got the gorgeous, and that you can see it. Look at the claws. That's when the wasabi in the morning is kind of stretching out. It's like, I want some food. £17.97 makes them better than half price, because you are saving £18. Now it is 7-day savers. Remember that you are also getting the plugs in here. So there is a lot of mixing and matching that you can do with maybe even some of those panels. Wrap them around some of these wooden panels. 584768. And because it's a 7-day savers, it should stay. We'll launch them on a Sunday at 8 a.m. Should last until the following Sunday, but sometimes it doesn't because the stock runs out. So please do check out your baskets as soon as you say 7-day savers that you love. Now we have got here the pens. Remember, these are gel pens that I have been designed. They work with fabric. They are heat set or heat fixed. So what you do is, of course, Haley was recommending to use them with cotton fabrics, but of course there are certain other fabrics that you will work with, that will work on. However, you need to then, of course, the setting temperatures will vary for that sort of fabrics. With these ones, you are getting 20 pens in total. They are gel pens in the sense that it really juicy and beautiful color inks. You are getting the glitter ones. Look at how they glisten when I tilt them over, when the light hits them. You have got the neon as well, and you have got those beautiful, nice fine lines. Now I have got here one of the brand new enchanted, got from the Enchanted Garden panels from Selena Fenech, which I actually need to also tell you that we are 40% of the pens have already sold out. So do grab yours. I think for £14.99 they're a really good deal.
Now, what I'm going to do is start with the green. So I'm going to kind of start, I'm going to follow that advice that I saw in the panel. Can you see the panels? They have got some area here. So I'm going to go in to check the color. So I do like that one. So I'm going to kind of go in. And can you see how I'm just pulling down the color like so? Because I want that kind of realistic effect of the kind of the leaves. The leaves are not homogeneous color. They have got that kind of colors coming in. And then I'm going to go in with the darker tone. Now, the fact that they are such fine detail pens means that the work from Selena it's not compromised. The fine detail that is being printed onto the fabric, I can go in and make sure that kind of has got that beautiful detail is kept. Sometimes if you wanted to do another maybe more loose coloring, you can do that as well, maybe using other mediums. But personally, I like the idea of being able to capture even the finest of details. Look at that. And now I'm adding some glitter. And I'm not going to add glitter everywhere, but can you see how they mix, how they layer? Just adding. And when I'll tilt it, can you see the glitter kind of coming through it? And I just like that. This is what I love about these pens, because you have got 20 colors in here in total. Now I'm going to go in and just start, and now I'm going to kind of go in. Again, I'm just kind of like that kind of, you know, flicker kind of motion. You know, can you see how I'm just flickering? Because that, I think that's how flowers as well are. A little bit that kind of, especially lilies. And this has got a little bit of glitter in there. Well, a lot of glitter. So to highlight that, I'm just going to do a little bit of dots in there, just to make more of a glitter effect in there. And that. Now you can go in. Shall I do silver? I don't know if, oh yeah, oh I like that, because this more, it's a very soft silver, so it's almost like white rather than silver, but it is definitely silver. But you can see how it mixes and adds some color. Oh, I do like that. Oh, I do like that. Now I'm gonna color more green, because I don't know why I'm into a green mood. Now to have more even, you can go into circular motions. Can you see how that will be a more solid sort of color? So that will be completely blended into it. Oh, I do like this. Can I just stay here and play all day long? You know, it's just not talk. I mean, at home is going to be even more relaxing, because you will be able to not have to talk at the same time that you do this. But even like that, just take this time, enjoy it, enjoy the process. And I find that coloring, I don't know about you, but it's really, sometimes it's just nice to just follow the pattern and not be worried about the finished end project. It's just almost like, I will experiment. And one of the things I find about soft crafting is that I recently, I got into, quilting and patchwork and piecing and things like that, and so in general. But the reality is that I was more of a soft crafter when I was on my teens, and I recently found a lot of the hand embroidery that I had done at the time. And this is one of the things that I love about investing your time into something. You don't have to finish it. You can just enjoy coloring in it, fold it, put it in a box, and then you can make a project out of it. Or if you are like some other people, you can, if you want to finish the project, then you can do that. It's up to you. The most important thing is to enjoy it. And remember, these pens, you're getting 20 pens in total. Half of the stock has already gone. You're getting 20 beautiful, bright pens with glitter, some of them with glitter, some of them with neon, that you can mix and match. And look at that. I love how, it's just, look at it, how vibrant that green is. how beautiful shimmery that silver coming through. Can you see the lilies in there? So you can do more of a sketchy look, like kind of that, so more, and then you can blend them perfectly to create an highlights or lowlights. That, of course, is using the gel pens. Remember, they are Craft Yourself Silly, the several pen set. You're getting 10 with the glitter, 10 with the neon, and of course they are all of the 20 of them, they are heat sets. So whichever fabric you are using, of course they recommend, oh, you're going to get a full pack, don't worry. This is me just playing around, but you're getting full. You are going to be able to heat set it to make sure, of course, you need to heat set it, follow up with a dry iron to make sure that they are washable, washable fabric, of course. Not washable. Sorry, washable temperature. Do I make any sense? Anyway, there, if you want to grab the pens, you know, your item number is 015478. Now, of course, you can find every single item on the website, and there we have it. You can see everything that we have, including those canvas printed panels, or printed into canvas weight 100% cotton panels. They feature, of course, all of them, the beautiful Selena Fenech, a beautiful fabric illustrations. And of course, the start of the show is those enchanted garden fabric panels. They are stunning. They are absolutely beautiful because they feature those enchanted gardening elements, whether they are the water lilies, whether they are the cute frogs peeping out, or the ducklings, the fluffy ducklings, or the swans. They are beautiful. Just remember, you pick any 5 of them for, of course, £14.99. It is your choice, so make sure that you choose wisely. That sounded a little bit, choose wisely. Well, choose to your taste. Now, most of them are on extended delivery. I think they will be dispatched from the 5th of May. Now, of course, that means that you still can get them, but you will have to wait a few more days. Not long to wait at all. But you mean, of course, look at those gorgeous, beautiful images. I'm going to lift that one up because you can see this one is the swans, isn't it? And remember, they have been hand-drawn by a professional artist, Selena Fenech. She's based in Australia, by the way, and when you read about her, she's found Roman ruins. She said she's kind of, she had knights justing at her wedding. She is an amazing person, and of course she has got that kind of magical appreciation for the world. And yes, they are realistic images in the sense that they are garden illustrations. However, you can start building stories about these characters if you wish to do so. If you want to do then maybe, I love the idea of creating a, this is the koi, by the way. Look and see that one, the koi. There. So now you can then kind of look at that. So you can then put it there. If once you kind of start kind of trimming those edges, you can see the possibilities. What are you going to do? Are you going to just frame it in here? Are you going to take one of these panels and put it as a cushion cover? Are you going to make maybe the front of a bag? Remember, this is 100% cotton. It is a quilting weight, so you can do anything that you can do with quilting weight cotton. You can do with these ones. Just make sure that you use paints that will be able to wash if you want to use them for wash. Here, Hayley, of course, the first demo that she showed, she used free motion embroidery, so she used a stabilizer on the back, so you can do things like that. Then using maybe a little bit of sashing if you want it on the sides. What about using the pens that we have got on the show to add glitter and color to all those beautiful images that we have got there? And then, of course, if you want to do like, you know, just if you want somebody to start into embroidery, into hand embroidery, these are perfect because it's easy to handle fabric. It's not, you know, and there you have got that beautiful soft fabric with the beautiful artwork from Selena. And then I love this one as well because it showcases how you can use the patterns, those lines, to guide you through, to create that embroidery lines in there. Now, you can choose whether you you embroidered inside the lines or you embroidered the lines themselves. It's your choice. And it's one of those ones that is nice to maybe go for a couple of very similar ones and you experiment with different techniques. Remember that you can bring your inks into it, you can bring maybe your pens into it. It's up to you how you color them. And what you do afterwards, well, anything that you can do with quilting panels, you can do with these ones. And remember, they are all Selena Fanage artwork. It's artist quality. It's artist, that fine detail in there. Grab your, pick any 5 of them. Of course, now most of them have sold out in immediate dispatch, but you still can get all of them. But of course, they will be dispatched from the 5th of May. £14.99. Now, why not adding those pens? Because remember, the details are at the bottom of the screen. For £14.99, you will get 20 fabric heat set pens that you can add those details, the glistening details. Oh, let's grab and show you exactly what you can get. The pens, they are a matchmaking heaven. Grab yours, of course, by checking out those baskets and making your selection that you know that is going to get to you, and you're going to have lots of fun adding color to those beautiful images. Thank you so much for the company, and see you after the break. Alan create a one-day special. Tracy Evans' amazing stamps are on display. I love them. Then after that, Anna Hershen every day. Best bits of craft yourself silly.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, We love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello there. We are here at Hochanda with the One Day Special, and what a One Day Special it is. It's all Create, and is one of our favorite designers, Tracy Evans, which I believe we will be chatting to her as well later on. And also we have got amazing demos that she has sent in from the safety of her home, and we can share all with her creativity and amazing demos. But what is it, the One Day Special? Remember, here at Hochanda we launch the One Day Special every day at 6 p.m. and it should last until the following day at 6 p.m. However, that is if the stocks last, and we are already approaching 2/3 of the stock already gone. So the best way to secure this amazing, beautiful bundle, and of course a massive, it's a really great value for money as well, is to check out those baskets as soon as you make your decision. Look at that beautiful image. It's just stunning, the work of Tracy Evans. That is called, I believe, fritillaria. That's what I think it's a Latin name of the beautiful word. But I love one of the things that Alan Create do, and if you don't know much about Alan Create, is this amazing company, rubber stamp company, stencils, dies now they make. They collaborate with different artists. Tracy Evans being one very, very amazing designer, but also an amazing crafter. Hi Tracy, I believe you are on the phone. Hello.
Hello, Paula. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. How are you, Tracy?
I'm very well, thank you. Are you, Paula?
I'm very, very well, thank you. Now, I love your One Day Special. It's beautiful stamps.
Thank you very much, Paula. Yes, I'm really chuffed with these, especially the format of the border format. I love that size of stamp.
Yeah, because this border format is quite synonymous with Alan Create, isn't it?
Yes, we went with that from the beginning. We went with the border stamp from the start. We actually like the fact that you can have a design that's quite detailed, but you can have your focal image that's a little bit bigger, which means you can use it on lots of different projects, like your mixed media or your journals or your cards. So it gives lots of versatility.
That is a very, very good point. And also you are getting in the One Day Special the smaller stamp here, but it's so useful to have that kind of overlapping texture.
I must admit, when I'm doing the designs, I always like to have a background element, just because for me, I'm all about the background and then adding my focal image. So for having the background details, they're quite important stamps for me. Even though the A7 is a smaller format, it actually does pack a punch, even though it's only A7.
I have to say, I absolutely adore this collection. I mean, I have to say, I have loved all your collections, but there is something about this one. I also like that is maybe because it's slightly smaller than other collections previously or One Day Specials, so it is more maybe it's more like portable in a way. But look, I love that background that you have got, using the overlapping texture, that you can create those layers as well. I just think it's stunning.
I think you've made a good point as well there, because it's a smaller collection as well, Paula. It also shows that even though it's a smaller collection, you've still got a lot of elements in there, because with that fritillaria, which was inspired by my garden, because they're actually out in the garden in the spring, and they look beautiful in the spring, but you can actually mask that background off and you can use the fritillaria on its own as well. So I adore the fact that I've got one in stamp format as well.
Yeah, I know, and I love that what you were saying as well about that. Even if they are, the border sort of size, it still feels a bigger project. I have got here one made by Corey, that is a circle that is probably 9 inches in diameter or something like that, and still those beautiful flowers give a perfect focal point.
I think that's the thing. It makes you realise that you can either use part of the stamp or use the whole thing. And because you've got a good size there, it means that you can use them on big projects, or you can tone it down and use them in clean and simple, smaller projects. That's what I like about the versatility. Well, I love stamps anyway. I'm a stamper.
Yeah.
So I love the versatility of stamps.
Yeah, look at, I just love that this is using the Fritillaria stamp here, and just by focusing it here, it creates a more nocturnal element, and then the brightness of this. And of course you have used, I think oh no, that's Corey's as well, one of the stencils, because we have got the stencils on the show as well. Now Tracy, congratulations in yet another stunning release. Everything that you come up is beautiful, and I love you as well, what the design team then creates with your beautiful stamps. Oh, have you seen this wood burnt project by Joe Rice as well?
It's stunning, the pyrography. Joe Rice does a lot of pyrography, and it looks fantastic, doesn't it?
So you can use your stamps to stamp onto wood and to maybe porcelain or something like that?
Oh yes, definitely. You can use them as long as you use the right inks and the right, mediums. You can use them on anything.
This is amazing. Thank you so much, Tracy, not only for speaking to us today, but coming up with these amazing, beautiful images. And thank you to Abs as well, because Abs, of course, the mind behind Alan Create, he knows. He's such a great guy to work with, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's fun to work with as well. So,
yeah.
And without the design team who bring them to life, none of this would be possible. So I need to thank them for all their hard work.
And of course, that is a collaborative, that's the collaborative spirit behind Alan Create. Thank you so much, Tracy, for speaking to us here today. Now, are you going to speak to us as well at 4 p.m.?
Yes, I will, yeah.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you, and stay safe as well.
Stay safe, Paula.
Take
Thanks
care.
very much.
Take care.
Bye.
Now, the one-day special. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Grab yours if you want to be inspired by beautiful original art by Tracy Evans, and you will be able to stamp as many times as you want, and different techniques as well. 489055 is your item number. £27.97 is actually your price. Now, that means that it's under £30, so it is affordable to have if you want to dip your toes in Tracy Evans' work, or you have been a stamper for many years. Look, a bookmark. How beautiful are those bookmarks? Right, our next that flew away. We have got a next set of beautiful stamps, beautiful stamps. Now these ones are larger in size. 3/4 of the stuff has already gone. Again, featuring artwork by our Tracy. I believe it is by Tracy Evans. And you can see here the size of those stamps. Let me show you here. There it is. You can see the stamps there. You can see them. Now, it's an A4 size of acetate, and you have got two main stamps, A5. So you have got a bigger size. Now, can you see the style in here? That you can mix and match, which if you want to grow your collection with Tracy Evans, you can. Everything has got that distinctive collage element, but of course, those beautiful floral that Tracy draws, and look at that. And you can see how incorporating those backgrounds. I think that one is from the one day special, that one. And then of course you can use the one that comes with the set. One of the things that I love about Tracy Evans one day specials is always the fact, or collections I should say, the fact that everything has just the right size. Tracy is a designer of a stamp or card maker, or design, making cards and projects for mixed media for many, many years. She knows what sizes we like. She knows the versatility, and I always remember that's what she says. When she comes up with an idea for a stamp, she needs to have at least, I think it's about 10 ideas on what she could do with. So it's not just this stamp will do this. No, this stamp will do this, this, and that. And of course, you can see here the beautiful bold image. It's a stamp that is an A5, and yet in the smaller projects, it still looks stunning. Whether if you like a little bit of clean and simple, you have got it here. Now, if you are like me and your natural style is clean and simple, you still can achieve it. But it's the freedom that Tracy's artwork, Tracy, that gives you, because it's the ability to then do the layers, to bring your favorite colors and your beautiful, maybe stunning stencils in here for the background and bring them up to the center. Look at that. I mean, it's just, and of course the artwork from the design team is stunning. 811505 is your item number, and remember that you have got here the stamps, and here you are. Oh, they are moving, they're dancing stamps, and it's a set of 3 including, look at that. Look at this gorgeous, of course, the going postal background in here there. If you want to go for this set, your item number is 811505, and you have got also flexi, so you can spread the cost into payments of £17.09 if you're a Freedom member, but one-off payment of £37.97 if you want to do so and you are not a Freedom member. Remember, there is a Freedom member price even if you go one payment. Now we have got the stencils. Now Alan Create are well renowned for their stamps as well as their stencils. Their stencils are stunning. I liked it in this one. You have got the stencil which is a 6x6, and I think, you know, this is one of these kind of controversial statements I'm going to do. Is this a stencil or is it a mask? It depends, up to you. Some people will define this as a mask because it has got open edges, so it kind of is more of the negative or the. And then you have got here as well the stamp. So you have got an A7 size stamp here. Perfect for texture, perfect partners. Is the crack up as well as the parched earth. You see, I love stencils like this because it gives you just kind of almost like texture without having the kind of saying anything specific. So it's the one of those ones that you can use time and time again. 998 is your item number. 347373 is your item number. Right, this did sell out early, but is back on extended delivery. It's on the 8th of May, and I'm just kind of grabbing one of the samples because it is stunning. This is one of those ones that I remember when it first was released, it really made me go like, Alan Create have a really good style. Why? Because those circles, different sizes in here, and this again, I would consider this more of a mask than a stencil because of that open nature to it. So you can see it here that it will give you also the edges of it. So it is more of the negative that you are getting. How gorgeous it is. And of course you are also getting, oh, they're falling again. It's one of those days. And then you have got the stamp in here as well. It's basically the same sort of design, but it's reduced in size, so perfect for that, you know, background, adding those elements as well. Now this one did sell out early, so it's back on extended delivery. Dispatch date from the 8th of May. 623281 is your item number. £9.98. They are such affordable bundle as well. If you want to just dip into your toes into Alan Creative world, this is a perfect starter point. And now we are going to see part 2 of Tracy Evans' demo. Part 1 was shown at 8, so if you want to catch up on that part, you can watch it online on hochanda.com on the rewind tab. And here she is, Tracy.
So what I want to do then is I want to get a book page. I have prepared this beforehand, but what I did in the prep was stamp the image onto some book pages. But what I did was I added several book pages together in one go. But this is the reason I like a good open stamp. This is the main reason I like a good open stamp, because you can use those pattern backgrounds, you can use those vintage book pages. Let's move that out of the way. You can use those vintage book pages, and you can stamp those open areas onto the book page or onto your fancy backgrounds or your pattern papers. It looks fantastic with those pattern papers. It just makes your flower look completely different. And if I lift that up, you can see why them open flowers are perfect. So there you've got these like equations in the flower head, and that just works beautifully. So what I've done is I've stamped the flower several times. Can you see? Onto these, I stamped it once, but I had several layers of book pages just so that it brings me some texture. And what I'm going to do is add these like so, just so that it brings an added interest. So I really like that. I love how the book page brings an added texture for me. I'm just going to add that like so. And I just love the texture of the book pages. Now, if I can just find my other stamp set. I pulled all the stamp sets out ready, but the problem is I keep chucking everything all over the place so that we can't see where anything is. We've got another stamp set in the show, another one of my favourites, and it's this stamp set. It's the Nibs and Mushrooms. I love the detail on this stamp set. I just think it's fantastic. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use the mushrooms this time. I'm just thinking those mushrooms, a few of those mushrooms would look lovely just stamped at the base there. I think they would look really nice. So I've cut the stem out of the flower just to place it as a mask over the bottom area, just so it's sort of in place. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'm going to ink up these mushrooms. I love these little mushrooms with the leaves behind. And I'm a lover of vintage, so I do like the vintage feel of the craft card. Again, applying a good even coat of ink to that stamp, just to make sure it's covered nice and evenly. There we go. And then I'm going to add these to the base. So just make sure that's sort of in place. And I'm going to add these to the base of that card. And I'm just thinking about it now where I want it. So I'm going to add it there. And again, I'm going to allow that ink to sit on that card. Again, lifting so I can get that central area. Lifting again so I can get that central area of the stamp. But because we've got this wet area here with the gesso, I'm just making sure that I lift that several times and allowing that ink to sit. I know it's repetitive hearing those details, but sometimes for new starters to craft, new beginners, they need to know that basic information so that we don't get frustrated with our stamping. And I love that. Absolutely love the fact that what we've got is we've got this gesso background and these mushrooms have just stamped slightly onto the white gesso. I just think that works so well. I love the whiteness here, just how it's, if I just lift that up, you can see here that you've got those white areas that are the gesso underneath. And I think that, and you've even got a touch of gesso here. So applying it randomly really works. And you can still see that stenciling. You've not got rid of that detail. So I love that. We've also got some more sentiments on this stamp set. And what we've got, just try to find another acrylic block. I've used that many acrylic blocks during today. I want to use this sentiment, create with passion. I think that's perfect because I've really enjoyed creating for this one day special. I've really enjoyed playing with these stamps and having a go with the stamps. Sometimes I find that if you sort of narrow down the stamps that you're using, so I've stuck to the one day special images and a couple of the stamps that are on the show, and because I've narrowed it down, I really concentrate, and the more I create, the more designs I want to create. That's what I find with some of the designs. We've just got a bit of something stuck on that stamp set there. Let's just remove that. That's because my stamps are actually used in workshops. So we've just got, somebody's left a bit of paint on there. There we go. Just remove that. So this sentiment says, create with passion. And I think that's a lovely sentiment. Just add this to the base of this card piece. And again, I'm just allowing that ink to sit. I'm not pressing too hard because it's only a small sentiment. It doesn't need too much pressure. Create with passion. That's lovely. And then I'm going to blot that sentiment. As I always do, I still blot the sentiments. And I'm just going to cut that sentiment out. And I won't add too much colour to the sentiment. And if you notice, I'm using the card that we've used in previous demos. I don't waste any of my card. I do use it all to make sure that every scrap is used. Try not to waste anything. So just cut this out. Bring this in. And then we'll just add a touch of the brown vintage photo that we use for the stenciling just to the edges of that card. Just so that it's got a bit of a vintage feel for the rest of it. And I'm going to add it below where those mushrooms are, like so. Create with passion. I do like that. A nice simple card to create, but not everything has to be overcomplicated. You can still get a lovely result when you've got quality stamps and good strong images. When you've got good strong images, they work really well, especially with all the stamps combined together. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blend a little bit of this vintage photo around the edges of my card. Just a little touch, just so we add to that vintage feel. Blending that colour, and because I've got a good layer of ink on my cut and dry foam, which we had from the stenciling, there's already a good layer on there. So it means I'm not having to add and, you know, sort of keep repeating myself by dabbing into the ink. There is a good layer of ink on there anyway. That was from the stenciling. And sometimes I don't add this to the edges, but sometimes it needs it. And I think for this vintage piece, we just need to draw that eye in to the focal image. So blending that colour around the outside edges. And sometimes the simplest of techniques are the best. And I have to say, I do love that stenciling in the background. Whoops. And then what I'm going to do is I've got my clips that I like to add to my cards. These are like little metal embellishments. I do like adding these to my card, and I like to think about it before I add them. So I like to think about where they're going. So I often place them first. Now it's going to go down here. I place them first and then decide where they're going. So these clip on to the card just to give a nice metal touch, just to finish that card off nicely. And then if we bring in a black mat like so, and then what we can do, we'll just go back to those book pages. And if we just look at these book pages, if I just tear another, oh, I've got a bit of a book page here. So we've got some book pages here. This is what I tore the flower out of, so we can use those. So we can use some of those equations and just add those numbers. Just tear, just to add a quirky touch to your card. And it coordinates with this on the background of the stamp, just to make it a cohesive design. So just add a touch of this. The little touches are what finish it off for me. I love doing the little touches. It just finishes it off. And I need one more little bit because we've got the sentiment and that, and when it's not in threes for me, it isn't the correct balance. So I just need a little bit more. That's perfect. Just add a touch of that. Just adding it off kilter so that it's not perfect in line. And there you have our vintage card. And I have to say, I'm really pleased with the stenciling area here. I absolutely love that. I hope you can see that on the camera. And all those little details and the detail on the flower works so well. I really enjoyed that demo.
Good. So did we. We love that demo. And of course, it is our Tracy showing how to create those layers and those beautiful, we're using those stamps. But one of the things that is always worth investing into is those background stencils, those beautiful stamp sets as well. Now, in this one, I love that they have paired the stencil and the matching stamp. Why? Because it is different in size. So you have got the stamp, the clear stamp, of course, photopolymer, so you have got perfect impressions every single time. But you have got also the stencil. Now, again, you can put the stencil paste or maybe ink all over in some smaller area in here if you wanted to. You can radiate the color. You can use it horizontally or vertically. You can expand it if you wanted to. There's so many ways of using it. And of course, we have got, I don't know if we don't have a sample for this one. So I thought that we had, but we don't. So you can see, but you could, you know, kind of combine them both and add those partial stamps if you wanted to. If you want to go for this, £9.98 makes it really affordable. 586145 is your item number. Now, oh, I love that one as well. This is Dahlia or Delia. How do you pronounce it? Email us it. How, in the gallery is Delia. Dahlia in the floor. And both producer and Paula here is either. We don't want to fight, so, you know, let's go for it. But whichever way you pronounce it, it is stunning, isn't it? Of course, it's like the 6 here. You can see there, beautiful, the beautiful 6 dahlias. Again, you can expand them if you want them by repeating the pattern, by repositioning vertically or horizontal. And of course, you can create stunning creations as well using the stamp here. Clear stamp, and of course one single stamp, so it means that you can repeat it. Also, because of the quality of these stamps, you can actually go directly to paper without even an acrylic paper block to create that uneven sort of random impression as well. You can see here how it's been used, the stencil. I believe it is the stencil. So and I believe this is cleaning the stencil. Because so even the ink that you have got left over onto the stencil, you can use it for it. Now, of course, if you want to go for this bundle, again, very affordable at £9.98. 680011 is your item number. Then we have got gorgeous stamp set, a set of 3 stamp set. Now, I'm just gonna show you exactly what you are getting here, because I love to show you the actual stamps. Now, I believe this is what Tracy was using in the first, in the demo that we just shown, because she was stamping that beautiful image onto all pages as well. Let's see if we can find another way of using the beautiful flower here, just to highlight the other flower. Let's put it there here so you can see it. Can you see it? I love that. How gorgeous. So see, when you see these stamps, they are packed full of elements, but then you pick and choose whichever elements you want to highlight. You collage yourself as well with them. Then here we have got, again, I love this one, the next one that we are going to see, because, again, by Tracy Evans, and you have got here the quills. Oh, no, sorry. Is it a quill? No, it says nips and mushrooms, yeah. And then, of course, is the pen nips there. Look at that, perfect for tags in there. But look at the mushrooms as well that you can. Look at that. I love that. So it is a perfect image as well for somebody who likes to write, somebody who likes gardening. You know, Tracy gets inspiration from her own garden, but then you can combine it with this beautiful bright flowers in there. Oh, by the way, can you see the stamps, the background stamps, the lots of dots in there as well? And look at that. I love that. Create with passion. And don't create at all if you don't want to, or without passion. Do everything with passion or without it. It's up to you. 847137. Of course, I needed to put some randomness in the show. I was behaving very well. £34 and then 17 pence is your freedom price if you're a freedom member. Now you're saving, of course, £8 and 80 pence. If you're not a freedom member, £37 and 97 pence. Stencils. I love the stencils so much. This is one of, can I say, I just have so many all-time favorites. This one and the next one is my all-time, they features all my all-time favorites stencils. I mean, look at this. Now, if you are just tuning into Hochanda and you're thinking, why on earth would I need a stencil that is the splatter and little coffee marks? Well, this is adding those layers, introducing different elements, and anything that is circular, it adds a kind of draws the eye to the center. It adds some element of interest without overwhelming. Look at that. Finding your north. I love that. Travel, lots of wonder that you have got, like kind of explore. And I love that what they do with the stencils at Art and Create is the fact that they bring, let me put this one in here so you can see, you have got backgrounds, you have got interest. Imagine a little bit of texture paste like our Tracy does, just to add through a little bit of that element into here, or bring your distressed inks and add splashes of colors. Now, I know that our Catherine was using the dots, you know those dots that are the dimensional dots paints. I think it was from Viva Decor or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but anyway, she does the amazing things. You can do something like that with this stencil, because you can bring in your maybe texture paste first and then use those little dots to color them, or you just place them, and there it is. There we have it. Oh, I love that. I love that. Now, if you want to go for the set of 3 stencils, the compass, the splatters, and the burrs, £13.47 is all you're paying if you're a Freedom member. If you are not a Freedom member, £14.97. Oops, apologies for that. Never mind. No paper was harmed in the making of this shoe. And then we have got this one is my all-time favorite, the stencil. Well, this too. Now, if you want a versatile stencil that is A4, here is it is. This is probably the most amazing stencil. Now, again, you're thinking, why is so useful? Because you can put on top of it anything. A little bit of texture paste, a little bit of grit texture, distressing. Use it as the opposite to highlight, to draw the eye to the focal point in one of those circles. But not only you are getting the A4, you are getting the mini version, the original one, the 6x6 stencil in here, which is the lots of dots, of course. And the I think which one is lots of dots? I think this one is no, this one is the totally dotty, and then lotsy dotty. Totally dotty. Sounds really weird now. Now this one is absolutely stunning. And of course they are, you can see the size of those dots are different. So you have got the ability, and of course the proportion. This one is square, this one is rectangle. Love, 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 love. And I know Leonie, this one is 2 of her all-time favorite stencils by any company, as she has said many times. Now included in this bundle, you also get the A7 stamp, which again has got those dots elements in here, the reverse dots. So here what you are gonna get as well is that stand-up precision, where you can have those beautiful dots in there. £18.97 is your price if you're not a Freedom member. If you are, £17.07. 208713 is your item number. And now we go back to Tracy to see another demo.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Just making myself comfortable. Welcome back to the next demo. On this one I'm going to be using the lovely passion flower yet again, because I'm absolutely loving using it. I just think it's a fab stamp, so I'm going to be using that again this time, but in a different way, because I like to show you as many different ways as possible to use your stamps and stencils. So what we're using this time around is my gel press, and as you can see it's beautifully clean, but I'll show you how we can use these crusty edges in another demo. So what I'm doing is I'm using my well-loved stencils, which are in the show. We've got this stencil here and this one. I haven't got the packaging, I do apologise, but they're well-loved, and at least you know I do use them. I'm also using some acrylic paints. I'm using colours Cheddar and Sodonna. So any acrylic paints that you want to use, that's absolutely fine. And I'm going to use a die cut circle, and I'm going to place that circle down onto my gel press, so that will stick on there nicely for me. And what I'm going to do is add a few layers of paint with my stencils. I've got a spare piece of card here on the side so that I can remove any excess paint. If you've got an extra gel press, you could actually do that. You could add your extra paint to your other gel press if you wanted to do that. I'm then going to place the stencil down onto the painted layer. I'm just going to reach for a scrap of paper. Just reach for a scrap of paper, and what I'm going to do is just remove some of that paint from that stencil. Just remove some paint from them open areas. As you can see, that removes the paint from the open areas. So what I'm going to do is repeat that process around my gel press with the different stencils and allow that paint to dry. So now I'm going to go to my Sedona paint and add another colour of paint. And I'm just going to bray it again. And as you can see, I'm not using much paint at all. I'm using light layers of paint. And then I'm braying off the excess onto a spare piece of card. Place our other stencil again onto the background of that paint. Take a scrap of paper, which you could use in your journals afterwards. You could use this scrap of paper in your journals. You could place it down with some matte medium, just like you would tissue, because you've got these extra, so you could tear these and use those in your journal. Remove that stencil. You can't see much at the moment, but there is detail there. I'm then going to go to my other colour, which is back to cheddar. Just lift that up so you can see that in camera. Back to the cheddar colour, and it doesn't matter if you overlap the colours, that's absolutely fine. And again, brayer off that excess onto the card. Place the stencil, maybe some of the bigger circles this time, onto the gel press. And again, take your piece of paper and remove that excess paint. Just get in there with your fingers and remove that excess paint. Again, you're making those lovely, I mean, that would be lovely in a journal. So just remove that. I don't know whether the camera will pick that up, but if you look carefully, you can see some dry layers. Well, it's still drying, but that will dry layers of there. Going to go back to my other stencil. So again, using the Sedona. I love these colours together. I think they're ever so nice. Nice and rich. So just, again, add a light layer of the paint and add this to your brayered off piece, because we can use that for stamping afterwards. And let's place the stencil a different way this time. And then take that scrap of paper and rub over that wet paint, just so you're lifting that wet paint again. You could use card for this as well, just so that you could use the card for some cards as well. But you've got some lovely background pieces there that you could use in a journal page. Going to remove that. And we need this paint to dry for a couple of seconds, but I'm just going to waffle. We're going to remove this circular piece. And as you can see here, you can see you've got all those dry layers of paint on the gel press. Now, if you went away and made a cup of tea, that wouldn't matter. That would still be on the gel press. It doesn't matter how long you leave that on the gel press. And then what you want to do is you want to reactivate those dry layers of paint. So we'll just move that out of the way and bring in a clean piece of card, which in this room at the moment is impossible. I've got that many blobs of paint everywhere. Just make sure that you've removed the excess layer of paint from your brayer, because you're now going to use a light colour. So just make sure that brayer is nice and clean. And what I'm doing now is I'm using a honeydew. You can use any paint, a white acrylic, that's absolutely fine. A white acrylic would work well as also. So you could use any that you've got, any light colour, and brayer that over your gel press. I'm just hoping I allowed that to dry enough so that we get a nice pattern. And just remove that excess. You see, the paint was still wet on the gel press. You need to make sure that paint is dry, but hopefully we'll get a decent print. So just give a firm press over your gel press. And you just need to give a firm press because you're lifting dry layers of paint. And these are often the best prints from me, the second prints, the second layer of prints. And as you can see here, we've got our stenciling We've got the stencil circled areas here. We've got the flower areas here. If I bring this up close, you can see the flower here. If you let that paint dry a little bit longer, it will be a lot crisper. But I'll show you in the next demo what we can do with these dried pieces. So just remember, when you're doing this, just allow yours to dry a little bit longer. But I still love that print. Beautiful print. Hopefully we can see that. We can see these flower areas here. You've got the flower from your stencil. You've got these circles. And it's picked up other layers from my gel press. These circles are really prominent. So I'm loving those. So what we've got now is we've also got a spotlight here. So we'll go back to our braid off, which is also just as good. So dry that, because we're going to stamp onto there. So just dry that. You don't need to dry this one because it's dry anyway. So just give this a dry. Just so that we can stamp onto this layer. If we try to stamp onto a wet, sticky, plasticky layer of acrylic paint, you won't get a good image. So you do need to make sure that that is dry. And we're going to use our passion flower. So if we just move all these things out of the way, we're going to use our passion flower. And if we look at our stamp, it's this area that I want here. So as I've said before, you could mask off this area with low-tack tape if you wanted, but because I just need this flower, it's not a problem. I can just ink that area up. So I'm just going to ink that. And again, giving the stamp a good layer of ink, because I'm going to stamp onto a painted layer. So you need to give that a good layer of ink. And I just love the flowers on this stamp set, because you can use it as a whole, or you can just use part of it. And I love the fact that you can do that. I mean, if you didn't want to use this background, because you could use this for a whole card again, you could make a separate card, then you could just brayer some more paint onto a piece of card. Obviously, because I'm on a live video, we haven't got time to do that. So we're using the background that we've created, just so that we've got a lovely cohesive design. And again, allowing that paint just to settle. We're allowing that stamp, I do beg your pardon, that ink to settle on that paint, just to make sure that we get a good image. So just lift that up like so, and there you go, you've got a fantastic image. And what you have to look at here is, you've got this background here, you've got this background here, and you've also got these that you've created, just lifting up the ink, the paints from the gel press. So you've got lots of things that you can use there. You'll be pleased to know that I've cut out these images. So I've cut out this passion flower here. So I'm going to adhere this to this layer here. Just add this to here. Like so. And I just love that spotlight. I love how that spotlight is in that lovely creamy sort of beigey colour. And it all coordinates together here in the background. And then I've cut another flower out just to give it some dimension. I don't want to stick everything down. I want some of these flower petals to stick up a little bit. So I'm just going to stick down that central area there and just adhere that. Just make it slightly off, just so that you've got more petals visible. And as you can see, that just makes it quite dimensional. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in our stamp set. And our stamp set, the one from the One Day Special, has also got a lovely sentiment on there. So, and the good thing about the plastic as well is, because you've got the image on the plastic, you can decide exactly where you want your flower image. So I already practiced beforehand, judging where I wanted that. So I've now got a lovely sentiment. Best wishes. It would help if I got the stamp the right way up. Best wishes today, tomorrow and always. Just move that out of the way and we'll bring in a piece of white card. So I'm just going to stamp this onto my white card. You don't need too much ink for this because it's a nice delicate sentiment. And stamp this onto our card. And I love the font on this. Best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. And you don't really need to press much. Just again allow that ink to sit. There we go, beautiful sentiment. I'm just going to take a scrap of paper and blot that ink. I always blot that ink just so that we don't smudge it, because we're using an ink with a good open time. I'm now going to cut that out. And while you're brayering, while you're actually doing gel press backgrounds, I often create lots of backgrounds in one sitting. I don't just create one background, I do lots of backgrounds in one sitting. And then I've got loads then that I can use at a later date. And they work so well. Just move that out of the way. Just cut the edge. And I think I just want to trim that as well. Just to trim. Obviously, if I wasn't doing a video, I would do this on my cutter, just to get it nice and straight. And then what I'm going to do is just split that sentiment up, just so that it's not too long. Add this to my card, like so. Whoops. So we've got best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. And if you add that to a black piece of card, it really does pop. And all you need then, just move that black card out of the way. Just to finish it off, you just need some nice delicate splatters. You should know me by now. I like my delicate splatters of white paint. And if I put that onto the black mat, it really does make it pop. It really gives you all the details. But look at that gel press detail in the background. Absolutely love it. And all we've used is our stencils and one stamp.
And you know what, one of the things I love about this beautiful artwork by Tracy and the beautiful demonstration is that you can take the one that is special that Tracy was demonstrating and create something completely different in the shape, in the way that you color in. And this is a versatility that always Tracy will deliver. This is the same images that you can see here. That is what Tracy was using, and yet how different does it look? That sentiment as well is the one that she was using in that demo, and how different do they look in here. Now another one I love, this one as well. Now this is of course you know, one stamp that is featured in the one day special. You are getting 3 sets or 3, but you are getting 7 individual stamps in total that are so versatile, so beautiful, so unique as well. Part of course Tracy Evans of the Alan Create collective, I think that's the best way to describe it, in which you know, apps kind of collaborates with amazing designers and illustrators like Tracy Evans, and of course the design team that then go on to use them and inspire us all with these amazing different techniques. A stamp onto wood and do pyrography like Joe Rice does here. If you are into books, do bookmarks into the form of tags. And this is one of the reasons why I probably really respond so well to these border stamps, because they make the most perfect bookmarks. They make the most beautiful center points of your cards, of our media, makes media as well projects. The fact that you can fussy cut around them and create that garden scene in here. And what about, I love the sample, I haven't shown you yet, but that was inspired by Joe Rice. Look how stunning that is. I think this is called reverse spotlight. Usually a spotlight is focalizing the point or highlighting the ones that are in color. Here Joe has done the opposite, a stamp and color, and then use those stamp board tiles to stamp in black and white. How stunning it is. Again, using one single stamp from the one day special, and you're getting 7. What about these beautiful houses in here? I think they're by Tracy herself. And look at that. It's just a way that you can incorporate those beautiful florals. they have got something that is not botanically accurate, I would say. There's not botanical etchings, yet they are kind of very realistic. At the same time, you can go in and stamp onto acetate or onto glass by using a solvent-based ink pad that stays on, maybe archival that will dry onto the glossy surface in here. But you can layer onto them, creating, oh, look at that, for the frame. And this is one of those things, it's just stunning. And I'm going to show you this other stamp, the other sample. Now, they are done by the same person, and then this is showcases that one that you invest in the stamp, you can do the same project into a card, and then make one and then frame it if you wanted to. Remember that you can stamp onto different cards and then fussy cut it and then create those beautiful pieces in here. Love, love, love this. I mean, isn't it? Now, the one day special is 70% of the stock already gone. Remember, you are also getting the glorious background, which is, again, building those layers, creating those, kind of not just plain backgrounds, but creating interest in which then the focal points can stand up perfectly. I love that you get hugs and kisses as well to add in those words. I love that you are getting a sizable stamp in here. It's not just tiny, it is a border, but it can be the focal point. And if I turn it around so you can read it perfectly. Best wishes today, tomorrow, and always. Hugs and kisses. I mean, how useful are those words that we can send them today, tomorrow, and always, as the stamp says. And then this one, it features just one single stamp. Now, me being me, I'm thinking, actually, I like to do a little bit of a stamp trimming. So I could take, you can take the kind of the scissors if you wanted and cut out. Can you see there? I mean, I know Tracy at home, you're thinking, Tracy's probably saying, oh no, you don't dare to cut my stamps. But sometimes you can be creative and then just have two stamps. This is what I used to do with my erasers when I was little, cut them into smaller pieces so I had more. But the fact of the matter is that you have got that collage effect in these stamps. You're having so many points of interest in there. You can create absolutely beautiful, clean and simple cards. You can stamp, of course, if you like a little bit of soft crafting, a stamp onto, if you want to stamp onto maybe canvas or cotton, quilting cotton, or something like poplin, and then color in. Imagine us doing this project onto gorgeous fabric. And then if you use a heat setting, fabric coloring method, so for instance, I think it's VersaCraft that you can actually heat set, and then you can wash it. So you could create your own pieces of fabric with these beautiful colors in as well. It's the ability. Let me grab another sample here because look at that. This is one of my favorites. Again, showcases that border stamp. Let me grab it again, the stamp. This is a border stamp. This is a border stamp, and this is the focal point on a 10-inch or 9-inch circle. Now, how beautiful, how much of a stunning centerpiece it is. And it's just like kind of, you can be gentle and bend it around again. Or you can be creative and also take your fine liner and create more lines if you wanted to. Extend those lines, fussy cut them, create those really stunning pieces. Clean and simple? Of course you can do clean and simple. And of course here, it's just a monochromatic theme. Basically, Tracy has just used the beautiful purple or lilac-y and the black. And look how stunning it is. Now, of course, that is the background is kind of that lace is included in the one day special. Remember, it's only £27 and 97 pence for All and Create. Now, it makes it really affordable. If it's the first time that you are you have been thinking about All and Create, but you're thinking, you know what, I just want to dip my toes into it. I just want to try. This is the one day special for you. For that affordable amount, you will be able to, you have got words, you have got the focal point, you have got the beautiful border, you have got, of course, that beautiful background on the A7, so you can add even the tiniest elements into here. You will be able to stamp and stamp maybe onto different substrates like, MDF and woods and maybe chipboard, and creating those maybe elements for your home decor. the fact that you can mix and match. I mean, I could stay all day long here and showing you samples, because the design team has made the most amazing samples. This one is by Janet. By the way, Janet, if you're watching, hello. Of course, she sometimes represents Alan Create here at Hochanda, using those stencils as well. Do check those out and check out your baskets, because the one-day special is incredibly busy. Over 70% of the stock has already gone, and now is the time to make a decision and check out those baskets, because you know how much versatility the design team has shown this. You know you can create them, and you can start by stamping into black, stamping with black ink, and then coloring with your favorite coloring method, and then explore the creative possibilities. With these 3 stamps, you have it all covered: focal points, words, and backgrounds. You have got this inimitable, anyway, amazing style of Tracy Evans. Cannot say it. I will practice. You cannot imitate. And of course, that's Tracy Evans and Alan Create. I got into model. It happens very often. So they'll keep watching Hochanda live TV all day long with crafting. And after the break, yes, it's me again with Every Day by Anna Hershon. You never know what can happen. And then best bits of Craft Yourself Silly after that.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Well, hello, good afternoon. And now we have got a fabulous, incredible collection by Anna Hermsham. It's every day, and it is beautiful colors, beautiful elements. And of course, Anna is the queen of curating these amazing bundles with different elements in which you can use them all in combination or stand alone. This is the full Get It All bundle. You are getting 12 by 12 papers, 6 by 6 papers. You are getting 8 by 8s, you are getting vinyl stickers, you are getting paper flowers, you are getting die cuts, you are getting the possibility of creating stunning pieces of artwork. Whether you want to layer, you want to go for that pretty element, whether you want to bring your inks into it and maybe give it a little bit of a coat of distressing the time weathered element, you can do that with this collection. It is phenomenal, the beautiful mulberry paper flowers in this with that three-dimensional elements ready-made and perfectly color coordinated with all these beautiful elements. Look at that vintage as inspired elements, that memorabilia. Oh, everything has been die cut, but it's vintage in a very pretty way. It is very regal. That's a very good word from my producer, because of course it features that purple aubergine sort of color. 12 by 12 papers, as I mentioned, 8 by 8 as well as 6 by 6, and you are getting these phenomenal metallic satin papers which are kind of marbling papers. They are, let me grab it, they are gloss pads, so you can see here that they have got a very different effect in here. It's like a photo finish, if you, yeah, that's a very good way of describing by my producer. Credit where credit is due, always there. And you can see the marbling. This is very different from anything I have seen and really gives you that marble look. Now, if you want it all, if you want to mix and match, you can get it all, and you can also flexify it, which means that you can spread the cost in 2 interest-free payments of £28.44, saving £14, which that saving is still is there if you want one-off payment. I tend to favor one-off payment sometimes. £56.87 is your price. Now, I need to tell you that 40% of the stock has gone, so do check out your baskets. If you have been watching the previous show and you kind of were tempted, now is the time to check out those baskets and making sure that you grab yours. 179409 is your item number. Shall we go through exactly what we are getting? Right, so I'm going to start here with the papers. Can I go move to yours here? A little bit like that. I'm just asking permission. I don't want to do anything wrong. I'm one of these people that doesn't like to do things wrong. Then we have got here the 12 by 12 papers. So I'm going to show you. Now you are getting 250 GSM pages, paper, and then it's 12 double-sided papers. However, before we start flickering through these gorgeous papers, we have got Anna on the phone, I believe. Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you, Anna?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's nice to hear you, but I hope to be able to see you here in the studio soon. Of course, when everything kind of calms down.
Yes, yeah. Definitely.
But tell us about, of course, this gorgeous collection, the Everyday collection.
Right, so every day is a continuation of my kind of creating, designing journey. Because my first collection is called Come Home, and we had it on Hochanda a while ago, and it was a collection dedicated to my husband, who was working away from home. And every day is kind of continuation of it. He's now home, and it's just a reflection of like an everyday life. When I started creating this collection, we were nowhere near in this situation. Yeah. But towards the end of it, I was finishing creating it towards the towards the lockdown really, and I added a lot of kind of uplifting messages and like some positivity in this collection. In the journaling cards, you've got a whole like a page card saying everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, then it's not the end. So it's all about positivity, calm, peace. Let's get through it. And kind of home life, really. Little I know how much time we're going to be spending at home.
Yes, exactly. And it does have that home feel, that warmth to it. Oh, so apologize for that. But it does have that warm feeling to it, that kind of cozy. But also, like our producer Charlotte was saying, that kind of very, very much also regal. It has got that elegance.
Yes. So the predominant colors are this mauve and peach. Some of the way I create my collections, I just pick 2-3 main colors, and that's what I stick with. So this one is mauve and peach, and I think it really fits into a lot of people's tastes because it's not pink. It really, as such, is not purple. It's got this beautiful, rich, plummy mauve and the peach that goes beautifully with it.
It is stunning. Now, of course, we have got. I noticed one thing that you do. Sorry, I kind of digress a little bit, but I love that you always include a paper pad that is 12 by 12, 8 by 8, and 6 by 6. Why is that you do that?
Well, I historically used to only do 12 by 12 and 6 by 6, but then in time, our customers asked for 8 by 8 as one of their favorite sizes, so we started adding this. And it's really just to accommodate everyone's taste, because if you're a card maker, you probably will go for smaller formats. If you're a scrapbooker, you will probably go for larger formats, or if you're into mixed media. So it's really to cater for any type of craft.
Now, of course, and also the quality of that paper, well, it's more of a card, isn't it? Yeah. 250 GSM is more of a card weight.
Yeah, it is nice and thick, and also the actual paper collection. So if you got the Come Home collection, you would have noticed that they had all 12 pages. Now these, for 8 by 8 and 6 by 6, have 17 pages at a very tiny increase in price. So you are getting much more for your money when it comes to the collection.
Now,
and yeah.
Anna, also the other thing that I really love about this collection is the gloss papers. Can you tell us through what is so special about them?
Well, gloss paper is really, really, really special. And the reason why is because it's made from this paper that's kind of coated, it's kind of treated twice.
Yeah.
It's not really a photo paper as such, because if you, like on photos, you tend to get this kind of, on laminated papers.
Yeah.
Actually more so, you get this kind of film.
Yes.
That's really hard to die cut through, but this doesn't have it. So this is perfect. It's perfect for your die cutting. If you're a die cutter, either electronic or electric machine, or your hand machine, whatever die cutting you like, or matting and layering, you will love this.
It looks like marble. It really does look like a real marble, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I can see it's been really popular, for which I'm very grateful. But just get it home, you will love it.
Yeah.
And you will absolutely adore it, because actually what you're showing in the studio is actually a little less glossy than it is in real life. And in one of the demos that we will hopefully see, you can see I'm showing this in front of the window, and it's so glossy.
Yeah, it is glossy. It is beautiful, and it's different as well, and coordinates perfectly with the whole collection, Anna. Anna, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Take care and stay safe.
And you.
Thank you. Of course, the Get It All and the Everyday Anna Hernshan collection. Here you have got the full collection there. Now, shall we go through the papers as well? Because I think they showcase exactly that elegance, that coziness, that elegance that Anna was talking about it. Now, this is a 12 by 12, and I want to point out that they are double-sided. So even the front of the car, you have got all these elements that you can fussy cut yourself. I love a medium format camera, and I love how it is that it's a vintage, but you have got pretty elements, you have got more masculine elements in there, all with that beautiful soft palette of colors. And look at that. Of course, this is the 12 by 12 that I'm showing, and you can see the quality of these ones. I love it's just so funny as well, those words, why your skin needs two creams. Now, they are double-sided, so I'm showing first one side, and then I will show you the other side later on. You can see there how the elements are kind of brought together and collaged together, those layering details in there. Look how beautiful and romantic that is, the softer palettes in there, the watercolor theme as well coming through. Again, here we have got elements that you can fussy cut, and remember, if you go for the Get It All bundle, you will get ephemera or little elements that have been pre-cut for you, so you can bring them onto the pages if you want to do so. If you don't want to do fussy cut, you don't have to if you go for the Get It All bundle. Love this page. I really love the cards in here, because immediately I'm thinking I'm going to trim some of them. Look at that sentiment. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. And that is such a poignant sentiment at the minute. Again, you have got the beautiful wood grain at the background as well. And remember, they are double-sided, hence the backs are completely different from the fronts. Then we have got, I think we are repeating now, so I'm going to show them the backs of them. Now, if I bring them down, I'm sure that there will be a couple that I have misplaced and they will be repeated, but you will get, I believe, 2 of each of 60. And look at, now I love this because I know it's compared to the others, it's a little bit more plain. However, it showcases that you need sometimes a little bit of what I call a blend paper, a paper that kind of makes the other patterns stand out. Love that distress paint look in this beautiful blush tones pink. Oh, this one. Oh, look at that. Love that. Again, patterns there. Imagine to fussy cut just with a craft knife around here and putting pictures around it. And there, voila, you have got a page for a scrapbook. Again, another of these more plain backgrounds that are perfect for backgrounds as well. To focal point, then you put some of those paper flowers that you have got in there. So that's the 12 by 12. Then you get the same designs into an 8 by 8 and a 6 by 6. I'm not going to run them through all of them, but I just want to show you that the size has been kind of like, if I put it there, you can say there, there. It's like, shall I love behind? No, nobody needs to see my face. Now you can see them that again they are double-sided, but the design has been shrunk to size, so you will have different elements. And this is important because I don't know about you, but when I'm crafting, sometimes I will start with a larger piece, and then I kind of thinking, oh, that's lovely, but I want it into a smaller size. So you have got 2 different sizes to refer back. So we have got 8 by 8 and of course the 6 by 6 as well as the 12 by 12. I've shown you, of course, the satin or glossy papers as well. So you have got those ones. Then you have got the flowers, the paper flowers. You're getting 2 packs in here, and you are getting the vibrant and the pastel. You can see that there is a variation of flowers, variation of colors, variation of shapes and dimensions, with those beautiful stamens inside them as well. The 3-dimensional, that realistic look. Now these paper flowers add texture, they add color, they add dimension to your projects. And I love to have ready-made a selection of beautiful, a bouquet of flowers in there that you have got, and they are perfect tones to work with the whole collection. Then what else do you get here? Then you get in the vinyl stickers in here, so they have been cut for you into vinyl. Now you have got in here, and I love to touch them because it's kind of nice. They have got all those beautiful words written by Anna herself, and you have got sentiments in there that they are very, very inspiring indeed. Then you have got, and then of course the vinyl stickers here that you can then peel them up completely. I'm doing it. Shall I not do it? I'm not gonna do it because I'm doing it upside down and I then want to ruin the pack shot. But you have got all the different elements in here, and then here you have got, of course, the vinyl stickers with the words as well. Different, the same sort of words in here. So expect nothing, appreciate everything. Be creative every day. You are brave. You will get through this. Such an inspiring words, and I think now more than ever we need to refer and use those words, create with those words, to do an exercise of mindfulness. I think, or I'm a very strong believer on that to just bring yourself into kind of focalizing using those words, reading them when you're creating them, as well as when you read your albums and memory books. Then we have got here the die cut ephemera, and you have got them, and again it's really nice because you have got them ready cut, and look at that. I love that. I really, really love that one. Just obsessed with cameras. I don't know why. Then we have got even the, look at that. That is gorgeous, and you have them in different sizes, flowers as well. Look, lanterns as well. Now I'm thinking. This is really cool, and I'm thinking, you know those LED lights that they're really flat. Can you imagine if you, they fall. So imagine to punch out a little circle inside of here, and then putting LED lights coming behind it, so you can turn it on and off. And now you could do the same thing with those vintage lanterns as well. We do have got one in behind us, don't we? Somewhere in the studio. And then we have got, of course, more ephemera. And then finally we have got here the journaling cards. Now these ones are printed on one side, and then you have got the plain side on the back. So this is perfect if you want to create albums and kind of interactive pages in which you write behind it. If you are into journaling, whether it's bullet journaling, more kind of a scrapbook element, these ones, think about putting washi tape to create a hinge, and then right behind it maybe your thoughts for the day. I love. Let me grab this one in here, which is upside down, but look at that. That is just amazing. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. Now you're thinking, well, this is great, but I want some inspiration. Well, here we have got a photo of VT, so you can see more inspiration.
So I wanted to take a moment to show you some of the projects that I've created with the Everyday collection that may not necessarily be on the set, just to give you a little bit more inspiration. So you have this beautiful mixed media piece with lots of flowers and ephemera from the collection. Then we have a card using 6x6 paper pad, some of the gloss pad you can see. This was die cut with a gloss pad. Then we have more cards, and I love incorporating the gloss pad. You can see on here, and matting and layering with the gloss pad. And these are the fussy cards, so I cut them with a white border. Then we have more gloss pad on those lovely little leaves, so you can see how fantastic this shine is. And then I also have this little tag. This is just mounted on a chipboard, and then the last piece I have is this lovely scrapbooking page, nice and busy project with some stenciling and the fussy cuts, ephemera and flowers, and of course the gloss pad.
That beautiful scrapbook page, and of course it didn't feature any pictures, so it can be framed into a wall. It's the sort of thing that you, with this, it's one contained kit that you can create elements for your cards, elements for your wall decor. You can decorate, a shadow box. You know those dimensional boxes that you can put maybe 8x8 piece of paper, and then bring those ephemera die cuts, pre-die cut elements. Stick the vinyl sticker with the sentiment over the glass to create those the layers of dimension. paper flowers, how much dimension, how much color with the vibrant colors they bring in. But I love the pastels, adding some subtle tones, and they blend perfectly with those colors. Approaching half of the stock of the whole bundle has gone. You can flexify it. It means 2 interest-free payments of £28.44 plus PMP today, and then the remainder next month, or one-off payments of £56.87. You're saving £14. 179,409 is your item number. And here we have got Anna showing us exactly how to put together one of these projects.
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm going to show you 3 really simple cards with the Everyday collection. This collection is perfect for making cards, making really simple and quick cards. Everything goes together, especially if you're gonna get it all bundle, because everything coordinates beautifully. So I'm going to start from the simplest card you could imagine, and it's literally going to be super simple matting and layering. And I'm just going to add this this element from the journaling pack. So it's 24 journaling cards. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. I think during this time we really need as much encouragement as we can get, and I think it's one of those cards that you could send to someone who, you know, who's maybe a little struggling through this whole situation. And then all I'm going to do to this is I'm going to take a little bit of the dimensional adhesive, and I'm going to pop this on one of the ephemera pieces. This is our close cut ephemera, and I'm going to pop this at the back, and I'm just going to pop it here, and literally that's it. So that is the card you can make with this collection. Super simple. Okay, moving on, because we're going to be graduating into more difficulty with the cards. Okay, gloss pad. Gloss pad is an absolute must-have when it comes to this collection. Have a look at this. It's just, the reason why it's amazing is because it's got this fantastic finish, and with a marble collection or marble gloss pad, it's even kind of more, I don't know, beautiful, relevant, however you want to call it. But this is perfect if you're a die cutter, either machine die cutter or, you know, hand machine or electric machine. This is absolutely perfect for all the die cutting, because have a look, I've die cut the butterfly and you can see how beautifully this picks up, and I've also die cut the thank you sentiment, and again it's gorgeous. So gloss pad is a must-have. We have it in duo pack for you. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do with this card. Again, this is a journaling card, one of the 24 journaling cards. It comes in the Get It All bundle, or it also comes in a separate bundle with all the stickers. So I'm just going to mat and layer this, nothing more too difficult. And I'm going to take my thank you sentiment, and which I've die cut, and I'm just going to pop this on here. Now if you wanted to run it through your kind of sticking machine, you can, with a little bit of glue, just so it's adhered all the way. And I'm also going to take, and that I'm just really into dimensionals at the moment, a little dimensional adhesive, so little foam pads, and just going to pop that somewhere here. But I'm going to finish this off with this gorgeous little butterfly, again from the gloss pad. And I've done this card to show you how beautiful and easy the gloss pad is, but also how easy it is to work with the journaling cards. So with the gloss pad, I've cut from one page, I've cut the bottom of the butterfly, from another page I've cut the top of the butterfly. I'm just going to stick them together, and I'm going to fluff up the wings, and that's all. And then I'm just going to grab some of that adhesive here, and then just pop my butterfly here. And again, absolutely perfect. So simple to make as well. Okay, let's step it up a notch, and I'm going to use another one of the journaling cards. They are just a little bit bigger than the 6x6 base cards, so all you have to do is just trim about, you know, a few millimeters from the bottom, just so you've got this lovely nice edge on your card. I've got this lovely piece of lace, which again I've cut from the gloss pad. I'm going to try to catch the gloss. Here you go, on this one. And I'm just going to run my glue roller on it, and I'm just going to pop that, come on, play nicely. I'm just going to pop that on here. Okay, so that is adhered. Now we have a set of beautiful vinyl sentiments. So these are the sentiments, I mean these are half used by me, but you can see how loved they are in this house. And then they also have those fantastic vinyl panels, and they are brilliant to layer on your gloss, on your marble gloss, so basically on any paper from this pad. And this just gives this amazing contrast between matte print and then all that gloss around it. Okay, now you can make it, I am going to make it dimensional because that's my jam at the moment, so definitely going to do that. Just going to place it here, and then just going to pop it on top. So wherever I've got a little bit of a blank space, this is where my sentiment's going to go. So you've got hello friend there, again perfect card to send to friends. If you just have any stamps at home, this will work beautifully. Just pop it in the post box. Okay, so I've got this fussy cut. So at the back of every paper pad, you've got the fussy cuts, and these are amazing. So no matter what size you're going to get, you are going to get the fussy cut. So I'm going to use this one, and I have to mention the beautiful flowers that we have, and we've got all those here, and I'm going to just use some of those, maybe 2 or 3. And then just take a little bit of the adhesive and then just dot them around the card, and that card is just going to be a little more dimensional. 1, 2, and probably 3 somewhere here. Here we go. Okay, and you've got a card ready again. So 1, 2, 3, super simple card in just over 6 minutes.
So can you imagine that, receiving the Get It All bundle, and of course you can make so many cards quickly and easily if you wish to do so, or elaborate if that's your preference. One of the most popular items from the Get It All bundle is this beautiful gloss paper pad. It's the marble in here. Now you are getting 2 of them, 225 GSM if you are wondering about the thickness of the papers, and you of course you are getting in total 20. You're getting 10 of each. Now if you are £12.99 is the price if you go for them individually, for the bundle in the 2 paper pads. Now you can see the beautiful marble effect that you are getting. The gloss is like nothing else, and remember Anna herself say that this is not photographic paper that cannot be die cut. This will be able to be die cut because it doesn't have a film as such. It's more of a gloss finish, so it gives you all the shininess, the glossiness from a real piece of marble, but of course on the die cuttable form of paper. The fact that it's 225 GSM means that it's actually, technically speaking, cardstock. So it means that you will have the heftiness of that higher GSM. And I also look at that. I love it for backgrounds. I love it even for unicorns and mermaids and that kind of more mystical things. You can put a rainbow in here and look stunning. It looks like jewels. It looks like flittering of gold specks into the background. Now this does not just marble. This is the perfect backgrounds for maybe stamping into it or adding texture. It is the starting point. You need a paper that adds the background, that adds color, and in those softer palette tones of the pinks, the blush pinks, the beautiful blues, as well as the greys. If you want to go for it, £12.99 for a set of 2 paper pads, 798.900. And remember, it's that gloss paper that is different to anything I have seen, and you can die cut it as well. Now we have got the amazing spritzers here, sprays. Now this one is spray always bottle set. And what it is, sprays always, is that they come empty, so you fill them up with your water. You can fill them up with your own creation of color. I like, for instance, Pearly Wings inks, and then you can create your own special creation blend of colors. What they are so special about these sprays is the fact that it's unlike a traditional spritzer, doesn't have a tube going down the middle. Now this means that you can spritzer literally, I mean, I'm going to put it literally upside down, because you have got here, this is the tube inside it. It's not a tube, it's just a kind of a length, and that's where the water arrives. So you could do it upside down. If there was a tube, it would be empty here, there would be air. So that's why they work so well. This bit here, this plastic thing in the element, this is what comes up. When you fill it up, it's at the very bottom. So you can see. So that is what they make these spritzers so special. The other thing is, like, I can spritz myself all over with water. It's just water in here, and it's the finest mess that I have ever had. You know, it is just beautiful, and it's just, you know, when you want to do that faux bleaching technique with your distress inks, but you want the softer of the Most Effects, this will give that to you. Imagine be your own creator of your own collection of inks. You can use distress inks in the ones that come in a pot, your Pearly Wings, but the pigments that, of course, Anna brings to you, create your own spritzer with color, or just water, and as well you can even use other creative mediums. £21.99 for a set of 5 of them, 408380. And we have got another demo by Anna coming up next.
Okay, so for this demo, I'm going to work on a scrapbooking page, and I've already created a little stencil impression and a little bit of a shimmery stencil paste. So I'm not sure how much this is going to be visible on the end piece, but it's just going to add a little bit of a background. Okay, so I'm going to start working with my elements. So I have pre-cut fussy cuts from the 12x12 sheet, which is at the back of the cover of 12x12 paper, in fact of 6x6 and 8x8 as well. And I have also cut from the gloss pad this clock, and I've got a little chipboard element. So I'm going to use those, and I'm going to start adhering them with some glossy accents. Okay, and just going to, I've got general layout in mind, so I'm just going to use this, and these are 2 separate parts, so just going to dot a little bit of the glossy accents around, and just want this here. And yes, I know this will cover majority of the texture paste, but I kind of half expected that. And then I'm going to take this this die cut from the gloss pad, and in fact I'm just going to lift this up a little bit because this was meant to go underneath. Just a little bit of layering. Okay, that's lovely. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the fussy cuts from the 12x12 page. So these are all the fussy cuts. So I sat down one evening and I have pre-cut them, and I'm going to start building a little scene around it. I also want to use the flowers because flowers are just beautiful, and I'm particularly in love with those, I think called peonies. I'm not sure how they're called. The paper flowers are always called something different than they actually are. Anyway, I'm just going to take some of those and decide on what colour I want to go for. I think some peach as well. And then I'm going to start arranging those. So these have quite thick little kind of stems at the back, but you've got to be careful not to cut it too short because that's what's holding all the little stamens inside. So if you cut it, just put a lot of glue just to make sure it will all adhere. So this is going to go there, and then I'm going to create a little arrangement with those smaller flowers, and then we will work with the ephemera or actually the fussy cuts. So this will go here, Okay, cute. I do like my flower arrangements to be quite tight, so I'm going to use this. So using ephemera or fussy cuts just adds another dimension, because they're obviously 2D and your flowers are 3D, so it just adds like a little bit more interest and a background, so you can really play with those layers. And that's one of the things I adore about using ephemera or fussy cuts, etc., because you can really create that gorgeous scene, that kind of beautiful focal point. Okay, I'm going to add a couple more of those. So this one will go here, and then this one, so I'm just going to make it go on the side like this, and then I've got one more, so we're just going to connect with the edge like this. Okay, and I'm going to carry on with my flowers. Again, this one has a thick bit, so this will be cut off, and then I'm just going to place on the side here. And I have also decided to use this element, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it on the marble gloss like this, and I'm just going to kind of find myself a straight edge, and then you can use dry glue for this if you wanted to, and then I'm just going to cut around it. Marble gloss is particularly good for all your layering. It is an amazing paper pad, and I would really encourage you to get it, especially in a duo, because it's a fantastic price for the duo of this kind of finish. That's done, and I'm just going to take this one, a little bit of glossy accents as well, and then just pop that around here just to keep building it. And obviously you can carry on with this as much as you want. I've only got limited time to do this, but I'll just carry on with some more flowers around here, so just creating more arrangements, something like this. I think that would look beautiful. But I wanted to show you the sentiments I have, and these sentiments are from the vinyl sticker sheet, which I'd really think is just fantastic addition to this collection, because it's got all the sentiments you ever want, especially for times like this, and you have whatever makes you smile, keep it. So I'm going to use this one and just pop it here. And then I also have this kind of triple sentiment that I've cut into smaller pieces, and that is what we see depends mainly on what we look for. And I think this top here is a perfect space for this, so I'm just going to add this to the top of this page. And obviously you can use dimensional adhesive if you wanted to. You can use your glue roller, whatever you decide to use. It will probably stick better to what I've just done. Anyway, you get the gist of this page. I hope you enjoyed this.
Such a pretty page, isn't it, with all those elements, the textures and the elements, and everything coordinates absolutely perfectly, because it is the Everyday Collection by Anna Hanshan. You are getting it all. Basically, you are getting the 12 by 12 papers, you are getting the 6 by 6, the 8 by 8s, you are getting the gloss papers as well, the brand new here, marble papers with the beautiful soft tones. You are getting the paper flowers with that three-dimensional texture, those colors that match perfectly with the whole collection. Then you have got the vinyl stickers, then you have got the ephemera, you have got everything that coordinates with the beautiful vintagey soft tones and yet regal and warm and cozy. Those sentiment cards as well, the journaling cards, where you can write in the back of them, so you can use them as pages and as flip and flap, flip-flops of your journal. Flip and flop, very descriptive there. Now you have got it all here in this bundle. You have got the opportunity to flexify, to spread the cost, to make it easier to shop. Two payments of £28.44. You're making a saving of £14. One-off payment, you have got that option as well of £56.87. And we have got even one more demo from Anna. So here she is.
So in this demo, I'm going to create a kind of slimmer version of a DL card, and I just love matting and layering, and this is using the same page actually, so you're not wasting any page or not cutting into a new page. You're just going to be using one 8x8 sheet, and you've got 8x8 and 6x6 in the same bundle. So I've got my card base, which is a little bit of a textured card, that's all, and I'm going to use a roller, and I'm going to create my mat first. So just going to go through the center and just try to put this as straight as humanly possible, which, as you know, is always a challenge. Well, let's just say it is semi-straight. And then I've pre-cut this. Now you can obviously prop it up on some dimensionals if you wanted to, but I'm going just to put it straight. So you can see this is all made from the same page, which is just brilliant because it's just really cost effective and yeah, economical, which is the same thing as cost effective. So I should just carry on crafting. Right, okay, so nice and straight. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the fussy cuts. So you can either use ephemera or fussy cuts, and I'm going to create kind of a scene from a different page onto this page, because you can do that if your heart so desires, and mine desires this kind of layout. And then another thing I've done here, look, this is the actual tag from the last page of every paper pad. So this is from the 8x8, and you've got 12 of them, and you can just cut them, and you can mat and layer them. But look, you don't have to mat and layer on you know, the complete bit. You can just mat and layer a little bit, which just wherever you want it to stand out. So I want this to differentiate from this purple, so I can just put like a little mat just halfway through the page, and that uses some of the rest of the paper. So literally this is all I have left from that strip, and also it creates a different type of matting and layering and different effect as well. Okay, so here we go, and then I'm going to take some of those dried flowers. Now I really wanted to incorporate this because we all go for walks trying to get some fresh air at the moment while social distancing, and I have picked this up on my walk actually, and this is super cute, and just gave it a little time to dry, and I thought it's going to be absolutely perfect to be incorporated into my card. So I'm going to tack that behind this here. So I'm just going to use some wet glue. Oh, this is going to be interesting because the wet glue is going to go everywhere. Okay, here we go. Look how pretty this is. I'm just going to give it good press. Now this is glossy accents, so I'm just going to smear it round just to give it a little, give my card a little bit of a gloss. You can do that with glossy accents. And then I've got this beautiful butterfly. Again, I just wanted to remind you of the beauty of the gloss pad, which we have in a complete collection, or on its own as well in a duo pack for you. And I'm just going to pop that together, and again this butterfly has been die cut. The top has been die cut in one color, the bottom from another color, and then just going to add, oh yeah, look at this. Okay, so you've got this beautiful card. Now if you want to add a sentiment, by all means you can, and I'm just going to add the what do I have here? I've got keep going. That's where I'm going to add. Just going to add keep going, and just going to pop it here, or not here, here. Perfect. Okay, so you've got a lovely little DL card there, and that is just still flat enough to pop through the post, and this doesn't matter if it's going to get squashed, but here you go. So that is your project.
A lovely project that is, Anna. Now we have got a few minutes to talk about one of the 7-day savers. Now it is from Pen Art. Now a 7-day saver, if you are new to Hochanda or you never have heard about the 7-day savers, they are amazing value for many items, bundles, that they are launched every week at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and they last until 8 a.m. then following Sunday. However, sometimes, you know, many times they are super popular and they sell out early. So this is why as soon as I see a 7-day savers that I'm interested, I do check out my basket just to make sure that but I get a massive deal. Now here we have got Pentard. You know the quality of Pentard. You know, it's one of those companies that has got like that, you know, like reputation for amazing, beautiful products. You have got here the the cracking primer, so it's a universal one, so you can put that on top of a variety of different surfaces, and I will explain you which ones later. Then you have got here the primer paste. Now, I think the primer paste, for me, I have got this one exactly. And I have had it for quite a while, and it's such a good paste. It's almost like it's a gesso. It's a gesso, but it's thicker than a regular gesso. So it means that you can use it more as a texture paste, but also it means that the coverage is extraordinary. It gives you that sort of versatility of applying it into porous surfaces as well as glossy surfaces with an ease that is second to none. Then you have got the crackling paste in that metallic, that beautiful, I would say it's a periwinkle metallic color there. Then we have got the metallic crackling paste in that gorgeous sort of rose gold, I would say. Yeah, that's a very good way of describing. Thanks, producer. Then we have got the silver one, so the metallic. Now, these ones, you apply them and they crackle. Now, the thicker that you put them in, the bigger the cracks are going to be. And they are paste, not paint. Hence why you can create those really effective, really effective cracks, the ones that you want on your projects, not on anything else. Right, then you have got in here, also it comes with a 25 by 25 centimeters wooden board. So straight away out of the pack, you have got the surface in which you can experiment with this amazing bundle of mediums. It's one of those ones that if you are a mixed media artist and you want to expand your crafty stash of mediums, this is fabulous. It gives you texture with that amazing crackling paste, with that metallic undertones to them, sheen to it. You have got the primer paste or gesso paste in black, which is perfect to add it straight away to your surface, adding a little bit of texture by applying with a spatula or smoothing it out with a brush. This is one of your 7-day savers, of course, by Pentard, 4739 for £24.08. But of course, there is much more of those 7-day savers on the website, and you can find them all on the website hochanda.com. 7-day savers. There you have got some of my favorite funky card, rainbow camera card from Pink Frog Crafts. It is A6, and you are getting 200 sheets in total, 280 GSM, and still die cuts beautifully. You have Love Lunch, by the way, 1-day special launching at 6 p.m. Sorry, I don't know why I say 8 p.m. 6 p.m. tonight. But these ones are string foils. You are getting 18 of the marmalade ones for £11.99. It is marvelous, magical how the string foils work. And of course, there it is, the Pentard 7-day saver, and many more. So do check them out, those amazing savings on those items on the website. But again, amazing savings. Well, this Everyday by Anna Hershon collection has an amazing saving of £14. It is the Get It All bundle. You are getting 12 by 12 papers. You are getting gloss papers here, the marbling ones, these amazing, beautiful shine to them. You're getting paper flowers in the vibrant colors as well as those pastel hues. You're getting the vinyl stickers both in shapes as well as words and, uplifting positive words as well there. You have got the ephemera, die cuts, pre-die cut with different shapes in there. If I show you a couple of them with the camera, you have got here the lanterns with the candles. You have got, look at that, I think this is one of my favorite elements. Now, if you wanted to go for the your journaling cards, ephemera, vinyl sticker sentiments and shapes, you can go for those ones on their own. It's £21.96. However, the saving, of course, is when you go for the bigger bundle. They are gloriously beautiful and coordinate so stunningly with each other. You have that palette of softer tones, but they are softer, but still that have got that impact. They have got that aubergine undertone, that purple, deep, rich, warm and purple coming through, as well as those blush pinks and subtle hints of mints. all combined is warm and kind of interesting into there. Those ones are the vinyl stickers. As you can see, you're getting 2 sheets of 2 designs, so you are getting 2 in total. And then the paper flowers. Paper flowers is something that is straight away adds texture, adds color, adds dimension, adds a point of interest, and it shows the quality on the effort that you have put into your projects. You're getting 2 packs of them, and of course Craftbox is the company that brings and sources all those gorgeous flowers from around the world and delivers them to you, to your door. Gorgeous. I love how you have got different flowers in there. You have got wild roses, daisies, flowers, camellia. I think it's, well, is it a camellia or a peony? It could be. Different sizes in there. You have got, of course, this stamen in there with the beautiful beading sort of elements. Those kind of ringlets that I call them, the kind of, you know, the spiral, the kind of the greenery in there as well. Leaves adding green tones that coordinate in perfect coordination. Now, if you wanted to just go for these 2, of course you can. £11.98 for them. Remember, you are getting the pastel, which is these ones, as well as the vibrant, which are the larger ones. 464132 for just the flowers. However, of course, if you wanted to say, well, I love the flowers, but I actually am interested to go for just the papers, we do have them as well on their own. We have got the glossy ones on their own first, so it's £6.50 if you want to go for the 6x6. But then there are just these ones that you are getting in here. Is the glossy ones, which are, by the way, let me grab them because you can see them, and of course you can see that they are glossy. They are not. They look like photographic paper, but they are not. And the reason is, it's a good thing. If you are a paper crafter and you like your paper to be able to be die cut, a photo can be die cut using a straight die, yes, but when you want more intricacy, it kind of the photographic paper, because there's so many films in there, doesn't really like that. This is not a photographic paper. This has got that gloss effect, that gloss finish. However, you can die cut it. You have got 225 GSM, of course, in there, 20 pages and 6x6 was. You can go for the, of course, the bundle. The saving is in the full bundle, because that gives you a £14 saving. So basically, it's almost like, well, not almost, it's like if you are getting the paper, the flowers, and a bit of the papers for free, or actually, so it is an absolutely, it's a really good saving there of £14. You can spread the cost, of course, to interest-free payments if you want to, or one-off payment if it is £6.87. It's actually like you're getting the 12x12 pad for free. So you are, because the 12x12 paper pad is £14.45. You are getting in there. If you want to go for the paper pad on its own, by all means do so. You have got the details in there. You have got beautiful papers, double-sided. You are getting 12 double-sided pages, 250 GSM, which technically speaking, that is cardstock. Cardstock starts around 190 GSM. For us paper crafters, 220 I consider really the weight to when we are talking to paper card. This is 250 GSM. It's double-sided, so you always have got that 2 options to choose from. It's beautiful papers with the glorious tones that are rich and warm, tones that are vintagey without being, you know, sometimes vintagey papers, some days we like the vintage tones, but we don't like the slightly sadness of the vintage papers, if you know what I mean. Here we have got the prettiness, which puts a smile in my face, because we have got the soft pinks. Let me grab a couple of those color papers, because remember that the 12x12, the larger ones, is the same designs onto the 8x8 or the 6x6, but reduced in size. So I'm going to show you in the 12x12, so you have a flair of what it is, what you are getting. Look how glorious. I love the elements of you having some script on the sides. I love how the flowers are kind of watercolor in there to bring in some green, some coolness to those designs. The good grain on the background, those blender sides. This die cuts beautifully. If you want to put a die cut on top, that works also stunningly. But look at that. I love how the slides come in here as well in the paper. You can see the elements of the ephemera as well as the vinyl stickers are replicated here. But in here you have them in a different dimension. Those watercolor flowers. Beautiful if you want to highlight them with layering on top of them paper flowers as well. I love the texture that you get in the background. I love the elements that you can fussy cut if you want to cut a border. You can bring in some of these elements and kind of cut them around and make them all look stunning. I love how you can trim it and create, like Anna was using, a DL, tall and thin card. I love that the background, the back of this paper is kind of almost like it's printed into a yellow color, but it looks like gold, doesn't it? Now look at those cards. Now these ones are, I believe, 3 by 4 inches? Yeah, 3 by 4 inches. Yeah. So you can see you can cut them and use them as a toppers to your cards. Toppers are your art journaling. Toppers for your memory books. Because it's 250 GSM, this is a card that you can create your own albums out of it. Think about your Cool Cats Crafts dies to incorporate them and create your stunning, absolutely stunning memory books and albums. But the best way, the biggest saving is of course going for the Get It All bundle. You have got a £14 saving, which means that you basically are only paying 45p for those 12 by 12 papers. You are getting paper flowers, which are that dimension and luxury, vibrancy with those vibrance, as well as those perfectly tuned in colored flowers with the sapastel. You are getting the vinyl paper stickers as well. If you want to send somebody a starter kit, this is perfect. You have got in here the ability to get somebody a bundle of joy, paper crafting joy, with journaling cards, with uplifting quotes, inspiring words as well in the form of vinyl stickers. You have got in here papers that will give you the base of your cards, but also will give you the topper elements. You have got those glossy papers. Remember, those marbling papers that are absolutely different. They are absolutely beautiful, and you can see the shine onto them. It's like nothing else, but that means that still you can die cut it. If should you wish to go for a set of 2 of these papers on their own, you can. The details are at the bottom of the screen. £12.99. Do check out your baskets, whether it's for the papers, the individuals, or the big bundle. Do it now and you will have glorious bundles of paper craft joy delivered to your home. Thank you so much. After the break, Hayley West is gonna introduce you to the best bits of Craft Yourself Silly. Picture this after that, and then for Alan Create One Day Special.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Calling all the Chanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one-day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one-day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp we bring you a wide range of products, from stamps, stencils, groovy and pergamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects, so whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. We're in for a treat this hour because we have got bargains galore and all coming from Craft Yourself Silly. So I do urge you to jump ahead, have a look on the website and know how you guys out there, like myself, soft crafts, we like a good bargain. In fact, I think everybody likes a good bargain, and it might be the opportunity for you to have a little go at something new at a fabulous price. Now we will be chatting to Hayley via Skype in a little while, but we've got all sorts. We've got kits for you, we've got some fabulous fabrics as well, we've got some lucky dips, brilliant value for money. In fact, there's loads. And in fact, this first item that we've got with us here, this is one of the most useful bundles. Now, I know when you look at it, it's not the brightest bundle, but it's natural fabric, which is one of the most useful. Now here you've got a £10 introductory price with this, meaning that you're paying just £14.99. Wow. And you've got a kilogram of fabric in here. Now of course, depends on the fabrics that you're getting, depends on the weight, because obviously some weigh heavier than others, but they're all going to be that natural tone. And I love this because you've got everything from white to cream, you've got half Panama in here as well, you've got cotton, you've got a whole mix. But of course it's one of the ones that we use most often. Perfect as a blank canvas if you're into mixed media and you're wanting to spray this and change the colour of it, then of course you can do. If you've got fabric inks, you could be stamping on these, drawing onto these, especially those fabulous pens that Hayley brings to us as well. They would work well on here. You've got texture in here, good sized pieces as well. So if you wanted to make tote bags and things like that, you could do quite easy. Folding over, simply making a little bag or a back of a cushion. I mean, these fabrics could be used quite easily for that. Beautifully soft, as you can see, the quality is phenomenal as well. And of course you're getting a good range for a fabulous price. Kilogram in weight, so of course it could vary, but you are going to get a good mix in there. And I suppose sizes are going to vary as well, dependent on the kind of the weight and just the way that it weighs out. I mean, here, look at that. That's a good size piece, isn't it? Wow, that is huge. That is huge. You're looking at probably, where am I? Where's the selvage? It's on that edge. Is it selvage to selvage? It is as well. So you're looking at probably a metre's piece there. So a metre piece, I mean, quite often you'd be paying, what, $9.99, something like that for a metre of cotton? That's not bad at all, is it? So I have to say, definitely a bundle worth considering. Now, I know we're going to be busy for this one, so the details are there on your screen. We are very busy, and I don't blame you. This is a perfect opportunity for you to stock up. Even if you're just trialling things out, if you've got a pattern, sometimes it's good to do, and I always forget the word for it, because it's a funny word when you're actually doing like a tryout of a pattern. You guys out there, sewers, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But it means before you actually go in and use your best fabric for a project, then you are obviously trialling it with your pattern. Maybe you're coming up with your own ideas. I don't know. You'll be able to use it in loads of different ways. But already 20% of the stock has gone. My goodness, £14.99. We better get Hayley Smith on before we sell out of everything. Good afternoon. How you doing? Oh, it's nice and sunny there.
Well, it's sunny, but it's cold.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got a lot of rain down here at the moment, so I don't know whether it's heading in your direction up there. It's good for the garden, as we always say. Now, I have to say, you've brought us some fabulous deals during this hour.
Yes, well, we've had a big clear out.
Okay.
We've had a bit of time. Not that much time because I'm trying to do everything on my own here. So if you do hear phones going or door buzzers going, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm on my own.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we'll try and squeeze as much as we can.
My mum was on the phone before. I had to stop halfway through the show and answer my mum.
I love it. Now, when we're looking at these different bundles...
yes, we've had a big clear out, which is amazing. It's so we can get some kind of new products on the go and get some space and just generally have a big clear out. But the bundle that you've got there, the natural bundle, that is actually kind of built up from all of the bits and pieces that we kind of cut off from when we're printing, because we print on a lot of natural fabrics and they all need to be whites or creams to allow the print work to actually work on them. So what we've done is it takes just under a metre to get the fabric actually loaded onto the printer properly. And a lot of those bits that get left over just kind of mount up here. So what we thought we would do is, because they're nice big sizes of fabric, and you can actually do something with them, they're a really good size for even, backing a small quilt, because a lot of them are 150 centimetres wide. So they're quite a nice, big lump of fabric there, or maybe just backing bags, lining bags, backing cushions, things like that. Or maybe you just wanted to do some mixed media, maybe you're wanting to experiment with things, maybe using power text, things like that. Perfect bundle to do it with because they are all natural fibres. They're all mostly cottons, but I think there might be a couple of linens chucked in there as well.
Now, I must let you know that 70% of the stock has gone. So are we looking at a situation that when it's gone, it's gone? That's it?
There might be another half a dozen, but that's it.
Oh, not many then. Okay, fair enough then. So that means that if people want to get hold of it, they need to do it sooner rather than later, really. And is that a similar situation with some of the other bundles that we're bringing as well?
Everything. Because this has been a big clear out for us, then absolutely everything is the same situation. Once it's gone, it is gone.
And the prices that you're bringing to us, it's with all due respect to everybody, it's not worth your while bringing in stock to sell out at the prices that we've got here.
Not those prices. We have literally just kind of had a big clear out. Anything that's been end of roll, anything that's stock that we're not going to replace, we've just put it into one big clearance show.
Wonderful. You can see it's gone green on the screen now, folks. So yeah, it's your last opportunity really for you to get hold of these. If you are wanting your natural bundle, 100 kilograms, and as you heard from Hayley there, pretty much cotton fabric, different weights, different mediums, which is fabulous if you want to have an experiment, but some good size pieces as well. We're going to move away from this one. We're going to move on to another bundle that we've got for you, and this one includes a pattern. Hayley's going to stick with us though during our little chat and our little walk along the counter, so she will be able to tell us about this as well. Now you can see here you've got 8 cotton fabrics, you've got half a metre. I'm guessing, I'm going to check with Hayley in a second, it's kind of a lucky dip as to what you're going to get, but you are going to get that bag pattern included. Is that right, Hayley?
That's correct. The fabrics that you'll get will all be cottons, but they could be any. It's going to be a little bit of a lucky dip. And I've got them all packed here, so I can show you all the different ones that you might get in there. But it is a bit of a lucky dip for what you're going to get in there. But you're getting 9.5 metres of 100% cotton fabric. So that is an amazing price. And you're getting a bit of inspiration in there. You're getting the bag pattern as well.
I love that. And we've got a little pattern. Now, on the screen there, it's saying 8.5 metres. So I'm not too sure. Let's just double check that one for you.
That is correct. How many have you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4,
sorry,
5,
I thought you
6,
said
7,
9. I thought you said 9, sorry.
Oh, no, it's definitely 8.
Okay, that's all right then.
I counted them all.
That's okay. Now, the bag that you actually created, now we've got a
9,
version
you've
of
done well.
It's a handleless bag, but this is kind of explaining the concept. And I vaguely remember us doing a show with this pattern.
Yes, we did. It's a really, really easy pattern to do because most of the blocks are actually all the same size. So if you want to embellish them, maybe you want to do a bit of free motion on them, maybe you want to do even smaller patches and make them into those blocks, you absolutely can. It's a really, really flexible pattern to work with, that one, and gets really kind of quick results. Now, yes, I forgot to put handles on that one, but I was looking for the one that was in the picture on the pattern bag thing, the actual pattern itself. Couldn't find it. For love and the money.
Handles are overrated anyway.
Had to send you a half-finished handle this one.
Well, who needs handles?
Handles.
I love it. But of course, the beauty is when you get the pattern home, you will be able to do that. And of course, you'll be able to adjust it to whatever your sizing is. So if you want a longer bag, you can make it into more of a crossover bag or make it into literally a little handbag. But you are getting some beautiful fabrics, which of course you don't have to use in conjunction with the pattern if you don't want to. You might just love the style of that and thinking, oh yeah, I've got some fabulous fabrics, maybe some batiks or polka dots that we saw in the finished sample. But you are going to get 8.5 metres. That equates to 4 metres of cotton fabric and your pattern for £24.99. 20% of the stock has gone, and I'm not surprised because the pattern alone is going to set you back a tenner. So you can imagine what a fabulous bundle you are getting. £14.99 in effect you are paying for 4 metres of fabric, which is phenomenal value. Now, of course, Hayley is with us. We're going to have a little look at some of the other things that she's bringing to us. 384209. Looking at the screen, I wasn't sure if it was frozen for a moment then, but she has blinked. I know she's still there.
I didn't know if I was still there or not.
You are. You were very, very still. So for a moment, I thought that we'd frozen. If you were being a little scamp, you could do that quite easily, couldn't you? And then I'd just be like, I'm not quite sure.
Today.
You've got what, sorry?
I've got a monkey in the post.
Oh, okay.
I'm self-isolating up here, and then my other half's still down in Peterborough way. So he keeps sending me random things in the post.
Okay.
And today he sent me a monkey. I'll go and get it in a minute. You can have a look.
Well, there you go. It's not what you expect to receive in the post, is it? But there you go. Now, if you're placing your order for this item, what you can expect to get is a huge bundle of fabric within your post, because you've got 500 grams, so that's half a kilogram of cotton fabric, patchwork templates as well, and it drops off the screen, paper pieces, I believe.
Yes, there's some paper pieces in there as well.
Okay.
So the templates that you get are all kind of, I think they are 2-inch hexagon beads.
Yeah,
so by 2-inch hexagons, that's the length of one side. So they're all the same. So you've got a 2-inch hexagon, you've got a 2-inch half hexagon, and you've got your 2-inch triangle as well. So all those shapes you can fit together, and you don't necessarily need to use all the hexagons or all the half hexagons or all the triangles. You can mix and match up those shapes together, because if you have a look at the front of the packet, you can see you can make quite a nice kind of crazy paving style design just by chucking kind of everything at it, all of those shapes at it. So that's quite a nice one, and you're getting the MDF templates, you're getting some basic instructions on how to paper piece, and you are also getting the kind of 2-part templates. You've got the inner piece. Now, the inner piece is what you would use to make your paper pit, and then you've got your outer bits, which obviously you can kind of move around the fabric and cut the bits out from.
Oh, I see.
So this is
so for instance,
real kind of, so you can kind of fuss it,
this
you can kind of try it out before you actually commit to cutting it.
Okay, so like for instance, this fabric here, if I wanted to use that flower in the centre, I could do that with any of these shapes, position it and get it exactly where I wanted it to go.
Absolutely.
Nice idea.
So it will always be a mixture in these bags, and just to give you an idea of how much 500 grams is, a GSM on a normal quilting cotton is about 150 grams.
Okay, fair enough then.
you are looking at about 3 square metres.
Lovely. And there you go. We've got a little example. Again, when you get your fabrics home, cutting them into little squares, kind of 5-inch patches I'm looking at here, I think.
Yeah, they were made. That was actually made from not a layer cake, the smaller one.
The charm packs. Yep. And there you go, you can see just putting all squares together, and there's a whole wealth. Obviously you've got your pattern to get you started here, but of course you could transfer the fabric which you've made it into one of the other patterns that you've got that you're featuring within the hour.
Absolutely, and because these are again our clear out bundles, once they are gone, we have no more of any of the ones that we have today.
I love it. Great mix in this particular one. So you might be getting some of these fabrics that you can see here. Hopefully you'll get some plains in there. You might get a few polka dots as well. Some really interesting fabrics and some really useful pieces there, I am sure you will agree. And absolutely spot on if you are going to be doing your paper piecing, which of course you can do because you've got your templates in there. 169390. If you fancy getting hold of these, the details are on your screen. It is a very popular bundle. What was the update, sorry, on that one? 30% of the stock is gone. You're saving a tenner on that one. Just $14.99. It's worth it just to perhaps try out a brand new craft, knowing that you've got all those wonderful fabrics in there. 500 grams of fabric. That's a good way to fabric. Now, what else can we bring to you? Well, of course, Craft Yourself Silly are famous for proggy, and that's what we've got here. We've got a fabulous range of proggy templates, and you've got your snip strip with this, and of course you've got your layouts. You have got loads within here. Hayley, you've been very generous with this bundle.
We have put together all of the instructions that we have for proggy. So all the instructions for all of the projects that we do are in this bundle, and you are also getting your snip strip as well.
Wow.
So you can see there are some bits of proggy kind of up behind me here, because that's how what really started Craft Yourself Silly, and it's kind of still going and still one of our most popular products that we do.
Well, this is it. It's an award-winning project, isn't it?
It is. Some stuff, you know.
I love it, and it's brilliant because it is just something that everybody can get involved with. The patterns obviously have got all the instructions on the back there, and of course the snip strip, and we can kind of see it featured here. I haven't got one to show people here.
Do you know what? I'm going to disappear off for a second. I'll go and get one, and I'll do you a quick demo with the snip strip, because that's what I can easily do from here.
Because it's going to take me a while to go through those 25 patterns.
You
so you've got your little kitten.
I'll go and get the other.
Fabulous. Oh, we've got it here. We've just had it handed in. So you are going to get one of these, but Hayley's going to explain to us exactly how you work with that in a few moments. But your proggy duck, that is one of those patterns that's included in there. And I love this, because you are getting the entire range, you know that it's not kind of a lucky dip. You are going to get all the ones that we are looking at. You could be building up things like your cushion covers as well. This is a lovely look as well. I do like this one as well. We've got all sorts. You've got little proggy sheep, as well as what else have we got here? Oh, proggy by numbers there. Nice picture. Oh, look at that. A proggy bag you could be making as well. Thinking ahead to Christmas, maybe Christmas wreaths. These are all featured. And oh, I've got to show you here my little proggy pig. Every home should have one. Now, I think we've got Hayley joining us again. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got to show you another one. Oh, the little proggy patch puppy. Adorable. Absolutely gorgeous. And, of course, you are getting the snip strip. Now, Hayley, please explain to us how we work with that.
Okay, so this is a snip strip. There is a big slot in the centre, and there's a little hole up here. What you're going to do is you're going to take your strips of fleece. You're going to pop them through that little hole at the top. Now, this is going to do two things for you. It's going to give you a full piece on your first turn, so you just take that towards the centre, and then we go over the top. That will stop it from sliding out while you wrap it round, and it'll give you that full size strip on your first turn. So we're going to wrap this round. We go next to, not on top of, because it is just a lot easier to cut. And then we're going to go through both of the layers, get scissors as well. Do this quite high up. We're going to go watch the fingers, watch the wires, and I'm going to go through both of the layers there, and what that's going to give us is lots of little bits, all the right size.
Oh, okay, right, fabulous. Now, I know you need to have fabric that you're going to push those strips through, so anything that we need to know about the fabric that we need to be using?
It's got to be a Hessian. Now, we have a kind of what we call Goldilocks Hessian, because we found one that is not too wide a hole and not too narrow a hole, because if the Hessian is too tight together, you'll really, really struggle to get all your bits in. And what will happen is your work will start to curl because there's too many bits in there. And if it's too wide, then they will all kind of start to fall out. So we do have one, and it will be, if it's not on the show, it'll be on the website. So you can get that from there.
I love it. 30% of the stock has gone. Sorry? 40? 30? My earpiece has gone funny again. I think it must be my ears today. 40%. Did I not say 40? I thought I said 30 and then 40. Pick a number. 40% of the stock has gone.
Making it
now,
up as you go along, aren't you?
Once you've created your fabric, obviously you've got your patterns which allow you to actually cut out the pieces that come together. But some of them obviously are things like your wreath that we saw. So I love this one here. You've got obviously the full-size pattern there, which is brilliant. I love these ones. These are such a clever idea. The pink wavy bag that we looked at, I must admit, I thought it was a brilliant idea. Here you've got your pattern, and I love this, choosing your different colours for the different areas. Very, very clever.
So we've kind of set the colours out there, and that pink one does, use specific colours. So it'll use like a really, really bright cerise pink. It'll use a kind of mid sugar type pink, and then it'll use a light pink and a white. But if you wanted to swap those colours over, then you absolutely could. You could make a purple one, a blue one, or whatever colour you want to make.
I love it. And then there are other ones where you've kind of got your proggy by numbers, where you've got things like your sailing ships and your seaside scenes and all sorts of wonderful things coming together.
You'll notice that they're really nice big chunky lines on those templates, and that's because when you actually transfer the template onto the Hessian, what you do is you put the paper down first, put your Hessian over the top, and then you'll be able to see through the gaps in the Hessian to the paper underneath, and you just take like a permanent marker or a felt tip pen and just literally draw over the top of it.
Perfect. I love it. There you go. And I also love the fact that we're getting all 25. So we kind of know what we're getting in this bundle. There's no surprises, no risks with these. But the price on your screen there, while we've just been chatting, I had a chance to look at that. You're saving £64.50. My goodness. £18.94. So half the stock has gone of these now. My goodness, wow, we are busy for these. These projects, are these good for kind of people of all abilities, kind of dexterity and kids as well?
Yeah, well, working with the proggy tools, actually, I can probably do a demonstration. There's enough stuff here that I can probably find it.
Well, I can see the fox behind you. Now, the fox behind you, that is one of the patterns that we've got on here. And we see him pop up.
In there, and the duck.
Oh, the duck's up there as well. What's the fox's name? I've forgotten.
Vince.
Vince, that's it. I nearly called him Colin for a moment.
Down in Peterborough, and if I'd thought about it, I would have got Matt to bring the big bag of proggy things in.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. I think everybody knows proggy anyway, so don't worry about that. But you're going to show us a little bit now with this, or do you want us to do it in a minute?
I'm just going to go nip and get a piece of Hessian.
Okay.
It's over there.
Lovely. So shall we come back to this in a minute then? Yeah, 2 minutes. That's fine. Give me a chance to chat about some of the other things that you've brought to us. So, yeah, if you want to get your patterns while Hayley gets herself ready for the next part of that demonstration, then please do so. 554402. We've had a sellout. Now, the Natrix fabric bundle that we looked at, I've got it here. I'm just going to move across slowly. Or am I staying? We'll go slowly. Technical sellout on that bundle. When you actually see it all coming together, this is where you've got your kilogram of your natural fabric. If you've got it in your basket now, do urge you to check your basket out. That is a brilliant value bundle. And I can tell you something, when you're holding it up mid-air, a kilogram is pretty weighty. 327546. If it's in your basket, check your basket out. I will keep you updated on that one though. So if any do fall back into our stock, I will certainly let you know. Now I'm going to be sitting myself all snug and cuddly while Hayley gives us a demonstration in a few moments. This is brilliant value for money. We're looking at 3 meters of leopard print fleece, £9.97. The quality of this is phenomenal. Just one layer, I just had to kind of feel that, and I thought I picked up 2 or 3 layers. It is so thick. It is beautiful. Now, whether you are creating this to make yourself a lovely snuggly blanket, and I say make yourself, you don't have to do anything, to be honest. You could, if you wanted to, kind of snip into that to give it a little bit of a fringe if you wanted to, but just as it is, it'd be fabulous as a kind of little snuggle blanket if you're wanting to snuggle up under a blanket. Things like dog beds, absolutely perfect with your leopard print, I think. Anything that you're kind of doggy based with leopard print, you can't go far wrong. Cats as well, of course, a little snuggly. And again, that is so weighty. You've got 3 meters with regards to these, so 622 249 if you're wanting to get hold of these. You've got an £11 saving. Of course, it's not limited to one per customer, so if you wanted to really invest in these and get more of them, then you can do, because again, it's just the weight and the thickness of this, it's just absolutely beautiful. You could even use it to back a quilt. At that price, to be honest, it's even more economical than buying some wadding to go in a quilt. If you've got a dark coloured quilt, that you could use this inside and people wouldn't see it, and that is brilliant value. So 622-249 if you're wanting to get a hold of that. Please do so. You can see there the details on your screen if you're wanting to. Now we're going to bring Hayley back in a few moments. We're going to go back to the demonstration at a later stage, but we'll have a chat with her about some of the other products that we've got here as well. Half the stock of that incidentally has gone, and yeah, you've got a bargain there, folks, if you have gone for those. Something else you can invest in and get a bargain price on are these. Now I'm going to move those cotton fabrics out of the way because they have gone. They have gone. Less than a tenner, my goodness. Now you have got some of your thread tidies. These are fabulous. Now we've got your squirrels, your owl and your sheep. You're going to get 9 of each. Wow, that's a lot. So is that 27? 27 of those. That is, isn't it? 9 times 3. Yeah, 27. Elementary maths. There you go. £9.97 for these. Now, if you're wanting them details on your screen, and the idea behind these, I think, is to literally wrap your thread around them. Is that right, Hayley?
So, if you have little bits of leftover thread, this is exactly what they're for. Look.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's fabulous. It looks like he's got a stripy sweater on.
A little squirrel there.
Lovely.
Now, if you've got bigger, chunkier things like ribbon, the owls are fantastic for that because they just have a lot more space around the sides, so you can get quite chunky things on them. They do.
Nice idea. I like those. I've got one of the little owls here, and yeah, you look quite skinny without anything on, but wrap that ribbon or that yarn. Perfect if you're doing things with tapestry wools as well, because they've got some really substantial weight with these.
Tapestry wools can be a little bit chunkier.
Yes, yeah.
So look.
I love it. Literally a little black sheep there, you can see.
I love it. Black sheep. And a green one. And a black one.
They're fabulous. I suppose if you wanted to, you don't have to use them in the way that they were obviously they're designed to be created.
Absolutely not. The only thing that makes them thread tidies is really the little notches that we've put in there to help kind of secure the thread as you tie it on, and so you don't lose your ends. But absolutely, you could use them for other things. Although one thing I will say is, without the thread wrapped around it, the squirrel sometimes has a little bit of a skinny tail.
He does
so you might have to fluff him up a little bit, but obviously he's designed to be a thread tidy.
I love it. There you go. You're going to get 27 of these pieces, 9 repeats of each of the 3 little characters that you can see there. Brilliant value for money. 081520. Now, I've got another bundle to share with you. Now, it's taken us a little while to get down to here, so I do apologise, but it's already limited in stock, and this is fabulous because you've got your creased cotton fabric. What? Yeah, what? $9.99 for 4 metres. I got my eye on this when I came into the studio. I love this. This is fabulous, especially for those kind of, well, a bit like the top that I've got, a loose top where it doesn't matter if it's going to get crinkled and creased.
Those kind of loose-fitting ones, and especially kind of what we like to call comfy pants.
Yes, yes.
Because they've got a natural stretch to them. With them being a creased cotton, it's got a natural stretch to it, which you kind of don't have to worry about. And they're great for kind of holiday clothes where you don't have to worry about getting creased when you pack them.
Well,
you
this
can just
is it.
literally chuck it in and it's done.
There we go. Now you can see this is a cotton fabric.
Don't iron it.
Well, this is, I'm just kind of scrunching it up because I'm imagining if you were going off on holiday or you got your flight bag or something like that. I know nobody's going anywhere at the moment, but we will be at some point. You can see that scrunching that up, opening it up, and it doesn't have any detrimental effect on that. And that could be a pair of trousers or a sundress or anything.
What it does as well is really nice kind of skirts because it's kind of automatically gathered at the top.
It is. Now, sadly, we're going to have to say goodbye to it, Hayley, because it's technically sold out with that one. So, yeah, apologies.
Don't think I'll buy any more of that one, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes. Well, price like that, I don't imagine you would be able to. So, yeah, well done to everybody. Thank you again if you have placed your order for that, and I will keep you updated should any pop back into our stock. Let's have a little look on the website because we've got some of those bundles we've been chatting about. Obviously, the proggy patterns have have proved to be very popular. The fleece, again, your patchwork bundle that you've got there, your thread savers, they are all there. So do pop them into your basket, and of course keep an eye on that basket total. If you just start going up to the £60 threshold, then of course you can spread the cost over 2 payments. Just to let you know, before we go back to Hayley, that leopard print fleece, that is now limited in stock as well. And as I say, prices like this don't come around very often, so if you're wanting to go for a couple of sets of those, I know at the moment it's probably a little bit warm potentially for thinking about fleece projects, but don't forget the winter will be here before we know it, so that is going to be a fabulous one to snuggle under. I'd love that on the back of a quilt actually. Anyway, if you're wanting that, get hold of it, but we're also busy for the proggy patterns as well. 25 of these projects and your snip strip. Hayley showed us these. Now 60% of the stock has gone of these now, the whole bundle together, but it's what you do once you've cut out your little snips. Now if you've only just joined us, you can go back on Rewind and Hayley will explain how to work with this tool. Couldn't be simpler. You simply wrap in your fleece strips, maybe your leopard print ones, and snipping them so they're all measured at the same length. Then of course you need to use your Hessian or your burlap. Hayley's mentioned to us that they're Goldilocks Hessian, that's perfect for these projects, but then you need to get the tool that you can get crafting with. So over to you, Hayley, show us what we need to do next.
Okay, so in order to proggy, it's a really simple technique. So you've got your Hessian, and for your edges, you really want to stabilise those first. So the best way to do that is just to fold your Hessian over. So if I show you that edge, there we go, fold it over, and then I'll have to work back to front here because oh, not used to working this way around. But you pop a big hole in. Oh, hang on, let's see if we can just, there we go. Where do we need to be? There, okay. So we pop a hole in, we push one half through. Now, in order to secure that back and to stop it disappearing on us, what we need to do is actually put the looped part on the back there, because where it jumps over and spans over those pieces of the Hessian, that's where it's going to actually stop it from fraying for you and hold it in place. And what you're creating with proggy is you're creating all of these little tufts.
Fabulous.
And that's when you get more and more in, that's what holds it all together. So from there, you'll just come along kind of 3 strands of Hessian, you'll pop another great big hole in, push one in, and then come 3 along again and push the other one in. And brilliant. It is literally as simple as that. And because you're not using those kind of fine motor skills and you're using kind of more of the palm of your hand to push the pieces in rather than your fingertips, it's quite a nice one. So maybe if you've been doing knitting and things like that, or cross stitch, and you're losing your dexterity, then this is a nice way to kind of get into something else that maybe doesn't quite need the eyesight and the finger strength.
Look at that, that is fabulous. Now the tool that you're using, do we have that on the Chanza website, or do people?
Yeah, it'll be on the website somewhere.
Fabulous. We can add that in at the same time, so there you go. It's as simple as that. Hayley, thank you so much. I do have to let you know, my darling, that that fleece fabric has gone as well now.
You haven't got anything left, Hayley. What are you going to do?
Well, this is it. You can sing and dance, can't you, Hayley? Because I'm relying on you. We're live on Skype.
Oh, sorry, that's not.
You're going to help me out.
That wasn't helpful, was it? I just left it.
In fact, we've had another sellout as well, so I might as well tell you about that one at the same time. That clearance bag that we saw with all the pieces of your cotton fabric and your MDF templates, again, those have gone now. Sadly, I'd like to say to you, keep a note of that item number, but it was while we've got the stock, so there's no point in you keeping a note. But again, if any of those do pop back onto our shelves, then I will let you know about those. We have still got those proggy kits available. I say kits, sorry, they are templates. And here you've got the entire range of proggy project kits. So you've got your proggy pattern, should I say. There's lots of P's in that sentence. And I choose the proggy patch puppy to add a few extra. You've got things like your proggy pig, you've got your fabulous little fox there, Vince the frog, fox, not frog. There's probably a frog in here somewhere as well. And you also got something wrong with my teeth today. The proggy bag that we spoke of. And with each and every one of these, you will get a template or a pattern that will allow you to actually build that design up. So for instance, if you're making one of the 3-dimensional pieces, you will have a pattern. I think this is the one for the pig. It is. Oh, they've got names as well. This one is called Brigitte. Oh, very
Yeah,
exotic.
we've named them all.
I love it.
They all have names.
Fabulous. And so once do you draw the outline onto the Hessian before you start working?
If you've got the Hessian, you need to draw the outline on first. So you put the paper piece behind there, and you should actually be able to, you can probably see if I just move, you can kind of just see through it a little bit.
Yes.
You just see my fingers moving there behind it. You can just about see through it from all those little gaps that are in there. So you just place it on top and just draw over the top, and then you've got that line to follow so you know which colours you're putting where.
I love it. Now, are there any of these, if somebody's completely new to proggy, are there any that you would suggest to try first?
Well, actually, if you have a look on the front, they've all got difficulty ratings on the front of the patterns. So if you have a look on there, it'll take you kind of 1 to 5, easy to difficult. And maybe start with the easy ones.
I love it. Well, that one's only got a difficulty rating of 2. Nice and easy, and actually a little owl. What's the owl's name?
Alan.
Alan. Obviously.
Sorry.
Alan the owl. Makes sense.
What else would you call him?
It's a good name. Good name. I like it. 70%.
There's 2 parrots. The one you've got there is, I think is that one Ken or Brian? I can't remember which way around they are.
I didn't come across the parrot.
Brian.
I was just flicking through and came across the parrots, I think. Oh, that's a baby parrot. Is that a different one?
That's a penguin.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. It was in black and white, so I couldn't tell. Look, I'm not a member of any ornithology clubs, so there you go.
Is this the beginning of your long shift?
Yeah, I've only just come on. Half an hour I've been here. It's not boding too well, is it? Anyway, it's probably time to say goodbye to Hayley, although you're probably best handing over to Hayley than me just going and having a lie down. But we're going to say goodbye for the time being. Just while
somebody. I'll have to do something for a minute.
Exactly. I think we need to have a little bit of a think because I've got a lot of gaps around me. So it might be that we give you a call back in a few moments. So yeah,
okay,
we're going to let Hayley go for a minute. Obviously, very, very busy. This is the kind of hour that if you pop in those bundles and those goodies into your basket, that post and packing is going to start creeping up. So that's when it's good to become a Freedom member. And here's Janice to explain more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
You can indeed, and take advantage of those savings while you have the opportunity. On the website, you can have a little browse around and you'll see lots of blue banners for products that you can get at a discounted price. So it's definitely worth becoming a Freedom member. And if you're making savings, like the saving that we see on the screen there, the last thing that you want to be doing is taking any of that saving and spending it on post and packing. So it makes sense to become a Freedom member. I know most of us here are. Now, we've been busy for everything. We've had so many different sellouts. I've lost track of the sellouts, to be honest. It must have been about 4 now, I think, something like that, 3 or 4. Now, we have got this bundle that we're going to go back to that we chatted about a few moments ago. It is an amazing value bundle. You are getting 8.5 metres. Now, we're looking at a selection of some of the fabrics you may get. It is a bit of a lucky dip, so you might get some of these, you might not get some of these, you might get completely different, but what you are going to get is 1/2 metre pieces, and they are 100% cotton. There are 8 of those, so that equates to 4 metres of fabric, giving you incredible value. Now, you're also going to get a patchwork bag pattern included within this kit, which means that you could take those fabrics that, when they arrive, you've got something to get started on straight away. Now, the fabric in your bundle isn't going to make one bag, it's going to make many bags, because you're using just small pieces that are coming together. You might incorporate some elements that you've got from your own stash, because of course when you get these arriving, you'll probably think, oh, I've got a batik that will work with that, or oh, I've got a polka dot that's exactly the same colours. This bundle, I mean, that is a dream. Those 3 together, if you're fortunate enough to get 3 fabrics like that, you could make your bag out of those and still have fabric left over. Then you've got fun fabrics on this occasion. I mean, this one is fabulous for kind of like a Hawaiian shirt style project to do like that one. The watermelon, bright colours, as you can see here, more subdued colours that are going to fit in perfectly with your stash at home, I am sure. But colours and fabrics that you have bought for an incredible price, $24.99. Now, the bag pattern is going to come as well. The idea behind this is that you're using simple squares that you're putting together, and then you're making a wonderful bag. Now, this is an example of one that you could be creating, maybe taking the inspiration from the pattern and incorporating some of your own fabrics. You will notice it hasn't got handles at the moment, but it's a good size bag, a nice bag there that you could quite easily be making and making as gifts, making as presents. Maybe they use it. I kind of like it without the handles, because I think it's good. Maybe if you're knitting or you're crocheting or something like that, it'd be a nice little project bag, because of course the yarn can actually come out of the bag there as you're working. So that's a nice bag pattern. That is included, and it's again patterns that Hayley brings us brilliant value. You've got all the information that you need. Obviously, you've got your picture there that's going to give you inspiration, but she lays everything down so simply that it's going to make it really easy for you to put your patchwork bag together. Details on your screen though, if you are fancying getting hold of this one, just £24.99. It's not limited to 1 per customer, so if you do fancy treating yourself to a couple of those, you can do. You will still only get 1/2 metre pieces though. Please don't think that you'll get a full metre of all the fabrics that you get in there. I think they've already been cut, so it's going to be a case of that you'll just get different ones. They might not all be unique, so if you're going for 2 bundles, you might find some that are crossover, but if you are going for 1 bundle, you will have 8 different fabrics within there, so you know you're going to get the variety. 384209. So if you're wanting to get a hold of these, over half of the stock has gone. £24.99. What a bargain. Now, what are we up to next? Are we going further along? We're going to go. I'll notice Hayley's popped up. Hayley's popped up with a little friend. Who's this?
Yes.
Is this the monkey that arrived
This
this
is the
morning?
monkey that came to the post today.
Fabulous. I love it. So, dare I ask, what other sort of things you've had?
I'm in work on my own. He sends me helpers.
I love it. I love it.
It came sweets, this one, but they went quite quickly.
I can imagine. Yeah, sweets and cakes, they don't last long, do they? That's the key thing. Now, the patterns and the projects that we've got, we're back to the proggy set again. I've just come across the proggy ladybird here and the proggy fish. These are brilliant. These are fabulous. I didn't realise there was such a wide range of characters.
Yeah, there's loads of characters in there, and then there's a few more general projects like the cushions and things like that, and the dolly mixture technique. And the dolly mixture technique is a brilliant one to just use up all of your bits and pieces. So maybe if you've done particular projects, I mean, this is one of the spotty bags, and I'm not sure if that spotty bag's in there or the spotty cushions in there, but there will be something similar. And this is another one that's a great way to use up leftovers. And I don't know if anybody managed to get the fleece that was on, but that's a brilliant one for the owls as well.
Ah, it's a good idea.
Actually, I think there's a fleece pick and mix on the website somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can check out the brand
that'll
section.
Be able to get you your fleeces to be able to do your projects, because there's all sorts of proggy things up above me there.
Well, there's loads, and I suppose once you know the technique and once you understand, you might have patterns of your own or drawings, things that the kids. I mean, the kids could get involved.
I mean, once you've got the hang of the technique, it's really, really easy to master, and then you're away. I've actually got a second technique that I can show you. If I can just get off my tool, monkey. Don't steal it. There's a second technique which works really, really well. Now, normally with proggy, you're going to work from the back. I'm just going to move this forward a bit so it's a little bit easier for me angle-wise. So, with proggy, usually you would work from the back.
Okay.
There. Okay, I'll hold it there. So, there's another technique which uses long strips, and for that one, you'll actually work from the front. So what we're going to do is, same as we were doing before, we're going to put a big hole in, and always your first one and your last one, you take through to the back, and I'll show you why you do that in just a second. So you come 3 along, you pop a hole in, and rather than having it cut into smaller pieces, this time we're just going to make a fold, and we're going to push that whole fold through. Oh, I've gone the wrong way around, man. I should have been, look, I've got it back to front.
Double-sided.
Always work from the back. That was my fault. So the first one goes through to the front, and then we're going to make a hole, create a fold, push it through, and what's that's doing, instead of those little individual tufts, it's giving us little loops. So I'll do a few more so you can see, and then I can hear the postman. He's just come to collect all the stuff I've left on the stairs. This is the joys of working in weird lockdown situations.
It is all a bit strange at the moment, isn't it? And it's one of those situations that a lot of people are looking at things that perhaps they've not done before, and this might be one of those projects.
Well, we just need to find a new normal, don't we? That's all we need to do. So the reason you take the first one and the last one through to the front as well is, you can see if I pull that first one, it's absolutely secure. But if I flip it over and I pull that one on the back, let me just bring this up a bit so you can see, they'll all pop out.
Right.
So that's why you pull always the first and the last through to the front.
Right.
And that will stop that from happening for you.
Wonderful.
So there's a couple of different techniques you can do with just that one simple tool.
So once you've got the loop, you go through and snip those afterwards?
No, you can leave it as a loop technique. There's, the sample's down there.
Oh, okay. Now, there you are. You're back
but
again
yeah, it just gives you a different texture. Just gives you a different texture on them.
I love that idea. There you go. So what a clever idea. So if you fancy using, well, either of those techniques, whichever you find easiest, might be that you don't find the actual snipping possible with a pair of scissors, maybe dexterity issues. Well, don't let that hold you back, because what you can do is use that technique that Hayley's just shared with us, the loops. And other than the long strips, you don't need to cut anything through. And you could use a whole variety of different fabrics. Obviously, Hayley's been working with the fleece there, which you see featuring a lot within the actual patterns that you're getting. But of course, the beauty is that if you wanted to use any fabrics, I guess you could do that. You just get a different look with it. And here's all your little characters. Love these. Now, each one of these characters comes to you with your inspiration, obviously from the packaging, as you can see there, with your step-by-step tutorial. Every single one of them does show how you can actually create with these. So if you did want to turn them into individual kits, then you could do, or divide them up. And if you imagine you've got 25 projects there, you could actually put a set of 5 together, maybe pick up the proggy tool from our website, and there you go. You've got a fabulous bundle with a gift idea for somebody there, and you can see if you're splitting that between 5 gifts there, you're looking at about £4 a gift with regards to the patterns. Obviously, I don't know how much the proggy tool is, but adding that in for probably less than a tenner, you've got an amazing gift that you're going to be able to give to somebody. Now, over 70% of the stock has gone of these. I've just shown you a few of those patterns. You're getting 25. You are getting the entire range of the proggy patterns coming to you with your snip strip. And your snip strip is your MDF piece here. Hayley did show us earlier on. In fact, she's going to show us again. I can see it in her hand, raring to go.
Ready to go. Slight change of shot. I was running out of battery, so I've had to run over to the plug.
Live TV.
You take your strip from the back through that little slit, and you want to work with always the little slit towards you and the writing away from you. So you line it up with a little slit in the centre there. You take it over the top, and that gives you your first kind of row. That will give you a full length piece on your first turn, and it will also stop it from sliding out for you. And then you go, oops, I keep knocking the camera over.
I keep jumping back when you're doing that.
Over and over and over. And then let me get the scissors. Oh, they're over by the monkey, bear with. There.
I'm just having a look to see what else you've got on your shelves there. It's interesting, loads.
And you snip all the way through, and that will give you Lots and lots of little bits, all the right size.
It's such a clever idea, isn't it? Because I suppose that when you're actually doing it, although it's got that kind of ruffled look, you don't want them to be some that are kind of huge, straggly bits and smaller, skinny bits.
Trim down afterwards. Let me just grab that bag, and I will show you. You can kind of trim them down afterwards. So if you've got, if I just like kind of put it sideways so you can see, you've got the odd one or two that's sticking up, you can just take a pair of scissors and just trim those bits and pieces off if you want to. But if you do start out with them all the right size, then what you'll find is you'll have to do that a lot less.
This makes sense, actually. It really does. Brilliant. So there you go. Simple as that. If you fancy getting involved with these 25 of those fabulous project templates with your snip strip, again, less than £19, £18.94p, 554402 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, I've got a little bit of news for you with regards to the clearance bag. We looked at these a little bit earlier on. Now, you've got the opportunity to get hold of these on extended delivery. Hayley literally did mention on air that she'd perhaps got a few of these, and we have, but of that restock stock, already 30% has gone. You're going to get, obviously, your fabrics, a mixture of fabrics. We've kind of moved these around. It looked like a totally different bundle that Chloe's put together here because you've got so many different fabrics. Some really quirky ones in here. I like this one here, a photo
They are
one.
always cottons, but what you'll find in the scrap bags is sometimes they'll be long skinny bits, sometimes they'll be short fat bits. There will always be a mixture in there, and that's why those little templates, the patchwork starter templates, are perfect to go with them, because that's exactly what patchwork's about. It's about making, doing, mending, using the leftover bits.
It is.
There's always a variety in there, and the English paper piecing is a lovely technique for that as well, because it really doesn't matter how many different ones you put in there. You can always get a nice result. It's almost like the Don mixture properties cushion. It's the same effect that creates.
That's a nice piece.
I mean, there's some you might want to fussy cut up for other projects.
Well, I know we had a show yesterday. I think it was yesterday with the pens. I think that you bought the fabric pens
this
to
morning.
us. Yeah.
They were this morning.
Oh, so this morning was it?
Perfect.
It was being set up as...
Yeah, Selena's new panels were on this morning, and I think you did that a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah, that's right. I did do a show with those. Yeah, they must have been setting up yesterday, ready for the show today. So, yeah, I saw them. The nice pens to work with those. I was very impressed with those. Now, with regards to these, extended delivery, I'm sorry, Charlotte, my producer, the first. So, that's Friday. Might be here before we know it, won't it? So not too long to wait for these. And again, a lovely little bundle of all sorts of different bits and pieces. But of course, once your fabric has gone, you still have the usability of your MDF templates. You've got your inners and your outies with these, so perfect for your paper piecing. And of course, you have got your little pattern, your inspiration sheet here, showing you how they all come together. Like this one.
And that takes you through the basics of kind of how to paper piece. But this is a really good opportunity to have a play, because you are getting the templates themselves, but you're also getting some paper sheets. Now, I did originally say paper pieces, but it is in fact paper sheets, and these paper sheets have lots of little triangles on them and lots of little hexagons on them. So if you want to plan a design before you go ahead and do it, that's a perfect way to do it. It's like a paper planner. So you can kind of colour them in, work out how you want your design to look, and then go find the fabrics to make it happen.
Wonderful. Now, if anybody wants this, they're going to have to be quick, though, because over half the stock has gone now, so it is literally flying out. So, yeah, if this is on your wish list, if you missed out a few moments ago and you do want to get hold of it this time round, you're going to have to be quick, folks. £14.99. Again, it's worth considering going for a couple of sets of these, because of course if you are crafting alongside somebody else, one of you could be working on certain paper pieces while somebody else is working on another set, and then they all come together at the end project. So brilliant way of crafting together. I like that idea. We've certainly got plenty of time for that at the moment. 169390, just £14.99. Now, something else that's worth popping in your basket at the same time, these fabulous little characters here. Now, you've got your thread tidies. Now, that's what they're designed for, but of course you can use them in whichever way you like. The ribbons that we saw Hayley working with, absolutely perfect on the owls. You've got the fabulous little, I love these little squirrels that you've got. Now, you've got 9 repeats of each of these, 27 pieces in total, and they are brilliant value for money because you're paying just £9.97. Hayley, you can see how you've already threaded these up. You've kind of given them clothes.
Yes, I have. I've got a couple of owls there, so you can kind of see the difference between how you can get those much thicker ones on. So maybe if you're working with ribbon, maybe if you're working in wools for crewel work and things like that, the owls are brilliant for those thicker kind of projects and those thicker mediums. And then for your kind of traditional embroidery floss, you've got the sheep and the squirrels. Now the sheep again can take a little bit more on there, so you can use your wools and things on those as well. And then you've got your squirrel who has his lovely fluffy little tail.
I love it. And I can imagine these being brilliant. If you're at home with the kids, getting the kids to help you tidy up all your threads and your embroidery flosses.
I mean, you can always decorate them before you actually put the floss around them as well. He's got a stripy jumper.
I love that. Fabulous. 27 pieces for £9.97. I mean, that is brilliant value for money. You've got, obviously, your owls. You're going to get 9 of your owls. You're going to get 9 of your little squirrels, as you can see there. Squirrel. 9 of those. And then you've got 9 of your lambs or your sheep down the front there. And again, as we said there, you don't have to use them for keeping your threads tidy. If you wanted to use them in projects, maybe you wanted to, especially the little lambs. I mean, they've got a little kind of mark there where you can actually put your thread through, but that's the only kind of thing that's determining these as thread, kind of, I won't say thread catchers, which I suppose they could be, but yeah, taking up the threads, that's where you kind of lock it in and then you start winding.
Well, a perfect thing as well is if you're you've got projects that are on the go and you maybe are using a bit of thread, and it always happens, you pull a few bits out of the skein and unless you're very careful, the whole thing goes wonky very quickly. And then it's a really nice way to have it, so you've actually got it separate. The black one's not great, is it, on top of a black jumper? There you go, have that one.
Well, and I'm just thinking, if you're working on an embroidery design where you've got several threads on the go, I suppose there's nothing stopping you from kind of having that thread always, you're decanting it from the kind of character that you're working with. As long as you wind it in the right way. Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's nothing stopping you wrapping 2 or 3 around there as well. So maybe you're splitting your threads down and you're using thinner threads on each project. There's nothing stopping you if you split them down, wrapping the extra bits around here 2 or 3 bits at a time, and then again just using that little notch to hold them in place.
That's it, and especially if you're knitting a jumper as well, if you're doing a bit of intarsia work where you've got lots of different thread yarns, lots of different colours, then I think the sheet would be perfect for those.
Or you could just notch it on and hang it through until you need it.
There you go, exactly. Update on that clearance bundle, Hayley. Yeah, it's limited in stock again now. We kind of knew it would go that way. You've got those templates in there, you've got that fabric, but it is limited in stock. So if you do want to get hold of it, that is going to go, I'm pretty sure, before the end of the hour, because we've not got that long left, to be honest. Now, Hayley, when are we expecting you back? Not necessarily in the studio, but when can we see a Craft Yourself Silly show on air again?
That is a good question. I did know this. What day is it?
It's Tuesday.
Okay. The
28th?
7th.
The 7th of May?
Yes. I don't see. It all just blurs into one day now.
It does. It's a bit weird
There's
at the
no
moment,
weekend
isn't it?
anymore because I'm in here all the time.
It's kind of the time. I liken it to the time between Christmas and New Year when you kind of lose track of time, but it's
like
kind of been extended.
Isn't it? It's like a Christmas void.
It is. Well, I hope you are keeping yourself busy during that void, as we're speaking of. You've got lots of projects underway.
Never been busier. There's me doing 4 or 5 people's jobs.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that are finding things to do, so I think I know I'm hearing that within the industry as well. Lots of crafting going on and lots of people looking to craft when they've never crafted before, so that will probably explain it.
Yeah, well, the fact that everybody's off and there's just me will explain how busy
it is.
I'm trying my best.
Multitasking.
I'm trying my best, and I'm going to go and check in a minute and check the post he got all his bits.
Oh, bless him. Oh, well, it's been fabulous having your company during the hour, so thank you for sticking with us throughout. And hopefully I will work with you on the 7th of May, if it is the 7th of May, and if I am...
it definitely is the 7th of May, and it's machine feet that we've got on.
Nice. Look forward to that. Fabulous. Look forward to it. Well, no doubt we'll have a Skype with you then as well. So thank you for joining us during this, and you take care of yourself. Keep safe.
Bye.
And look after the monkey.
I will. I look after the monkey.
Now, of course, you saw that we've had a busy hour. If you've got anything in your baskets, now is the time for you to be checking those baskets out to make sure that you are taking advantage of those deals. If you're watching us on a repeat and you've just happened to pop in at the end of the hour, then yeah, it's been a busy one. Have a little look though. Some of the goodies might be still available. You'll be able to find them on the website or speak to our call operators. And of course, we've got lots more fabulous shows coming up here at Hochanda. And we've got another fabulous hour coming up straight after the break with Picture This. Looking forward to that one. All in Create One Day Special. If you've not seen it before, it'll be your last opportunity to take advantage at 4. And then we've got Le Blanche with a 2-hour launch.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hello there and welcome back. Now, if you've ever wanted to recreate beautiful paintings, beautiful sketches, but you've got an idea of what you want in your head and you want to make it from scratch, but if you're like me and you can't draw a line to save your life, then this is the way to do it. What we're looking at here is a kind of a way of creating sketchy designs. Now, when you look at these, they look as if they're pictures. They are pictures, but what they have been created by is little stamps. Stamps have got the individual elements. So the train that we're looking at there, it could have more carriages, it could have fewer carriages. The trees where they're placed might not even be there. It could be that you're putting buildings in place, because what we've got is a fabulous collection of stamps that piece by piece allow you to build up your own scene. And that is why the company is called Picture This, as you can see there. You can picture these fabulous elements in your crafty room to create your own designs. Now, just to let you know that 60% of the stock has gone. We had a show this morning with these. We were incredibly busy. Lots of you took advantage of the savings, but we know that people join us during the course of the day. So that is what the situation is at the moment. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price on these as well. And these are beautiful because you've got the elements for you to create with these. Some beautiful scenes that can be built up with the individual elements. Now, we're looking at the quay side here. So things that you would expect to see at the quay side, things like your lighthouse featuring there as well. You've got obviously the areas where the boats can come into. You've got obviously all the different pier elements. There's loads and loads that you can actually add in from other bundles as well. So you can see whether it's a small piece that you're just taking one of those elements, as you can see there with the tag, or whether you are building up cards, building up scenes with these, building up decoupage elements. You can do that with these quite easily. You can play around with these and have so much fun. That is the key thing with these. You are going to have a whale of a time building up your own scenes. And as we said, they all come together when you are putting those scenes together. I'm going to lean across and get one of those pictures there, just to show you that when you are working with these, you can literally just take a couple of those stamps together and build up something amazing. Build up scenes, as you can see here, that you can then add your own colour to, or simply just create a card and away you go. Now, of course, picture this. We've got fabulous Andy, who regularly joins us here at Hochanda. We are going to be having a chat with Andy a little bit later on via Skype. In fact, I think he might be ready for us now, so we're going to have a little chat with him straight away. So good afternoon, Andy. How you doing?
Hey, hello.
You all right?
Yeah, not too bad.
This is a little bit odd, isn't it?
So good. Sorry?
This is a little bit odd, isn't it, doing it this way?
Yes. Well, I had to go this morning with young Rachel,
Uh-huh.
and it all felt very Star Trek.
Oh, see, fair enough. Other sci-fi stories and themes are available, obviously.
Oh, yes.
Now, I was trying to explain to our viewers there the kind of concept of Picture This. Would you like to explain a little further?
Yes, obviously it's based in the polymer stamping sort of genre of the craft, but very much, the title says it all, Picture This. It was always very much designed and conceived to be a series of images that can be juxtaposed, composed, used together to create a tale, a narrative, an actual compositional picture. That makes sense?
It does indeed. And it reminds me of, like, when I go off to on holiday and you see these kind of little, almost like pop-up art galleries, they're very similar to some of the artwork that I see there. And I always admire it, always think it looks amazing. And this gives me the ability to do it myself.
Well, that's exactly it. That's what it's all about. I mean, technically, I've kind of done the hard work for you.
Yeah.
Heavy thinking. And basically, it's the fun bit that's left over, sticking it together, how you're going to colour it in, what you're going to do with it. And the boys and girls are actually finding lots and lots of ways to utilise these images that we hadn't initially thought of. It's becoming a really, really quite sophisticated, craft item.
Well, this is it, because I think, am I right in thinking it all started because you were giving watercolour classes and creating these, and then it was one of your students, was it, that mentioned about thinking about stamps?
Yeah, that was Maud. Yeah, she actually ended up being one of our design team for a while, but she's most heavily locked down at the moment, so we're using young Jane Carpenter, name check. She's doing a grand job. But yes, we were doing a project within a watercolour class, and Maud actually said this would make a great stamp. And I said, you know, what's a stamp? I mean, that's the joke now. But that was Signature Terrace, which is now our logo, brand. It's and almost one of our better selling stamps. Well, the best selling stamp, actually.
And isn't it funny how just a kind of a conversation like that may never have ever happened evolved into Picture This?
Well, yeah, that was just it. It was, I mean, you try all your life, you know, to sort of get forwards, to do things, you have a little idea. And this one just fell. It just came out of the blue. It was, and of course, you know Nigel, you've met Nigel.
That's
he's the business,
right.
he's the admin side. He does all the office work and that. And we've known each other for 30 years. And all of a sudden, we found that our respective skills, if you want to call them that, came together, and it was almost, well, coin a phrase, a perfect storm.
Yeah.
You know, I do the art side, he does the admin side, the shows, and it's took us all by surprise, really.
There you go. The planets aligned and it all came together. Now,
very much so. Great way of saying it.
Well, this is it. It's exactly it. Now, we've got on the screen there, we've got this collection, the key side, and it says new today. So is this a brand new collection that we're seeing from you here?
Brand new. It's only just, we've only actually had it in our fists yesterday.
Ooh.
And you know, we've took care of some orders that had been put beforehand, but you've got the big launch. Yes, this is the first time. It's brand spanking new. And may I say, we've actually we've turned this around. We were with you only 28 days ago.
Wow.
And it's been a very intensive 4 weeks. We've turned around a whole new concept, whole new series of images, because it's a part 2.
Yes, yeah.
It goes on, joins up perfectly with Victoria Terrace, and there's a part 3.
Ooh, I see.
Wow.
Ooh, you can look at that little sneaky peek there of what we've got coming up on the horizon then.
Well, no. That's a big secret.
I tried my best, viewers. I tried my best to get it out of him, but he's just very tight-lipped. He's not going to share that with us. But I know our viewers, we are eagerly awaiting and anticipating that when they do become available to us.
Of course. Very much so.
Lovely.
You'll be the first to know.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Now, I know we've got some videos coming up a little bit later on where you've been doing some demonstrations for us. So I suppose I better tell the lovely people at home what we've got available for them before then.
Yep. Go for that.
We will do that. Andy, thank you so much. Keep yourself safe and keep yourself designing as well, because we love it when you bring us new things as well.
Thanks ever so much. Speak to you all later.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye. Mind how you go. Isn't it lovely to hear from Andy? And I think that just explains things. How a friendship of 30-odd years all comes together all of a sudden through just a little conversation that's had. Isn't it amazing? And here we go, the brand new stamps. Now, with these, we've got, as you can see, 4 stamp plates that are coming together as a little group, the key side. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price on this particular one, £35.06. They are available individually, but to be honest, the biggest saving and the way that the whole system works is by getting them all together. And as you heard from Andy there, they work alongside Victoria Terrace as well. So you can see here, and I love this idea, the same stamp being used, just obviously it kind of moved across the page a little with each one of these, different colours added. It's quite a contemporary look, I think, so a very traditional mode of transport. And again there, another lovely look at these. But whether it's your small cards, whether it's your large cards, whether you're using them in a scene or whether you're using them individually, whether you're using them just as little elements perhaps to go in those scenes that you're building, you have got some fabulous elements. And here you go, this is exactly what Andy was talking about. So within the stamps you've got your individual pieces. So when we're looking at these, for instance, you might have, now I don't know if this is a fisherman's wharf. Is that included in this one? This is where you kind of do a little bit of a kind of trying to figure out if they are included. I don't think it's actually included in that one. I'm going to pop that one there. So I didn't want to knock over the display, so I was just hopeful that it was there. I'm going to bring in one of these ones here, because hopefully this one it is. Oh no, it's the next one with the train on, isn't it? There you go. So, for instance here, this scene has been built up. That little train there, that little engine, is just one stamp. So bringing in just one of those stamps there, building up your design. Then you'll have perhaps from one of the other collections, you'll have things like the lighthouse, which I think we've got in this set here, all the different wharf buildings featuring in here. So you build your design up in the way that you want to. You might have your lighthouse over here, you might have that building over this side and this building in the middle and the train coming in from a different direction. That is your design. You come up with that exactly however you want them to come together. But the key thing is you have got all 4 of those stamps allowing you to do this. Details are on your screen. You will notice at the bottom of the screen the individual items have been popping up, but the majority of you have gone for these as that complete collection. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we were talking about 60% of the stock having gone. Now we are looking at 2/3 of the stock. If you're thinking about getting these, now would be the perfect time for you to do so. £35.06 if you are a Freedom member. And here's Andy to explain how you can work with these.
Hello and welcome to another picture of this demonstration. A lot of you are really starting to and beginning to understand the whole idea of creating the imagery and the concept of linking the stamps together to your own ends. This is something it's along those lines, but with an added twist. A set being introduced today for you, the little trains, quite cute actually, if I say so myself. We're going to be concentrating on that, and what I want to do is to show you that we've already gone through the fact that a simple stamp becomes so much more when you use it in conjunction with others. But what I want to do is to show you this little trick, and with a bit of imagination you can use it along those lines to your own ends. Maybe doing ourselves a disservice here, but it's tweaking the stamps. It's actually making them more than they are. So yet again, these become so much more than what you think you're first investing in. What I'm going to do, so I'm just making a simple stamp like that, using a block this time. I like these little blocks actually, a lot faster than the platform, I will grant you. Now very quickly I'm going to whiz this out. Now I'm leaving a bit of extra on the top because I need that for strength. And what I'm going to do is to show you this, look. What I'm going to do, see that line? Down that line, and then, let's say about here, so just below that lamp bracket. We're going to cut that out. Now, nice and neat. Well, I'll say nice and neat as I can make it. Now, funnily enough, the important bit is not the wagon, it's the bit I'm cutting out. That bit. Okay, put the other one to the side. Just putting that safely. Now here, I'm tangled up in my flex and my wires that's dangling about hereabouts. I'm just going to draw myself a light line. And this is how I do it for myself, along the bottom. Oopsie. There you go, a bit too light. Now I'm using this to stamp on. Oops, there you go. Now I can't look directly over because my head gets in the way. So bear with, this might not be perfectly on the line, although I'm trying as hard as I can. Nice, modest pressure, firm but modest. And that's a strong, let's do another one. And this is where the line comes into its own. I'll try and do it again. Now, I'm going to ink this up, but this time, remember this? What I'm going to do is to actually, I can see through this, but if you're unsure and you can't, there's the end. I'm actually going to place this back into its original position on the stamp, using the wet ink to glue it down. And because, oops, that didn't help, obviously not wet enough, these things happen. Let's give it another go. Try again. And we stamp as normal. Now we've got a mask going on there, so it's not going to print naturally as well as it should. So I am, for the first time ever, really you can probably hear, giving it a bit of extra pressure. There, that's very good. I'm really impressed with that. Actually, that worked better than I thought it would. Because what we're going to do now, pencil, very, very simple. Put a bottom railing. You can even put a little bull nose on if you want. Put that one back in. There was the edge of the original door. Here, just a square. You can make a frame of it. And one of those groovy windows that, like a bay window that sticks out so they can look up and down the side of the train. Here, your brake handle. Let's put a bit of a, let's make it a bit more manly than that. Okay, a chimbley. And there you have, let's put the planking back in. Now obviously you're going to go over this with a pen as such. I realise my time's, well, coming upon me rather quickly. So what I've done is there's some artwork which should be with you on the counter if the presenter wants to show you. Here it is. Now in this instance I've actually cut out all of that and replace this bottom half, but just keep it simple to start off with. And you now have goods van, brake van, proper railway stuff, a brake van. Okay, thanks ever so much. Cheers. Bye bye.
I love Andy's enthusiasm. Proper railway stuff, that's what you've got with this. And there you can see, I mean, it comes together beautifully. And it does look as if you sat there and you sketched this out. Andy has come together with such a fabulous concept. Each and every one of the picture this stamp sets works so brilliantly. And it's that idea of the kind of the building blocks for you to create your own scene. That is the key thing with this. And then of course you can add your colour, whether it's watercolour, whether it's pencils, or even, to be honest, just leave it as it is. I mean, they look fabulous, don't they, just in that black and white. But of course we've got a whole range for you because we are launching a brand new Quayside set. You've got 4 stamp sets within here, 15 stamps in total, all the different elements ranging from the small little kind of carriages, parts of the trains, right the way through to those large fishing boats, as you can see there as well. At £38.96, unless you're a Freedom member, when you've got that additional discount, giving you a price of £35.06. They are available individually, as I mentioned, but most of you have been going for them all together. So details there on your screen, 703565. Now, we've got other elements that will work alongside it. You might have some of these already in your crafty stash, or maybe you haven't, which is my opportunity to show you these. Now, this one is Fisherman's Wharf. Now, when they're on the side, you can't always see the design of them. So let me turn that one round for you, that way perhaps, because they're on the roofs, which is never a good look. Now, with these, you can see on this particular one, you've got obviously all your buildings there on the quayside. In fact, can I pop a piece of white card behind there? I think that might help a little. a little bit easier. There we go. So you can see that you've got all your buildings. I love the kind of rickety, rackety look that they've got there. You kind of see that at the seaside, don't you? The buildings that were built hundreds and hundreds of years ago always, well, quite often don't stand the test of time, do they? And they all end up with their own little personalities where the windows aren't quite truly aligned. But I just love this, where you've got kind of the drop down to the area, obviously, which usually when the tide's in, the boats would be floating in there, wouldn't they? But what a lovely little scene there. And what Andy always does is you'll see that you've got kind of these wibbly wobbly edges at the edge here, where you've got half roofs and elements like that. Gives you the ability to bring in another stamp to further continue that design. Now, if you're wanting this particular one, £10.99 is the price. Update on this one, 2/3 of the stock has gone. So 235930 if you are wanting that particular one. So I have my piece of card with me because I'm going to show you another one that would work alongside it. This one here, we are looking at your little boats with this one. There's loads of little boats featuring in here. And again, you're going to build up that fabulous design to whatever you want it to be. So you've got all sorts. Now, I like this because you've got your different size boats, because obviously you've got your different perspectives with these. Some of these are going to be in dry dock, perhaps. Some of them are going to be out on open sea. And you've got a mixture there of your different styles of boats and also the size of these, because if you wanted them in the foreground or kind of trailing off into the distance. You've got things like your little life belt there as well. So if you're wanting to use that. And what have we got there? Is that a buoy that we've got there in the middle? I'm not too sure. Is that one of the things that bobs up and down in the sea? I think it might be. Not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm a bit of a land girl, a bit of a townie. Do apologise. But I'm sure many of you are shouting out at home exactly what that is. Now, £10.99 being the price for those. And again, 2/3 of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, then by all means, please do so. But these are all little elements. When you're buying these stamp sets, they're all kind of building into a collection, which I think is lovely because everything is so compatible with the previous sets that you've got and obviously future sets I'm sure Andy will be bringing out to us now. Beach huts. Now this set, if you've not gone for any, then this is probably one of the easiest sets for you to invest in. It's almost a standalone one, isn't it, with the little beach hut set. A lovely scene. I mean, they are adorable, aren't they, beach huts? Quite an investment of anybody's money, but not on this occasion because you're looking at 5 stamps here for just £10.99. Love these. Is it the Victorians used to take these down to the waterside, and literally the bottom of those little staircases there would be in the water, and they'd gracefully come out looking like they were going out somewhere with a big full outfit on and the hat and everything. Every little bit of their body's covered up, and then get straight into the sea. I think it's the dignity thing, wasn't it, taking it right out to the sea? But these are beautiful. Sketchy designs as well. Absolutely fabulous. 851677 if you're wanting to get hold of those. They are a fabulous little set there. 5 stamps in total for just £10.99. Incredibly affordable. And a lovely one to pop into your basket. So far, I mean, we've had individual bundles. We've actually got a set of 4 coming up for you next. Now, these are available individually as well, but of course, the biggest saving is if you're going for them all together. Now, with these, this is Victoria Terrace. This is the one that Andrew referenced when we had our little Skype chat earlier on, that the design of the quayside is designed to work alongside this. So kind of taking your story, when you're building your story, your scene up, you perhaps take it as you kind of pan across, doing your landscape, you'd be going from the buildings to the quayside, and then of course all the elements that we've seen in that new collection. Half buildings, as you can see here, because they're perfect to actually put onto the ends of those little runs. And again, they're that kind of not jagged edge, but almost unfinished edge with some of these, which means that you can build up your own little scene. And I love these. Brilliant price for these coming together. You've got 15 stamps in total, and they're just wonderful to work with. Just using just a black or maybe a dark grey ink and just building up your scene. And if you don't like it, then bear that in mind. Or what about actually stamping them onto acetate and then kind of moving them around and building up your scene before you commit yourself to one particular style? This is the beauty of this. You are the designer. You are the property developer almost with these. You can build exactly what you want in that little run using these wonderful stamps here. Now, if you wanted to get hold of these at 462226, £38.96, available individually on the website. In fact, I think we had some of them running along the bottom of your screen as we chatted. So yeah, have a little look, but make sure you do come back and join us because we've got Andy back with another demo.
Hello and welcome. Right, yet another little demonstration from Picture This. Pufferfish. I'm using the old stamp because, to be quite honest, we've already sent the nice pretty ones in the packets to you. You should have them. Perhaps the presenter's pointing at them now at this very moment. But puffer fish. And this is because this one looks like a fishing boat and that one looks like a Clyde puffer, an old coastal transport tramp steamer, I guess. Right, what we're going to do is a bit of folded card, and it's 300 grams per square metre or £140 per square foot, something along those lines anyway. It's the standard 300. A polished, or certainly a fine smooth card. Now I've folded this in the middle to give us an A4 panoramic picture. But having stripped off the puffer, what I'm going to do is to actually show you that this is not just the end of the stamp. We already know that the stamps can be used in conjunction with each other and brought together in various compositions, but this should give you a little bit something more too. Right, I'm just going to bring in my faithful and trusty I'm just laying that on there to pick that up, and then what I'm going to do is, you see what I'm up to. Right, I just saw me draw a little fine oh dear, that's not very good. This is going to be one of those days. We had a terrible day yesterday trying to film this. Everything went wrong. Let me just get these down. We'll carry on for the minute, see if we can. There, that's better. I should have found a clear bit of acetate to put on so I could slide this around, but it's dropped back. So I've just put the base, the keel of the boat on the line. I'm going to ink it up. I suppose really when these things don't go super slick smooth, it's just makes it the same as everybody else. Phone rings, doorbell goes, dog wants to go out. There's always something that gets in the way. That's obviously took a bit of a knot, but I can actually adjust it back. So there we go. Moderate pressure. It's a fine line between not putting too much pressure on so you don't spread the lines and risking not getting a stamp, but even with moderate pressure we've got quite a handsome stamp there. I'm pleased with that. That's okay. Now I should have somewhere a little bit of spare clean paper, and I'll show you. That's it, ably by my assistant. What we're going to do here is just arch this along. Now, I've said this before, but you'll notice I'm doing this sort of just in the middle of the board. I'm using this edge here to keep it square, but I don't like to work tucked up under the hinge. So this time, what I'm going to do I'm going to do another stamp. Why is this all looking so awkward today? I'm stamping just off screen, I don't want to knock it again. This is what comes of being left-handed and trying to do everything with right-handed gear. I'm just going to adjust that again. Several times you've seen me do that now. Now, I'm watching this mask, and it's just a blank mask, so that it runs to the left of that rigging and down between those two scuppers. They're the holes that basically lets the wash run off the deck in heavy weather. So we now should just be printing the back half, and I'm going to give it an extra little bit of something there, just because even though that mask is only microns thick, it will still hold the stamp away a touch. That's not too bad. You can see where I was chatting and it's actually ended up. Oh, little darlings. Just love them, don't you? This time I'm actually going to, as luck would have it, I don't know if you can see that, but this copy paper, which is all it is so fine that I can see straight through it. And I'm going to pull this down, finding that keel line, notch that out of the way. I suppose really this is possibly the most awkward, difficult way of doing it, but I'm surrounded by camera equipment and monitors, and I'm going to play out something with Melbourne in a minute, so that's why it all looks so awkward. Now, off screen, I just adjusted and I've brought this again back to between the scuppers and again nice and firm. Now then, a bit rough and ready, but you can see. Let's move that out of the way. And you have two disparate component parts of the boat. I can't think and do at the same time, which is becoming fairly obvious, isn't it? For easy's sake, what I'm going to do, you'll notice now that with a ruler I can just put lines through. If you're not very comfortable, it's like that, it just moves. But go back. I'm going to, for the sake of the demonstration, just rattle straight through now with pen. Did it again. More haste, less speed, as they say. And we're joining the boat together. And there, despite the lines wandering a bit where I've been working quite quick, we now have the same boat, same stamp, small one, long one. And of course, this can actually be as long and as short as you want to suit your composition. Hope you get the idea from that. Not as slick as it should have been, but all valid. Bye for now.
Now I'll let you into a secret. When I was holding up these, especially the card that's got the larger ship on it, I couldn't figure out how it had been done, and I was thinking, well, we haven't got a stamp that's the size of that boat. But now I know, and that's the beauty of these, taking that's exactly the same boat, even though they're side by side. I didn't even realise. But you can see there how Andy has just shown us the back half and the front half stands up separately, but what a brilliant idea. There you go. And those little hints and tips like that Andy brings to us that really do make his stamps work so well. And the key thing is it'll give you the confidence to pick up that little black micron pen and perhaps add your own little elements to these as well. It's been a popular bundle though. It has been flying out. And you can see the details on your screen there. If you're wanting to get hold of these, you will be investing in a set of 4 stamps, brand new stamps brought to us by Andy, and picture this. And they are brilliant. They're kind of the middle section, and there's future stamps that are going to work alongside these ones, which mean that everything comes together. So of course we were talking about Victoria Terrace, which is still available. If you want to get hold of that as well, you can do. Details are at the bottom of your screen for that set. This is kind of part 2, continuing the story of Victoria Terrace, adding to that scene, giving you the ability to build up those scenes, and that's what it's all about, taking little elements to either make your cards, as we've seen there, or taking them to build up your scenes. And that's the key thing, as Andy showed us in his first demonstration today, or in this hour should I say, of how you can build up your scene. Now, talking about demonstrations, Andy was here this morning as well, so we had some fabulous demonstrations during that show as well. And yeah, it's just a brilliant way for you to kind of understand that concept. That's the key thing with these. Now, if you're wanting your set of 4 stamps, the details are there on your screen, 703565. With this one, 2 prices on this one, because you got your freedom price on them as well, and they are available individually, but the biggest saving is if you go for them all in one go. And of course, if you do want to add in the set of Victoria Terrace, should I say, the bottom of your screen as well. It's all right, I've got a little tear, my eyes are watering today, and it's just running down the side of my nose, and I haven't got my tissues close by, so we better go and have a little look at VT.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Yeti. Yeti, another picture of this demonstration. Right. What we're going to do is start today. Sorry, I just had a poke in the ribs. Just get my little guide rule down, and it's basically a ruler width. And just a gentle line, and you'll see what that's for in a moment. Our keynote stamp of this launch, which is the new Quayside, and it's designed that way up to fit perfectly, symbiotically with the venerable, almost a family retainer, Fisherman's Wharf. And I think the Fisherman's Wharf is 012 and the Quayside is 061. So 12 and 061, that's how long it's taken to actually get round to bring a sibling pair together. But we've done it, and it's already proving very popular, and most people are giving this a double thumbs up. So what we're going to do is, just to prove the pudding, is we'll actually just get myself organised, which if you've seen any of the other demonstrations you'll realise have been a little bit of a hit and miss affair. I don't know why. I'll move those stamps in a moment. I'm going to do what I normally do, which is to pick this up into the middle. Now then, look, see, this is the problem using the full size. So I've got to come off, and it's got to come down to the bottom. These are things. Now what I'm going to do is to actually have the bottom of the wall, see? The bottom of the wall along that guideline, and that'll give us plenty of room above and below. It's alright, you can tell this is not scripted or anything, nothing's slick. Oh, lost one on me. These are little wonderful things, these are. Look, even manages to clamp it down between the two. So, come on, let's have a bit of professionalism going. So, down there. I've often said I actually prefer the stamp here. It's you get the most power for the least effort. And if you, it is a little bit low, I'll grant you, but if you're working up under the hinge, we just say over and over again, it just ends up squashing the stamp so badly it distorts it, which is not what you want. Right, as you can see, this is right on the ragged edge, but you know, that's the way we roll. Yeah, when it I must admit, when it comes to stamping, it's been noticed I work without a safety net. Right. There you go. Watch that across. I'll just take this off. And this really is venerable and very old. This is probably one of the original ones from what is tantamount to 2 years ago now. I'm just lining up. You don't have to tighten up. We tried that with one of the others and it worked well, but we found out it's probably easier if you just sit back a touch. Just sit back a touch. Come over, pick it up. Now see that's off the edge? Don't like that at all. So what I'm going to do, and this is why we tend to use these blue ones, is I'm going to come right up and underneath. You can go over the frame. So let's start again. I mean, we know these things happen, and I suppose let's reposition that. That's it. Much happier with that. Much happier with that now. See, I'm not a professional stamper. I just kind of work these things out as I go along. And if you can see my thinking, you can certainly outthink me when it comes to stuff like this. So you're going to be quids in, for want of a better phrase. You're always going to be better at this than me. I'm just going to spin this round, ink it up. Now I'm going to give this an extra dollop just because it's a bit old and dry, like me. Just a courtesy double check. I'm working at arm's length to actually get this in front of the camera, so bear with. Again, just moderate pressure, firm but moderate pressure. Check, see what we've got. Well, do you know what? I'm going to be relatively happy with that. Yeah, I think I am. Let's just get rid of these little darlings. Ooh. There's that bit of here. What I tend to do, for ease, when I've got my heads in place, just put that clear acetate on the back. And there, look. Now this is simplicity itself. Take these lines across the joint so it actually disguises here. And say we're using a pencil, so okay, now when it comes to this, these lines, now I'm not going to use the time up, I'm actually going to, what one have I got here? 2.5, let's go a little bit, it's a little bit heavier this, it's 3.5, look. Standard permanent marker, this one waterproof and Copic proof, oh I should mention that, but alcohol based proof. So if you're happy with your pencil marks, just go over the top and you will see as you work through the process. I'm going to go all the way down here, so bear with me. Both. I still don't know which one does the content on the video, whether it's the director or the producer, but bear with me whichever one it is that does that, because even though I did that quite quickly and a little clumsily, just see a double mark there. If you go back all the way across in a couple of places, it helps to disguise that. But what it does, you can see as I'm doing it there, it completes the illusion. That's what I was trying to say. And in a moment, when I can do the next bit, I've just got to give it a second. I'm going to rattle a little bit. You'll be glad to hear, not. Okay, just double check, make sure I've got, there's a line there. Right, when I go back in a second, a little bit of a waft. And those pencil marks, don't worry about them. And it's just, I described it last time as a secretary's pencil, which it is. It's just a reasonable quality pencil, nothing fantastic. But what we do, just gently lift the pencil out from underneath the drawing, and it fully completes the illusion. Now, before we go, that was simplicity itself. The stamps do all the work for you. I mean, it's seamless. It's seamless. We can have the boats down here in front of the key heading. We can have the train running along the top, which you'll see. I'm sure I'll get round to doing the illustrations for it. But something I get asked about a lot, and it's this. Watch. Pencil tip, wrist. Wrist, it describes a radius. Look, see? Now, starting here, those clouds I do, which everybody seems fascinated by and everybody wants a stamp for, and I can't, because an A6 is that, and you just end up with a continual repeat pattern, which is not at all A, descriptive, and B, convincing. But just practice that, using your fingers, your wrist as a radius, and again, pencil first, and you have a series of clouds. Kept it simple, nothing exciting, but not only the clouds, but watch. Dicky bird, tick, dot, tick, dot, tick, dot, little bit of extra wing, okay? Tick, dot, tail. Tick, dot, beak, tail. Simple itself. And it just brings it alive. Let me just get it. There you go. And there you go. A nice, well, Cornish, Devonian, Scottish, Hebridean, I don't know. It's a lovely, lovely little Fisherman's Wharf quayside stamp image. Have fun with that.
We certainly will, Andy. And I found an example. It's not the exact same one that Andy was working on there, but very similar, where he's got the setup going from the lighthouse across the quay, as you can see here. And there's a boat in the foreground on this particular one. But of course, it's your kind of arrangement, the way that you are configuring these, building up your scenes. That is the beauty. Again, this is similar, where you can see there you've got the obviously the lighthouse there in the building. But again, you are changing out the design. That's the beauty of this concept, is you are building the scene to be whatever you want. And of course, Andy showed us how to elongate the boat there to give you a different look with those. And of course, building up your scenes, you are going to have loads of fun with regards to these. Now, over 70% of the stock has gone. As soon as you add colour, it really does bring those scenes to life. And here, this is one where you can see there you've got the little train, obviously with the the lighthouse there as well, all coming together. Little elements you might be taking from these to create cards. It might be tags that you're creating, maybe decoupage. All of these things you can create using these, and of course those skills that Andy shares with us, building on the artwork. He's made it easy for us. That is a key thing. He's given us the elements that we can build on using the same sort of ideas, the same sort of techniques that he shows us to create and make them just your own. And I think that's the beauty of this. This is a brand new collection that he's brought to us, and as he mentioned when we had our little Skype chat at the beginning of the hour, it all came to fruition just, well, 28 days ago he was here with some fabulous fabulous designs and has asked to bring a new collection to us. So they pulled out all the stoppers, and this is to go alongside the Victoria Terrace collection. Now, the Victoria Terrace collection is at the bottom of the screen. Had a little look at it earlier on, and it just lends itself perfectly to this. In fact, I might show you that again in a few moments. This is kind of the middle segment, and as we heard from Andy earlier on, there's going to be a third segment that's going to work with it. So whichever point you get involved with, it doesn't matter, but potentially with this being the brand new collection there. So 703-565 if you're wanting those 4 stamps. Available individually, but of course if you're a Freedom member, that's the way you want to get hold of them, because you've got your discount. Now, we've got individual stamps available for you. Now, these aren't part of that collection that we've just been looking at, but they do work really well and you could use them quite easy. Now, this one here, I'm going to turn this one around and bring the card in so as you can see behind there. Oh, is that the right way around? It is indeed. There you go. Fisherman's Wharf there, so you can see obviously a dry dock at the moment and the sea is out, but you can see there obviously you've got your harbour wall there, and obviously the ability that if you do want to put your boats in at a later stage, you can do. Love that. Good size stamps with these as well. £10.99 if you're wanting that particular one. By all means, pop it into your basket. Bring my piece of card with me to the next set, because this one you've got all your fabulous little boats. So this is where you can build up your scene, whether you're having some in the foreground, some in the distance, some in dry dock, some out at sea. It's entirely up to you, but you have got your collection of your boats there that you are able to use for just £10.99. Again, very good value. 9 stamps there. Good set, that one. Like that one. At 978-856 if you are wanting that one. Next set for you, the fabulous little beach huts, and these are so cute. I mean, these you could just use just in their own, couldn't you? Build up maybe your scene again with this. Just adds personality to your own story. As Andy was talking, you are creating your own story with these stamps, and that is the beauty, that they're individual elements but they work so well together. Again, £10.99, 851-677 if you want in that little set there. £10.99. But then Victoria Terrace, this is the one that we've been talking about, the quayside, working with this one, and this is where you've got a set of 4 stamps. Now you've got 15 stamps in total. Again, they are available individually, but my suggestion would be, if you can stretch to get the quayside, which are the brand new ones today, and this particular set alongside them, then of course you've got your flexi order. You can spread the cost over 2 payments, and I think it will work out pretty much, as you can see on there, £38.96, because I think they're the same price, those different bundles, except the quayside has got the Freedom members discount. Now with this one you've got 15 stamps, but again it builds up. Your building blocks, that's what you've got with here, the elements that are making your story, your own picture, as Andy was speaking of. Again, if you want them individually, they are available, but you have got a £5 saving with these, which is getting you well on the way to one of those stamp sets, because they're usually £10.99 each. Now 462-226, if you're wanting to get hold of these, please do. And as I say, it's kind of the first segment of that story that we are building up. So this is your first segment. You've got the quayside, the brand new edition, and of course we have got the future to come with these. Now if you missed out on any, then of course you can shop by brand on the website. You'll be able to see there you've got the alphabet. Just go into the top left hand corner on our website and it will actually show you the brand section. Click on there, and then obviously you're looking for the letter P for Picture This, and you'll see all the different companies that bring products to us. Click on Picture This, and there you go. You can see all those wonderful stamps. Now you've got some fabulous reviews there as well, so if you're not sure whether this is going to be for you, why not check out what some of our other viewers are thinking about these. And don't forget, this all evolved purely through Andy saying there earlier on that he was teaching, he was doing watercolour classes, and it was a crafter that saw and recognised that the potential that his imagery had with stamps, and that's how it all evolved. And I think it's fabulous that it's all come together. Quite a collection of stamps now, and they all work together. All the ones that you've got previously will work together, as will the future ones, because as Andy showed us there, he's bringing the little elements that you can incorporate, that you can bring together and add your own little elements. I mean, he was showing us the seagulls, the landscape, the clouds, all of these things tie everything together, and I think that is the beauty. When you're using your stamps, if you've got some buildings that are taller than others, then you can do your little connecting lines there, add in kind of a sketchy detail to really give you the opportunity to be the artist yourself. I think that is the key thing. with these, they just look beautiful as they do, don't they? You don't need to add any colour to these if you don't want to. But of course, if you do want to, then you can do that very, very easily, just simply by using your watercolour pencils, your paints, and giving that fabulous kind of look to this. If you have just joined us, check out the shows. 10 o'clock this morning was the first time Andy was with us. And of course, during this hour as well, we learnt how to elongate some of those stamps. But this is the latest in his selection that he's been bringing to us. We've got the Quayside collection here, 15 stamps in total, featuring everything from your dockside buildings, as you can see there, your harbour buildings, should I say. You've got your boats in there, you've obviously got your trains, all the different kind of wagons that go. I'm not very good on my railways, I must admit. I don't know all the bits, but I do know that we've got engines in here. You've got obviously steam engine. I mean, look at that. That is fabulous. If you've got an enthusiast, then these are definitely the kind of cards that you will want to be creating. But of course, you can create that almost postcard image style as well using these A6 stamps. You're going to become the artist when you are working with these. You will have loads of fun, as we've seen with our fabulous design team that we've been pulled out the stoppers to bring these designs to us. So yeah, now is the perfect time for you to be checking out your baskets. Don't forget that over two-thirds of the stock has gone of them. So if you are watching us now, oh, it's actually over 70% now. I'm a bit late to the party there with your update, so apologies for that. 703-565. If you are wanting to get hold of these, now is the perfect time to do it. I'm going to go into a break. The other side of the break, we'll be looking at the one-day special as we say goodbye to it. So I will see you in a moment. Well, you do actually have up until 6 o'clock to take advantage. Oh, actually, I don't know, because we've got a 2-hour launch. Oh, there's a dilemma. All in Create One Day Special, your last opportunity to have a little look at this one before we launch a brand new one at 5 o'clock. 2-hour launch with Leonie.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved, they listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, I am here. 4 o'clock is kind of our last opportunity to have a live look at the one-day special. Of course, it's a fabulous one. It was launched at 6 o'clock last night and to resounding success. But we're talking about All and Create, and of course, we're talking about the fabulous artwork of the lovely Tracy Evans. So it's always a popular one-day special. And I love it because Tracy's been part of the team for quite some time, but only recently. I mean, this is potentially, I don't know, about half a dozen different one-day specials we've seen from Tracy. And I love it because she's such a humble lady that she's so thrilled that people love and embrace her artwork. Now, it's a fabulous deal. You can see on your screen there, you have got a set of fabulous stamps. You've got 7 stamps in total, set over 3 stamp plates with a beautiful artwork from Tracy. And I love this because when she puts the designs together, she builds layers. Sometimes you've got individual elements, so you can see the centre one there. You kind of got a clean image there. You've got sentiment, so you can build up and add to the backgrounds that you've got. But the 2 that you've got here, you've got the fabulous little flower here. It's almost like a tulip that you've got there. And I'm going to ask about the flowers. I'm not very good with my flowers, I must admit. Well, I don't know whether it's a fritilia? What a fabulous passion flower. No, passion flowers, beautiful. But what a lovely collection. Now, if you've not invested in your one-day special, then don't worry. We've got some fabulous demonstrations coming up. Brand new demonstrations that you've not seen. So if you have been following the shows, don't worry, we've got something fresh to share with you. But I will let you know that 70% of the stock has gone. Oh, 3/4. Sorry, I thought you said 70. It's only because I was I'll be honest with you, I was a bit distracted looking at these because these are gorgeous and I didn't quite hear what was being said to me. But one thing I have heard is Tracy's on the phone. Save me, Tracy. How you doing?
Hello, Hayley. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Blown away with these stamps. They're beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I'm really pleased with them, I must admit.
Well, they come together beautifully, and I love this because you kind of got the ability that you've got something that's kind of been put together with the multiple layers, like the one that we're looking at here. But then you've got the ability to add to that, where you've kind of got I call them clean images, only because they haven't got a background on them from the centre stamp there.
Exactly, and I think that's a good point, Hayley, because it shows that there's a mixture. There's ones with backgrounds if you want a background, and there's one there without the background, and you can actually mix and match the backgrounds with either. So that's what I like to do when I'm creating designs, really, making sure that they're flexible and that every one of them will work together.
And I was talking earlier on, I was saying about your one-day specials. Have you been keeping a record? How many one-day specials are you up to now?
I think I've had 5.
I wasn't too sure, but I remember one of the first, I think it's the first one that you ever did. I think I was there with you for the launch, and you were so nervous and just so humble about the whole thing. It was a beautiful thing. And
It doesn't change, Hayley. I still get nervous.
You shouldn't. You've proved yourself handsome. Now, with these, help me with the names of these flowers. They're not the passion flower I've heard of, but I've not heard of the other one, the fritillaria?
Fritillary. It's a snake's head fritillaria.
Oh, I say, that sounds very grand.
They're actually out and gorgeous in the garden in spring. And that's why I was inspired. They're absolutely...
Oh. So are you a little bit of a gardener on the side as well, or just admiring flowers?
Oh, no. I'm really mad about gardening. I'm passionate about gardening, so I love it. So to see a snake's head fritillary in a stamp form that's actually my hand drawing, I'm absolutely thrilled to bits.
This, and it comes together because it's quite an unusual. It almost looks a bit like a fantasy flag. Because as I say, it's not one that I've come across. But of course, I'm guessing you can colour them whatever colour you like.
Oh yes, I mean if you look at them in nature, there's lots of variety, sort of pinks, purples, whites, very dark black. So if you actually look at them online or you do a search for them, you'll be surprised how beautiful they are.
And that's one of the things that our viewers could be doing when they get the one-day special home, is perhaps take inspiration from those nature photos.
Exactly. If you look at the nature photos, you'll see some of the variations in colour. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I love gardening anyway. I'm just passionate about it. So
that's something I've learnt today.
That's why I like my flower stamps. I love them. But I do like to have those background elements, especially like with the A7 stamp. It's important for me that you can... If you're not into your flowers and you want to make them look a little bit more detailed, a little bit more grungy, and you're not pretty, you can then mix it up a little bit with your designs.
Well, this is it. Now, I'm holding one here which kind of has got a clean background. I don't know if you can actually see the screen, but got a white background, but being built up. It's almost like a pattern building element going on here.
And I think that one there might be by Janet, the one that you're holding.
It is
now.
indeed, yes.
So that might be by Janet. So that shows that it's clean and crisp, but it also shows a passion flower in its form. It climbs.
Yes.
So it sort of shows it in its true form, but it's still clean and simple, but it still draws the eye in.
Very effective. Now this one here is using kind of the almost like the collage element where you've got those layers built up. I think this is beautiful.
Exactly, yeah. And this shows that the variation in designs, that you can either do a collage, you can keep it clean and simple, or like Joe's done there, you can use a spotlight and really showcase that flower.
And I love that. Whenever I see a spotlight, I think of you. Because it's one of those things. I know it's one of your favourite techniques, that one.
I think I've brainwashed people with spotlights.
But it's such a clever way of drawing the eye to a particular area.
Exactly, and it does draw you into that. But I must admit, my brain's mush at the minute, Hayley, especially with this lockdown. I don't know what day of the week I'm on.
Oh, we were having a chat about that earlier on, saying it's kind of that lull between Christmas and New Year, but it's a bit extended.
Yeah, exactly. I really don't know what planet I'm on at the moment.
Well, we're all on the same planet, so don't worry, you're not on your own there.
Thank goodness.
Have you had the opportunity to do lots of design work while you've been isolating?
Oh yes, I've done some new designs and I've been doing Facebook Lives, and I've not been behaving myself on the Facebook Lives, I have to say. You know, they lead me astray, Hayley.
I can well believe that as well. Now, with your Facebook Lives, I mean, have you been working with one-day special stamps?
Yes, I have. I've done Facebook Lives with the one-day special stamps. And there's a Facebook Live on the All and Create Facebook page as well that I've done with this one-day special as well.
And that's nice because sometimes I know if your kind of crafty mojo has gone, then it's nice to get a little bit of inspiration from somebody.
Exactly, and I must admit, Hayley, the more I've used it, that's me anyway, but the more I've used stamps, the more I've wanted to use them. But I'm like that with a lot of stamps anyway. The more I start to create with them, the more creative I feel, if that makes sense.
Oh, yes, definitely. And flowers is something that's nice. I mean, many of us work with flowers, and maybe if you're traditionally a card maker and you're going for flowers, then they're kind of quirky in a sense. They're kind of leading you into a little bit of mixed media as well.
Yeah, and I think you've got me down to a T there, Hayley, because I like to do the flowers in a doodly, quirky style. And that's how I like to be known, the fact that they're not, you know, they're not botanically correct. They're meant to be quirky. But the idea is that you can use them in your mixed media, your cards, your journal pages. You're not stuck just to one genre.
Well, this is it, and I know that there'll be a lot of people out there who are confident. Give them a flower stamp and they're quite confident, but start adding in a little bit mixed media. It's like, oh, I don't know if I can do it, but you're kind of taking people gently into a different area, which is lovely.
Exactly, and I think the point we need to make is that mixed media, all it means is that you're using different mediums on a substrate.
Yeah.
So that medium, if you're using two mediums, it's still mixed media because it's two mediums
exactly,
you're using.
And it's kind of one of those things that we've been doing for years. It just didn't have a name.
Exactly. I've been doing mixed media for 24 years, but it never had a posh name.
Exactly, yeah. I remember doing it right the way back at school when I was covering exercise books, and you'd use little bits of paper and all sorts. So yeah, it's exactly that, isn't it?
We were on trend, Hayley, all them years ago.
I know, we just just late blossomers.
If I told my daughter I was on trend, she'd never believe me.
Oh yeah, my daughter would just give me the look that those daughters can give you.
Exactly, the raised eyes.
Exactly. Now Tracy, it's been a pleasure chatting with you. I know we've got loads that we're going to fit in, and we do want to make sure that we get those videos in as well, because you've gone to the trouble of creating those for us.
Thank you very much, Hayley, and thanks to everybody for watching.
No, not a problem, thank you. Do you know when you're due back again? Not obviously in the studio, but with more work?
Yes, I'm probably due in either May or June, one of them anyway. So
lovely. We will look forward to it. Well, keep your eyes peeled, and you never know, by the time June comes along, who knows where we're going, though, with everything at the moment. But fingers crossed, we'll see you here soon.
Thanks, Hayley.
You take care now. Keep yourself safe.
And you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye, Tracy. There you go. She's fabulous, isn't she? Absolutely amazing. And her artwork is beautiful. You can see here the stamps that we've got here, being your one-day special, they are perfect. And as you saw, all those finished samples, whether you're doing things like your little projects here, I mean, I love these three-dimensional projects, whether it's your cards that you're using, these would be fabulous as kind of backdrops. Maybe if you're wanting to do a little bit of embroidery as well, lay out these designs and you are going to have loads of fun. £27.97. You're saving £5 with your one-day special price, but bear in mind 3/4 of the stock has gone. If you wanted to get hold of yours, you'll need that item number, won't you? It's 489055. By all means, pop them into your basket, but before you check that basket out, what else can we tempt you with? Well, have a little look at these. These are gorgeous. We've been busy for these, and this time we are looking at a larger stamp collection. Now, we're looking at, well, these are called A4 stamps. Oops, a daisy that way. But you're getting two kind of A5 within there. So the overall stamp plate would take up an A4 size, but you've got two different stamps featuring in there. And again, beautiful work here. This time, is it did I see Daisy's name on there? Did it say Daisy? The designer at the bottom there? Is it Tracy? Is it Tracy again? It is Daisy. Oh, is it called Daisy Elegance? I thought that was a member of the team, Daisy Elegance. That'd be a fabulous name. I wouldn't mind a name like that, Daisy Elegance, but they're not. They're designed by a lovely Tracy. Now, this is not going back into the stand. It's battling with me. Now, this has been a popular one as well. Now, with these, you are getting 3 stamp sets. So you're going to get that large one, that smaller one, the medium-sized one, and then the little one there. But over 3/4 of the stock has gone. £37.97 is your price on this one. And Freedom members, my goodness, look at that. You were able to get hold of this for just £17.09 delivered to your door. It's no wonder it's been a popular one. I love this one with the little bottles in there. Isn't that lovely? That sketchy detail. Again, you can kind of focus on a particular area, add colour, add your glazes, add interest to these. Work them alongside other stamps that you'll have in your collection, Tracy. I know that many of you collect Tracy's stamps, and you can understand why, because everything that she creates, I mean, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Everything that she creates works so well with what's come before, and I know with what was going to be coming in the future as well, because that's what Tracy does. I mean, look at that. Isn't that amazing? I mean, just a stamp, a single stamp out of a flower, but it's the colour that brings your eye into that, gives you that wonderful effect. I love the little sentiments that you've got with these as well, and there again, isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful, every single one of these. Love them. If you're wanting these at £37.97, as I say, it's been a popular one though, and if you wanted them as a Freedom member, then you have got that discounted price. 811505 if you're wanting to get hold of those. One more to share with you, and then we're going to have a little look at that demonstration. I'll promise you I won't keep you too long with these, but I need to show you these, because these again have got that quirkiness. Now, of course, the flowers that we saw a few moments ago have all been inspired, especially with the one-day special, but this time we're looking at kind of fantasy flowers, I suppose you could say. If you were going to go off to a lollipop world, these are the kind of flowers and trees that you would see. And I love these because you've got a little kind of doodling with these. And I'm sure Tracy will agree with me on this one, that if you are stamping with these and you feel the urge to add a few little doodles, maybe doodle in some leaves, doodle in whatever you feel the urge to, please pick up that black pen and have a little go, because that's what Tracy's doing. Is she's giving you the foundation, hopefully giving you the confidence to think, do you know what? I love this stamp, but I wish it did this little quirky bit or that little quirky bit. Pick up that black pen and you'll be able to do it and add it yourself. Makes it your own design then, doesn't it? But here you can see, if you are just picking them up and stamping them as is, then you have got some wonderful designs. I just love the funness that you've got with these. You don't have to put a lot together. Now the pen nibs, this is a brilliant one. Pen nibs are proved to be so popular. Stamp it out as a border, which is brilliant because of course you can do that. You can multi-stamp this, so this has been stamped a couple of times to make the border. I know we see regularly from Tracy and many other mixed media artists where they'll use the pen nib as the centre of a butterfly. Well, you could do that quite easily. You could cut around one of those and use them with butterfly wings. Again, just quirky designs. Now this one, it's coming from the same set. This one has got more of a botanical look to it, almost as if it could have come from a Victorian book. And again, those pen nibs, I mean, everything just comes together so beautifully. It's the colour that changes everything with these as well, isn't it? Adding in your sentiments, taking advantage of that gorgeous artwork, stamping on perhaps on some of those inky mop-ups that you've got, backgrounds that you've got. Look at this, adding in additional little characters from other sets as well. You'll have loads of fun with these. I love that one. It's almost like that rainbow at the bottom there, beautiful. £34.17, so what an incredible price. If you fancy getting hold of these, 847137. Got an £8.80 saving as a Freedom member, and that is a definite to add into your basket at that price. Now, Tracy, of course, has been very busy. She's been bringing us lots of different videos. So we've got a fresh new video for you to look at. You won't have seen this one before, so sit back, relax and enjoy.
Hello everybody, welcome back. For this video, we're going to use, do you remember this gel press from our previous video? We're going to use these crusty layers in our video just to show that you can use the tiniest amount of paint. We're going to use the passion flower from the One Day Special. I've really enjoyed using that. And we're going to use our overlapping texture, the A7 stamp set. And we're going to use one of the sentiments from Thankful Petals, which is the A5 stamp set. Just move those out of the way, bring our gel press in, and our previous demo we created lots of layers with paint, and as you can see this is quite crusty layers of paint that I've got on my gel press. Well, you don't have to waste those. You can create a simple card by using those crusty layers. So all you need is you need a light colour paint to be able to reactivate these dry layers, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm going to place my paint just on this dry crusty layer. Hope you can see that there, on this dry crusty layer here. And I'm just going to brayer it over there, brayer off the excess paint onto my card. And then what I'm going to do is press my card onto those dry crusty layers. And what you end up getting is something that looks like vintage wallpaper. And you keep moving your card and pressing onto the wet paint that you've just placed on there to reactivate some of the dry layers. Can you see? Hopefully the camera will pick up. You've got touches of orange here. So what we can do is just keep playing with the dry layers and just see how much you can lift up. So you just keep playing with them just to see what dry layers of paint you can lift. And it's surprising how much you can lift. So just keep going along and rubbing across your gel plate, and you'll keep lifting dry layers of that paint. And it's like worn wallpaper that you're lifting. It really is a fun technique. You're just lifting those dry layers. And on this one, there are only touches of the Sedona, but that's fine. We like those touches. So as you can see here, you've got real dry layers of paint. And you can see there's those touches of orange that we've lifted from the gel press. And what I can do is just use my brayer off piece just to pick up any excess that we don't want to use. And again, I can play with that later. So what we've got here is we've got that beige colour paint that we use to lift, and we've got some of these dry orange pieces. So if you keep playing with that, you'll be surprised how much of the dry layers you can lift from that gel press. Just give that a little dry, even though it won't be too wet anyway, because we've lifted mainly dry layers, but just to make sure that's quite dry. And then what we're going to do is bring in our A7 stamp set just bring in that detail so you can see that detail on the stamp, because my stamp's a little bit grubby because it's well loved, but it's got lots of lovely detail on here. And we're going for a more random feel to our project. So I tend to think about my project and where it's going and what I'm doing before I stamp anything. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp with acrylic paint. You need to make sure you've got a damp cloth or a wipe just to clean that stamp afterwards. I'm going to use my Sedona paint, bray it out, and then bray it onto my stamp. So I'm braying that paint onto my stamp. And before that paint dries, I'm going to stamp this without an acrylic block. And I'll explain why I'm stamping without an acrylic block, because I don't want the complete image. I don't want it edge to edge. I don't want it too rigid. I want it to be free, random, and not too rigid. And that's exactly what we've got. It's not too rigid. And I've done one I did before. As you can see here, that one's even more random. And that would make a lovely card just on its own as well. Just creating with that background stamp, and that's just with paint. So you can create it random like this by just adding paint in random areas, or like this where the edges, I love how the edges here are not regimented, if that makes sense. What you need to make sure is that you give that stamp a good clean. You can't leave that paint on the stamp. This is the only time I clean. You can't leave that paint on the stamp because you'll lose all that beautiful detail, because it'll get into all the crevices of the stamp. Just clean up that mess just so that we can work in a clean area. Bring that card in, and as you can see, we've used this Sedona here, picks up these edges of this Sedona paint that we picked up from the gel press. So that works beautifully. So what we can do now is we can bring in a touch of the cheddar that we used as well in the previous demo. So what I'm going to do this time is just braid off my excess paint from my brayer, and I'm going to bring in some of this cheddar, and I'm going to need my spritzer and just bring this here, and we're going to brayer over this stencil with the Sedona paint. Pick up the excess and brayer that off, because this paint's quite a rich paint, so there's lots of paint on there, and spritz that with water. And then what I'm going to do is place this down on my card like so, and just dab that just to allow that paint to settle on the card. Don't be in a rush to lift that up, because if you rush too much, you're not going to get any print at all. Obviously, we don't want too much, but that is just perfect. You could get a second generation, which we will add here as well. We'll add a second generation to that as well, without moving it. And then just dab that again. I've been using the same piece of kitchen roll for ages now. It's quite grubby, I must admit. So just add the second generation. Sometimes I actually prefer the second generation to the first. So I will hold that up so you can see that. Just clear these layers of paint, or else we're getting a right mess. Mind you, if you could see my room now, you'd know what kind of mess I was in. We're just going to give that a dry. Just dry those layers. And it's important we dry those layers, because if you wanted to stamp onto that, you really wouldn't be able to unless the layers were dry. I can dab some of that dry with the kitchen roll. Just turn that over so that we make sure both sides are dry. That's better. And then we've got this background that, again, that I brayed off the excess paint. And I need to make sure that is dry also. And it's still tacky, so we need to give that a dry for our stamping. Just give that a dry. And as you can see there, so even just from one background stamp, you can create a simple, clean and simple card, or you can create so that you've got like a mixed media background. And we're going to stamp our passion flower. Again, we just want one part of the passion flower. So I've shown a demo where you can use the whole passion flower, and I've shown several demos where we've just used part of the passion flower. And we're just going to use part of the passion flower for this one. So I'm stamping onto that background. Let's move this so you can see what I'm doing. Move that card out the way. And there we go, just allow that to rest on the card. As always, just so that you get a good impression from your stamped image. Lift that up, and if you're using acrylic paints, you can tell whether they're not dry enough because they're still a little bit sticky. So that's why you allow the ink to settle. And that gives you a beautiful impression. And you will be pleased to know that I've actually cut those out. So if we bring those in, let me just show you how you've got the two backgrounds. So I'm going to add this here, like so. But if you bring in the background that I created just with the A7 stamp set, can you see that this would look beautiful there? It would look absolutely gorgeous just there, like so. In fact, I will make a card with that because I love how that looks just on its own, like that. So it gives you another idea as well with the A7 stamp set with paint, and then onto the more detailed backdrop, like so. So we're going to add this to our backdrop. She says if she can pick the image up. And I'm not going to adhere all the petals because I don't want it all stuck down. So I want some of those petals to stick up a little bit. So I'm just going to add this here. And this is just creating from leftovers, really. Little bits of paint and little bits of leftovers to prove that even with the smallest amount of product, you can create so much with your stamps. It's amazing. Just add this because this adds a little bit of lightness to that design, like so. See, I just love that background. And then if we reach over for our other stamp set, which was the A5 stamp set, again, mine is very well loved, so I do apologise for the glare on the plastic. But we're going to use the A5 stamp set, which if I bring in the packaging, which looks much better, this is the stamp set I'm going to use one of the sentiments from. This has Create with Passion. So I'm going to use that stamp set. Create with Passion. And I love that sentiment. And I always find that the more you create with a stamp set, for me anyway, the more ideas flow, the more I create with it. And I've found that with this one day special. The more I've created with it, the more ideas that I've got. But I always think that's the sign of a good image, a good stamp set. Maybe that's me, but I do think that. I'm using this scrap of card that we created our background on because nothing goes to waste in this house. We use every piece of background. Mind you, if you could see at the back of me, all the pieces of paper that I've just chucked behind me as I've been demoing, you'd think it was hilarious. So I've just chucked things behind me. So I'm just reaching for a piece of paper just to blot that sentiment. We should actually do a video, really, I think. The aftermath of demoing for Hochanda. Just so you can see the aftermath, because it's just unbelievable, the mess that I've created for some cards and mixed media pieces. But hey, I've had fun, and I hope you've enjoyed the one day special. I'm just now going to just going to trim that, and it's lovely. It's just got a little touch of the sort of beigey creamy colour in the background. Create with Passion. And I'm going to add this here. And maybe, just maybe a little, have I got a piece of cut and dry foam? Just reaching a piece of cut and dry foam, because what we're going to do is just lift that sentiment a little bit, just so that it doesn't fade into the background, and just add a touch of that Sedona around the edges of the card, just so it doesn't disappear into the background. Just adding little touches of the paint. You have to be careful when you're adding paint because you don't need much. And hopefully I've got a wipe somewhere. We can just mop up that. There we go. And then we just add our sentiment. And you wouldn't believe this is just created from little bits that we had left over. Add that to the background. And I love how you can still see that stenciling below. Nothing is covered up. You can still see all the layers. You can see the stamping in the background. You can see the stenciling and the stamp image and our dry layers of paint. And I'm just going to add a touch of black. I always think a touch of black brings some life to the design. So I'm just going to add a touch of black. So just bear with me while I just have a think where I want to put that. I think I'm going to put that there. I often have a think to myself where I'm going to put things. I might want two, because we've got the sentiment and we're having this black piece, I don't want to be two strips of elements. I want 3 strips of elements. So I'm going to add another little touch as well. So we'll add that. Another little strip in the other corner just to balance that out a little bit. And I always think it's a sign that you're enjoying yourself when you want to keep adding little bits when you've not quite finished. So there you can see, and I bet you can guess now, a few splatters to our background, just to lift that whole design. Let's bring in some black card. If we can move all this out of the way. If we bring in some black card, and if I bring in the card that we created previously, you can see you've got 2 totally different looks. And if you remember, we also created that just from the A7 stamp set. I absolutely love that. I'm going to create a card with that. But look at that. 2 wonderful cards, same colour scheme, but they look completely different.
Absolutely beautiful. And of course, do make sure that you follow Tracy on Facebook, because she's been giving you lots of ideas, lots of tuition. I'm sure you'll be able to find how to create this card on her Facebook group as well. But enough about that for the time being. I've got to speedily tell you about the next 4 bundles so we can get back to some of those video tutorials from our lovely Tracy. So kick things off with this set. Now the next 4 items are duos, where you've got stencils alongside stamps to complement them. And you can see here, I mean, it works beautifully. You've almost got a mini-me working here. So you've got the stencil, but then you've got a smaller version as a stamp form, which is brilliant because it means you can build up the layers. You can get the interest going with these. Stencils are fabulous. Such a versatile way of crafting. Here you can see where you've got the texture that's come through this with crackle paste actually going through the stencil there, creating that backdrop, as you can see. But of course you've got all the other little elements there. You've got this almost like crackle effect. I love this here. Look at that. Isn't that brilliant? It just breaks up a background. And I like this because you've got something that's quite botanically correct, but you're kind of funkying it up with that gorgeous stencil. The stencils themselves, they haven't got solid edges to these, so you can see there you can kind of mix and match and move them around, tessellate them, use little areas of those if you're wanting to. And of course the stamp, being a slightly smaller version of it, means you can kind of dot that down wherever you need it to go. So the stamp, obviously you've got mini version there of the stencil and all that fabulous creativity with the 2 of them put together. If you're wanting these, then 3 and 4, 7 at 373, just £9.98. Such an affordable way, and nice sizes as well. If you're going to classes and your workshops, then these are perfect for you to work with. Next one, this one did sell out earlier on, and I can understand why. I mean, look at that, isn't that fabulous? I love circles. There's something about circles when you're crafting. Again, you can see your kind of mini-me version. You've got the stamp alongside the stencil there. It's back on extended delivery now, so we're looking at the 8th of May with this one. And circles are just so easy to work with. I mean, I love this side here. Got a piece of MDF that's been used here, and the continuity of using the circles here, as you can see here. So many different elements that you've got, little kind of areas that have been coloured in. You've got obviously the embroidery hoop there, keeping that circle going. Love that being used there as a frame. But it's just a nice way of you building up something that's quite funky as a background. Don't forget you've got your positive and your negative, because of course working with your stencil, working with your gel plates and things like that. I've got my fingers stuck in one of the circles. You can measure your fingers for rings and all sorts with this. So if you're wanting this particular one, it is a really nice set. Stamp and stencil duo. Once again, £9.98. It's been a popular one though, so if you do want to get it, you need to be quick about that one. So 623-281 if you wanted those. Nearly knocked it over. Next one that we've got for you, again, these are all stencils that will build up. You'll be creating your own backgrounds with these. Now this is nice because I like this one because it's almost like you're getting 6 for the price of 1, and I love the name, Knobbly Bobbles. I mean, what's not to love about that? And these are brilliant. Again, you've got the duo there, the stencils alongside the stamps, and again, it's just a nice way of building up those elements, little hints of areas. You can see that they work with lots of the others. You've got the circles in the background working with these as well, and they're just lovely. I mean, these would make fabulous little fantasy flowers as well, wouldn't they, if you wanted to? I think they'd work well. Again, the stamp's going to work alongside it. Leaving it as it is, I think, is the key thing. I mean, they do kind of merge together, so I wouldn't be tempted to cut into these, but I just think they just make a nice little array of elements there. Nice set, that one. £9.98 again there. As you can see, 586145. Next one that we've got for you, this is kind of got a bit of a traditional chrysanthemum look about it, I think, this one. And again, it's kind of the influences that we're seeing. Oh, there you go, dahlias. So I was kind of on the right track. Large blooms, and again, for pattern building, this is perfect because you could literally be stamping this up, moving it, covering a large area with these, or just creating it however you like with them. Little areas there, of course, that you can use to add your colour to, or maybe you're going to go for the larger stencil, because of course many of the techniques that you use with stamps you can use with stencils as well. Has been used in the background of this particular one as well, so it's just a subtle little accent you can see there, almost echoing the main focal point being the flower there, but it's kind of giving you that little hint around the edge as well. Do like that. Again, another affordable duo, £9.98. Many of these items, it's worth keeping note of those item numbers or checking out the brand section, because I think you'll add to your collection of Tracy Evans elements as time goes on, because she's fabulous with everything that she does. Talking about being fabulous, she's done some more videos for us. We're going to have another little look at another one, a new one again. Check this out.
Hello everybody, welcome back. For this demo, I'm going to create a clean and simple card. I'm going to be using our fritillaria, but I'm not going to be using all of the detail. So we're going to use it in a little bit of a different way. And we're going to use the overlapping texture, the A7 stamp. I love these stamps together. And what we're going to do is we're going to use paints. I've got white card, pink frog card, and it's 4.5 inches by 6.5 inches. I'm going to begin with my overlapping texture stamp, which you can see is well loved and well used. And what we're going to do is we're going to brayer our paint onto the stamp, just to give it a different look. And if I brayer the paint, it will give more of an aged vintage look, because I won't get all a precise image. I'm hoping it'll give me an aged image. Just press that lightly, and I'm not using an acrylic block on this occasion because I just want exactly what I've got there, a vintage feel, so it's not a complete image and it looks fab. If I just bring that up, can you see here where you don't have all the detail, you have the jaggedy edges? That's just what I want. That's perfect. What you need to make sure you do is that you clean your stamp, because you can't leave that paint on that stamp, because when you come to stamp it the next time, you'll lose all that amazing detail. So you just need that to give that a good clean. Not that my stamp looks much cleaner anyway, but make sure that paint is off there. And we'll just clean up this little bit of moisture, like so. And we'll just give that a little dry. Even though we've not used much paint, we'll just give it a little dry. And then I'm going to bring in my fritillaria stamp. And what I've done on this stamp is I've literally used some low-tack tape just to cover these areas so that I don't ink those areas. So I'm going to ink my stamp. Again, a good inking of the stamp. And then all I need really is the stem in the middle part. I don't really want anything else. So I think we've got all that wonderful detail there. And as you can see, I can remove this low tack tape. And then we haven't got all of that detail in the background. It just makes you use your stamp in a little bit of a different way, that's all. Just gives it a different look. So that you're using your stamps in as many different ways as possible. And I like to do that. So I'm bringing this on the side just so I can look where I want my image. And I'm thinking I'm going to have it slightly off centre. I think that'll be quite good to get that slightly off centre. So I'm just allowing that ink, as always, to rest on the card. I'm not in a rush to lift that. And then I'm just going to lift this acrylic block. Because these acrylic blocks are flexible, I do find them fantastic for making sure that you get this central area here. So I'm just lifting that up, and we should have, can you see how paint still is even with that little bit of paint? And there we go. You have a little bit of detail, but you haven't got all this detail here, which is perfect, just what you want. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another piece of card. In fact, we'll take two pieces of card. I'm sort of changing my mind again now. I do this when I'm doing videos. I change my mind all the time. I'm terrible. So we take our brayer, take the paints, and we're going to take the Byzantium, which the paint doesn't want to come out of the bottle just because I'm live. And we'll just take that cream. And then what we're going to do is brayer through those two paints to blend those paints. And then I'm going to brayer onto my spare piece of card. Look at that blend of colour. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic blend. And we've still got some paint here. So let's go on to another piece of card. Why not? Create as many backgrounds as possible with that tiny bit of paint that we used. I just love that. So we'll just clean our mess up again, just so that we don't get into a mess. I'm being well trained just while we're on the video. And what you can see we've got here is we've got our card and two backgrounds. Just give those a dry. You need to give those a dry because you don't want to stamp onto wet paint. You see, and that background is just too nice not to use. That background is beautiful. So I think I'm going to stamp the image once again. So I'm going to stamp the image on this once again, so we'll have two cards. We may as well go with the flow. I hadn't planned this, but I may as well use that background. It seems a shame not to use that beautiful background. So I'm giving that stamp a good inking again, and this time I'm using all the detail apart from the top area. So I'm not using this top area here. And again, I'm holding that card, I'm having that card on its side, just so I can see where to place this. And I can place that beautifully over that background. And this time I'll get all this text as well. So just lift that up. Again, I always lift the stamp, and there's a bit of moisture on that stamp. And then lift this side up as well, because then you'll make sure that you get that central area. And lift that up. And there we go. We've got a beautiful image. Absolutely beautiful. And we've got two different looks there, but none of them are too over cluttered. We're going to use this piece of card just to blot the image, because you do get quite a bit of ink off there. Can you see? So you do need to blot that image. It's important. Make sure that you blot it. And if you're not going to blot it, then just give it a little dry with your heat tool, just to make sure that that ink is not going to smudge when you do anything else. What I'm going to do then is move these out of the way, and this is the third background we've created. And what we can do now is stamp our little fritillaria flower head. Try saying that when you've not had enough sleep like me. The word comes out all wrong. So just press that flower head onto the paint. Beautiful image. Stamp it a second time, and we're going to use this for dimension on our main card. Just stamp that on there, move that out of the way. There we go, we've got two beautiful flower heads. Again, I'm going to blot that image just because we're going to cut those out. And there was no need to prep cutting these out, because to be honest, it only takes a few moments because they're so easy to cut out. And I really have gone off on a tangent because I was creating one card and now I've decided to create two. So it's just the way I go, really. When inspiration strikes, I go with it. And I have found that the more I use the stamps, the more I want to use them. Do you ever get like that? So the more I create, the more I want to create. I do find that. Whereas if I have a break or I go on holiday, it takes me a while to get back again. But because I've been creating most days, you sort of come up with more ideas. Perhaps that's me just waffling to myself. I often waffle to myself on videos. I'm really good like that. Whoops. So we're just cutting these out, which you can see doesn't take more than a couple of minutes. And then we're going to bend those petals, those flower heads, not petals, flower heads. Just bring these two cards in. And then we're going to adhere these like so. And you always test your glue before you go live. And it still doesn't work. Just add that to there, like so. And then add the second one. So we're creating two cards at the same time, even though we'd only planned one card. But that's what happens if you feel inspired, then you just go with the flow. And we've still got this bit of background left, so why not use it? So I'm going to ink this fritillaria text up. Just ink that image up, that text up, not image. Ink that text up, and we're going to stamp that. Let's move these out of the way so you can actually see what I'm doing. And we're going to stamp that here on the background. Just that fritillaria wording. There we go. And let's stamp it again because we've got two cards, so we can use it in two different ways. So we can add one to the purple area and one to the more creamy area. And just stamp there. I love having the words of the actual flower within the text. I love it. So there we go. We've got the fritillaria text there. So just blot that. You should be used to me doing this by now, blotting. Just give that a little dry because we are going to cut our image out of text out. Now, if I wasn't doing a video, I wasn't live, then I would cut these out with my trimmer. But we're going to wing it and we're going to cut it out. Normally when I'm cutting out, I remove I sort of bring it towards me and forget that I'm doing a video and then go off camera. So I'm trying to remember to stay on camera. I'm such a professional. So just going to trim that like so. Trim that. So we've got one there and then we've got one on the purple background. Just trim. And I often find when I'm cutting, I do tend to go quiet. Do you do that when you're at home? You're concentrating on so much. Mind you, I suppose when you're at home, you're not talking to yourself like I am at the moment. I know you're there now when this goes live on Hochanda, but I'm talking to myself at this moment in time. So what I'm going to do is bring this in and I'm going to add, see, you can decide which one you want where. So I'm going to have this one on here and add that. Because if I add it to the other one, it's going to get a bit lost there. So I'm going to add this to this one, like so. So add that slightly off centre, like so. And then add this one to this card, like we have here. Just add that there. And you've got two different cards that look totally different. And if we just get a couple of these metal embellishments, if I just bring in a couple of these metal embellishments, and what you could do is let's get our black cards so you can see what they look like. Black card always makes everything pop. So let's place these on a black card just so you can see that they just make those pop. And then what we can do is add a couple of these metal embellishments. I'd add them there. You don't need me to add them because you can see what they would look like. And there you go, we planned one card and now we've created 2 cards in 2 different ways in the same colour palette with the fabulous Fritillaria stamp. I hope you've enjoyed the one day special and I hope you feel inspired by the demonstrations. It's been lovely to have your company. I hope you all staying safe and I'll hopefully see you soon.
I love that because pretty much I think every one of the little demonstrations we've seen, it's kind of like a 2-for-1 there, isn't it, with Tracy? Brilliant value when it comes to our demonstrations, even better value when it comes to a one-day special. Just to let you know though, 80% of the stock has gone. Now of course 6 o'clock is the traditional hour when we say goodbye to a one-day special, so you do have a little bit of time to get hold of this, but whether we'll have the stock available right the way through to 6 o'clock, I don't know. Details are on your screen, so if you do want to invest in this, now is the perfect time to do it. And the thing that I love is, obviously we saw a wonderful demonstration there from Tracy, but have you seen this? A bit of pyrography where the design has been put into a piece of wood. I think that is such a clever idea. And of course, this is the case with anything that Tracy brings to us. If you are creating something and it's handmade, it's finished as a product, for instance here, you could actually be selling what you've created. And if you've got like a little stall or you've got like a little online store or something like that, these are the kind of things that really do have that different look about them. And I think there's a sense of art with each and every one of these. Whether you're creating your square cards, whether you're going for the formulation using almost like the border style stamps where you've got that longer, skinnier stamp, or whether you're just simply stamping out the design, I think this is beautiful because this is literally taking that little background stamp that you've got there, stamping that, and then coming back in with the flower over the top. Simple as, adding a bit of colour and away you go. And that is the beauty, and that's what Tracy tries to do. Tries to bring you ideas, ways that you can build on that base design to turn you into the artist. Whether you're looking at something that's got very much a mixed media look, you can see lots of splats going on here, or whether you're going for something perhaps more of a traditional sense, perhaps this is where you feel most comfortable. Things like shaker cards, things like building up your designs with your stencils and your inky backdrops. But then taking that different style of flower, maybe that will give you the confidence to think, well, hang on a minute, let me try that in a different way. Building up those backgrounds, taking inspiration from our Tracy, and before you know it, you will be designing and adding those little doodles yourself as you go and having loads of fun in the process. Now, if you are wanting your one day special, the details are there on your screen. You've got your 3 stamps as we've been talking about, but you've actually got 7 stamps in total, because when I turn around this centre one here, you have got the individual elements, which means that you can build them up. Now, obviously, you've got kind of your sweep there of your flowers, but then you've got your individual stamps with regards to the sentiments, which is lovely because you can kind of get that almost like a ticker tape, almost like a label style, labelling machine style font in there. Do like that one. The other 2 stamps have been put together. They're kind of like a collage where you've got the multiple layers with those. So if you're wanting something perhaps to get you going, just to get started, and you're not confident in building up that backdrop, then this will allow it to do it. But take inspiration from that. You can see how Tracy there has worked with the text perhaps from a book. Have a go. Do that yourself. Now, let me let you know the details on your screen there. £27.97. Rapidly approaching limited stock with these. They are flying out, and I'm not surprised. I think you're realising the urgency now of getting hold of these. That last little stamp there, one of the most useful stamps you could wish to have in your collection, because this is going to be one of those ones that if you've got any white space, if you're feeling that there's an area of your design that looks a little bit bland, needs a little something just there just to fill it, then this is the perfect one to do so. And again, it's got the layers in there, the layers that will give you the tuition and the support to perhaps create your own layers when you're working with these. If you want your one day special, now is the time for you to be getting hold of it. We're not going to see it again. Of course, do check out all the tuition from the shows that we've had with you, but also do check out Facebook page, and of course the All and Create Facebook page as well. Now, one thing I will mention to you, just while we've got a few moments at the end, some things that have been very, very popular. You've been loving this stencil that we've got with those circles in there, the digital bubbles. And I like this because I love the circles. I love the uniformity of this though as well. Some of these are reminding me of kind of little sequins that you've got there. I just think it's a fabulous little design. The stamp is kind of a mini version of it. So again, a similar sort of design. So you can see they're perfect if you're wanting to layer those up, use them together if you're wanting to. And then here you go, you can see a little bit of an idea of how you can work with them. Of course, the beauty of a stencil is you can use it just as it is, putting your inks through there or masking off a certain area if you're wanting to. Or you could put your paste through there, your mediums through there as well. You can just see a little kind of backdrop here where you've got additional elements, and up here you can see where the stamp has been used to, again, just add that little hint of colour, just bringing everything together, taking that bright vivid pink from the foreground and blending it into the background. It kind of just makes those little connections between the two layers. That's what it's all about. And you can't go far wrong when you're going with Tracy Evans designs. Now we've got loads and loads, check them out on the website. We're getting busier and busier. The one-day special could potentially sell out. Sadly, we won't be able to tell you that because we've got a double launch in a few moments, so we won't be able to give you any further updates. So all I can say is if you are wanting to get hold of this, please do not leave it till just before 6 o'clock because you may find yourself being disappointed. It's our one-day special. It's the current one-day special. We're launching a brand new one in a few moments, but whether you are going for this alongside any of the other bits or just going for it by itself, then you have got a wise investment of your crafty pennies there. You really have. I just want to bring up a couple more of those finished samples just to show you just the variation that you can get. This is fab. It's on craft card there. I mean, you can imagine stamping this onto vellum, couldn't you, when you see that? Stamped out in white and then maybe adding a little bit of colour behind there, as you can see. Starting off potentially with that collage where it's all been brought together, double stamping these, cutting out more of those little flowers as you wanted to. This is a fabulous idea, laminating, turning them into bookmarks, using them in so many different ways. That is the scope that you've got. And of course, Tracy Evans considers that when she's putting her collection together. Love this. If you are still watching, Tracy, thank you so much for sharing your beautiful artwork with us. Look forward to seeing more from you. As you heard from Tracy earlier on, hopefully she's going to be back with more in May and June. So do make sure you keep an eye on your schedules for those as well. And of course, do check back some of the previous things Tracy has brought to us. There's actually a craft along on our YouTube channel, worth having a little look at that as well. Now I'm going to leave you with the details on your screen there as I say goodbye to you, but we have got a brand new launch coming up after the break, so please do not go too far away. It's a double-hour launch with LeBlanche, and we've got the lovely Leonie here who is going to be demonstrating live in the studio. See you the other side of this. So yes, LeBlanche One Day Special coming up for the next 2 hours. We've got Leonie and we've got Yanis there acting as a little bit of support, bit of wingman there. And then he's going to be back with some happy ideas a little bit later on for you to take advantage of. See you in a couple of days' time.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody. So a lot happening at Hochanda. We are about to launch our brand new one-day special with LeBlanche. Well, it gets even better because for the next 24 hours, everything you're going to see, one-day special, all the other shows, everything that we're going to be featuring on the live show will be under £20. To prove the point, let's have a look at the website and you can see, look at it, $11.99, $17.99, $9.99, $15.99. Look, at times when I know a lot of people are feeling the pinch, we're very proud for the next 24 hours here at Hochanda, we're able to fulfill your crafty needs at a great price. And I'm really looking forward to one day special. We've got Leonie and LeBlanche.
See, magically, Yanis has shrunk and turned into a lady. Maybe, I don't know about the lady bit. Anyway, it is lovely to have your company and this is so exciting. And please check that website out. Okay, if I was sat at home now, the one day special is fabulous, but I'm going to tell you what I'd definitely be putting in my basket. I would definitely be multi-buying the little glass bottles. They are seriously cool. I've been multi-buying them. I've been having a couple of sets of them at a tenner. I'd then definitely go for, there's a big pot of the clear gel medium with the balls. That's under £10. That's under, what price is that? $11.99. You have to go for that. It's a right big tub as well. There's loads though. There's loads. Please check your baskets out though. Because do remember, if it's sat in there for 10 minutes, then we do refresh your baskets. Okay, let's show you the one day special. As ever, Blanche is amazing. She sent in some beautiful finished samples. Let me show you the papers first of all. Now, these are all double-sided. You're getting 3 of each sheet. Look at that. How cool is that? Absolutely stunning. There's actually 15 papers altogether. I'm showing you both sides, so you aren't getting extra of these. This is both sides of the paper, if you will. How fabulous. They're really vintage. They've got in this, I think it's a little bit of the seaside bit, but I also think this is a little bit, you know, kind of Moby Dick kind of thing. You know, it's got that kind of vibe to it as well. The fish are fabulous. I mean, this one, that one is very sort of, you know, thinking of the seaside, and that's quite reminiscent. That's beautiful. So it's got a real mixture of artwork in this one. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love it because it's a little bit different. I love the old maps. The vintage map, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So you're getting your papers. Remember, you're getting 3 of each of these designs, and you are getting 15 papers in total. You're then getting, I've got boards for all of these, because look at your toppers. Blanche sent these over. Yeah. Molly and me head went, aren't you clever? Like, no, I'm not taking any credit, because look at these are gorgeous. Now you are getting 15 toppers, but that is 15 strips, so not 15 of these. And these are all double-sided. So on each single one of these, you're going to, say you don't like that image, you've always got something on the other side. These are absolutely beautiful. They are a cardstock, so perfect for your toppers, but perfect for doing loads of goodies with. So that's your gorgeous toppers. We've got another board now. These are ace. Look at these. These are all your laser cut embellishments. You have got 48 of these. 48 laser cut embellishments, and these are seriously cool. I mean, you've got the fishes, you've got the penguin, which is an ace, you've got the all the wonderful coral, you've got the wonderful octopus, that's the name. I absolutely adore these, and they're really good quality. I mean, they are a cardstock again. They've been beautifully cut, really, really good quality. Now, can you believe this kit is $17.99 for the whole thing? Everything is going to be dispatched from the 6th of May, so you haven't long to wait, but everything is under £20. It's £20 or under. Look at, see, Blanche is amazing. She always sends, look at this, she always sends over the most incredible finished samples. How cool is that? And then look, she sent 2 of these over, not 1, 2 of these. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Look, every little shelf is just crammed full of goodness. It looks like, I don't know, it looks like someone's you know, collected things from the beach. Then they've got the pictures. I absolutely adore this. For mixed media, this is amazing, but it's also beautiful for your card making. Have a look at just some of the cards that Blanche has done. I mean, superb. Just superb cards. They've got a really gorgeous vintage feel to them, but mixing them and matching them with all those wonderful laser cut embellishments. I mean, Blanche has mixed them with actually, you know, the gel medium I was saying with the balls, you'll see that a lot on this, because look, there again. Can you see? They're there again as well. So you will see those a lot. I wonder, maybe in fact, do you want to have a look at that finished sample? Well, this one here. Well, I go and do this because I know where they are. They are absolutely magnificent. If you would like the heavy gel medium, they do come with the balls, and they are fantastic quality. I am getting them out. I am going to show them to you, because at that price, this is only £11.99. That's your price. So you've got, look at that. It's huge. It's huge. That and that for £11.99. This is a 250ml tub. This is flying. Okay, folks, this is your one day special. You've got so much on this show that's amazing. I love this because it's different, it's vintage, and it's cool. It's got a really cool vibe to it. If you do want your one-day special, please check your baskets out. It is flying. What? Approaching 20% already. Double launch and we're only 7 minutes in. Okay, 419666, that's your item number. Okay, next, let's have a look at some of those extras. So you've got the beautiful French labels. Now, these are stunning. I knew this would be busy. I'm going to demo these first because I spent ages setting up that demo. So I am demoing these, whether you like it or not. This is already approaching 40%. It's a good job I used something else on show, isn't it? Right, I better show you what you've got in these. Already approaching 40%. I knew you'd love these. For starters, look at the die cuts. You are getting 120 of these die cuts, and these are just gorgeous. They're a card weight again. That isn't a paper, these are a card weight, and they're absolutely stunning. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Look at those. So nice. There are queues on the phones. Please do not hesitate. Have a look at the website. You can order there. So you're getting 120 of those. You're then getting 10 toppers. Now remember, that's 10 sheets of these toppers. Let me just flick through these for you. 10 sheets of these toppers. They are double-sided, so I'm showing you both sides again. And when you look at these really gorgeous vintage images, I mean, aren't they just beautiful? Beautiful images. They're going to fit with some of the other goodies you've had from LeBlanche in the past, like the ceramic frames. I love these. How cool are these? That's on one side, the bigger clocks on the other side. And then the last one, more of your fabulous vintage ladies. Again, all double-sided. Over 60% of stock has gone. Will this be the first sellout? You've then got your papers. Now you're getting 2 each of the papers. They're all double-sided. So again, I am showing you both sides. Okay. Now you are getting 10 papers in total. And again, look at these designs. Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. I love that one. That is well cool. Such a beautiful paper. That is just sensational. You've got so many different elements. Look at that. And do you know what? LeBlanche do very good quality papers. We call it paper. This is a light card weight, definitely. You know, they are really beautiful. Stunning, isn't it? Stunning. So that's your papers. So you've got 10 papers, 10 toppers, 120 die cuts. What did you say? 80. Oh, good. Right, 80% of the stock has gone. I need to show you some of these, because look at that. How pretty. Blanche has sent all the finished samples, and they are, as ever, absolutely gorgeous. There's so many elements going on. Do have a look at the website, because if you are loving that crinkle ribbon, have we got the crinkle ribbon? We have, haven't we? Is it in this kit? Oh my gosh, where is it? Oh my gosh, I have got it. Oh, is it a surprise? I'll shut up. Don't matter, it don't matter, Ben, because it's a surprise, so you can... All right, I'm going to shut up. I'm really bad at surprises. We're limited stock. I'm still going to demo it. We're limited stock. It is going to sell out. If you do want that, 113817, single figures, that is going to be the first sellout. Technically gone. It's ridiculous. Are we going to show any more? Let's, I think, show them all. Next, now, these will fly. I'm telling you, these will fly because they're cool. Half of the stock has gone. We don't limit it to one per person. You can multiply it. Now, these have sold really well in the past. Do you know what these are? These are cool. So you are getting 8 sheets, 6 designs. Now, have a look at the detail. Really beautiful. These literally just peel off, and they feel like a really heavy sticker. But these will actually, look at this. How cool is that? They will go on your vases. They will go on your glass. They'll go on candles. But the beautiful thing of this, they'll actually peel back off again. Let me get my nail under that. Hold on. Would it not come off? Or it might have been stuck on properly. It will. Look. strong nails and soya milk. But how cool is that? So it means reusable. I mean, you're going to leave them on. Look at these. I'm going to just show you these because look how beautiful these are. This isn't a real candle, so if you're wondering how we're doing that, oh, well, hard. It isn't a real candle. That is one of those pretend candles, but how cool. But it's one of the wax ones on candles. Look at this glass jar. Blanche sends all these over from Germany. All those jars. She sends all this over. Isn't that amazing? I think they are, as a team, her and Sam are just phenomenal. How beautiful is this? Okay, if you want these. I mean, the designs are exquisite. Really, really pretty. And of course, with something like this, it's not a flat sticker. Can you see you've got that beautiful sort of embossed detail on there as well? Now, 80% of the stock has gone. If you want these, we've already had one seller. If you want these, you do need to check your baskets out really quickly. £18.99. You have got 12 sheets in total, and each sheet has at least a couple of designs on. That is limited stock. That is going to sell out. 068002. We kind of knew. I mean, this is it. It's La Blanche under £20. And a 2 hour special. It is one of those, isn't it? This is another one. Oh my gosh, this is seriously cool. You have got 12 sheets. Look at these. 12 sheets. You're getting 3 of each design now. Look at your price. There's a freedom price on this. You are only paying $15.29 for 12 of these sheets, and they're massive. Now, this is La Blanche decoupage paper. You must have seen La Blanche, our Blanche demonstrating this. It's so cool because you actually put it in water. You immerse it in water, and then you just kind of glide it onto whatever you're decorating. The designs are beautiful. You can use it as a full sheet, but look at all those elements that you can cut out and use independently. The way it goes on, it kind of just smooths on, so it gives it that phenomenal finish. I mean, just have a look at some of these. We have got, I mean, the boxes. Don't they look fantastic? And because it just goes on so smooth, it can go around cylinders. It can go around different curved surfaces. But don't just stick to sort of boxes or MDF. Have a look at this. This is glass. So what she's done now, on the show we've got the ceramic adhesive. Okay, so it's the ceramic. I bet that's right underneath me as well. You're getting the Silky Shine decoupage glue, and then you're getting the decoupage glue for ceramics. I highly recommend it. I was using it for glass just yesterday when I was prepping, and it works. It's amazing. Highly recommend that. And it's only 10 quid. You do. I bet I can go and rummage and get it if you want. Do you want me to get it? It shows a picture. It's only under here. Yeah, it's really, really good. If you do want this, please make sure you check your baskets out on this because it's really cool. It's only $9.99 and you're getting, let me show you this. Look at that. Your decoupage glue, you're getting a massive tub, and then your wonderful, oh, have I got the wrong one out? Ceramic. No, I've got the right one. Yeah, because that's your ceramic. That's the one I'm always running. Well, I never had, to be fair. I've got it this time, and honestly, it's well good on your glass. Highly recommend that. It is very busy. Quarter of stock has gone. It's all Pentart as well. So the others were Pentart. You know that's such a good price for Pentart. Now, back to the decoupage sheets. If you do want these, how cool is it? I don't know if she's done that. She's done that on the inside of a glass jar. I mean, Blanche has skills, doesn't she? How's she done that? See, that would have made me really swear trying to do that. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. Look at that. But obviously, quality product. To be able to go inside a glass jar, quality product. If you would like to get hold of these, absolutely fabulous at £15.29. 142739. Now, speaking of boxes, have we not got a lot left? Have they been multi-buying? These are ace. The ace. Over 70% of stock has gone. Now, they'll actually come, I do believe they come like this, don't they? They come like that. We haven't got the actual plain ones, but we can show you decorative ones, because look at these. Look, isn't that fabulous? That has been covered with the decoupage papers. In fact, all three have been covered with the beautiful decoupage papers. How gorgeous. Doesn't it look good? It might be a different size. Is it a different size? Is it these ones? Oh yeah, okay. So it's more that one, and then more of a hat box rather than, okay, I'll put that one with the decoupage papers. That one can live there. So you get 20 by 5, you then get 25.5 and then a 30.5. They are seriously cool. If you do want them, they're flying. £19.99. They are really good quality. Highly recommend multi-buying them. Oh, limited already. They're going to sell out. 544649 is your item number. Wow. We knew it would be busy. Oh, updates. Ceramic stickers technically sold out. Please check your baskets out. Technically means someone's got them sat in the baskets and hasn't checked out yet. Please check your baskets out. The boxes now technically sold out. Again, please check your baskets out. Okay, now lovely Blanche, she's done some fantastic demonstration clips for us. I'm really chuffed because I love seeing Blanche work, and this is going to be great because we get to have a little nosy as well at where she works. So I'm really looking forward to this. Our Blanche is working on the beautiful One Day Special. Here she is.
Hi, here's Blanche. Today I would like to show you how to create a shadow box. This is a wooden shadow box, and I add some of our papers from the Maritime Paper Kit in the background. These are the centerpieces. You will get these centerpieces on the tags, and I place 2 more colored papers on the center points. I will work with some of the laser cuts and with seashells and with gauze. This gauze I colored with distress ink. I start to glue the center points a bit offset. I use foam tape or hot glue for this. In addition to the center points, I also use the stripes with the font motif, where I roughened the edges and then colored them with Distress Vintage Photo. Even the film runs faster, it takes a few seconds until everything is glued on. I moist some of the papers to make it easy to crumble it and glue them on the background. Now I use small pieces of wood, which I have worked with ivory glaze. This gives them a weathered look. I like the laser cut fish and sea plants better if they are somewhat shaped. So now I'm going to take a soft pad and emboss it a little. Now I glue on the sea plants and fish using the hot glue or small wooden spools. When I stick the laser cut designs with the coils, I get more three-dimensionality. Now you can process other ornaments such as shells. In the following minutes you will see how easy it is to work with these materials and to get great results quickly. finally, I would like to decorate my layout with the 3D balls using heavy body gel for gluing. I dip a fine brush into the heavy body gel and then go straight into the bottle with the 3D balls. These now stick to the brush and I can easily fix them on my layout. If you want, you can also work with mica flakes or with galaxy flakes from Pendot.
As ever, ridiculously fabulous. But that's our Blanche, isn't it? And she does craft at that speed. That wasn't speeded up. Have the stamps gone? So, literally, technically sold out. I've been here doing all this faff. Oh. Didn't even do a good domino effect. They're beautiful as well, them. Ooh. Yeah, they're lush. You're going to like those. I'll pop them over here. Sorry, I'm going out of, there we go. Thank you. Okay, I am going to demonstrate now. I know I'm going to use the wonderful MDF frames. Now, I really like these. I think they're really different and cool. The actual frames, I've already put, well, actually, Blanche sent these with the beautiful mouldable wood, but this is the thin one, but we've got the thick one on the show. But the beautiful mouldable wood around the outside. You do get, and we'll show you later when we go down the counter, but you do get the back of these as well. So you've got loads of different ways to use them. I've decided, though, I want to use them like this. So it's an open frame, okay? Now, what I've already done, I've already put a coat of gesso and paint. So these have already been painted. So if you just give them a bit of paint. I did gesso on first as well, actually. Now, what I'm actually going to do is use the laser gel. Now, you might have got this before. It is another Pentart product. I love this product. It's really, really cool. And with your frames, it just works so well. So what I'm doing, I'm putting the gel on first of all, and this is brilliant for antiquing everything because it's so quick and easy. So literally pop that on. And then I'm just getting, with my tea towel, I'm trying to get a bit that's not too crunchy, which actually is pretty impossible now with that one. It's only paint, it's nothing gross. But then you just literally wipe it back off again. So where you've got any texture, it'll go into, can you see? So where it's gone into the actual the sort of crevices on there, but it just vintages it. It makes it really, really vintage. We've got some good news. You know those gorgeous hat boxes? We've got a little bit of extra stock. It's going to be dispatched from the 8th of May. Not a lot. If you want those, I want these. I would multiply. They're beautiful and they're such nice quality. If you do want these, please check your baskets out. Again, we haven't got loads of stock. 8th of May, that's when they're being sent out from. It is so busy. I'm not surprised though. I think this is a lovely thing. Everybody knows the quality of La Blanche now, you know, and that's why when it's deals like this, it's just unmissable. Look how cool that looks. Absolute gorgeous. And it's so quick and easy to do as well. So on this bit, I'm literally just working in. And these, remember, these were, so the frames, you'll get the plain frames, and we will show you when we go down counter again, but you'll get your plain frames, and this has been, the mouldable wood has been put round this, and it is really, really cool. And I will show you, I've got a demonstration with the mouldable wood that we've got on the show as well, so I'll definitely use that. But have a look at that. We're already halfway through the first hour. Can you believe it? It goes so quick. Right, that's my first layer. So what I'm going to do now, I'm afraid these have actually sold out. I mean, really, maybe I should use the one day. I know what I'll use. I know what I'll use. You know the decoupage kit? Look what Blanche sent me. Blanche sent me loads and loads of those amazing butterflies already cut out. This is the decoupage kit. Now, normally I would most definitely put these onto, oh, I'm already building. I do this all the time. Normally with these, what I would do, these would go on boxes as they are. These would, you know, you can put them on glass. Because they're so lightweight, you would definitely be able to decoupage those onto glass. So with that ceramic adhesive we've got, you would definitely be able to do that. But because the thing I wanted to use is sold out essentially, I'm going to put these on here. But I want them to look like they're sort of flying. So I don't want them to be sort of stuck to it, if you will. So I'm having one like that, and I think I might have the other one coming in like so, like this. Okay, so I'm going to have them like that, which I love. Now I'm going to have on the other side, I love that box were right at hand for me. That was so handy, because I really didn't plan that. I planned the other that I spent ages getting ready. In fact, I might have it like this, because I quite like that. I'm faffing. Okay, we might have that one like that and that one like that. So then I need to find two that match. So that's that one, and I just need to find... Oh, when I go through this though, look, I'm going to end up finding more that I want, aren't I? Look at that. Have I got two of that one? Bear with, everyone. See, again, I actually prepped all my demos. I have prepped my demos, and instead I go off on a wild tangent yet again. But I love that. Oh no, that one is winning. Look at that butterfly. Okay, so move that out the way. Boom, isn't that just gorgeous? So that'll sit in the middle of that frame absolutely beautifully. So that's going to sit in the middle there. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to be gluing these together. Now, you have got loads of adhesives on the show. The heavy body gel will absolutely glue this together. That will completely do the job. So I've got my good old gel. This one is brand new, which is very exciting indeed. I love this stuff. You can use it for all sorts. You can use it for your metal embellishments, all your wonderful MDF embellishments. It's such a good adhesive. And what I love about this is it doesn't... it hasn't got, you know, like how some of the glues used to be really smelly. It's definitely not a smelly glue, which is really good. But also, I love the fact that you've got lots of playtime with this. So it means if you change your mind, it's not a big deal. But once it's dried, once it's stuck, it gives you such a good stick. It really is a fantastic product. Highly recommend it. You don't need to just use it with this, obviously. You know, you can use it with all sorts, and I will be doing throughout the show just as long as we've still got stock of it, which you never know. We're okay with this for now, we think. Okay, so squidging. A third of the stock has gone. Normally that'd be like, oh my word, a third of the stock has gone. In today's show, because everything else has sold out, we're chilled. If it's only a third, we can handle that. There. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Love that. So that's my first bit. I'm then gonna, now this is out of the kit that's sold out, sorry. And these, any of your papers you can do this with. And Blanche does this. Blanche, actually, like you one day special, she'll roll the paper and then put the string on and just vintage it up. And it looks so effective. And this, I thought, will work perfectly at the top here. Like so. In fact, I'm going to put this one at the bottom like this. So I thought that would make such a kind of nice I'm going to put more adhesive down there. Good grief, how much? Over a third of the stock has gone with your one-day special. Your one-day special is flying, absolutely flying, as is everything that we've got on the show. So that's going to sit at the bottom there. Obviously, this is glue gel, so you do need to let it dry. I've given up on the stick already. I prefer to stick it on with my finger because you want a good big dollop. And what I love about this, it don't matter if I get it everywhere. It's just not a big deal. The other bit is going like that. Boom. So that frames it beautifully. I'm then going to take this and that. I'm just going to have that so it's winding its way in. And there we go. And that is just going to wind its way round like so, because I just thought that'd look really beautiful. You know, get a little bit of movement in with that. And I just think, again, because you get so many elements in all of the Le Blanche paper kits, doesn't that look pretty? Because it just winds its way around that frame, which is gorgeous. I have put the glue on there. Some of that glue I'll have to tweak in a little bit. And then I'm going to put now, before I actually put my butterflies on, this is going on a stand. So if you've got, in the past, if you've got these fantastic little bobbins, these are going to work beautifully as my stand. So I'm going to pop a little bit of glue there, a little bit of glue here. I'm being a bit random with my glue, like this. Like this. Random with my glue because I can't remember where I'm putting them. So I need to just make sure they sit evenly before I decide exactly where they're going. But I think that will work. Let me see. See, you need to just stand it, because if not, you'll end up moving it until the, you know, because it needs to be even. There we go. Perfect. Isn't that pretty? Which is really, really cool. So that's going to go there. Obviously, all your glue has to dry. Now, I'm not keen on that. No, I think that's better. There, they might be a bit wobbly, but that's fine. And then the beautiful butterflies. Now, the butterflies, that is going to stick on the front like this. But, of course, I want it to be even. So one is going to stick on one side, one is going to stick on the other. So I'm going to pop my adhesive along here like this. Now, with the decoupage, what I would normally do, because I've obviously gone off piste, what I would definitely do with this is actually put these on a piece of card if I was doing it, if I were using them as toppers, just to give them a bit more weight. Because I was working off piste, it kind of did its own thing, but I still think that looks quite marvellous. And then the other side, I'll just pop a little bit of adhesive on there and on there, like so. I've already got adhesive on the butterfly, so that's fabulous. So then that is going to go like that. And then I'll just squidge these together so they're even. Perfect. Oh, I actually really like that. Right, let me show you. So you've got, now I would actually embellish it more, but to be honest, because of time and because we've sold out of nearly everything, so if I was doing this again with a little bit more prep time, what I would actually do with this, I'd have put the butterflies, that's better, they're bugging me, I'd have put the butterflies on card, and if I'd have put them on brown card that matches this colour, the white wouldn't stand out as much. I would definitely do that, but obviously because I've had to wing it, just because everything had sold out, but I really quite like that. And then you see you could like embellish it, because I've got some beautiful embellishments, so I would absolutely embellish it. I tell you what I will embellish it with just before I let you go. You know, we've got the glue and the balls, so if I just get, so I'm going to get a smaller paintbrush. They're really quite cool, are these. The balls are kind of like, I'm not quite sure what they're made out of, but they're really lightweight. They're very absorbent as well. So because they're so absorbent, they'll absolutely take all your colours. In fact, in my next demonstration, so it'll probably be next hour, but I'll show you what I do with those to colour them, because you can really colour them. But look, just as La Blanche was doing, how cool is that? And they're just so easy to put on. Aren't they cool? And they do look like stones. They're such a brilliant addition to all your little projects. Aren't they cool? It's a nice way of putting them on as well, is that? Because it's so easy. But look, if you've got adhesive, you know, like there, I've got blobs of adhesive. These are perfect for that, because literally you're just picking that up. Remember, I am working back upside down, so you'll be able to actually see what you're doing. But see, you can literally, all those gluey bits, don't they look good? Such a good finishing touch. Now, I would finish this off. I am going to put embellishments on, but we haven't actually got any of these on show. I mean, crinkle ribbon, surprise! Surprise! But yeah, I'll finish embellishing that. But of course, if you want the decoupage, please make sure you check out your decoupage. And if you want the MDF, go for it. Look, the tiny bottles, I've literally only one of them. I am gutted I didn't get the tiny bottle kit, because I tell you what, that is well cute and it's beautiful. You're actually getting 9 of those, so, and they're all different sizes. They are seriously cool. If you want to get hold of those for just $9.99, you need to check your baskets out. They are amazing. Okay, everything is so busy. Please don't miss out on anything. Now Yanis is going to take you through some of the other goodies that we've got, because obviously it's stuff we haven't seen yet. We have got a 7-day saver as well, which is La Blanche. It's the wonderful shrink foils. Now again, look at your price on that 7-day saver. It is another cracking price, just £11.99. Don't miss out on any of these. Yanis has got plenty more goodies to show you, but do remember it's a 2-hour launch. This isn't even meant to be a live show yet, so please don't miss out on anything. If you do want anything, hochanda.com or 01733 602,000. Yanis, over to you.
Thank you, Leonie. This is what I love about Hochanda and about crafting, because you can see how much fun Leonie is having. I hope you're enjoying it as well. If you have just tuned in, we're very proud to launch a brand new event. It started, actually began at the beginning of this hour, so it started at 5, and everything for the next 24 hours, that includes the one-day special, every item that we feature live on the show will be under £20. And at a time when a lot of us are watching our wallets, we do hope it makes a big difference to everyone at home. But also, you're not sacrificing on quality, because we are talking La Blanche at these kind of prices. I mean, are you kidding me? £17.99, and look at what you are getting. 15 quality 12 by 12s. And I love the actual theme here. There's a Renaissance maritime to it. So this is, I'm just going to show you, there's front and this is the reverse. So that is the back of that one sheet as we go through. The actual scenes, and these lend themselves to your card making, your scrapbooking, your mixed media pieces, your home decor. I know Leonie was a big fan of the map. Me too. There is something about a map. I really like that. I think that you could go in so many different directions. Good quality as well. Now, because it's a maritime theme, there are other elements to the one-day special, so I will speed up. So here we go. There's the reverse of that one. This is another sheet. So remember, you're getting 15. I'm just showing you front, and that would have been the reverse. But here, just to make life easy, we're just showing the reverse. That's dramatic. A lot going on there. And have you noticed the actual colorways as well? They all lend themselves. It kind of traverses through. That is a strong image. You could go, I mean, different directions. Love it. Okay, so there are 12 by 12s. You're getting 15 of those. You've also got, take a look at these. Laser cut images. Wow, 46 of those. And look at what you're getting, the different fish coming through. You've got coral, you've got a cheeky little penguin in there as well. I mean, the cut on them is absolutely exquisite. So really nice, delicate cuts, instant drama, and you're effectively using those to build up your own montage, your own scene. And not only that, you've got, now have a look at these, your tags and toppers as well. So everything that I'm showing you for $17.99. Oh, that one, I love that one. Actually, each one is just a lovely little scene and image in its own right. Okay, so $17.99, that is the one-day special. We had not, look, thing with La Blanche, they are such a big company, so when we do a launch, they're able to bring sort of unit figures in high quantity. So for me to be standing here in the launch hour and tell you that we are approaching 40% of the stock is ridiculous. But I think a lot of you are taking advantage of the quality you get with La Blanche, the fact that you will craft with these, and it is such a great price. $17.99, that is our one-day special, 419666, item number. Now, we've got some decoupage papers for you as well. I don't want to keep on going on about La Blanche quality, but the thing is, we all know the quality that La Blanche brings. Decoupage papers, now what I will say to you, you're getting 12 sheets, great size sheet as well. If I just pick up, well actually I'll just pick these. So you can see, look, that is just one of the sheets. You're getting multiple designs coming through. If I just hold that up there so you can see, a lot going on. But you can take one of these sheets and suddenly you can take a very old piece of glassware or go to, not at the moment, I know we're not shopping, but in the future, if you go to a charity shop, look how you've transformed that. That looks seriously classy. If I pop that down, or what about, there is a butterfly. Let me just show you here, because you are getting butterflies in the mix as well. And let me just find the butterflies. So having a little look. So just taking some of the butterflies. Now, I would fussy cut those out and do something like, just show you here. Have a look at that. Ooh, and everything on here. So you said this this design you're also getting as well. But just show you, it's probably easier to have a little look just down there, and you'll be able to see all the different designs that you're coming through. So there we go, busy for this option. And have you seen the Freedom price as well? $15.29. Got to tell you, you've also got the decoupage blue in the mix as well. At the bottom of your screen, $9.99. So if you are looking for decoupage blue, good quality, then great thing to look at. Stencils. Have a look now, our stencils are busy. I think Leonie's going to be playing with the stencils at some point. Maybe, I'm just glancing across. Could be even... Maybe even next. Next? Yeah, okay. Got to tell you, we're over 30% of the stock with the stencils. Now, I'm right in saying you are getting all of the stencils, all 5 of these are A4 stencils, 5 of them. You can see the amount going on here for $16.99 for A4 stencils. And this is a prime example for just using a little bit or creating a complete background. The choice is entirely yours. Got to show you this next one. If I just pop that down for a second, let me just look at this. What? Look at that. Lavish in detail. Look, we've been busy since actually we went live, and I'm so pleased that we are having a busy show, so do take advantage of all the savings. We have got queues on our phone lines. I am so sorry for that. I know it's one of my bugbears. I hate being stuck in a queue. Our call centre are awesome. They will try and get through to you as soon as possible. If you do want to jump the queues, if you've never done it before, try ordering on our website or using the Hochanda Go app. I'm a huge champion of the app because it's what I use all the time. All the features on the website you can find on the app. Just go to your app store, wherever you get your apps, and download it. Just type in Hochanda. Okay, oh no, we've gone from 30% to over 40% of the stencils. When you consider, and I'll just ask you this one question, how much would you normally pay for an A4 stencil? You are getting 5 of them. So even if, I mean, I think for an A4 stencil, if you were paying, what, if you're paying £5, you'd think you're winning for an A4 stencil, right? So even if they're £5, that would be £25 worth right there. You should actually be paying $27.99 here. You're getting all 5 for $16.99. Okay, just going to show you, we've got more for you. We've got the stencil paste as well, which obviously work beautifully with your stencils here. So you've got your Pentart stencil paste collection, your black diamond, your candy floss, ice flower, and also your green. 50ml each, $12.99 your price, 124137 your item number. Now, it's an MDF bundle. Take a look here. So, Leonie obviously using the MDF in demonstrations. The thing is, we've got so many great embellishments. So we've got papers, we've got decoupage papers, we've got toppers in the mix as well, different mediums. So you need a project. So how about taking your MDF and creating something like this? Could you imagine doing something like that? Because there, a project straight away. Or maybe you want to make something like this. Done. Or how about something like that? You get the idea, right? $18.99, you're getting 26 pieces in total. Very busy for this option. I've got to be quick. I need to speed up because we need to get back to Leonie. Flexible wood. What? Flexible wood. So what this allows you to do is to wrap around. You can see. Huh?
On that box,
here?
Box, that's it.
There we go. So what the flexible, let me just show you this. So it allows you to, it's effectively creating a moulding You can do it around the boxes or the candle as well. I've just got a candle using that flexible wood coming through as well. Very, very clever stuff. 253750 item number 1999, and you are getting 1 meter of flexible wood with the resin mold wide as well, so molding wide. Where's it? Resin molding wide? I'll have to ask Leonie what that means. Okay, speaking of which, I think we're going to jump onto the website. Let's have a little look. So all the goodies. Ooh, how are we doing with the little bottles? $9.99. We knew they were going to be... Do you know, they would be great to create like a little apothecary if you wanted. And also, they'd be fantastic. Oh, 60% of the stock's gone there, so very busy considering this launch show. We have got a 7-day saver, little shrink foils. The little bottles would play very nicely with that, just saying. Have the hat boxes sold out? They are back on extended delivery, the 8th of May for the hat boxes. Very busy there though, and we haven't got a huge amount of stock. We've got the flexible wood, you've also got the pen art decoupage glue as well. I'm going to hand back to Leonie.
Thanking you. Okay, as the stencils also... Yeah, I know, right? Don't know what happened there. As the stencils are going so busy, I just thought I'd give you a little look at the stencils. These are just beautiful, gorgeous designs. I love these mixed media type designs. I think they're absolutely exquisite. And the one I am going to use one on my card. But what I love doing with these, and I just thought I'd show you on. I might do it on a green piece. What colours have I got? Yeah, no, I'll do it on this because I think that would be quite nice. Look, what I love with these, so I'm going to take that. Now, I'm going to use my stencil pastes, but the stencil paste, look at the colour of that. Look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? So that one is I don't know what colour it is. It's on top, love. So that is green. I know. So I'm using the green. It's just so cool. It's so cool. So I'm using the green and I'm going to use the metal. I know. They're just fabulous. So, because I'm using the pale on my actual project, so I thought I'd use the dark just to play with. I always keep the bit of foil on the lid. I always regret it, but I always keep it on because I just think, in my mind, it keeps it a bit fresher. Don't know if that's true, but it's what I've got in my head. Okay, so what I'm doing is... just quickly, this isn't the demo, this is just me playing. I will get a spare sheet of card because you know what I'm like, I will clean it off. Right, what I like doing is, so take some of your stencil paste. So I'm going to switch colours. That colour is amazing. Isn't that just amazing? So if I use a little bit of that green, oh, that's my favourite colour out of all these for sure. So using a bit of that one, okay, and then this is, remember, this isn't the demo, but as we've only 3 minutes, I probably wouldn't have got my demo finished, so this is a good sort of by and by one. But then mix your stencil pastes. So get this, and what I'm going to do is just spin this. So then I'm going in the direction. So then all you do is kind of go off like this, but then scooch it over into it, so then you get this really cool blend of your actual gel pastes. It looks really nice actually. And look, as they blend, because you're kind of dragging it over it, it physically blends. But then, because I'm pulling some of this up and putting it back here, some of that blue is going to go over the black as well. It just looks so effective. Now, what I will do as well, oh, got it all over my finger. So it's really busy. Over 70% of the stencils have gone. So watch, I'm going to then use some of the pearl. So this is like a pearl white that you also get in the stencil paste. It's a lovely stencil paste. It's a beautiful, beautiful sheen to it. It's absolutely gorgeous. So taking that, and again now see, I'm picking up some of that black, but just dragging that over, and you get that really cool sort of pearl sort of mix there. Now I've only got 1.5 minutes, so I will pull this off and reveal it. but again, just dragging it over and just allowing those colours to all melt together. I do like keeping some open spaces, so you can see where I haven't completely covered it. I like that. I think it looks really, really effective. And I'll show you another technique with paste afterwards. Okay, just pull that off, because now look at that. So you've got that wonderful ombre there. That looks so effective, where the grey and the white have blended, and then again where the green and the black have blended. Shall I hold it up? Can you see it proper? Sure. Now you can see, because look at the pearlescent sheen and look how they blend together. Isn't that fabulous? Right. Oh, we got 40 seconds. Okay, right, in the next hour, obviously, more demonstrations. I've got some more techniques. Obviously, a lot of the ones I planned I won't be looking at. I'll be revising some of my demonstrations that I planned, won't I? Thanks for that. But please check your baskets out. We will... Not bitter. We will be back with you in the next hour, so don't go anywhere. All you need to do is check those baskets out. We're having a little bit of a clip, a break, whatever it is. Yanis will be back with us as well in the next hour. Thank you very much. I'm going to shut up for 5 seconds and see you in a bit.
So we're continuing the fun. We've got another hour with La Blanche. It is a double launch of our one-day special. Remember, everything under £20. Following that, we have happy hour deals with myself, and then another La Blanche one-day special.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock, and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Calling all the Hochanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one-day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one-day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. Over time, I want Crafterscope products to build you a complete library of dies, stamps and stencils which you'll enjoy using whether you're new to crafting or you're a seasoned crafter. My products will complement everything that you have already, but they will also work perfectly as a standalone product. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Craftscope.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello everybody, wherever you're watching right now, because I know we have viewers in the UK, in Europe and America. You're all part of the Hochanda family. So we've got the second hour. It's a double launch of our one-day special with LeBlanche. Not only that, we have a brand new event as well. Where is it? Sorry, over here. You can see, I should know. You can see everything for the next 24 hours. So that includes our one-day special. Everything that we feature on the live shows is going to be under £20. So do tune in, take advantage if you see something that tickles your fancy. Speaking of which, one day special, we have been busy. Let me break this down for you. So £17.99, you're saving £8. First up, you're going to get 15 of the most beautiful papers. They're 12 by 12. It's cardstock. I say papers. It's kind of it is a cardstock weight going through. I don't have a GSM for you, but we'll. Leonie, what would you say? Sort of 150?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, it would be over 150.
Flick, but yeah.
Yeah, it's well. There we go. So let me just show you. You are getting front and back. What we've done is I'm just holding up just to make it easier for me. We'll show you. So that's the front of this piece, and then we've got the back, which you can see there. And again, we've got the front of our next piece. But you see how all the designs, the colours as well, and that's really important. The colours lend themselves to it. So there's the front, and there's the back. Love that. And then here we've got the front. So many layers of interest coming through. And then you've got your real pops of detail. And that is your reverse. And I love the actual images. There's a nostalgia to them. It kind of takes you back to a different time. And then here we've got the front. That is a beautiful romantic scene. Is it serene? You can just, I'd love to be sitting on that boat right now. And then you've got the map, and Leonie's found the map. I absolutely love, love, love maps. So that's your reverse. And again, we've got the front here, so that wonderful lighthouse. And I love wood effect. So you've got that wood effect. Okay, so that's your 12 by 12s. You're getting 15 sheets of those. You're also going to be getting your toppers as well. So let's have a look. You're going to get 15 tag and topper sheets. So these are broken down for you. You can just see all the different images coming through. So you're getting 15 sheets, but obviously you're getting a lot more of your actual tags and toppers. Let me just turn that around, apologies. I really like that. There's just something about that one image that's captured me. So wonderful images. And also here, look at these. Ooh. Okay, lovely. Okay, so let me just pop that down. Not stopping there with the one day special. So let's just think about this. And before we go, when I've shown this, I'm going to show you some examples because we've got some great examples to show. But imagine using the papers, then your toppers, and finishing off your scene with these. Have a look at that. These are wonderful laser cut images. So we've got our fish, our coral, our anemones, octopus in there as well. So, I mean, a lot going on. You're getting all of that. Let me just show you some finished examples because you have to see it. Let's just say you're a card maker. Imagine, I mean, there are cards, and then there are cards. Look at that. Whoo-hoo. But you see how adding the toppers, having the background, putting on your little laser cut elements, and then dipping into your own stash. Or maybe something like this. Or like this. These are all achievable. You've just matted and layered, used some 3D foam, done, okay? So we can make our cards, but we can go so much further because what about your home decor? Come on, look at that. And this is where you're really going to start having some fun because you're going to build up your image and create your whole scene with all the elements there. So that's a great one. I also love, actually, if I pop that down, we'll just get a shot. Look at this. I daren't pick it up just in case. But my goodness, now come on. Using the papers to full effect. So you've got the background, then the elements building up. I mean, that is a phenomenal, phenomenal piece. Can we just, Molly, can we just see the actual door? Look at that. It's actually using the papers. Okay, I've got to stop because we are going to be handing over to our Leonie. This is the one-day special. We had a lot of stock because that's the thing. LeBlanche can bring a lot of stock to the table. After 1 hour, 40% of the stock has gone. Now, that is stock that's meant to last 24 hours. Remember, everything is going to be under £20 for 24 hours. Something else that you can get hold of, I've got to tell you, dispatch will be the 6th of May. So everything will be dispatched from the 6th of May. That's only because it's coming from Germany to us. Let's have a little look at some other items. The bottles. Okay, now the whole team has fallen in love with the bottles. So if you want to get hold of your bottles, $9.99 is your price. You're getting 9 of these. There are mini glass bottles, assorted sizes with corks as well, and you're getting the crinkle ribbon in the mix. 501 509 your item number. Like that. Come on, I tell you, someone's got to make an apothecary with them. Little potions. Now we also have the hat boxes. These sold out in our launch hour. The last hour. We have gotten back on extended delivery. We do not have as much stock as we did when we started. So on restock, just to give you that warning, we're over 70% of the restock, and I don't know what will happen once that is gone. So $19.99 is your price there. You're saving £6. Your item number 544649 there if you want to pop it into your basket. I'm going to hand over to Leonie.
Thank you very much indeed, our lovely Yanis. Okay, so I've been getting this ready so I don't faff. Let's see how that goes. So what I've got already, got the paper. So this is some of the beautiful paper that's been matted and layered onto the card. So just on greys and then a white cardstock. I'm then going to take one of the gorgeous stencils. So I'm going to take, and I was playing with these just before we broke, but it's which one to use. I think I might use, because on the finished card I've used this one, so I'll use that one on this card because I've got one where it's already dried. Okay, these are so busy. Over 80% of the stock has gone. If you do want the stencils, you're going to have to be really quick with these. I want the card to open like that, so I want a 10th fold. I'm going to take the beautiful pearlescent stencil paste for this one. I'm not going to mix this. I am just going to use that wonderful pearlescent. It's really, really pretty. So I'm going to take that. Now, you've got so much to choose from with this stencil because you've got the sort of numbers, the numbers and letters. You've got the swirls, so you could have just the swirls, and that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have that swirl cutting across because I really like that. So, just doing tent fold, tent, because it looks like a little tent when it's over. No, this is a tenfold. I don't know. I mean, I know there's penfold, but I don't know anything else about fold pens and tens. But this is definitely a tenfold. Well, I say that. Things you learn, eh? Things you learn on telly. On crafty telly. Oh, Molly, every day's a learning day. Every day. Okay, so just zooming across. I'm not filling the whole thing again like I did before. I like these bits that are missing. I just think it gives it more, especially for something like this, it gives it more sort of movement. Boom. Oh, you're joking. The stencils are now limited stock. I'm going to have note to use. Okay, so the stencils are limited stock. They are A4. They're absolutely gorgeous. These will match as well, you know. You know the stencils that they brought us before, the adhesive ones? These are going to match with those. They're not, some are similar-ish designs, but they're going to match. And look at that. They're going to sell out though, so if you want them you do need to check your baskets out. How gorgeous is that? And that pearlescent sheen is just amazing. If you want the stencils, that is 680065. If you want the beautiful, what is that one? The paste. Oh, I'm sorry. Paste, Leonie. If you want the paste, they're there for you. Please do not miss out on the paste. They are gorgeous. That green is divine. And again, I will show you another technique with those. Just going to wipe the stencil off so my paste doesn't dry on there. I have spritzed it with water and that'll be fine. I know I normally clean on another piece of paper, but I'm trying not to faff too much. Trying. So move that out of the way. That one's drying. This is one I already did, so it's dry, and I've put a little bit of a distress paste on it. Now what I'm going to do, I've then got these little bits of card. Okay, now what I'm going to do with these, I want this card to actually open. So what I want to do is, on the 10th fold, I'm going to put this behind. So that is going to go on the back of the 10th fold. I've actually done kind of a double score as well. So I want it to go on the first score line. And I've done a double score, and then it will fall flatter. Now, if I just scored it once, then it really stays up at an angle. I mean, it does need, it needs scoring down properly. But there, what if we had right, the stencils, they've now gone as well. The stencils have technically sold out. Check your baskets. It's the same thing. If you don't check your baskets out, you might miss out, but they have technically sold out. Congratulations, everyone. And well done. You're getting some lovely stuff, lovely bargains. Now, before I actually glue this in place, I'm going to pop one of a little bit of string. Okay, so I'm going to be popping that there. I'm thinking about this as I'm going along. The next piece of card, that's going to go at the back. And again, I've done a double score line. Think like this. I want it relatively even with that one. Although, I mean, this kind of card you can make up as you go along, quite frankly, and you can have it doing whatever you want it to do. And then we've got some of the beautiful toppers from the one-day special. So you've got that lovely map. That is going to sit just there. I'm going to have the, underneath this one, so before I glue that down, I'm going to have the, like there, I'm going to have the piece of string. So that's going to go at the back. So before you actually stick it down, that's going to go there, like that. Now, you might want to pop, I quite like a little bit coming out the other end as well, so I'm going to move it and hope I've left enough at that end. We'll find out in a minute. I'll be taking that to pieces, won't I? Okay, so popping that there, like so, and that's your beautiful one-day special. You might want to 3D these. I'm only sticking them on with double-sided foam. No, I'm not. I'm only sticking on with double-sided sticker. And then on this side, I'm going to create a loop. So, put my double-sided again, like so. And then a couple more bits for my actual topper. This is easy lift tape, so you can get your nail under. Yeah, I don't think I want to go into waxing, but if this ever dries up, then at least I know I'll be all right. There we go. And then that is going to go about there. So that's my little loop on that side. And then on this one, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Right drama. Oh, it's a cheeky bit of drama. And that is going to go just on the end there. So how this card opens, That one goes like this over the front, and then it opens up, and then it opens up like that, you see. Boom, kinetic card making. On the other side, I cut these before. Look, I love me prepping. Right, look at this, folks. Can you guess what I were meant to do and I forgot? Da, da, da. I love my prepping, because my prepping, when I get ready for a show, this is why I'm better at winging it, because as soon as I prep, it's like, oh, it either sells out or I cut it wrong. I am not one. I'm a winger, but I couldn't really wing this one because I had too much work to do. So afterwards I'll cover that. But look, it'll look nice when it's covered, won't it? When they're both covered, that looks really nice on the inside. We'll do that later. It's not essential. That is going to close like that. So it's not going to close properly. That isn't what you're aiming to do. It just looks pretty. That's all. So it gives you that little bit of a look. But inside, now I wanted this quite easy. I didn't want inside, I didn't want it to be too busy. So what I've got are a couple of the fish, and I love these. So as our blanche were doing, just getting a little bit of movement to these, and it is lovely having a bit of shape. So I've got the back of my stamping platform. I'm actually using the top of my what's this? What am I using? Top of my pen? Gel pen, yeah, gosh. What is this in my hand? What is this? Hashtag locking. Okay, so just moving this. Okay, you know them gorgeous hat boxes that we had back in stock? Yeah, not for long. Now limited stock. If you do want those, I mean, they are absolutely phenomenal, but they are now limited stock. So please, you know what I'm going to say, please check your baskets out. Do not miss out. Limited stock on the gorgeous, gorgeous hat boxes. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable how busy everything is and how much stuff I haven't got to work with tomorrow. Okay, so again, just shaping these a bit quicker. Do you know what? These are fabulous. When you get them, you'll just want to play with them, because the fish are just gorgeous. And look at the quality of this. I mean, I'm really putting some pressure on this, but it's just fantastic quality. And I love that it's got like a pearlescent sheen on the underside of it as well. I absolutely love these. And look at these, see? Aren't they cool? And you kind of want to start playing. You know, when we were setting it up over there, you kind of want to start playing with fishes. They're absolutely fabulous. So just doing a tiny bit of movement, not going to faff too much, then bringing this in. Now, you've got loads of choices. You might want to put it on just as is. So let me see, is that folding flat? So you might want to just layer. See, I quite like them kind of plain. I just love it. And yeah, the stencil, it fits. It works so well with this. So I'm going to pop my two little fishes. I've got one of the beautiful, now on the papers you get loads of these on the back of the paper, you know, at the bottom where it shows you the reordering, you get these, and these are lovely because these sort of add just a little bit of extra, I don't know, just an extra bit of interest. And then all I'm going to do with this, I don't want too much faff on this one, so all I'm then going to do is put some of the gorgeous seaweed. So to glue this one down, I'm actually going to use a glue gel. Where have I gone and put, there we go. So it is the glue gel that we've got on the show. We'll use the beautiful balls as well. The whole kit goes so well together with these, and that's why it's so nice to use them together. Obviously there's loads of things, and again, I know I keep saying I'll show you, but I will in my other demonstration. So just opening that up, and then let's put this on. So just getting, oh, this is busy as well. Now over 40% of the stock has gone with the gel and the balls. I mean, it's a fantastic deal, is that? You've got such a good price. I mean, all the prices are amazing. £20 or under, they're just amazing. But that is phenomenal for Pentar. I mean, phenomenal. Okay, and it's such nice quality as well. So I'm just, again, just putting a little bit of texture on here, like so, just to give it a bit of movement. So you've got some natural curve. Oh, I really whistled then, didn't I? There we go. So a little bit of a natural curve to that. I did it again. Seems to be my thing for this hour. No, I didn't even do that on purpose. Just popped out. Okay, so look at that, it self-levels. So popping my glue gel on. Now, I know this is on the inside of the card. The glue gel will help it. It'll give it some dimension, so it'll dry with dimension, but it won't be too raised, because obviously it's sitting inside the card, so you don't want it too raised up, because you've got those little elements coming over. You've then got, now no, I'm not going to do that. So then just pop my fissures on. And again, I am going to pop the fissures on with the wonderful glue gel. So he's going here, like so. Yep, I officially love these. I think they're ace. And they're cool. They're just so different. They're different to work with as well. That vintage look that they've got. But I don't know, they do remind me of old stories of the seas. There, and I want him to just be behind here, like that. Isn't that cool? And then I'll just pop our little finishing touch, like so. Of course, you'll let all this dry. You will not close it with wet glue, because otherwise you'll just glue everything together. And I quite like things like that, just on the side, because it just looks like a little ribbon. Now I like that, just that inside I really like, not too fussy. Oh, saying that, shall I put a few of those little, hold on a minute, yeah, I'm a bit addicted to them. So then you'll close it up like so, and that will close round like that, which I really like. But let's put, so down here at the bottom, because you've got, when it closes, you're going to see. So if you put some of these, because not only will they cover, I think these are ace, there, so, Kim. I tell you what, what's nice, I didn't see which one was she getting a close-up of. Oh, I see. Shall I do it again? So, bit of that. And then Kim likes this bit. Oh. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with them all now. I've way too many balls. I only did that for Kim. I didn't need 5 million balls on this teeny tiny little project. No, that was Kim. You can, kid. Kim says you can't have too many balls. She's wrong. This project definitely did not need excessive ballage. I'm having to flatten them down. It's okay. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. Boom. And these I'll use on different projects. So, look, that's cool, isn't it? Actually, you could actually bring them out a bit. Oh, no, I'm just faffing. Oh, and I promised myself I wouldn't faff. No, 20 minutes, that's all right. See, and then fasten it up like so. So that'll fasten up as so. And then when you open it up, you'll get that fantastic card inside. Then obviously I need to cover that. Oh, like an idiot. But isn't that cool? And then when it stands up, it will actually stand up like that. So then you'll be able to keep that open like so. And then you'll have that. I mean, I think it just needs a little sentiment, but that is all I want on that card, because I'm really happy with that. Now, remember, this is your one-day special. I'm going to finish that off while our Yanis is telling you what to do. What to do. Well, Yanis tells you what we've got. Right, I better give you some information. They've gone again, so they have now technically sold out. I bet we won't be able to get any more, but who knows? No, I heard then. They've gone. Tonight they've gone. Tomorrow is another day. We'll see what we can do, but for tonight they have absolutely gone. Ooh, the shrink foils. Now, these are our 7-day saver. If you do want your shrink foils, I mean, the Blanche's demonstration with them is always amazing. 649, what was that? Sorry. 013, and that's your shrink foils for just £11.99 for 18 of those. Update all your jars, recycle all sorts. So well cool. Now please again check the website out. We have had lots of sellouts, but obviously don't miss out on your one-day special. Over to you, Yanis.
Thank you, Leonie. I really hope you're enjoying our one-day special. So we are having a double launch with the one-day special. Now you're getting, first and foremost, this is your foundation, 15 12 by 12. I have to say, whenever Leblanche brings us anything, they really do put so much effort and pains to bring you such beautiful imagery. So you can see the quality that you're getting here. Now they are double-sided, so that's a front and that is your reverse. But you see on the reverse, you get a totally different feel. You get a different hue, so you've got more grey tones on the front. Here, slightly warmer tones, lovely imagery coming in, but it's the layers of detail. So you've got that wood effect drawn into the background, the compass going on. It's all these little points. So imagine that as a scrapbook page in itself. Or are you going to lift that image and put it onto a card? Over here, again, you've got another beautiful image coming through. It's, to me, it kind of harks back to a different time. It's different time. Life was less manic. So there's the front, and that's your back. Love this. I really do like the grey tones and the drama going on. And here we've got the front. And there you have the back. I will speed up because I know we've got to get through everything. Oh, come on. Just love that. It's just screaming to be used. Love this. Oh, and here, by the way, Leonie was talking about the sentiments in her demonstration. You can see just the bottom. So make use of every last scrap of your pages. But Leblanche puts so much thought into everything that they bring you. Love the maps. And then we've got a lighthouse. That's your reverse. And then finally, lighthouse, that's been spun around. There we go. And that's that one. Okay, so that is your 12 by 12s. We are approaching half the stock. Now, it was something we were discussing in our short break because I know we've had a lot of sellouts and you kind of think, well, and then we come to a one-day special and we're calling like approaching 50%. It's only because it is the one-day special. We had so much more stock of the one-day special. We had a lot of stock of everything else. One-day special, we had a huge amount because it's meant to last 24 hours. So the fact that we are saying we're approaching 50% of the stock and we're only into the second live hour, it really shows how popular it's been. Now, very, very quickly, you are getting, and I will be quick, I'm just going to flash these, you are getting your laser cut images, so you're going to get those. Apologies for my face. So you're getting 46 of those. Here's where you start to build up your scene, though, and then we've got our toppers in the mix as well. So these are your tags and toppers. You see those? See, come on, that image there. I was watching, was it Death on the Nile? It was like a whodunit with Poirot. The other movies are available. And that's what that one image there reminds me of. And then we've got, there we go. And then you've got this one coming through as well. So you've got all of those, okay? So all of that for $17.99. But when you start putting it into action, so if you love your cards, I mean, these cards, they are so achievable to make, but look absolutely fantastic. Can you imagine giving that to someone? Or here, I always know when I need to move on, because my producer Kim, she's so kind, but she's going lovely. But that's Kim's to say, hurry up. $17.99. I know, Kim, I know. $17.99 your price, saving £8. 419666 your item number. We are busy for our one-day special. Don't miss out. It really is a great bundle. Something else that's proving popular, decoupage papers. Okay, I'm going to show this to you properly. So decoupage papers. Here's the thing with the decoupage paper, because you can take an ordinary piece of glassware and suddenly turn it into this. Look at that. You are getting the butterflies decoupage paper you're getting here, and then this is just used a medium. So it's... Oh, we've got, actually, I'm not going to show those. How about this? So have you got any little boxes, little MDF boxes? But you see how you're able to transfer, and that suddenly looks incredibly expensive. Or how about this? So again, just an ordinary glass jar, but it looks incredible. But and savings too. If you are a Freedom member, there is a Freedom member discount in the mix, so it takes it down to £15.29. Can I just show you the papers very quickly, because it is worth seeing what you are getting here for £15.29. Now you are getting 12. Let me just show you the design. So you're getting 3 of each. You're getting 3 of the butterflies. So you're getting 3 sheets of those. They are A3 sheets, so you're getting a lot for your money. So you're getting 3 of those. I'll pop those down. You're also going to get 3 of this design. It's nice. So you can tackle bigger projects. You can obviously cut it down for your smaller projects. 3 of those. And 3 here. Just one more to show you after that. That's nice. And then finally, this is one of my faves. 3 of those. It's like an old newspaper type effect. All of that for £16.99, but I say if you are a Freedom member, the price comes down further still, so do take advantage. Okay, now we've got decoupage glue as well. So decoupage glue, if you're just looking to add to your stash, it's £9.99. We're going to flash the details, and we have got it here. So £9.99, you're getting your decoupage glue. You're also getting, having a look here, that's not this. Oh, look, I've got ahead. I apologise. It's the glue for ceramic. It is this. It is decoupage glue. Ah, I had that pang that I just gone to the wrong thing there. So what you're getting, your Silky Shine decoupage glue, and then you're getting your decoupage glue for ceramic. So you're getting both of those for £9.99. 60% of the stock has gone there. Your decoupage glue, that is 100ml, and your ceramic is, no, ceramic's 100ml, sorry, and your decoupage glue is 230. So 230ml for your decoupage and 100ml for your ceramic. £9.99, 406 300 your item number. By the way, something that we haven't really said too much during the one-day special, if you do want to chat to Leonie or myself, I'm guessing more to Leonie, you've got any questions, feel free to email in studio@hochanda.com. Right, we got more. Look at this. MDF clocks and windows. You're also getting, now I love this because you're getting, how many pieces in it? 26 MDF pieces. So look, there's one of your clocks, but you're able to build it up. So imagine putting your decoupage papers or your one-day special behind there. Or no, you've also got your windows as well. Let me pop those down, you can see. Look at this. Used in the first demonstration in the first hour, if you want to revisit that on our website or using the Hochanda app. Or maybe you want to create something like that. Oof. These are really nice projects to do, and they'll make the most of all the goodies that we have and we're going to be featuring during the one-day special. So great value for money. Good quality, and I know, please don't think that we're just saying, you know, when we talk about quality, Leonie would never say it just as a throwaway thing, and nor would I. So if we talk about quality, Leblanche really do. Whenever you see Leblanche, you can rest assured whatever you get is quality. £18.99 your price, saving £3, 875 904 your item number. And you're also getting chipboard sheets in here too. So these you just literally, or one, you just pop it out and you're good to go. Let me just show you here. Have a look at that. It says one of the guys painted up. That's such a good, come on. Got a bit of the Charlie Chaplin about him. Cool. Okay, we have got more. Flexible wood. Now we've got to talk about the flexible wood. When it arrives, there will be instructions because, now Ben doesn't mind me showing you this. That's just one of the flexible wood, how it arrived. You need to heat it up. So when you heat it up, it becomes pliable, and then you can wrap it around your home decor or your boxes, and it looks like beautiful coving and moulding, right? Ben, our floor manager, was not privy to the heating up, and it broke on him. Okay, it snapped because he was trying to. Look, it happens. Don't do that though. So learn from Ben's mistakes. And he said that to me. He said, Yanis, please tell the people so they can learn from my mistakes. So there are instructions when it arrives. You're going to heat it up and then you'll be able to mould it. Just have a look, because I know the hat boxes, they've sold out for a second time. We will see if we can get more tomorrow, but as it stands, we can't. Look at this around your hat boxes. I mean, that has just taken it to a whole different level. And then if you wanted to colour it, get some gilding on there as well. Choices. We have got some videos just highlighting the beauty of the one-day special. I think it's actually, is it going to be a demonstration? It's a demonstration from Leblanche. Here we are.
Hello, this is Blanche and I'm going to show you how to do a layout. First we prime the MDF tag with gesso. Next I color gauze with distress ink. I take a non-sticky craft sheet and go straight to the sheet with my stamping inks, using broken china, brushed corduroy and weathered wood. So that the stamp ink becomes more fluid, I spray water on it and take up the ink with the gauze. Then I dry it with my heat tool. Next, I decorate the tag with the embellishments and the laser cuts from the maritime paper set. The tag should be the center of my layout. As a background, I use a cardboard frame, which I paint with the Deco Soft Paint Grey. When the paint has dried, I put my stencil on and use a spatula to apply the stencil paste. I also design the edges with the stencil paste. So that the layout looks weathered, I apply a layer of ivory glaze and remove the glaze with the kitchen paper. So I get a wonderful shabby look. Now I start to decorate. First I glue on the gauze and the tag. I emboss the laser cuts from the maritime paper kit and stick them on as well as shells. Finally, I use the 3D boards and the galaxy flakes. To do this, I first dip into heavy body gel with a fine brush and then into the bottle with the 3D boards. These stick to the brush and are so easy to apply. I do the same with the galaxy flakes.
Do you know what? That amazing paint that Blanche used on that did sell out as well. It was, you know, when you're checking your basket out and it goes, hey, would you like this? It was that, and that has gone. So well done if you got that now, because it's well nice. So that's another one I won't be using. Thanks. Okay, I've got the one day special. I'll be fine for the next few hours. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I got one of the MDF as well. This is the pocket watch. I love this. I think it's so cool. And remember, in your papers for the one day special, you have got, and I'll just flick through, because you have got like this. That paper would look amazing. You know, something like this in here. And I love this because you will kind of look at the images. I mean, you could easily, I might do that in one of the demonstrations, actually fussy cut that out, and then you can have him coming out of the paper. Or even, I might do that in one of the demonstrations, cut the whale out. I love this. That's my favourite one. I really like that. I think it's so cool. It's one of those, though, you know, when you're saving your papers for best. So I've got that first of all. I've already cut out one of the papers. That is going to be sitting on the back there. So that'll be the paper for behind this. Now we have got okay, so on the show we have got our beautiful stencil paste, haven't we? Let's have a play with that. So I'm going to use my stencil paste. I'm going to give this a quick, it has got a gesso on it. I'll give it a quick paint first of all, and I'm sorry I haven't painted this before. The reason being, obviously, I've had to replan all my demonstrations because this wasn't meant to happen. It wasn't meant to be as busy. So when I was prepping all this yesterday as well, oh God, and all right, oh, get rid of that bit. It's okay. Pop that in the bin. Okay, all good. So I'm just going to really quickly give this a paint. So this is just with one of the acrylic paints. Now, you'll find when Blanche comes on, she brings these paints a lot, and the grey is exactly the one that sold out this time, which is gorgeous actually. In fact, I'm going to use the grey tomorrow even though it's gone. I'm hoping tomorrow when all the officers are back in, we'll be able to get some stuff back on extended delivery. I don't know though, but I'm really hoping so, because it'll give me more things to play with. But in the meantime, at least we've got these. Now that's the frame, so just popping a little bit of paint on there. The MDF frames, I really like these. It's lovely to work with a frame, and it's lovely to work with different shapes and sizes. I do love the fact that the flexible wood, I mean this is the thinner one, but the flexible wood, and that was on last time actually, that does go around some amazing surfaces. Obviously the one that we've got on today's show is a lot thicker than that one, so obviously it's for a bigger project, but it is amazing how it works. It's really amazing. Right, so just giving this a blast dry first of all, like so. And then let's just there. Cool. So I'm going to be using my stencil paste. I've already got some of the stencil paste dry, but with your stencil paste, I know it's for stencils, but obviously you can do so much more with it. You know, it doesn't just have to be for stencils. So one of the things you can do with it is obviously add a little bit of colour. So with this, it's almost, I'm going to almost use it like a wax, but I don't want too much on. So put some on your brush, almost dry brushing it. So I'm getting some of it back off again, and then just gently whipping around. And can you see how it just gives it just hits that texture, but it's literally dry brushing it on. So with this, okay, oh my good grief, you're joking. We're approaching 80% of the paste, which means that could sell out as well. Tomorrow's going to be a really interesting day. It'll be like, I'm just demonstrating the one day special. So again, just whipping around there to give you that beautiful, almost waxed glaze. I really like that because the colour looks different as well. That green is amazing. Right, seeing as we've got the wax in then, now you can do all sorts with this. So that's going to be setting on there like so, which looks really, really pretty already. However, shall I show it like that so you can see that colour? Because sometimes the colour, look at that, isn't that pretty? Really pretty. So that's your colour first of all. Now with this, look, have a look at that. So the colour, but also, so those fantastic balls, doesn't that look amazing? And look, you've still got a little bit of flexibility to this, but also look, you can create gorgeous skins with it as well. And look at that colour. So isn't that just gorgeous? This is ridiculously easy. So what you get is a heat resistant craft mat, which obviously I haven't got at hand. I don't know, we haven't got heat resistant craft mat, have we, knocking about? I bet we haven't. I'm sure plastic will be fine. In fact, shall I? Okay, while Ben's having a hunt, I will start building this up. So, well, Ben, and then I'll show you that in 1 second. So, literally, going to bring this in. I'll glue this down first of all. So, just going on with my normal paper glue to glue that down. Let's get that in situ straight away. So, I'm getting it the right way around. It's the lovely thing is about this, because it doesn't really matter if it's not a proper circle, because obviously with this, you've got the covering So it's ace. I mean, you could do all sorts with this. It's one of those that really allows you to play. So just a little bit of distress ink, coming in from the edges like this. So just bringing a tiny bit in. Keep putting the frame over so you can see where you're coming in, and that just gives you that really nice distressed finish. And now let's start popping things together. Now I'm not gluing it down first because I know that I might change my mind. So I'm just bringing in, look, I've got this beautiful sort of, it's a really nice netting, and that's got gorgeous little stars and things on it. So I'm going to use my netting. I am going to use my heavy body gel again. The heavy body gel is fabulous for this. It's fabulous for putting everything together. So I'm just going to trim this off. Now this time I don't want this I don't want a sharp finish to that. I don't want a blunt end to it. I don't want it to cut straight across. So I'm literally cutting it and feathering it, okay? And then let's pop the gel on. So again, just doing it with my finger. I am going to glue this down, otherwise it's going to irritate me, isn't it? So let's just glue that in situ, like so. Again, the glue gel will absolutely glue down your MDF. And you don't even need that much. It's really, really strong. It's such good stuff. I highly recommend this. And now let's get this put on. So again, you can really stick that on, slap it on, because it doesn't matter if you can see it. This one is a glossy one, but obviously because we've got those fantastic little balls, you can add those on for your texture. Now, just popping those on like that. Thank you, Ben. I'll come and get it. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. So there we go. So I'm popping this like this. I'm going to pop this like this. Okay. The heavy body gel is really busy. Over half of the stock has gone. I'm just moving it so I get it where I want it to be. And it's a massive tub. It's such a good deal. Okay, I like that. So you've got my little stars just coming out the edge, and I might just wrap that round like that. So happy with that. Now, thank you, Ben. Ben's got my heat-resistant craft mat. So pop that to one side. Pop those to one side. So your heat-resistant craft mat, what you do with this is, and this is ace, because say you're working on a glass mat, then you've got your heat-resist. This one looks like one of mine, is it? Goes really dirty. Yeah, it is. Thank you. Thank you. Well found. Yeah, you can always tell it's mine because it's filthy still. It's good this though, because if you've got dirty mat, no one ever borrows it off you for life. So where you keeping your product? Hey, what? It is not quite organised in there. Well, it's because I haven't been in it for weeks. Okay, so what you do is get your paste, pop your paste on your mat. Now, if you just want a skin like that, you literally, and it's ridiculously easy, you literally just put a skin of it. And then, this is now limited though, this is going to go on all. Look, and then let that dry. Don't put it really, really thin. I mean, you don't want to see the mat underneath it. You need to be able to pick it up. So like little scabby bits down there, that might not pick up. If you've got big holes in it, it might not pick up. So it needs to be of a certain depth to pick up, but that will dry. And when it's dry, I leave it overnight, it'll peel off like that. How cool is that? With this bit now, what you can do is get your fabulous balls, another good dip, and squidge them in. Kim will be watching this on rewind at home on her own with a glass of wine. Ooh, look at the dip. There we go. Oh, sorry, I was rubbing it in. I didn't know that sauce. I didn't know she was on this evening. Making everything worse. Bruce is crying in me ear. She's not really. She's not really. There. Oh, she is. Oh, there's single figures for the paste now. That's so happy. I'm so happy about that. As you can tell with my tone. Isn't this cool though? So you want it now, you don't, again, You don't want it too thin, the paste, otherwise when you try and pick them up they aren't going to pick up. So you don't want a bit of plastic in there from your packaging. Well, you can do, looks like any beach then, doesn't it? But, oh, let it go. Oh, she's doing a vegan thing again. Oh, gosh. Me and my nagging ways. So, just popping that on there like this. It is worth messing with this, because then when you lift that off, and this for a little experiment, so you just squidge it down like so. Isn't that cool? Let it dry. Let it do its thing. And then when it dries, that is what you get. And that is fab. That dries overnight. So I left that last night, and then when I looked at it this morning, it was that. It was like, oh, that's a bit exciting. And you can fill the sheet up, so you can fill the sheet, and that, look at that green. Has this sold out, did you say? Look at that. It's so cool, isn't it? Pop that to one side, and then that's how it goes. Now, that would actually look really cool on glass as well, because when you look at it in the light, when the light shines through it, that's more bluey, so it really looks like the sea. It's quite fabulous, quite fabulous. There you go, another. Technically sold out. That's on sort of everything, essentially, on the show. Yeah, technical seller on that as well. Okay, now then, let me just find my mat. Sorry, folks, I'm disappearing up there. Okay, we've got the one day special. It is beautiful. It's funny, really, because obviously, normally it wouldn't be, you know, it's a £20 and under show, and it's La Blanche, so normally we would have lots more to bring you, but yeah, the one day special, at least we got good stock on that, thank goodness. And I just love this. So again, shaping that, and I'm just using, and I love this because I have got all the proper tools somewhere, but it were one of those, it were like, what have I got at hand? I've got the back of my stamping platform, and then I've got my my gel lid. But that's fabulous. It gives it enough sort of movement. This one is fabulous. They're all fabulous. And all you really need to do, you know, is just go around the edges. And that just starts to pull that in. And it gives you that lovely sort of rounded finish. Now, I hope you can join me. We're back with you at 8 o'clock, and I have got another demonstration lined up. So I hope you can join us at 8 o'clock, because it's always nice to have your company. I might try and play with the decoupage papers at 8. Might try and line that demonstration up. There we go, because I think that'd be rather nice. So creating a beautiful shape there. Let's get one of our fishes. I love these. I love the fishes. I do absolutely adore in this collection the octopus. They're fabulous. Oh, I love octopus. Oh, Molly is scared. He doesn't like octopuses because they're smart. They are smart. They're quite fabulous. They're amazing. They're amazing. I love octopuses. In fact, what? Have we got a little picture of octopus? There's the octopus. See, aren't they amazing? Love them. Love them. Really cool. If you do want. And you see, I think these images, these look like, you know, they do look like something you find in an old encyclopedia or something, I think. You know, and they've got, I don't know, they're so vintage, they're so cool. Right, okay, I'll stop shaping and just get, because how much time have I got? I haven't got much time. 3 minutes, I haven't got much time. So, bringing that on, I'm going to bring just a little bit of my string, because I just want to pop a bit of string on. So, because it's your little beach scene, you could put all sorts on. I mean, the demonstration I have lined up for tomorrow, I think I'll keep that one for. I've used, like, you know, because obviously when I used to live in Brighton, you go beach combing, don't you? And, you know, picking up beach glass. Beach combing, when you go and find things on the beach. Oh, it's amazing, and see what you can find. Because I like all the, you know, I love all the fantastic, even plastic sometimes. Some plastic actually looks quite cool. But the glass is fabulous, beach glass. So the sea glass that's been in sea for yonks, that looks beautiful. So I've got some of that for my project tomorrow. So popping this on, and this is fabulous because any sort of beachy things you can put all sorts on. You know, I've got the string there, which always works, and then bringing these elements in. See, that's quite fabulous. 60% of the wonderful glue gel and the balls have now gone. Sadly, you need to be checking those baskets out. See, this is why I shouldn't have glued it down straight away, because now I'd like to pop that under there, which I've been able to do. That's the wonderful thing about this. You've got a lot of play time with it. They've gone. Right. Okay, another sellout. What's gone now? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's the graphics have gone, not anything else that's sold out. That's all right. Your graphics can go where they want. Just leave me gel balls. Okay, so I'm just squidging that in. I've only got about a minute and a half, but I'm already loving that. I love all that movement. I just think that's fabulous. Let's get one of our fishes. See, and you can have just a fishy. Oh gosh, I don't know where I want him. Let me have a look up there. Might put him up there. Okay. Oh my gosh. Now 50% of the one day special. Do you know how amazing that is? I mean, that is amazing. Because we've had so many, I nearly put him upside down, dead fish. I'm not going to put him upside down. I want my fish alive. Swim. There we go. Normally, I mean, 50% at this time is amazing, but because we've had so many sellouts, it almost dampens it, but it is amazing. We've had so many sellouts. It's been such a busy show. I am now absolutely faffing because I love getting all these layered up. So I will finish this off in the next one. But look. Let me hold that up because look how cool that's looking already. I haven't even finished it, but isn't that looking fantastic? I will finish this off. In the next hour, I will put finishing touches to it, so I won't do that in the break. I'll finish it off in the next hour. I love doing these. These are really, really cool. Check out your baskets. We'll be seeing you at 8 o'clock, so don't go anywhere. In fact, Yanis will tell you what's coming. Stop talking now.
So coming up next, we have happy hour deals. After that, La Blanche will return for a one-day special. And then we have more Every Day by Anna Hersom. So lots to enjoy. Don't go anywhere. So we have a very special announcement for all our lovely viewers in the US of A. Now, I know we did have to temporarily suspend shipping